array house, and I've just been staying up late talking. You know what I'm saying? You can have a capacitor array house with a
Well,
yeah, you could magnify water. You know,
I,
you
I
could melt
yeah, I
or
go a totally different route with this. To be honest with you, Smurf. Yeah,
well,
I go totally.
where's the flaw? I think it's a great idea. You see a
I,
flaw in my plan?
yeah, I don't.
What's
I would
that?
go to.
I'm talking about laser beams on water. So the laser beam heat up the water, make turbine go.
Why do you want a turbine?
Oh, it would turn a belt or some kind of alternator to charge the
You want a steam
capacitors.
powered turbine? You're gonna have to machine it all,
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
and like it's
Sure.
got to be to a certain tolerance, and it can fail, and you'll have to keep machining it.
That is a good point, though. You could make a few parts and switch them out.
It's not the
I've
easiest
never
thing in
done
the
that.
world to get right.
No. No, but okay. The point is, so it would be mass produced. It's a concept. You know,
Who's gonna make it?
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about. I'm just talking about. You can imagine the geometry of you put water in this box, and it has a lens. If it's in direct line of sight with the sun, just a box, right?
And
It's
you
a
want
little black box.
capacitors, and it's like, where are you going to go as
Yeah.
capacitors from? You're going to order them.
Oh, aluminum foil. That's all it is.
You're going to use
Just
aluminum
rolls of
foil.
aluminum. Yeah. Just rolls of aluminum with copper wire touching it. You got a capacitor. So why don't you
Uh,
just have it?
Great
That
idea.
sounds cheap, but why not just have insulation like that? Why isn't all the insulation store energy? You
Very
could
good question.
what? I think it would work. You could make a capacitor array like they do cars, in the floorboard of car. Why not in the floorboard of a house? Capacitor array.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Now it would be shielded, and the shielding would be grounded. Because I don't want to be exposed to all those whatever vibrations and stuff. Now it would all be professionally like. Well, this should be building code. I was saying, why don't we store energy in the walls of our houses?
Mhm.
The bigger, the more walls you have, the more energy it stores. And then with lensing it could just, into the wall of the house itself. You could have pipes
Yeah.
and lensing.
Lens.
You could integrate all of this into the house. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
all integrated.
Mhm.
And so the sunlight hits the house, energizes the water, which turns. Now this is the thing is not as easily integrated. The some sort of turbine that turns an alternator. But besides that, the
Oh,
rest of it's all integrated in
you
the
want an
insulation. What do you
alternator?
say?
You want an
Uh
alternator? Why do you want an alternator? You got batteries already?
oh,
Right.
no. The battery being the capacitor array is the battery. You know, the energy is
Well,
stored
that's
in
just a
the walls.
capacitor, right?
Yeah. Well, there's so
So,
many of them.
so
It's stored in the walls, in the
yeah, I know,
floors,
but
and yeah,
but you need
ceiling.
so you still need something to step that power through.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. From the alternator to the capacitor array. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like a
Well,
solar charge thing.
well,
Yeah. Well, yeah. It should be on every house. They've
you
been
need a
getting better
bus
at
break.
those.
You need a breaker. But but it's just like capacitor.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like the greatest for like long term storage.
I think it's the best because don't they last forever if
Well,
they're made to a decent quality? There's no chemical or moving parts. Solid state.
I think you have to have capacitors, but I think you also have to have like probably like a lithium ion like rechargeable uh, backing
I'm
it.
not sure. I never had a battery array. Most people get batteries, but I think it should be the insulating building material for houses,
Well,
capacitors.
yeah, I think so. That's
Well,
weird.
it's shielded. No, not like the I don't like the electric cars. Well, I think they're doing it all in a weird way. They want like those are death traps. But I was
You
talking
think
about
they?
proper shielding, right? I mean to say if it's building code, yeah, if it's electrical, it'd have to be shielded. I mean, in this idea I have. Okay, whereas say is the house itself, the material it's made out of, could store energy. I don't know, just an idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, everything's evil these days because they don't,
Oh, we're gonna just
they don't want us doing stuff. Could someone explain the container between ocean water and gas?
What?
Um,
I'm gonna have to go,
all right.
Smurf. You're fucking driving me crazy. All right.
Oh, I'm just talking because nobody.
Yeah, I
Hey,
know. I
sorry
know.
to run
It's
you
like
off.
I know. It's like yeah,
Oh, bro, I'm just bored.
real
Great
tough.
talking
Real
with you.
tough. I just can't
Okay.
even fucking get an edge in. It's
Oh, I'm waiting for you to say something.
like no matter. Well, I'll just be saying something independently, and then you're
Ah,
just gonna say something independent. I just like I'm not getting a dialogue. That's all.
I stayed up all night and I'm exhausted. I'm just here bullshitting
Okay.
with you. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm like
Uh,
and I'm like I'm here like actually trying to solve problems, and it's like I'm
what are
misusing
you
my
working
time.
on?
No,
Oh, I
I'm
don't
trying to solve what you're saying. I mean, that's just
uh,
I could do something else, I guess.
oh, you're funny, bro. I'm literally just joking around with you. I was just thinking about
You're just
the,
talking
the
shit, and then like when I say stuff back to you, you're like not. You're just like, oh, okay. And then anyway, yeah, like, why
no,
bother?
you
I could
did
just stay muted and respond.
you
Just be the same almost.
you confused me about the last electrical thing you said, but then I forgot what that was. Now I did. I just
Capacitors and
remembered what it was.
batteries and stuff like that, but
Yeah, you said I'll need a
you're trying to
lithium
create.
ion battery.
I'm
Yeah, I
just
don't think
saying.
so.
Okay,
What?
so
What are you
you
saying?
just want to create a pure capacitor system.
Yeah, yeah. I think it makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
coach.
yeah, yeah. Well, there's no point to what I'm saying. I'm just here to talk bullshit with you. I don't, I didn't want to run you off. Pleasure speaking with you.
Uh, like
Uh,
it just can't like go to another. I don't know, man. Like I've invested already some brain cells in the previous thing you said. I mean,
oh,
I can't do your whole mind map with you. You know what I mean? But yeah, I wanted to talk like power stuff. That's kind of fun to talk about.
oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
because it's like how do you actually get the edge to actually make anything? You know, like without
Oh,
like depending on uh, going to Walmart to buy anything, or
yeah.
like
A blacksmith.
oh,
You got to become a blacksmith.
is that right?
Uh,
What's up, Coach?
what's up? Hey, buddy.
Hey, man.
What up? What up?
I what? Yeah, I was thinking about being a blacksmith
Yeah,
for myself
Smith's
for
just like
fun.
on random roulette.
Yeah. Yes. How you doing, Noi Prox?
What up? What up? What's good?
Just chilling.
It's the only way to do it.
Yeah, I'm driving Snacks crazy because I'm literally just here, just chilling. How you doing?
It's like spin the wheel. It's just like I'd make an effort to reply, but it's like every other time it's like okay, let's just roll the dice again and let's see where we land.
Uh, I
Kind
I stayed up.
of.
Sorry, buddy. I think I'm a night owl, but I sleep at random, so I happen to be exhausted currently. Stayed up all night.
You're on like narcolepsy. You're on narcolepsy watch.
This is what we were talking about earlier. Is why
All
is
right.
society on the same rhythm?
Not at all what I just
Like
said.
with so many.
Completely unacceptable. It's not the way it exists. I mean, you know, we do live in different time zones. Like circadian rhythm is
Yeah,
dictated by that.
it's like a wave of activity in a big circle.
Energy cannot be created nor can it be destroyed.
It's true.
What
It
up,
just
Specs?
transforms. It take a different geometric form.
What's up? What's up, different geometric coach? How you doing?
How you living, big dog? How you been? I haven't talked to you in
All
a
right.
long time.
Yeah, I see you come in here a couple times, but I think the
Yeah,
conversations are probably stupid.
yeah. Oh, that's not my cup of tea. I'm a step back out. I only come on Discord because I like to rap, and there's like a couple of other Discord channels that have a lot of
Yeah.
rappers.
Oh yeah, you had? Do you actually what do you just like play your own beats and rap over it?
Yeah, I just freestyle. They have like these bots, and the bots you could like control it and put a playlist in there, and then it starts playing the beat. Or sometimes there's some people that we just do it a cappella. Um, so
That's really cool, man.
yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I wish I could rap. That'd be dope. That'd be cool. I don't have enough street cred to actually do anything with it though. So
I mean, I really feel like everybody has the ability to do it. You just gotta not be so
yeah,
judged about yourself, what you're saying. Just fucking go, you know. And eventually, it'll start sounding good. So,
yeah. I just don't. Yeah, I like nerd rap too. It's pretty good. Like MC Chris, pretty good.
oh
I don't know. It's like nerd wave.
yeah.
I don't know. There's a couple.
There's this kid in King of the Dot. If you go on YouTube, King of the Dot, he's this like dorky kid. His name is Carter Deems. And he's just fucking unbelievable. Like he looks like a full blown Dorkosaurus Rex, but the kid is just unbelievable with the shit that he says.
I didn't that have a similar form of music before rap, like before rap, modern day rap. You know how they had something similar before what they have today.
I mean, I would say that the blues would probably be a really good point where people would just kind of riff and poetically
Uh,
describe what they were experiencing. Um,
yeah, that's cool. The
yeah,
blue.
jazz, disco had a lot to do with it. Fucking rock, everything kind of.
I think, like it's a little bit for me as a jazz musician. It's like I see like a lot of just the whole way that like like Miles Davis or something or Charlie Parker or John Coltrane or
Oh,
whatever. Like
oh,
they're kind of spitting it and they're doing like it's the same thing. Like if Miles Davis was alive today, he'd be a rapper. Or John Coltrane.
absolutely, absolutely. There was a lot of that in that. I
So
mean,
it's like
that's
in the spirit of it is
poetry. It's
universal
ultimate
between.
poetry. Hip hop is just street poetry. You know, it's
Yeah, I was thinking about that. They must have. It's always probably always existed. We just call it rap today.
it's like a tangent, which is kind of like off point. But if you look at capoeira, the fighting form. Have you ever heard of that capoeira?
No, is that Italian or French?
It's Brazilian.
Oh,
Capoeira is like a Brazilian fighting form, but it was something that the slaves back in the day in Brazil created as a form of that. It almost looks like it's a dance, but they were actually doing this as a way to entertain their fucking slave masters, but at the same time they were learning how to defend themselves and fight. And then when they could use this in actual battle, they were able to whoop the shit out of whoever was in front of them.
oh, cool. This was in Brazil.
Yep, capoeira.
Yep. They learned the hustle and flow, and they whooped that trick. All right.
Oh, bitches ain't nothing but hoes and trick.
Man. That's a great
Never
movie
trust.
still.
Never
cute.
trust a hoe.
Yeah. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. So I walked up to this girl the other day and I was like, I can't call you beautiful. And she was like, "Huh?" And I was like, no. It's because honestly, beauty is on the inside and I haven't been inside you yet.
Oh, that was silly. You didn't really say that to a random
It
girl.
actually worked. I got her number and she
Oh,
blocked on my knob. Like corner of
Wow.
my
it's
Incredible
a
game.
numbers game. So we know it's a numbers game, but wow, that worked. That's silly. So
It is. It is.
you got
Usually
some
you
other
get slapped
you
in
got
the
some
face.
other ones, huh?
Usually you get slapped in the face, but I actually slapped her in the face with my you know.
Hey, you got some other ones that shouldn't have worked but did. Some other
Yes.
jokes. Yeah.
Yeah, so
What's some other ones?
I walked up to this one chick one time. I saw this in a movie. I don't know what movie I saw it in, but I walked up to a girl and I was like, "Hey, I just found something with your name on it, and I just want to make sure that I have it correct. What's your name again?" And she's like, "Oh, it's Susan." And then I pulled out
Ah,
I pulled out a condom, and she's like, "Oh my god, that's ridiculous."
ah,
And then she
oh,
started laughing and then I banged her and I was like,
ah,
"Oh my
ah,
god, that shit fucking worked."
ah, that is,
I was
oh,
like the
that's,
Woody Woodpecker. I was like,
oh, oh, yeah, I think, that's funny. Women are really not that challenging, I think, if you have the bravery to go up to them and talk, say anything, you know.
I mean,
If
ultimately, it comes down to
yeah,
what you just said. It's a numbers game.
yeah,
Uh, how many no's do I need to go through in order to get to my yes?
yeah.
And not give a shit and be all like a lack of confidence and all
Oh,
that. You know,
oh,
just
yeah.
shoot your shot
I
because
would
you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So, you know,
exactly. That's
and
what I was trying to say.
each of those shots is a lesson. And if you actually like go back and think about like, well, what did I do? Was it my body language? Was it the way that I said it? Like, how can I improve so that the next time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think these days I lost all my interest in dating and what it used to be fun. Yeah. I lost all my interest in that.
I mean, I feel like once you get older,
Uh,
it's not like when you were young where it was like easier and you weren't being judged, you know. But if you're not fucking balling and you don't have your shit all in place, a lot of these women nowadays won't even give you a chance. Like,
oh, no, let me tell you. Feel like the older I get, I've become like a magnet. But I also become less interested in relationship, you know.
well, then you just want a friend with benefits, and then you got to be able to.
No.
It's oh, you don't.
No,
He's a Smurfette
no.
magnet.
No, I would say I got tired of lust completely. I started becoming terrified of women, imagining they're like a vampire. You know, they're like vampires, vampiresses, however you say that. Really, they want your soul. You know, that's how I look at it,
That is
and
his
I got tired
experience.
of it.
Well,
No, it's just something I thought a lot about.
maybe that's just your
Yeah.
experience and
Well,
your choosing that you've had in your experience, and maybe you just haven't had like
uh,
uh, the muse that could have really lit you on fire. Because if you were
Yeah.
find that right one,
Find a
like
true Smurfette, bro. Like you've been
Smurf
doing
up,
it,
you
you know.
know,
buddy.
It's a growing
you gotta get your
up,
Papa Smurf on, bro.
Well, I
trying
contemplate
to
a
get down
lot
with
about
Azrael over here.
well, really, though, what can a woman give you that you can't get with money? You see a woman, you with money, you can get a cook, you can get a maid, you can get you with money, you can have a driver, everything. You know, and now,
Are you gay?
you know, no, I'm completely straight, but I'm gonna get to that. The next thing I was thinking about is so. So it feels great. It's fun. It's exciting, enjoy it, entertaining. But then at the end result, you've given your most precious stuff away, which is your very soul. Because if you look up salt water and a baking ingredient, SOLE is salt water. So you give this sacred creative fluid away. I think it comes from
I have to
everywhere in the
go
body.
now.
And when you give it away, hey,
Bye
good talking
bye.
with you. I was just saying, this is the most
Bye bye.
precious thing that a man has. Just gives it away all the time.
And
Yeah,
this
but
opens
can
up
You
a
know?
you
whole
pop
long
a can you
bullshit
pop
thing.
a watermelon out of your ass?
You should be banned from this topic probably.
Why would it? What are you
Because
talking
you'll
about?
just fucking
Water?
keep going on, Smurf, right?
Oh
Like, even if
no,
he's like, oh yeah,
that
and
was
then you'll just fucking keep going. It's like an hour. Let's just
no.
not do it. Fucking skip
I
it.
was just asking you. You don't
Or I'll
think it's a
go.
precious material?
I'm sure there's productive things I could do with my time. Right.
What
Okay.
I was
Okay.
saying,
Okay. Okay.
are
Okay.
women
Bye.
really
Okay.
worth
Bye, lady.
giving your soul away? Okay. So, well, I was asking you, not him. What do you think?
I personally think that when you sleep with dogs, you're gonna rise with fleas. So
Oh, yeah.
ultimately, it's a matter of finding the right. Like, for example, I've had two types of situations in my experience. Right, there's like the hot chick that sexually it's fucking incredible, but intellectually, it's like talking to a rock.
Uh,
And then
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And then I've had the opposite of that, where intellectually it's a mindgasm. And it's like, oh my God, this girl raped me mentally and I liked it. But then sexually, they fucking suck. It's horrible.
Oh, I would
That,
think that one is superior to the other one because I was saying earlier on the basic fundamental activity of sex. You know, we all it's one of the most entertaining activities, but the end result is you've given away something from you.
yeah, but,
You know, and
if you're
that
giving
thing
it
you gave
away,
away.
if you're giving it away in a
Yeah,
way that is just lust and it's just I'm just trying to bust a nut
yeah,
and
that's what almost
you don't
everyone does.
care
Yes.
and you don't care, then that's an option that you have. But there are options where you can actually make love, and it's fucking incredible.
Oh
It's a
yes, I completely
experience.
agree. Yeah. But
So
even though it's incredible, oh yeah, yes, I agree with you completely. But although it's incredible, at the end of the exchange, you've made a transfer and you've given something to the woman, and that
okay,
thing you
okay.
gave is really a valuable material that you
But
can create people with.
earlier, you said that you stopped doing this stuff and the blah blah blah, and you're like, money can take care of everything that I want. So
Yes,
you're
yes,
resorting your ability to be independent of that because of your monetary capability. But so what that means is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're connecting women to taking advantage of your financial capabilities and not contributing. Is that
well, that's an interesting, but no, actually, I was thinking more about interesting. No, what I mean is the actual activity when you have sex with you just sorry to be so graphic, but that the stuff you impregnate a woman, that is a very that material is I think it's the very soul that our body, it's the interface between the physical and the spirit, that we resonate with our awareness with the soul, the chakra fluids that we, okay, when a man or a woman desire to be together, they want to be made whole again, right? So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, you know, how come no one values the fluid that they give to the woman? There's no value in it.
okay? Okay, now let me ask you a
No
question.
value.
Did you
What?
come out of a woman? Did you come out of a woman or a man?
Ah, a woman, of course. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it required that woman
Yes.
and her part of the equation in order to make something out of somebody's juice that turned
Yes.
into you. So,
Yeah.
how does that make your juice more important? Could you put your juice with another person's juice and create another you?
Um.
No. So you
No.
require the
Yeah.
the addition of the equation or the formula, which is required for humanity to be even conceived through
Well,
the vehicle of the woman. So, and the
true.
woman
Yeah.
is the one that delivers because you can't deliver. You could throw your juice in the fucking forest.
Uh,
You could throw your juice in a soup. You could throw your juice in all
uh,
types of areas. But as soon as you drop your juice inside of a woman, all of a sudden you're able to create um
yes. Oh, that's a
human.
magical thing. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
It's so magical that I've become superstitious that I think it should only be done to create people. I'm not trying to push. I don't care what other people do. I'm talking about my own opinion, my own self. Like in my own work, I only have control of my own body, right? I don't have control of what other people do, and I don't care. I'm just saying I value the fluid. I think it's the very so you said earlier the conservation of energy, it just transforms. What are you? Well, you're say you figured what is a man? A man I think is like a point of awareness in his temple or his body, right? And you got this fluid that you give away to women to create another person, but
yeah.
I think that fluid is actually you, and you're putting it in another geometry. That's a woman, and she is like conservation energy. She's reshuffling the geometry of your soul into a new product. Is mixing her the soul fluids mixed together.
Yeah,
And
but
you have a
like
new
you're saying
person.
she's
It's so
rearranging
sacred.
you're
Yeah,
saying that she's
yeah,
rearranging yours, but you putting your fluid into her is also rearranging hers.
yeah,
It's
yeah. It's so special.
atoms clashing, it's energy interacting and
Oh, well,
harmonizing,
yeah.
or,
Oh,
you
it's a
know,
beautiful. It's
yeah.
so beautiful. But everyone is just okay. I also think that if you charge it up, it's more good for to create healthy offspring. If you charge it up,
Yeah.
like take a
Yeah.
break for a while and then boom. I think I just feel like it's salt water is what it is. It's somebody. I didn't confirm this, but somebody says one molecule away from seawater. Uh, well, anyway, the salt. If there is such a thing as pure, anyway, seawater. I mean to say, be the salt of the earth. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? You get your rocks off. You give a woman your salts. Your soul. That's what I think it is. I, when a man and a woman mix their soul juices together and create
Hey,
a new
can I
individual.
do a rap song for you?
Cool. Yeah. Let's do it.
So it goes like this: time to
Yeah.
regain strength and conquer paradigms. Mach speed, new beginnings, set mode for overtime. If you have your eyes open wide and swallow in that swollen pride with a humble and open mind, you can find to you can find to your surprise your way through all the Trojan lies that staged before your naked, unfocused eyes. Blessings all disguised as pain and loss of time. But in reality, if you look hard enough, you might just find those lessons sewn inside. You can choose to let haunt and control your lonely heart were actually meant to make you whole and strong. If you can't coexist, fuck it. Co-depart. Cultivate with conviction. Don't get lost in the past because it's old and gone. All we got is now, the present. The choice is only yours. Repeat history or make the best of your past and carry on the torch. Pay homage to all your ancestors and set sail to the new world like Noah's Ark.
Wow, that was cool, bro. That sound fit for everybody here, fitting for all of us. That's cool. Yeah, I resonate with that. That's cool, man. So yeah, I was just saying, I think the what you described is a real beautiful process that everyone, you know what I mean? They don't see how beautiful it is. to make a person, and it's become cheapened. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nice.
but to like, to diminish the existence of women and making them seem as if they're evil or like they're bringing me down or they're
Oh,
taking my sacred juice.
yes.
And
I
it's
feel
probably
like that.
because you're giving your juice to the wrong bitches. You're fucking
Uh-huh.
bitches. Like, you need to fuck
You're funny.
a proper woman that stimulates you not only mentally but also sexually and doesn't uh need you financially, where they could tell you, you know what, dude, I don't fucking need you. You're just somebody that I want to wake up next to and smell your stank ass breath and listen to you fart at night and and share this life with you and be able to not only be together with you, but also be a team that we can create things together. And I will motivate you when you're not motivated. I'll, be there for you. And when you could find that, if you have the opportunity to ever find that and allow yourself to, it's a beautiful fucking thing, man. It's incredible, but it's hard because there's a lot of dumb people out there.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you on that one. You know, I think a lot about the fundamental, like, yeah, I did say I do feel like women are vampires, and it's a feeling. I'm not trying to sound like I admire women, but as a man, I feel like they want something that I have, right? Which is my very soul, you know. And okay, so what is more valuable? Is it to be happy in this beautiful relationship you describe, but you're giving away your soul in the way I described what that is?
I mean,
You know what I'm trying to describe?
at the end of the day, I look at it as like perception. Like your perception is your perception.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
I'm sure my
And
opinion. Yeah.
if you are in a situation and you feel like you're giving somebody too much control, the decision that you made. You gave that person the authority to be able to have this level of control to trigger you in such a way that makes you feel like you're a slave. And if you are in that situation, it's because you allowed it. You said you have the authority to do this to me, and that's your problem, not theirs.
Oh, I don't know if you. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sure if you got what I was saying. When I say giving a soul, I'm talking about like my physical, material soul. You know what I mean?
I get that, but
Yeah. Oh,
you
you got me.
accepted that. You are the one that allowed that to happen.
Oh,
And if
I get what you
you,
mean now. I'm sorry. I now understand. Now I get what you mean.
you,
Yes.
you know, I look at
Uh,
men like werewolves. Before we have sex, we're like fucking seductive.
you're right. We
We're
are,
like we're like all up in it.
dude.
And
You're right.
as soon as you let loose of your juice, you're like a werewolf.
Yeah.
And you're like, why is my shirt ripped? And like, why am I here? I need to go to the shower and like I need to get out of here. Like, can you make me a sandwich real
Oh,
quick?
that's
Um, it,
hilarious, dude. Yeah,
uh,
you're funny. Yeah, we are like the vampires, but they're like the vampire. I mean, I misspoke. We're like the werewolves. That's what I meant. Yeah, you're right. We're like the werewolves, and they're like the vampires. Yeah, that's a funny way of looking at it. Oh man. Well, okay, check this out. This fluid I'm talking about, that's so amazing. It creates people. Like we were created from this activity, and so I think that's what people are. Is they are their souls, and the body is some sort of I don't know how to describe that. It's a the soul is inside a geometry that's somehow hardened or something. Like the body is well, how is the body made? Well, there's a fluid in the middle of us that goes up and down the vertebrae. That, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to describe. I think the soul is the awareness interfaces with the soul to make the body, literally to make the body. You know what I mean? Like you're made of that. You're literally made of this stuff, and then you give it to other women and to make more people, or not, or to have fun, or both. But I mean, I'm just saying we're made of the soul fluid,
Yeah,
and I
for example, like
they
what
got
is
stem
what
cells. I think.
what is your brain is the true question that we need to be asking when it comes to our existence. The brain is like an evolutionary strategy that organisms they utilize this to make sense of external environments and the internal environment, right? So
Yeah.
the external environment is the world that we live in. The internal environment is the one on the inside of your body, you
Yeah.
know. The
Oh,
the
God.
internal environment the internal environment is based on kinesthetic awareness for humans. This is at a very high level. Like we are moving creatures. It's kind of like you need to send
Yeah.
information from the body, which is referred to as like proprioception, to the brain, so that the brain knows what's going on, and the brain is comfortable. It takes the governor off of your engine. The brain
Yeah.
is seeking for information. It takes information and it processes it, and it provides a command to your body. Now,
Yeah.
amino acids come first on this planet, and the amino acids gave rise to nucleic acids, and then RNA appeared to be the first RNA that gave rise to DNA. And DNA is a goal. Its goal is to like live forever. It's an eternal thing. It's like an eternal coil. DNA is constantly trying to reproduce. It's trying to replicate itself so that it can live forever. It is immortal, and it is the only thing that is immortal. And DNA
Oh.
seeks vessels to rise
Oh, that's
around in, right? So it's
well.
originally found in some sort of like a problem, or like a no, fuck, what am I saying here? It's like a protoplasm cellular membrane that it could live inside of, that was a better strategy for it to be able to be immortal. And then ultimately
Oh.
it teamed up with bacteria that were mitochondria, and gave it a better option, and it became
Uh,
the multicellular, and it said, I'm DNA, and I'm DNA here, I'm DNA there, I'm DNA everywhere. And then it kind of led to the development of claws and teeth, things of nature, and it ultimately arrived in the form of a brain. And the whole
uh,
point of the brain is that it allows you to process information, to be able to make better decisions as to how to facilitate the ongoing passage of DNA to the next generation. So your brain is a tool that
oh,
DNA
yes.
utilizes. DNA is more concerned about your cells than anything else, and ultimately your cells are like little information hubs. The reason you feel hungry is because certain cells in your body aren't receiving enough energy, and when they don't receive enough energy, they cannot allow ATP resynthesis and protein synthesis. So what does
Well,
DNA do? It replicates itself, and it drives protein synthesis. And the only way it can drive protein synthesis, which is through ATP synthesis. So,
uh,
so the brain is in
I didn't get that.
the brain
I
is like an evolutionary strategy that ultimately will allow you to better provide energy for your cells, and your cells compete against each other in our bodies. If you read any of like fucking Richard, what's his name, fuck
oh,
man, Richard Dawkins So he uses the analogy of the friendly force, and the friendly force does not exist because even in the forest, even if a tree that lives in the forest is competing against its neighbor, every cell in your body is essentially competing against its neighbor.
Wow.
Now, some organisms have their cells team up in much of the same
Uh,
way as a guy rowing in a canoe,
oh.
or a team up to able to make the canoe move faster. But
Uh,
because it works better for each guy, right? But we are a cellular based creature, and the cells drive everything, and the cells wants to know what it wants, right? And the
yeah.
cells compete against each other, and they don't share. The cells aren't interested in the other cells in the body. It's like capitalism. We have a capitalist body.
That's funny.
Now
That's funny.
you really have to appreciate what the brain is for what it really is. It's simply a tool that our cells use to have a better chance. And because DNA is ultimately the driver, and DNA wants to live forever, and the brain gives the DNA a better chance to live forever. So you have to appreciate that with everything that we do, the reason that cancer exists and other terminal diseases exist, there are codes in your DNA that can be activated to create cancer in your body. And the reason that cancer is created is because the brain has read that the internal environment, and it has determined that the environment is no longer very conducive for you to be able to pass your DNA off to another generation. So it comes up with a
Wow.
strategy. Well, I'm going to kill this vessel. Uh,
Wow.
and if the vessel is dead, then the body will essentially decompose, and the DNA will melt into the ground, and ultimately make so that the DNA can mix with other creatures in the soil, and there's a chance that the DNA can survive your dead body because your body's
Uh,
stuck, right? So life is about like health and wellness. Health and wellness is about creating a good internal environment, and by that I'm speaking about like your interstitial fluid, the bath, which there's a famous like French
uh,
philosopher.
yeah.
His name is like
Wow.
Claude Bernard. He referred to that as the interstitial
Oh
milieu.
yeah.
It's the bath that your
Oh
cells bathe in, for the lack of a better term.
wow.
So these cells are reading the bath, and they send messages to the brain, and then the brain interprets the message, and then the brain executes command, and that's essentially how it works, how we function. And if
Uh,
if you're an insulin sensitive slob and you have terrible
uh,
chemical environment in your body, your brain will not reward you. It will not keep you alive. In fact, it'll kill you. It'll
oh
execute lethal code to deactivate your DNA. So like my philosophy and reason for saying DNA is eternal relates specifically to everything that I've mentioned, like above. Our existence revolves around actively maintaining optimal health and wellness internally so that you can thereby increase your capacity to deal with the outside world.
oh
So what is health and wellness? Health and wellness is about learning how to create an optimal internal environment, and
oh yeah.
most certainly we already have the model. The model is nature.
Yeah.
Primitive human beings had optimal internal environments, which led to that paleo style of dieting, which is how we ultimately survive. I mean, if you take a look at every mammal that is alive, they
Uh,
have the exact same lipid profile, the exact same blood sugar levels, and the exact same
oh
triglyceride
wow.
levels. And
Oh wow. I didn't know that.
every newborn baby has the exact same lipid profile and the exact same blood sugar levels as
Uh,
well. And
oh,
the
I
only
didn't.
mammals that have survived with alternate like blood sugar and lipid profiles are creatures that the Western civilization and modernism, like we royally have fucked ourselves up.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
that diet horrible.
I
Yeah.
look at fitness and strength and conditioning as an evolutionary perspective. I look at nutrition and you know, everybody's registered to the
Oh,
dietitians and nutritionists, simply following the guidelines that were handed down
yeah.
to them by the McGovern committee, asshole Benjamin Keys, the stuff of the
Oh,
50s, and it's fucking foolish. But sorry, I went on a fucking rant there, bro.
oh, dude, that was awesome. I don't believe in evolution, but I found that amazing. I didn't know all that stuff. Where did the ATP come from?
So your energy, in order to be able to produce force or anything, it comes from a adenosine triphosphate, which
Oh,
is
I never heard of
ATP.
that.
And that's like the,
Oh, that's ATP.
the,
Got it.
the that's the currency of your body in
Wow.
order to be able to function and produce effort of any sort. Um,
Oh, ATP. You
ATP,
should
yeah.
put that in a beverage. We should put that in
There's-
a beverage, bro. ATP.
Well, I mean, if you think about the beginning spark of ATP, it comes from something called creatine phosphate. And
Oh,
if you think about supplements
oh,
that
you get
exist,
that. Yeah, creatine.
you could
Oh,
get
wow, I
creatine,
didn't know that.
and our bodies
Oh,
only produce a certain amount of creatine.
oh,
Um,
that's why the power lifters get it.
so you exogenously input this into your system and can
Oh,
extend the capacity
nice.
of your um hose that spits that type of stuff into your body. But ultimately,
Yeah.
it comes down to DNA, and DNA is going to do whatever it takes in order to be able
Oh,
to continue. And when you
oh,
say that juice that you're talking about,
I agree
I
with you.
refer to that as DNA. But we all
Oh,
have DNA,
oh, yes,
RNA. Well,
I agree with you. This is where I had a slight disagreement. I don't believe in evolution, but I do. I think in this fluid I'm talking about are these stem cells from the divided tree of life, and it does whatever it's got to do to adapt to new geometry. And when it's spilled, I think it gets absorbed into the animal kingdom, and that's your individual genetic signature. Now, when you give it to a woman, I said spill. When you give it to a woman, she absorbs it and probably benefits from that, or makes a child, or what, both. But all of this is at a cost of the man, which is why I say women are like we give these stem cells away. I think if we keep them by conquering desire completely, I think you cause it where the stem cells have nowhere else to go but stay inside of you, and it does what it always does. It's always create, like you said, the DNA always finding a way to survive. If you trap it, if you trap your DNA and you don't let it go, it's going to
then,
keep on
then,
creating. It's going to
then,
keep
then,
on,
then
polishing your. This is
it's
my
gonna
theory.
die with you, and then you will.
Oh, that's another way of looking at it. Huh? Huh. What? He's gonna die with you?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, well, I don't. Okay, I think it's no. Going back to what you were saying, how it always find a way to survive, right? If you trap it in you, well, it's gonna find a way to survive.
No,
It's
you're
it.
gonna die, and then it's gonna die with you, and then that
Oh,
DNA is gonna go into the ground, and then a cow's gonna walk around and eat that
uh,
grass that your DNA is in, and now you're a
oh
cow, and then
no,
that
no,
cow
no,
is gonna
yo, that
is gonna
yes, but
poop out
oh
poop
yeah,
out your energy, and then now
yes,
a donkey
I'm
comes
afraid
around
of
and
that.
eats that poop, and
Ah,
now you're a donkey.
oh no. Yeah, well, that's how I think it really works. Except, here's the thing. I think if you keep it, that's the key to immortality that they don't want anyone to know about, and that you wouldn't have been died in the first place.
But
See,
you're
see,
not
it's a secret.
immortal. Your
No, no,
DNA is
no. I think we are. No, you. Well, I agree with you. Yeah, the DNA is immortal, and that's my theory. Is we keep it. If you
yeah.
accumulate it and
But
don't
the
let
only
it,
way
don't
that,
steal any
you're able to
immortality.
convince yourself into that is because your
Yeah.
brain has convinced you that that's
Yes.
the strategy that you need to use, and that
Yes.
ultimately comes down to a perception that you have allowed
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
be
I
your
developed a perspective.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I invented this. Well, no, I don't want to take the credit for inventing it. I saw a lot of stuff on the internet, people sharing me some cool stuff, and I have been impressioned or believe that immortality is this process of just not desiring. to multiply and reproduce, to not want to basically give up on relationships. With intimate romantic relationship, I think is a trick to to conserve this ever creating energy, the soul energy, and they don't want anyone to know about this. I think you could accumulate is rather than share it, which is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for some reason. I don't know why it just turned out that way, but I think it's immortality. Now what we do is you were just
So
describing it. If you
is your
die and turn
goal
into all these different creatures. Now, what'd you say?
is your goal to be immortal? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, by default, yeah. Just this is the best plan I have currently at the
Okay.
moment.
Now,
Yeah.
now, now, the one thing that everybody has in common is that we're all going to have to pay some sort of tax, and we're all going to die. And at a
That's what
certain,
they. Oh,
huh?
I think they want us to believe that. We've heard it. I think that's why we've all heard it. They want us to think that way. See, now I
They
want.
okay. No. But like you're saying, they want us to think that way. So
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. Like, do you not pay rent or like
Oh, I
buy
do.
food? Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a
Yeah.
car? Do you drive a car?
Yeah.
Did you get that car for free?
No, I Bitcoin.
Okay, you use Bitcoin. Now, do you have to
Yeah.
pay for insurance on that car?
Oh, yeah. Every month. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
so like, you're paying tax right now. You're
Oh,
being taxed for these things. So
yeah.
how is that
Voluntarily. I didn't
voluntarily?
volunteer.
Like,
Yeah,
vol-
I do it so that the state does not harass me or attempt to bother me.
so
They
you're
pay off
being
the mafia.
so you're being taxed. You're being taxed.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Okay. So
Yes. Yes. Well,
everybody has
you
to
got
pay
me
tax.
there.
Unless
Well, yeah.
unless you're like an indigenous tribe
I was
in
about to say
fucking
that.
Papua New Guinea or the Amazon,
Yeah.
and,
There's some
and
people not
yeah, there are people out there, but like no normal us people that are using
no.
Discord, which is
Yeah.
a service that you also have to pay for.
Oh yeah.
You have to get internet so that you could be able to run this service. You're being
Yeah.
taxed for that. So
Oh yeah.
we us
You got me
modern
there
people, we
on
all have to
taxes.
pay a tax, and we're all
Yeah.
gonna die. So
Oh, no, that's what I don't want to. No, I don't want to die.
but like
And I got no fear of
statistically
death.
proving, statistically speaking, what are the probabilities that in this lifetime you're going to die?
Oh. Oh, okay. Listen, if you unlearn everything, actually, I'm not sure because I have seen an invisible man twice. One time I was tripping, but one time I was sober, and I saw a man that didn't have any reproductive parts. He was just invisible, transparent. I was totally sober, and I saw somebody that was invisible. I think that I think we're spirits trapped in a body, and the way it works is the soul fluid I was talking about, and they put the breath of life into claymation. Like, we're made out of the clay, but we're the breath of life in the clay. And so I think there's a way to ascend this plane by, and I'm still trying to figure it out. But one of the ways is to conquer desire. Yeah, we were talking about. I don't. I think it's possible to live to not die. Yeah, it's called everlasting life. Yeah, they don't want us to know this, but yeah, I do think you can live forever. But the cost is you exchange. You
Let me
stop
ask you a question.
desiring.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you know anybody in your existence that you've met that has been able to accomplish this theory that you're saying here?
Oh no, that's why I brought up maybe probably not. I probably don't, but I did. I may have seen. I may have seen somebody that did. That's why
But
I mentioned the
but
invisible man.
you can't confirm that. Like
Well,
maybe the resonance of the trip that you took a long time ago, that chemical
yeah.
might still be in your body, and you're having after effects of this
Oh well,
because
it's a very logical. But no, actually, I first saw him before I did any psychedelics. But the second time I saw him when I did a lot of psychedelics. So no, no, but good. That's logical. I thought so,
So,
but
so
that was before I
ultimately,
ever tried psychedelic.
the
I saw.
most important question is my main
Uh,
objective to ask: have you ever met anybody in your existence that you
no,
definitively can say this person is a result of that, and that's why?
no, you've got me there. No,
So
it's a theory.
ultimately, it's a hypothesis that you have, and a
Yes.
hypothesis,
Oh
is
yeah.
a scientific experiment that you can test, and if you have enough data to be able
Yes.
to prove this stuff. Otherwise, it's a belief. It's a pie in the sky
Yes.
of
Oh,
this is.
I think I'm onto something though. I do think there's logic behind it, right? Now, I'm talking about a material that we have been created with. Like you were saying, it just changes form, and we have changed form into humans with this material. You
But
know,
without that egg, that possibility would never exist.
True. Well,
Otherwise, gay guys
we
would be
do get
having
into
babies,
Gnosticism.
huh?
I think you can clone your. I think that a gay dude could clone himself, or straight, doesn't matter, straight or gay. They could clone themselves like this. Yes,
There might be
it's called
technology
alchemy.
available about cloning, but I've never experienced it. I don't know anybody that has been
Oh, dude,
cloned.
I got a really awesome video about this.
Yeah, but
Uh,
I've never personally met a clone yet, so I can't, you know,
well, what
defend.
if you didn't? Maybe you just don't know. Maybe they're on TV. I'm joking around.
But I can only believe in what it is that I've actually
Oh,
seen with my own eyes and I've
check out
experienced.
this.
Maybe it's out there. Maybe there's a lot
I,
of conspiracy theories that exist,
thi-
but
this,
ultimately, it's a conspiracy theory. Like
yeah.
it's just a theory, right? So, um,
Oh, I cannot prove this, but it aligns up with, I've developed a multi-layered theory, immortality. And I believe it's as simple. Yeah, you're right, though. It's just a theory. But it's as simple as doing nothing. If you desire nothing, I think the body is immortal. And they tricked us to have unhealthy lifestyle to kill ourselves, to
uh,
cause division.
and that's what I was talking about. What I was saying earlier, like DNA.
Yeah.
Once the brain communicates to the DNA that this body is not a body that is going to allow you to continue to transfer your immortality, the body will execute lethal codes to get rid of you so that the DNA can now be transferred into some sort of other vehicle that can ultimately continue on. But our sperm is a really small part of
What you
reality
said is
that
interesting. What if that entire mechanism is from the perspective the individual has, then they resonate to the whole body, whether or not they have a good terrain or a good body. At the fundamental, what you're saying,
I mean,
what
I could
is
tell myself
determined
I
by
have
the.
a good body. I could tell myself I have
Yes.
a great body, but I
Yeah.
continue to eat McDonald's and I continue to drink alcohol. I continue to smoke marijuana or do all types of other drugs and tell myself, you have a good body. You have a good body. But if I
Actually, my
continue
work.
to fucking abuse of my vehicle, eventually, even though I think this shit, my body is going to resort and say, this vehicle is no longer acceptable in
Oh,
order to transfer the legacy of the DNA
oh,
that has been installed into this, which was evolved from the connection of the equation of sperm and an egg, which was
yes. I see your
uh,
logic.
part of the process that is necessary in order to create this type of vehicle that has been proven to be quite successful at transferring this DNA through
the
time.
the the vehicle is mostly water, and you could resonate. You can change the spirit of what you are in the mind. I think the body follows the mind. Like I said, is mostly water. It's water based. So I think there's a lot of power in the mind. you may not want to eat McDonald's every day, but I think the mind is more powerful than what you put in the body. You know, I think what it is that if you have a lot of self-respect, you can choose to accumulate your if you love yourself, you more if you choose to care a lot about yourself, you can choose to conquer desire and just don't care about what spreading and multiplying and reproduce. If you do that, I think all your stem cells just accumulate and just they have nowhere to go, and they just start polishing your body and cleaning it from the inside out, make you live forever. You know that whole ability to make a child, you keep that in you, and then you become like a child again from the inside out, like trees grow in a ring, kind of thing. It's a theory I have, but I believe it's something I believe in. I can't prove it. I got a whole lot of different stuff I've seen that substantiate. Like I posted this video about cloning yourself. Apparently, in medieval times, I told you I could see it as a theory, but check this out: the people cloning themselves with hermetically sealed terrariums. And if you fail, if you make a mistake, if you don't do it, there's different ways of doing it. And like, what happens is it can split into a bunch of the initial spawn of creatures, like into toads and snakes and frogs and stuff. That's why they're initially spawned from a body that's lost its composure. And that actually is the reverse of evolution. And the common ancestor being Adam, in the beginning, they split the Adam into Eve, the mother of all living. From his rib. Well, not really from his rib, because it says they sawed him in half. But they say in English from the rib, right? But either they separate, they pull Eve. There's one. I think that's the obsession with androgynous. They split the atom into two, and then we're on a magic school bus ride. I'm just breaking down my theory. My theory is that.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. This is disrespectful. Sorry.
No, you're cool. What my theory is that there's one of us, like Brahman in the Hindu creation myth, and now there's many of us, and so all of the biological life forms are it's the exact reverse of evolution. So that's why they used to drink the blood, and they split when the body is in the Bible. The skin turns into worms, it says. And so what happens is they're used to drinking the blood, and then they have to go adapt. Like you were saying, the DNA find a way to survive, and it changes form, and it gets eaten and all this stuff, and now you're a donkey, then you're a cow. Well, yeah, I do believe that's how it really works like that. And it's terrifying. I think it's called reincarnation, and so the way you deal with it, time and motion being synonymous, if you just don't participate in the reincarnation cycle whatsoever, you just don't. Now the way it works is that I was reading the Bhagavad Gita, the Indian book, that an avatar of Vishnu, which is Krishna was saying to Arjuna, he said, oh yeah, it is I, the supreme divine personality, is I, the pervader of all things. That this is an avatar of the higher. What their book says is I that send the lustful into the womb to be reincarnated. So I was reading this Indian text saying that lustful hearts are guided to be reincarnated, because like you're saying, the DNA want to survive. It changes form and stuff. I think I'm just what I can go on all day about this. I have a theory that you can live forever, but if you just now you can get more specific, right? Like,
Have you ever heard of the
7 years is the full body rejuvenation. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the 3 deaths?
The 3 deaths.
Yeah.
No, what's that? Is it
So
one? I'm gonna guess. Is one death of ignorance? No. What is it? I'm guessing.
no,
What's the 3 deaths?
it's this story. I think it comes from like some Mexican like Toltec fucking shaman stories, and the idea behind the story is that you and me and everyone, we actually died 3 times. Uh,
Oh,
we died
wow.
the first time when our body, when the breath leaves your body, right?
Oh,
Then we die a second time when our loved ones return our body to the ground.
oh.
And then the third death And the final death is the moment sometime in the future when our name is spoken for the last time.
Oh, wow, that's heavy. Where did you hear this? That's cool. Where did you
Uh,
hear that?
I don't remember, bro. I remember.
Oh, that's cool, dude. Wow. The 3 deaths. Well,
Yeah.
I remember that. That's heavy.
Can
Wow.
I read something for you?
Yeah, dude. I'm just doing nothing. I'm just chilling. Go
So,
ahead.
so, so this is called The Egg. If you went on Google and you typed in The Egg,
Oh,
um,
okay.
so it goes like this: you were on your way home when you died. It was a car accident. Nothing particularly remarkable, but fatal nonetheless. You left behind a wife and 2 children. It was painless. The EMTs tried their best to save you, but to no avail. Your body was so utterly shattered, you were better off. Trust me. And that's when you met me. What? What
Wow.
happened? You asked. Where am I? You died. I said, matter of
Huh.
fact. No pointing, mincing words. There was a truck and it was skidding. Yep, I said. I died. Yep, but don't feel bad about it. Everyone dies. I said. You looked around and there was nothingness, just you and me. What is this place? You asked. Is it the afterlife? More or less, I said. Are you God? You asked. Yep, I replied. I'm God. My my kids, my wife, you said. What about them? Will they be all right? That's what I like to see, I said. You just died, and your main concern is for your family. That's the good stuff right there. You looked
Yeah.
at me with fascination. To you, I didn't look like a god. I looked like some random man, or possibly a woman, some vague authority figure, maybe. More of like a grammar school teacher than an almighty. Don't worry, I said. They'll be fine. Your kids will remember you as perfect in every way. They didn't have enough time to grow contempt for you. Your wife will cry on the outside, but secretly she will be relieved. To be fair, your marriage was falling apart. If it's any consolation, she'll feel very guilty for feeling relieved. Oh, you said. So what happens now? Do I go to heaven or hell or something? Neither, I said. You'll be reincarnated, as you said. Wait, so the Hindus were right? All religions were right in their own way, I said. Walk with me. You followed me along as we strode through the void. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular, I said. It's just nice to walk and talk while we're doing this. So, what's the point then, you ask? When I get reborn, I'll just be a blank slate, right? A baby? So all my experiences and everything I did in this life won't matter? Not
Yeah.
so. Ed. You have within you all the knowledge and experience of all your past lives. You just don't remember them right now. I stopped walking and took you by the shoulder. Your soul is more magnificent, beautiful, and gigantic than you could possibly imagine. A human mind can only contain a tiny fraction of what you are. It's like sticking your finger in a glass of water to see if it's hot or cold. You put tiny part of yourself into the vessel, and when you bring it back out, you've gained all the experiences it had. You've been in a human body for the last 48 years, so you haven't stretched out yet and felt the rest of your immense consciousness. If we hung out for long enough, you'd start remembering everything. But there's no point in doing that between each life. How many times have I been reincarnated then? Oh, lots and lots and lots, and into lots of different lives, I said. This time around, you'll be a Chinese peasant girl in 540 AD. Wait, what? You're sending me back in time? Well, I guess technically, time as you know it only exists in your universe. Things are different where I come from. Where you come from, you said? Oh, sure, I explained. I come from somewhere else. And there are others like. I know you'll want to know what it's like there, but honestly, you wouldn't understand. Oh, you said, a little let down. But wait, if I get reincarnated to other places, I could have interacted with myself at some point. Sure,
Uh-huh.
happens all the time. And with both lives only aware of their own lifespan, you don't even know what's happening. So, what's the point of it all? Seriously, I asked. Seriously. You're asking me for the meaning of life? Isn't that a little stereotypical? Well, it's a reasonable question you presented. I looked you in the eye. The meaning of life, the reason why I made this whole universe is for you to mature. You mean mankind? You want us to be more mature? No, just you. I made this whole universe for you. With each new life, you grow and mature and become a larger and greater intellect. Just me. What about everybody else? There is no one else, I said.
Yeah.
In this universe, there's just you and me. You blankly stared at me, but all people on earth, all you, different incarnations of you? Wait, I'm everyone? Now
Yeah.
you're getting. I said
Well,
with a
that's what I think. Yeah.
congratulatory slap on the back. I'm every human being that ever lived or who will ever live.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm Abraham Lincoln and you're John Wilkes Booth too, I added.
Makes
I'm
sense.
I'm Hitler, you said appalled. And you're the millions that he killed. I'm Jesus and you're everyone that followed him. You fell silent. Every time you victimize someone, I said, you're victimizing yourself. Every act of
I
kindness
believe it.
done, you're doing to yourself. Every happy and sad moment that has ever been experienced by any human being was or will be experienced by you. You thought for a long time, why? You asked me, why do all of this? Because someday you're going to be just like me because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You're my child. Whoa, you said incredulously. You mean I'm God? No, not yet. You're a fetus. You're still growing. Once you've lived every human life throughout all time, you will have grown enough to be born. So the whole universe, you said, it's just an egg, I answered. Now it's time for you to move on to your next life, and I sent you on your way.
Ah, wow, that's beautiful and funny. Yeah, I think a lot of that is accurate. You know, yeah, I aligns a lot with what I think that in the beginning there was one. Thanks, that was fun. I'm sure other people listening thought it was great. But I think in the beginning yeah, it makes sense. There's one of us, and now there's many of us. You know, I believe there's a multi-layered collective consciousness, on different frequency bands, right? And I think the higher, well, look, check this out. Things that are simpler, like a school of birds or a flock of fish, I think they don't filter out what we do. The more complex the vehicle, we filter out the oneness of everything, and so we have these little soul bubbles in the big motion, the soul, whatever, the all. It's like a big washing machine, the world is in motion, and we call that time. But anyway, this motion, this astrological motion, we have these little independent bubble, little sovereign bubbles inside of it, right? In that, I think what it is there's really one of us, and we have these chakra, soul, whatever, in all the different life forms have some sort of oil. Every life form has some kind of fluid oil in it, or I mean, every moving animated thing. They say crystals or minerals are basic life forms, but my point is all the life moving that's apparent to us has that's obvious to us has biological life has some special oil. Every kind of life form, like a tree, has pine needle oil, or every creature has a special kind of sacred oil that I think
Yeah, your
it,
cells are a technology that eventually
yeah.
turns into your biology.
Oh, it's super advanced, way advanced. You know, I think the all is alive is one mind on one level, and created all these bodies for its own entertainment. similar to what you're saying, but different. Like I don't have the answer, but I do think that all the activity in the world is a controlled chaos where we've been allocated free will, but in these bodies that have a wound up spring-like nature, it's called fractal geometry with the seed, is what I call it. The seed, fractally or fragmentally do in a reverse way, I guess you could say everything fragmentalized from the all, right? I think we're in a big washing machine that is a mind, and everything's made out of awareness in a dream world. Okay, so life is but a dream. We're all sharing this collective dream. I think there's one of us that split like a bubble into a bunch of us, right? Because we all have these little free will bubbles, so that's what yeah, like an ordered chaos, yeah.
So
It's very
like
good reality. That's funny.
like
Uh,
you're not gonna be present when somebody reads your eulogy, but you write it every day.
wow, that's heavy. Whoa, that is a heavy one. Yeah, I do believe in an omnipotent awareness. Like life is like a movie. You're just not on TV. But all around you is this omnipotent. Um, he's setting the stage for every moment that you experience. You can make a choice. And I think of the all as like, you know, I think of the, I'm just saying, yeah, I agree a lot with that story. The egg, that was a funny one. I think of the world as an egg. There's a lot of the controversy on here about the shape of it. We know the sea is level and horizontal on this plane, but it's probably within I think, if you ask me, you could describe it as a globe. But the thing is, they say we're on the outside of a sphere. That's false. But hey, we could be inside. I lean to us being inside of a sphere. That itself is a bit of a mystery. What that is. But you call it an egg. That's my point. Yeah,
Yeah, but
we're in it.
ultimately we're
Yeah.
all made of atoms, and that's why we matter.
You're funny. I think we're all made of atom. Then they split the atom. The man atom, right? I agree. Yes, I call it the divided tree of life. We also got Jay's Sweet Dodo on here. He knows what I'm talking about. And so when you zoom out and look at the big picture, I say we're the mighty men of the sea, and we're here to eat chicken. It looks like a big bird on what land masses we know of. That's publicly. Hey, I trail way all over the place. My point is that yeah, I think we're in a dream. There's possibly a primary dreamer. It could be the eye that is like we're maybe walking on an eye inside of like of the lens of an eye. I think we could be in the lens of an eye right now, and God is asleep. But he may always be asleep, you know. Now, I think the Bible is a biological book. They say 1,000 years is I'm just going on. You can stop me anytime. I'm just going on. But I just say 1,000 years is a day of the Lord. Well, that makes sense if you're talking about the microbial world. They say kingdom of heaven is within you and without you. I mean, outside of you. And you are the son of the heavenly Father. There's a book about you. Because when I say that, there was one of us, and now there's many of us. Because take this, you'll surely die is Latin for divide, right? So you take you'll surely divide. I should been putting this off my whole life. I should learn Hebrew someday. But anyway, um, I am trying to piece it together what I have. And it says, that Eve was tempted. The tempo is like the rhythm, and so I think of the serpent is electrical activity. And put the serpent on the cross. I think is symbolic of what I was going on about earlier. Is maintaining the. Oh yeah, they talk about the reunification or singularity. Anyway, I was talking about in Hinduism, I was reading, it all gets folded back into itself again. The entire thing will eventually be recycled. I often been wondering if the world divided like a micro cell, if we're inside of a cell, and it divided, it split into. Earth is an anagram for heart, and we could be in. If we're fractalized, because you can't kill anything, you can just make it smaller. So you can't. You can't destroy. It just transforms. So we could be so fractalized and small that we could be on a surface of something. I could go on all day about this. We could be lost in micro. We don't know what level of micro we are at. Like, we don't know how vast the world. What if the whole world is in someone's backyard? This says in a book, it's a God's
But
footstool.
I mean,
You know?
I like to look at it as like uh, the I can only control the controllables.
Yeah,
If
that's
I
right.
start going off into the deep end and thinking about all
Yeah,
these theories and all that stuff, hey, yeah, cool story, bro.
yeah,
But
that's what I do here.
you
Thanks.
know, like, but uh, uh, are you gonna have to worry about making ends meet at the end of the month because you're being taxed? Um, or or have you been able to conquer the paradigms by which modern people live by and not have to worry about that, and buy your freedom to be able to think about the bigger questions in life. And
Oh,
if you
yes.
don't,
What's funny? That's the aim of becoming wealthy, is to acquire leisure time to do this, to speculate about whatever you want. Isn't that the
yeah,
goal of being wealthy?
but there's poor people that find time to do this and they just neglect the reality of like
Oh yeah,
I
that's
need,
me.
you know,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that that's you, or was I even trying to
Well, no,
intend?
that's me though. That is me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah,
neglect my life to think
yeah.
about these wild things. But I put a lot of thought into this because good health is priceless. If you have $1 billion, well, there are billionaires out there that would trade everything to have good health. And so my mind is on health, and I contemplate a lot about good health. And I think if you discover immortality, you'll have unlimited time. So if you have unlimited time, money is not an issue. Not really. You have forever to accumulate. If it take you 100 years to become a billionaire, so what?
And,
Uh,
and like, what if you spend the next, like, 60 years or 50 years, and now you're 80 years old and you've been like, yeah, this is the truth, and it's like, and
uh,
then all of a sudden you die, and it's like, oh, it didn't work out as I thought.
oh yeah.
And then you die three times,
Yep.
and then 10, 15, 20, 100 years later, somebody speaks your name for the last time, and oh, there goes that immortality that I was talking about. Uh,
Oh yeah. Well, I say, who dares wins, or you won't win if you don't play. Like, hey, give it a shot. You're only here once. Give it a shot at immortality, right?
I don't
You
know.
know?
I like the way that Einstein said it. He's like, don't be a man of popularity that seeks approval and acknowledgement from others, but be a person of value. And if you could be a person of value in the existence that you currently reside in, and you can make an impact and help others elevate in some way that can help them, deal with the reality that we all live in, and then help more than just yourself, then that's, for me, that's immortality. To be able to impact and then help other people elevate with the thoughts that you created in your mind, that maybe you got from your predecessors or from books or wherever it is that you got it on, but then also spread that knowledge and help others, evolve in our existence, and break away from the shackles of slavery, whatever that may be, in your world, whether it's financial
Yeah.
or emotional or
Knowledge. I
relational.
think
Or,
slavery is lack of knowledge.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. They use fear to herd us around like sheeple. Now, and they lied to us about everything. And I think the big secret is that we are immortal. They have conditioned us to accept and fear the inevitability of division or death. That's what happens when somebody dies. They divide. Their body divides in a bunch of, gets eaten or transformed. All these different. Now they want us to. Now often a friend of mine told me last night. He said, "You get what you worry about." And I've read, "You get what you fight." Fear, people are afraid of death, and that's one of the variables that comes onto them is the fear about. Now because I don't want to die, I decided to have no fear of death. I just erased it from my head. I just don't expect to die. I don't expect to die. No, because I think the soul, uh you don't worry if they can hurt the body. The soul is what everything we it's like alternating current, like a video game. We procedurally generate this reality, like I think with the all meets us halfway. Like he like sets the stage, the pervader of all things. Now we're in like his video game level, and if you just don't give your soul, it's kind of like you were talking about, and it's noble, what you say, to live on, being help has you left to let you've been hopeful to others and everything. But what about if you chose to love yourself? And why would that be bad? If you're the son of the heavenly, or just son of your own parents, what's wrong with loving yourself? If you love yourself a lot, you would want to live forever, right? If you had self-respect, or I mean, and what's wrong with that? What's wrong with, if you care about yourself a
There,
lot,
there,
you would
there
want
is
to,
a
live forever?
there
Huh?
is a virtue of selfishness. Like a lot of people
Yeah.
dream about being able to become millionaires or become famous or whatever it is. And nowadays it's like all about Instagram and TikTok, and it's all like instant
Yeah.
gratification. Um, but you
Yeah.
know, a lot of times you see certain people on these platforms, and you're like, that person is incredible. Like, I want to be just like them.
Uh,
And they make it look so smooth and easy. And then you're like, I'm going to be like that. I'm just going to repeat everything that they say. But you don't realize all the work that that person put in to be able to get to that level that has inspired you.
yeah.
You just see that
Yes.
superficial post that shows all the beauty and the cool
Yeah.
stuff, and you don't realize all the pain and the blood, the
Yeah.
sweat, and the tears that that
Oh
person
yeah.
went through in order to get that. Um,
Yes.
so ultimately, there is a virtue in selfishness. Like, you can't give something if you've never experienced it yourself. So in order to be able to give, you need to be able to first get it yourself, take it yourself,
Oh
absorb
yeah.
it yourself, you know and then once you've been able to allow yourself to experience these things and magnetize these thoughts and energies to create existences that weren't possible before, but now you're capable of that, then at that point you're able to contribute. But if you just keep it inside for the rest of your life, it's like, all these different civilizations that have existed before and now have been erased from history because they kept it to themselves, or they didn't transfer
Yeah.
that existence or knowledge in the same way that DNA tries
Or
to
calculus.
use our vehicles to transfer itself into the future. So,
Oh, I suspect that the world split like cell division. I don't know that, but it would, yeah, make a lot. There's a lot of melted, looks like people, actually giant people in some of the terrain. Who's Himalayan in the Himalayas? I think that is, my theory is possible that the world split, and it was, I guess maybe it was smaller and it became bigger, you know. And that may sound crazy. I mean, in the past, centuries ago, or maybe 1,000 years ago, I think the world, like, is, it could be, we are so tiny, we don't see that we could be inside of a body. We could be in a body right now. and the body is super advanced, more advanced. We're a simpler form of it, because we're a component within it. Now, being very big, the body has the ability to I mean, there's a point to what I mean is that if you resonate a certain way, for example, conquer all desire and become well, I think the body can example, when all these sperms go into the woman, they say that the woman's body chooses and selects the sperm to go to the egg. What I'm trying to say is we possibly are in a body. I often wonder if it's a petrified egg, if we've been fractalized or what. But whether or not it's still alive, it may still be, like, okay, what I mean is it's called ascension, right? So spiritual forces are working outside of our you see this on a DMT trip, like people say it's a world more real than this world. Like what I mean is we're in like a wave band where it's not when people take psychedelics, they're more aware, there's more awareness. I'm trying to describe we could be in some sort of I don't want to say simulation, but it's really advanced. Like these people on these DMT trips see super advanced stuff, and I used to think it's a body. We could be like in a body right now, but we're just so tiny. Like imagine you eat probiotics, and they're so tiny. Imagine the adventure on a magic school bus ride of a probiotic. It is so little tiny, it finds itself on a flat surface in your body, and it would think that's the whole reality. It would think, if you were miniaturized like a little bacteria, or maybe there's a whole world in that thing, is my point. Is like this whole world could be on the side of somebody's in the heart. Is called Earth is a
Yeah,
metaphor
and
for it. We
I
could be
get
in a
that,
little heart cell. What?
and
Uh,
I get that, but it's like
yeah.
again, it also comes down to me being able to control the controllables. Um,
Oh, yeah.
and it's like I actually have one more like rap song that I'd like to spit for you. Is that possible?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All of it. I'm not the only one here. There's people. Yeah, let's do it.
So it goes like this: conquering mountains takes the heart of a lion. You got to be warrior minded for what you believe in. You're not afraid of trying. Constantly reminded of the empire you're destined for designing. Never settle for a penny, because that's all that life will give you. Within the flick of your fingers, the life that you envision can come within existence. All it takes is a little bit of patience, diligence, and cultivation. Application of this formulation can place you within approximation of the destination that you was made for. Shoot for the moon and land upon the stars. Fuck it, shoot for the stars and land upon the moon. Whatever it is you want to do. But first, you must rise above the virus that infects the minds of the miners who end up getting blind with their eyes open widely. Darkness easily swallows the smartest. The world is an enormous mosh pit. Either you're rich or a poor man, beautiful or ugly, seductive, ignorant or funny. Battle of the brains and the pretty faces. And everything else that's left is considered a waste or incoherent. Everybody's running through this life. It's a jungle. Some people make it and others just got dumb luck. While most just throw their souls to a culture full of vultures who are hoping you will fold in. And as soon as that moment lies within their focus and they see you on the ground with blood, sweat, and tears feeling hopeless, they walk right up to you like crocodiles and smiling. Start to poking. Open your eyes and focus. There's a bunch of fake cats that are trying to pull your brakes back. Watch that shit, man.
Uh, well, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. I think we kind of resonate with that a bit. Yeah, the truth is like a lion. And we're constantly getting hit by these hyenas, the globheads. You know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I kind of pulled that out because of the direction that we were going in, so I thought it resonated perfectly.
Yeah, you see, what you were saying earlier about the intellect. Yeah, I was watching somebody talk about the Quran. As a dude, I think from like California, he like read the Quran, and he said, "Oh yeah, according to that book, they say we're here to develop our intellect." You know, Uh, well, we're here to learn how everything works, which is why we have intellect. And that he would say that's the purpose of why we exist because um
It's the purpose of the
there's
brain.
more yeah, there's more for us after this. Now that's just that specific thing. I wonder, do you have to survive though? um I don't know if death is actually inevitable, right? I don't really know that because um our bodies are so amazing. The engineering is beyond, or it's probably beyond our comprehension. Like,
Have you
I
ever
mean,
been
you
to the
could try to learn
cemetery?
everything. You know a lot about. No. Well, at one time when I was a toddler, yeah,
Okay.
uh,
All
I try
those
to
people
avoid
were
those.
dead.
What?
Yeah, but all those people are dead. So
Yeah,
uh,
I always skip funerals. I never show up. But
yeah.
no. Listen though, just because they're dead doesn't mean you have to. No, that's just, they lie to us about everything, and I think is one of the things they're
How
lying to
old
us
are you right
about
now?
is death. 34.
Okay.
Yeah,
You probably
I
got
think
to
I
like
think
86.
that sounds logical or realistic, but if you think about it, they've lied to us about everything, man, and they're poisoning us all the time in every possible way: the air, the food, the water, everything. And
Yeah,
so
but
that's because
who
truly
is
we're immortal.
they? Who is this enemy you're speaking of?
Oh, I don't know, the system or whatever. I'm just saying, though, we live in a
So
highly
you're a
toxic
slave.
modern society. No, what I'm trying to say is I think we're really immortal, which is why I say they again, but why modern society is so weaponized against the average person with the constant poisoning of everything. They I think they have to go to these extreme lengths to, for example, the pandemic thing recently, and because what they're trying to do is
So
sterilize everybody.
let me ask you a question. So like,
That process is
what is it that
right.
you could do so that you would eventually feel like there's no way that modern society can manipulate you? Would that be like endless financial wealth so that you don't
No.
have to, where you could be like, fuck you, I hired you? Like,
I think the truth is purifying, and that I believe that the more truth that we acquire, the healthier we're going to be. We know that ignorance is the cause of sin, but that is self. I think on a we. I think in a spirit. I don't know how to say this, but there's magic in the truth. Like
so
I think
like
it's
you could
purifying.
have a bunch of truth
Yeah.
and then be completely financially broke, and you'll
Yeah.
be able to get
Yes.
that mortality that you're talking about.
Yes. Knowledge is power, you see. And because there is no U-Haul behind a hearse. You cannot take it with you. All this stuff that we all have ambitions, all of us have these dreams of accumulating all this material stuff. You can't take any of it with you.
Okay,
If you even believe in death. Again, why why do we have to just because everyone we know is doing it? Well, yeah, most everybody I know took the sterilizer shot, but not me. Most of them are going to die, you know.
but
But we
you're
are
gonna
living very
die
different
without
lifestyle.
a sterilizer shot, though. Like you're,
No, I'm not sure.
oh, that's
I'm not sure
crazy.
about that.
But
No, really,
it's just interesting because like
not sure.
I ask you
I
if
don't.
if you know anybody in your business that has definitively proven to you that they are immortal, and I think you
No,
said no, right? You said no. Okay.
no. There's a
So
first for everything, though.
yeah.
You could be the
So
first.
so this is just a, you know, a perception that you have,
Yeah.
you adhere to. It's your book of law, how you determine how to
Yeah.
navigate through this existence. But it is a perception. It's a hypothesis. It's something that
Yes.
okay, cool.
I'm just sharing my yeah, it's
But
I only
but
have control over myself.
it's kind of scientifically probably provable, right? If we cut back on the toxins that are in our food and the stuff that we're doing in our lives, so we can live longer.
Oh
So
yeah.
if that is the case, I can't guarantee at some point there was, I wouldn't say immortal. There seems like there's a beginning and there's an end to things, at least when it comes to us as human beings here. But at least longer. I can't tell you
Yes,
how long, but I think we
that
can prove that in science at least, maybe.
yes, you're 100% correct. You can extend the longevity of our existence, and there are people that have been
Right.
documented that have lived over 100 plus years,
Yeah.
um, and people go and examine their lifestyle, whether they were rich or they were poor, had nothing to do with it, but it ultimately had
Yeah.
to do with the decisions that they made with regards to the technology that they digested that ultimately became their biology.
hmm hmm
Hey,
Just
I
like
think
when it
that
comes to the Bible, then I can't argue with people. There's a possibility that people lived to 800 years and stuff like that. I mean, if we ourselves can show that we can live to 100 and something, that's just even with what we're given now in this lifetime. God knows that things were different back then. I say God knows. That's just a statement that we say, country people. But you know, we can find out. We can see that if things were different, and even if the oxygen, the atmosphere, everything was different back then, people could have lived longer. It's a possibility. To that age, yeah, they're not saying immortal. You know what I mean? So when we
oh,
hear those stories in the Bible, I can say that's a possibility.
you know,
Yeah, but like
I
to
think
say that it's a possibility and not have met any of those
I
actual
get
people, that's
yep.
just hearsay at the end of the day. It's just, you
Right,
know,
right
um
though.
that I
I hear
read in a book or,
I
my
I
grandma
think we
told me
are
a story.
immortal.
But I
I
mean,
think we
think,
choose to
the
die.
point is that you use the word think. You didn't say
yeah,
Yes.
I know I am immortal. You said
No,
I
no, that's
think.
right.
correct.
Is the only
Yeah.
possibility that you could actually
Uh,
uh, spit out
uh,
of your mouth is say think, because
yeah.
no definitive way for you to say I
Yeah.
100% know that
No.
I'm
But
never
Mhm.
gonna die.
I do think let me tell you, I think you are immortal, but I'm just use you as example. Well, I think we all are immortal, but what they've done is they have tricked us into believing that we fall apart. And then we subconsciously believe all this, and the poisoning is where the universe can meet you halfway, like you know, where I don't know how to say, the placebo effect is measurable. It's powerful. It's on everything, on all the experiments, because it's a consistent correlating. It affects the placebo effect seems to affect every single disease, or to some varying degree, or just about, because and it's this
Yeah.
universal correlating thing, and placebo is what everything's made out of. The whole world is
Yeah,
a placebo
but
effect.
ultimately the placebo
Reality.
is related to your brain. And
Yes.
if you tell your brain this is going to have this effect on me, and then you convince yourself that that's the effect that you're going to have, and
Yeah.
somehow your biology accepts that, it's
Yeah.
because your brain is able to,
Oh,
you know,
Manipulate.
I
yeah.
agree with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the body is super advanced. You have some awesome knowledge, more than me in some area. Probably a lot of areas. But listen, I credit that I am not as intelligent as whoever engineered the body, but I believe we are his children. I believe that all of us humans are the children of a higher power that is immortal. And we are also immortal, but we are tricking each other into believing in death, and also poisoning each other. And that's then when people
Mm.
get poisoned and realize that, whether or not they know, but the thing is, the world, the all knows that they received that element. Element is of the mind, and the dimension. It's all mental. Everything is mental, but we're in somebody's dream, like we're little, we'll call that God or all out, whatever. We're in the higher powers like dream bubble. We have our own little toroidal bubbles within it. But like, so a combination of poisoning and misbelief, people believe they can die. That's the biggest problem. And also when everyone around
Frequencies,
you is
all that.
dying,
Yeah.
that further reinforces what you say.
I say frequencies too that can hold down the
Yeah.
capability of maybe our brain. And when science already says that what we only use like 20%, I could be getting the number wrong. I'm not trying to claim that. Like it's a small amount though of our brain that we actually are capable of using right now. That's all we use. So where's the other percentage? And if we had the
Oh,
capability of using that other percentage, what can we
psychedelics.
do?
Oh, you gotta, that's what psychedelics
You know?
unlock. Yeah,
Yeah,
opens
but
up more.
that's some cool story that some X-Men fucking comic book told us, and now we regurgitate that conspiracy theory, and we think that that's
You can say
uh,
that about Western science.
I
All
mean, do you remember the three deaths? What are the three
yeah.
deaths?
The last was when they last say your name, and the
Yeah,
before that, the eulogy. Yeah, I like that. That's a
yeah.
cool.
The three deaths are, the last breath that your
Yeah.
body takes, the moment that your family puts you in the ground, and then the
Wow,
last death is when somebody speaks your name for the last time.
that's heavy.
So,
Yeah.
how does that
Yeah.
correlate to this perception of immortality
What you do is you put that off
for
indefinitely.
you?
A way I look at it is we're in a reality where other people are all jumped off a bridge. They just did that. And well, okay, I think the reproductive process, when left alone, is a self-rejuvenating process, that you cannot die of natural causes, and so resultingly, you would have to be murdered. Is the only way to die. And if you had accumulate a lot of the soul power, it would be extremely difficult to kill somebody who has so much of that. It's the dream power. We collectively dream this world up, together as children of the all that gave us our bodies. We're in this. We're in this, like, I call it. You could call it amniotic fluid, the air. We're all sharing this. It's thinner than the water, the air, but it's like a fluid. We're all sitting in this big pool together, like brain cells floating around in a brain. We're all just hanging out here, and and my point is that people are tricking each other into believing they're gonna die, and that's we're in a dream, and just believe and be in the spirit of immortality and of rejuvenation, always up. I'm just sharing my opinion. I think I can resonate with being in the spirit of always getting stronger, smarter, healthier, better, feeling just overall everything. Physiological is the word. I believe I physiologically well-being, always increasing, is a spirit I try to resonate with. And
You
it
know,
makes sense to me in a terrarium dream physics world. What's that?
it's like everybody literally is like in this hurry up and wait stage of their life. This is what they do. They hurry up. They want to get older. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Get, have a
Right.
house, get married, do this, do that. And then at the end, we're like, oh, wait a minute. I want my life back. I don't want to hurry up so much. Like, life's over. I'm hurrying.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for what? Death now? It's like, this is hurry up and wait that we do.
Yeah.
And that's not what life should be about. What are we hurrying up for? And we know that that's what death coming, supposedly, the thoughts that go to people's brains, and as you get older, the breakdown of our bodies. But we also know we're not sleeping right, everything else. We also know our body can heal itself. We've seen it happen with sleep and certain things and healing processes that are natural. So I'm not saying immortal, honey, but there is something to our bodies, right? We could trick it. We just said that. So if we
Yeah.
could trick it and we weren't poisoned so much and we had ability to use our brains better and the frequencies weren't being possibly controlling us,
Yeah.
we
Oh
don't
yeah.
know our capabilities. And that's where I like to
Yeah.
go. It's like, it's not saying
No,
we're
you're
immortal,
right.
never claiming it, but the
We are hit on every
possibilities
angle.
are outstanding if we actually had that capability. But we're being kept
Yeah.
from that. We
But the
No,
are.
we
most
need to.
important thing at the end of the day is that we're
Uh-huh.
able to control the controllables. What is
Yeah.
it that I
Yeah.
need to worry about in order to maintain my existence and the
Oh,
reality of the vortex that I'm living in? And then when you're are accepting of the reality that you live in, then at that point you need to be able to conquer these systems that we so call say are blinding us and throwing us off the scent and da 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 all that stuff
Oh
that
yeah.
Yeah.
people
You
say. But at the
accept.
end of the day,
Yeah.
we need to buy our
Yeah.
freedom back so that we could maybe spend some time and focus on these bigger questions and
Yeah.
maybe have a
Amen.
breakthrough for society and for civilization. But
We kind of
until
put
you
a dent in it here.
allow
Yeah.
yourself to not
Uh,
be enslaved by modern day society, um,
yeah.
you'll never have the opportunity to be able to do that. And there are situations in which people are able to focus and think about these things because they're being taken care of. They still live with their parents at 40 or and they don't have to worry about
Yeah.
that stuff or they could go and be nerdy in this stuff, but at the end of the day they're
Yeah.
failures when it comes to the modern day reality. So
Yeah,
um
well, I see. I think I see your logic, but what are the expectations? I think immortality is a great thing to strive towards, and you can accumulate, amass an empire of wealth in materials. You can't take it with you. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but
I
like
think immortality is
let's say
a
that
noble
you're a
cause.
person that is being taken care of, that you're mooching off of mom and dad, you're living in the basement, and you're able to spend time thinking about this because you don't have to worry about modern day uh stresses that normal people have to deal with. You might have achieved a really high level of understanding of certain things in geometry and vertical lines and horizontal
Right,
lines, but you don't even acknowledge the pain and the stress that you've put on your family to take care of you. You don't even acknowledge that these people, everything that you're alive and you're able to spend this time doing this shit, you're not even realizing that they're paying for you to be able to have that luxury.
right. Not me. You're not talking about me, are
No,
you?
no, no, no,
Uh,
no, no. I'm not
yeah.
saying you. I'm just
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah. Oh, my mother stole my bitcoins, and I've been homeless for several years. But I recently moved to West, by God, Virginia, and I love this place. You can't get the country out of the city here. But let me tell you, yes, I think what you're trying to say is you could spend forever reading this stuff and not enjoy life, right? Like you only live once, kind of thing. Well, I was thinking that actually they lied to us about that. There's no hurry. I think we live forever if we stop. Like Stacy was saying, all this hurry up and wait stuff, and then they fear and expectation of all that. No, I think we should just take each day one day at a time. Every day is beautiful. You know, and be in the present now moment a lot. But I try to accept that I don't desire to change society. They're going to go in every direction they want to go. I accept that everyone has a different mind, and my objective is to figure out how to maintain this beautiful engineering that's called a biological vessel that we have. We all have these beautifully amazing on the inside out. It's really amazing. Like it's wow. If you try to comprehend how the body works, if you try to comprehend how it works,
But
mind
it's
blowing.
Mark,
I just
it's
want to
even more,
maintain it.
it's more than the body though. This from the
Uh,
conversation we just had, right? It's all about, I know you're saying like the temple, right? To make sure that
yeah,
it's like great that you can live like
yeah,
forever. But in reality, it's not really about the body. It's about the person, the being, the energy inside that can trick the body to tell the brain, hey, listen,
The
I'm fine. And the
brain, the
brain, the brain,
brain.
yeah,
the brain. Yeah, you're right. The
yeah.
brain.
I agree with that. Well, I want
Right
everyone.
though? Isn't that the
I
messed
want
up part?
everyone.
It's the
I
brain. The
want.
brain is
I
the what
want
can keep
every.
your body
Yeah.
going.
I wish you were
Oh.
here like about 40 minutes ago when I fucking
Really?
went on this
Oh.
crazy ass rant about the
Yeah,
brain.
I knew there's a lot of Arabian princes. They're successful dynasty. One of them said to me, I was doing security, grabbed me by the arm. He said, "The body is the devil." We were just having casual conversation. Uh,
Hmm.
uh, I used to do VIP security. This is a super billionaire. Like, yeah, everything in the world. He has everything that a man could desire. And he stopped me and he said, "The body is the devil." I just keeps coming to mind when you talk about the brain. Yeah, it divides L. We got cell, like container of L. Electric or
I mean,
keyboard.
ultimately, if you designate that your body is
Temple,
is a what?
a temple of the Holy Spirit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said something else. Never mind.
Go ahead though. What do you think I said?
I thought you said devil. Your body
Oh,
is
I
a
did
devil.
say, yeah,
Well, yeah, you
yes.
did say that
That was what
too.
somebody told me. Yeah, somebody
Oh,
told me that.
oh, okay. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's ultimately high in the sky. Cool story, bro. Like, I mean, if you tell yourself that your body is a devil, then
Oh no,
that's
I don't.
your body is
Oh,
eventually going to say, "Okay, cool, I accept," and then your
uh,
brain is going to send a
I
signal to your
agree.
DNA, and your
Yeah,
DNA is going to activate
yeah.
lethal code to give you
My
cancer,
work. Yeah,
diabetes, heart disease,
yeah.
and it's
I
going to
think you're right.
execute you.
Yeah, I think it works like that. And then you want to do the opposite. Yes, I
But
think you're
but
right.
ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like the analogy that I used about the eulogy. You're not going to be there for the day that somebody speaks your eulogy, but you're going to write it every day.
It was funny. I actually suspect we are there. It's just that you can't move the body. I was reading different texts about this, and one thing I was reading is that your awareness is there for 3 days over the body. But another thing I was reading is that in the Hindu book, whatever your awareness is set on at that moment of passing is where you are, not for eternity, because eventually all of reality gets recycled. But for a really long while. You can get trapped it's like and now the key to escape the reincarnation cycle is to, according to the Hindus, is to imagine the supreme. You call him the God above this world, like people call it the Heavenly Father or the Father in heaven or the Sovereign of the universe, whatever you call him, the highest power of all. If you set your awareness on that, and they tell you how to do that with specificity. They even tell you different things you could imagine, and even one of them is a trick, like, or well, if you imagine a certain kind of tree, he'll take that as an intention that you were trying to imagine of what he looks like, a description, or his face, or etc. Which, by the way, the Bible says search for it continuously. But anyway, so if you have break the reincarnation cycle, you have to put your awareness on the, according to the Hindus, on the supreme, that pervades all things. The God of everything. They're actually monotheistic on one level, and then they believe in a polytheistic below that. But on that highest level, we call God in the Western world. You fix your awareness on that. He's in the book I was reading, which is the God, whatever, is from the BC, 5,000 years ago. They say. I'm skeptical of all history, but okay, they were saying that where your awareness is where you go. So if you're thinking of something like a material object, you'll be trapped observing that material object for the rest of realities, until reality is eventually recycled.
So,
Now,
would you
there's
say
one
that
thing
your
about
object is eternity and being immortal? Would you say that that's your object?
Oh, that's my short-term objective as I exist in this reality. As I feel a gift, I have a gift of the body. The body is such a gift. I'm so happy to have one that I want to take the best care of it. I didn't used to think like this, but as I've gotten older, I
Well,
realize how amazing a
Smurf,
body is.
I've
Ugh.
learned, and I'm very grateful for this journey and opportunity through my brother's
Yeah.
own journey. It passed on his right, keeps his life continues to me because he ended up getting, like I said, brain cancer. But here's the thing. When he found out that he had a tumor, right? And he found out because he went to work one day and his face looked like he had a stroke. And he didn't know it. It happened while I was at work. And his friend's like, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not looking." He said, "No, what? Seriously, like you're mean mugging me." He said, "What?" He said, "Look at your face, bro." And I
Oh,
found out he needed to go to the hospital. He's like, "I've had a stroke." That's what he thought. And then
oh,
they looked into that and they found I had a tumor in his brain. But it's by his ear. It's a certain type of tumor, and it's not. And they never find it usually to be cancerous. Well, he's waiting for this to get done, the surgery and everything. They have to go into the tumor and test it, pull it out and whatnot, and test it. Well, he kept writing his death. Basically, I'm going to die. He wrote everything out, had everything planned just in case, which is, I guess, a good thing in a way. But he was definitely, I'm dying, I'm dying. He walked into that fucking place and then did the surgery and he was paralyzed and his brain was no longer the same. He literally had to teach him math again. He was the one that had his master's and everything. And
Oh,
me,
that's
little
so
old me, who
sad.
didn't even go to college, had to literally, teach him everything over again. And to sit there and watch everyone around that was in that place, right, who's also had something with their brain or surgery, go through that once someone's coming, was mental. So the brain controls everything. If something happens to your brain, your body is nothing, and you become different.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Wow. Hey, first of all, I'm sorry for
Yeah.
your loss. Um,
Yeah, that's heavy.
thank
rest
you.
in
But
rest in
I've learned
power.
a lot through it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very beautiful to interject with that. That was
I've learned so much that the brain it controls everything. So it even helped me through my recovery that I can trick myself every day to be okay. Oh, excuse me.
Cool.
Thank you, my brother. I
yeah,
almost cried
but
there a little bit. But that is something
sometimes
that
we
works.
could trick ourselves into thinking that things are okay, but that's also called denial.
True.
And you could put yourself into a state of denial and continue to input negative technology that'll eventually turn into your biology,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
and
I believe it.
ultimately execute you. So, um,
But you know what I found though? It's not necessarily denial because I know things go wrong. Like when shit happens, like today, I'm like, oh shit, our vehicle's messing up. Okay, you know what though? I've gone through so much struggle that I've learned that if I have no fear, because guess what? At the end of the time, end of the day, no matter what goes wrong, I end up being okay. I'm not
Yeah.
giving up, and I'm gonna fucking
Yeah.
be okay through all the
Fear
shit,
is
no matter what hits me. You know what I mean? So
fear is
yeah,
fear is
that's not really
unhealthy.
denial. It's more of I've realized that that life can have a roller coaster effect,
Oh,
and you have to go through
yeah, and
it.
oh,
that's all about perception. It's like I read this book
Yeah,
that like
I
really
got a
changed my
fear of fear.
life. It's called. Have you ever heard of Rich Dad Poor Dad?
Heard of it? Haven't read it though.
I have
Yeah,
not.
Yeah.
yeah.
You've not heard? I thought
It's a
we all heard of it.
it's a pretty
No.
cool book. But the premise of the book is what the rich teach their kids about money that the poor and the middle class do not.
Wow.
Um, and there's two types of people. There's people that have jobs, and then there's people that are poor. Um, and job is like an acronym. It basically means that I'm just over broke. Um, and
Yeah,
then
that's the truth.
and then being poor is a mentality, and the best way that I could possibly illustrate that is, separating wealthy people from poor people, which, wealthy people usually talk to themselves. Their internal dialogue is in the form of questions. And that's the beauty of the brain, is that if you ask your brain a question, it'll come up with an answer. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the right answer, but it will come up with an answer. Um, and like poor people think in the state of statements, they put a period at the end of every sentence. I can't do this. This is not possible. It'll never happen. But the rich people, they're
Same.
like, what can I
I
do to
grew up with
make
people
this
like that.
happen? How can I evolve past this, obstacle? Um, so, ultimately, it comes
Yeah.
down to how you design your internal dialogue, and how
Absolutely.
you
But
allow that dialogue to
Yeah.
help you navigate or
mhm.
stay complacent through this existence.
Is it saying
Oh yeah.
complacent or is it them not understanding how to go internal at all? Because I see it. I know I mean people can have empathy, but they don't go internal enough to understand their own dialogue, break it down because people are reacting on
I think it's
emotions. I used to
poisoning.
do it all the time, man. I had to realize that
Yeah.
instead of reacting, what I need to do is stop, let my brain process that a couple times because it's never usually right the first time. Let me listen, let me use my own discernment and then react. But we're always just reacting, usually on feelings first, and then not letting our brain process the shit And so they don't even know how to go internal and do that dialogue. It's just
Oh,
emotion,
It,
emotion,
and,
emotion.
and and that's why I use the word
yeah.
complacent, because
Yeah.
there's people in existence, and there's us ourselves. We play so many roles. You're a sister, you're a mother, you're a
Right.
friend, you're a lover, you're, you know,
Right.
whatever, all these different roles in your life. But at the end of the day, you're kind of in different stages in different areas. It's like Plato's allegory of the cave. There's 4 stages of awareness. The first level of awareness is the unconscious incompetent, the person that doesn't know that they don't know. The second level of awareness is the conscious incompetent, the one that knows shit. I don't know shit, but I'm gonna fuck with those people that don't know. And then the third level of consciousness is the conscious competent. The people that are like, nah, fuck this shit. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life being ignorant. I'm going to figure this shit out. Now I got to think about this. Now I got to do that. Now I got to do this. Now I got to do
Yeah,
that. I got to
that's
eat
what we do. Yeah.
keto. I need to work out. I need to go for a walk. I need to, you know,
Now we're
jump on.
ADHD. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's just so fucking
Yeah.
overwhelming. So many
Yeah, the
steps. Oh
keto.
my God, how do I do this? But the ones that
What?
eventually end up
Yeah.
adhering and going and go through the struggle, eventually they'll reach the fourth level of awareness, which is the unconscious competent, where it's just second nature. The shit just happens. It's no longer I gotta
Muscle
think
memory.
about it. It's a reflex. It's a muscle that
Yeah.
grows.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honey, yes. And you know what? Once you get to
Yeah.
a reflex moment of your life and others aren't in it, you can kind of go, okay, I'm at like a level 4. You're not trying to put any, like you at a higher level though. No, just I'm up here understanding it in a different perspective. And you're over here thinking from another one and not putting you down. But now I understand there's a difference because I would think totally different than most people around me. Like literally, I'm like, you guys are freaking out over nothing. Oh, God, there's so many cars
Well,
pulling up now. I'm
well,
sorry.
they did just like jab like most people. So that's you know that's kind of good that you stand out thinking. Thinking's good. They just tricked all the people that don't think, that just react
Yeah,
emotionally.
but like polio
They
happened.
tricked
You
all.
remember polio? Polio was fucking people up left and right. And they went through this exact same era that we're going through right now. And now because of those jabs that those people took, it fucking we don't have polio anymore out here.
Oh,
Otherwise your
oh,
spine
I
would
don't
be like
believe that.
fucking S. Like
Oh,
you
wait,
know,
wait, no. We you don't know about you don't know about by the way, I don't know your background. I've I've probably had more vaccines than you. I was in the army. I don't know about how many you've had, but you don't know they're all bad? You didn't know that? Like all
I
of them?
mean,
Even the polio, they're all bad for you. All of they're
I'm
what they
sure,
are
I'm
is
sure, I'm sure it's like whenever you see one of
none of
these
them.
pharmaceutical
Yeah.
commercials, oh, this is
Uh-huh.
here to cure this, but the side
No.
effects are diarrhea, nausea,
Yeah. You
Oh
know
psychosis,
my
what
you're
God, I
gonna
know.
commit suicide.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
I
know
get that. I get that. But I'd
yeah.
rather fucking
That's all
take
bad.
that jab and maybe suffer from that when I'm 70 than get a fucking curved spine and walk with a hunchback and
You know, babe, but here's the problem for me. I was traveling and stuff, and understand it may not be happening to necessarily America as much and people seeing it, but you were seeing and have seen the issues that are coming very quickly to people in another country like the United Kingdom. Um, their stuff is being linked dramatically. So when you're seeing your family members, not necessarily mine, other people going through this, and this is why we have vigils for the people who've already passed or who have clots or who have had their legs amputated because of stuff like this. I'm not going
Yeah.
to say names or what it's about, right? It's what we're talking about. Um,
Yeah.
when that is starting to amp up to a lot, it's not something that could be a coincidence anymore for people, even like myself, who's very skeptical about everything. It makes someone like myself, yeah, stand up for what I know is right. And there's something wrong. And there's never been proven on any of these vaccinations. And that's went to Supreme Court that they've been
yeah,
safe or
yeah.
effective. That was
But
one in Supreme Court.
But like it really reminds me, and this I'm about to go on a completely fucking different tangent, but I'll circle
Yeah,
back.
okay. Yeah.
So I'm a personal trainer. I do strength and conditioning. I do rehab, and I had this one
Cool.
client, Chinese lady. I used to live in China, so I speak fluent Chinese and all that stuff. So I got this
Cool.
Chinese lady, and one day she's like, "Hey, Flex, you're fucking really good at what you do," and I'm like, "Thank you." Um, and then she's like, "But is this all you're gonna do for the rest of your life?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah.
freaking I love this.
Cool.
Like, I
Yeah.
help people. When I see the smile on somebody's face that couldn't touch their toes and now they're touching their toes, and like, how the fuck did you do that?" And I'm like, "Well, it's fucking science." um, and then she's
Yeah,
like,
buddy.
"Well," and she's like, "Well, look at me. I'm a housewife. I don't do shit, and I make $40,000 a month. Um,
Wow.
and I'm at home all the time, and I sell picture frames, Flex,
Yeah.
fucking picture frames. Who would have fucking thought that
Yeah.
picture frames was gonna generate that much money for me?" She's like,
Yeah.
as long as you have to work for an hourly wage or a 9 to 5,
Oh, that's
you're always going to be a slave. And until the
just
moment
overpriced.
comes where you
Uh-huh.
can make money while you're sleeping, I love how you interjected with just overbroke. Until the
Yeah.
moment comes where you can make money while you're sleeping and while you're not around, you're always going to be a slave to the system. Um, and the beautiful thing about her statement with picture frames is she's like,
Uh, uh,
there's so much data available to us in all types of markets that we can now no
uh-huh.
longer come in and say, "I have a new invention. It's going to change the world because I believe this is going to affect everyone." And it's more belief now. We have so much data available to us that we can make educated decisions and really pinpoint
Yeah.
specific markets. And if we could provide the supply for the demand that exists in there and it's not super competitive, we too can make 40,000, 50,000,
Yeah.
60,000 a month
Yeah.
and
You got a
not
good
really
idea.
fucking kill ourselves in this nine to
Yeah.
five paradigm illusion that has been fed to us, where we feel
Yeah.
like we don't have enough time, where we feel like I'm always constantly doing all this and that, and I don't have time to do the things that I really want to do. Um, but now you have data that is available to tell you that these vaccines actually are fucking people up because we have
Yeah.
enough data and
It
enough history to be
is.
able to not only see the initial phase, but now we've seen a decade,
Oh,
2 decades,
yeah.
3 decades, 4 decades after, and we realize, yeah, it fixes this thing, but it fucks up a bunch of other shit. But ultimately, when it comes to the essence of what I'm trying to say is control the controllables. And what are the things that
Yeah.
we deal with in modern society? And how can I de-enslave myself so that I could have the freedom to be
Yeah.
able to invest in the relationships that I need to, invest in the things that really light me on fire, and also
Yeah. You,
allow me to be able to make the contributions that I wish to make
you remind you
in this
reminded me of
existence.
there's a lot of logic of what you're saying, but elsewhere in the world, other people do not have to do anything. I'll give you an example. In Iraq, okay, they have a rather than we have a top-down society, they have the reverse where their power is in the locals. So they have the local sheikh. Like our power is in America and the USA, the nation and the president and all that. No, but their power is in the local tribes, and so they don't have any banks, and they don't so you don't have to there's no such thing as a mortgage, and there's also no taxes because they nationalized the oil industry, which whether or not I don't know if that was good or evil, but anyway, they don't need any. So So, okay, they don't even know how to get food. Check this out. What happens is people live multi-generationally in a neighborhood, and then the sheikh brings in how he does this. He brings food, imports in some refrigerated semi trucks from Turkey for everybody in the whole city. And the way they do this is, if in your family, if you have a job, then you give half your money to the sheikh. But most families don't. They don't have a job. There may be one person in an extended family. There might be 4 generations living in a little compound for free, and one of them may get a job at the oil field, oil refinery. He give half his money to the sheikh, and he can then go buy electronics and stupid stuff. But the stuff you need is free. Because everyone that has a job, half their money goes to sheikh, and then he orders. There's a mukhtar, and he's like the neighborhood middleman. But the sheikh orders all the food. The food's free, and so they just sit around drinking tea, smoking the hookah. The sheikh arranged all that. I'm trying to. I know. Sorry, it
But
took me so many words,
let me
but
let
they
me
don't
let me
have
inter-
any of the
let me
challenges we have
interject here.
at all. It's all free.
You're saying that they're still
Yeah,
having to work, and they're giving half
not
of
much.
their income to the
Oh yeah,
sheikh, and then the
yes,
sheikh comes and says,
yes,
"Hey guys, I got some food for you. I got
yeah,
this TV here for you,
yeah.
and I
So
got this
efficient
other
though.
thing for you." But
Yeah,
ultimately, they're still paying
yeah.
for
Oh
it.
yes.
It's just
I'm saying
it's
it's
just
super
it's just
efficient.
narrated to them in a different parable, a
They have a
different
lot. They have
story
well.
that they
They have
have
a
to
lot less mental.
accept
True.
because that
Yes,
is the
that's true.
environment that they were bred in.
Yes.
And that's reality. That's the allegory of the cave.
Well,
Those
well,
people
I
are
was saying
the
they have a different reality.
unconscious, incompetent that don't
Ah,
know what they don't know, and they're
true.
being
Yeah.
told that this is your reality. This is the
Oh
shadow
yes.
puppet that
It's
you
the way
need
of
to
the world.
believe in. It's
Yeah.
like Kim Jong Il in North Korea. Same sort of a concept.
Well,
Um,
what I was getting, my point is that compared to the Western world, we're always like Stacy was saying, hurry up and wait to the next thing. And then, and there's a lot of expectations, and we got to keep up with the 9 to 5 and the business cycle and all the bills and taxes and all that stuff and et cetera, insurance and blah, blah. Now in in other places though, a Persian man told me, America, great place to work and make money. Rest of the world, great place to live. Because their lifestyle different. They don't do anything.
yeah,
When I was in
because
Iraq,
when you
most
come
people
to
don't do anything.
America,
They're just smoking tea
they're
or
charging
drinking
you
tea.
for everything. They're charging you for
Yes,
your
that's what I'm
water.
saying.
They're
That's what I'm trying to
charging
say.
you for the
Yeah,
fucking toilet
you
that
got
you
to move
poop
100
in.
miles an hour all the time. Yeah, we're always going 100 miles an hour. I'm sorry,
But
interruption.
but the point
Go ahead.
that doesn't matter, Smurf, it is the biggest point is we're all still being controlled in every single one of our
Yes.
countries. It does
Oh,
not
yes.
matter.
Yes.
I just wish I knew who the bigger puppet was at hand for every single one. Yeah.
Oh, I got a lot of. We're in the place of speculation. We all have opinions about that. um, what I was saying
I
is
don't
that
think, and listen, I don't think we have a video on any of it because I think we have the videos on the ones that we know, the players that are put in front of you to see the puppets. But
yeah, that's
the
right.
actual
That's
people
why I
that do
don't say
control
anything.
it, I don't think we've ever seen, heard of, or known. We'll never
Yeah,
speak their name because that is how you keep it secret.
that's why I don't. That's why I didn't start speculating wildly. Because yeah, I think they put a bunch of front people that are throwaway, expendable, like Dr. Fauci. He's just some character. That's not his real name. That's Scythe in Italian. His name is Dr. Scythe. I don't believe that. They called the casting agency. They said we need a Dr. Fauci
And,
over here.
and the thing is he could have been, and he was playing his part, but
Yeah,
they used him to
exactly.
play that part,
Yeah,
regardless. Even if he was completely real, name real, all that shit. But everybody is a little
yeah.
bit of a puppet that they use. Some people don't even know they're being used. They're just there
Oh, they're the
for
best
that area,
puppets.
that place. And that's
The
why
Yeah,
true believers.
they have these people that scout people out. This is why they have schools. This is why they
Yeah,
it goes deeper, you know?
it's like those
yeah.
people that I don't know where it was in America, but they convinced them to drink some Kool-Aid and that they were gonna go meet
Oh,
fucking God or
Jim
some shit like
Jones.
that. Yeah,
Jim Jones,
like
South America.
it ultimately it
Yeah,
comes down to um
that just happened again.
your ability to be independent and know how to use this brain that exists in your
Oh yes.
vessel,
Thank God.
or not, and just be
Well,
complacent. It's like a ship sailing through the ocean, and
yeah, I'm a
eventually we
captain.
throw so many anchors out of our ship that,
Yeah.
yeah, we might still feel motion in the ocean, but you're just rocking back and forth. And eventually, if you have help and you see a psychologist or you have good
Yeah,
friends or good family that you can
that's what I
talk
do
to
here.
and vent,
Uh-huh.
um, will you be able to understand that you actually have a bunch of anchors that you need to snip the fucking rope so that you could be able to move forward and
Yeah.
evolve and realize, oh shit, I used to trip about this bullshit back in the day, and I'm much
Oh
older now.
yeah.
I see
I
things
love
for
this
what they
place.
actually are. Um,
This place is full of people like you described. We all are so helpful with each other. This place, so many cool people here. Or like you're saying,
yeah,
this place.
and I like that these type of places exist, but when you dedicate like your entire existence to these places and get lost in this and this is your only reality and like and then avoid the actual reality, this also becomes a level of like simulation experience that you use to cope with your own existence because it fucking sucks.
Oh yeah, it's a battle. Life is a battle. We're here like just talking about it. Why are we doing here? Why are we fighting this battle?
That's
You
the
know?
key. Coping with your own self is a fucking battle because that is the biggest battle of all, and that is the journey. That is what you're supposed to be doing. That is what you're supposed to battle every day. I've already
Oh,
learned that. I just wish I would have learned it a little bit sooner in my life than I did now. I learned it what? Literally honestly, it really hit me of this what I need to do in my journey and what I've already been learning when I was like 39, 40. I'm only turning 41 soon, guys. This is something recent that I've really snapped
Yeah,
into of
but
a
but but
reflex
but
moment, like you
imagine
said.
but imagine having reached 80 and then
Yeah, I know,
finally
right?
coming to this conclusion that you have at 40. So
yeah,
you could sit
yeah.
here and be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I found out about this at 40 and not at 12." But imagine finding out about this shit at 80. Like shit,
Hey,
you got to use
yeah.
depends now. Your kids hate you. You spend all this time on Discord and nobody fucking talks to you. Your name is going to be uttered for the last time 3 months after you die. Like, damn, bro. Fuck.
Finding out about what at 80?
Oh, this place has there's a lot of good about this place though. This is a great place to get stranded. Like if you got ADD and you found yourself stuck here, you'll learn a lot. You get your mind blown every day. Oh, this is the place with the most skeptical people are here. This is also the
This place
funniest
can
place.
teach you a lot. It can, but it's
Yeah.
Discord, so you can also bring Discord in your life. So you have to have a
Oh yeah.
balance, and finding that balance is the key. But this place can give you to stay here for a while, some information that you can't find just anywhere, and it's a beautiful thing for that. It
Oh
really
yeah.
is. But you have
Hell
to then
yeah.
find a balance into your real life and everything else, and find
Yeah.
that beauty in both. That's the truth of it.
That's
One
beautiful.
time
And
I ran out of
I didn't mean it to
food.
sound like
Yeah.
this is not that because I totally agree with that. I think it's a good way to channel and explore and hear other points that shit I never saw that level before. Wow, that's incredible. So that is valuable, and that's the beauty of technology, that it allows us to be able
Oh
to
yeah.
explore these things. I
Oh,
was just
we're
saying that
doing it
if it's
right.
your only channel, then that's not cool.
I say we use technology the proper way. We exchange cool information. Most people are just exchanging cat videos. I think we're really doing the right thing here.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
cat
what are the
videos
other
make a
seven
lot of
billion
people
people.
really happy, bro. Like
Yeah.
there's an
Hey,
industry for that.
best
Like,
medicine. Laughter is the best medicine. Hey, but let me tell you, where are the other like 7 billion people in the world? I know they're busy, but come on, there, I think there should be a lot more people, not specifically this channel, but also, yeah, I mean, all these flat Earth truther channels. Where is everybody?
I mean,
I've been
I
wondering.
used to live in China, and like I got there, I
Wow.
couldn't speak a drop of Chinese, and then I got really determined, and I mastered Chinese. I could speak, I could read, I could write, and all of a sudden there was a legion of people that I never would have had access to had I not opened that portal in my mind to be able to communicate with them. So where are these people? Maybe you don't have the language that allows you to access these
Oh,
people
well, yeah, I
or
was saying when you find out the
behavior.
moon landing. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
No. Yeah, I was done already.
Oh, I was just saying when you find out the moon landing is fake. Pardon me. You find and the sea is level. I just thought there'd be a lot more people here by now. Maybe someday. Uh, I just
Maybe they exist in platforms outside of this. Like
yeah,
there might
yeah,
be a platform you don't even know exists,
yeah,
but this is the platform you know exists.
yes.
Therefore, it is your reality.
It's a big part of my micro world. I spend a lot of time here because I'm addicted to. Every day I learn something really cool, even if nowhere else. Like, okay, I could go talk to some normies, and it's always the same thing. Hey, did you see the latest TV show? Like, dude, I haven't watched TV in over a decade. I never got into it. My whole life, I never got into TV. I've had a computer my whole life, so I don't have the. I was just saying, this place is awesome. If I go talk to some regular person, they believe in all this stuff I don't believe in. Propaganda. I don't know what to say, man. I feel like
I like listening to Joe
this is a place
Rogan.
to hang out. Yeah, he's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Rogan for me is serving a similar um, place that you have for this channel. For me, there's another guy named Tim Ferriss, also another pretty cool dude that you know um, invites really interesting people from like random ass walks of life, and they show you what they're.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. What do you say? Dudes from random walks of life.
Yeah, just people from random walks of life with access to knowledge that I don't have
Yeah.
access to, and then they speak their mind, and I'm like, wow, dude, that's pretty interesting. Let me get into that and explore. But have they
Well,
not been exposed to me through this podcast or whatever platform I have? I would have never even known that even existed. And there's so much stuff out
hey,
there that we don't know exists, and until
yeah.
we hear somebody intellectually put it before us, and we hear it, it's like, oh shit, that's something that I even thought about. I didn't even know it was actual, you know.
That's
Um,
me all day here. Yeah. I get my mind blown all day here. When I talk with regular people, or normies, I call them normies. My experiences have always been so similar. They just go on about endless stories about themselves or the doctor trip stories. And if I have an opinion that's not mainstream, like Western medicine, believe everything a doctor or TV says, then I'm crazy. I'm made out to be a villain. So I'm kind of like seek refuge here from, I call it the NPC Legion, and the people that just believe something that they agree with. They find something that sounds nice to them and they just believe in it. And I seek refuge here where people value the truth and knowledge. They don't care what people here don't seem to care whatever the hell they previously believed. If they find out some new piece of information, then they adjust their perspective. This place is awesome. I was just saying, I can't find people like this on the street or else. You have to come to a place like this. I don't know what to say. I think Idiocracy is a documentary, and we're living it.
It's
And
I think
the
it's I
people that
think
can
it's
think hang
in
out here.
I think
What?
it's in the electrolytes.
Yes, yeah, they got us afraid of salt. Not me, but it's the population. I put salt in everything. Yeah, I think you totally. It's salt. It be the salt of the earth. The crystals are key. I do think there's a crystal array, in the
But if you get too much salt, you
temple of the
retain
soul of man.
water, and then you get inflamed.
Yeah. Oh, rather have too much salt than not enough, though. Yeah. Wouldn't? Could you imagine not having enough salt, dude? That's the stuff in your brain.
Have
Your
you ever
brain's
seen
made out
that
of
TV
salt and
show? Have you ever seen that TV
fat.
show called Alone?
No,
It's this
I get a
it's like a
somebody lost their place.
survivor type show.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
could
like
do that, man.
they take people
I could.
to Antarctica and they give them a choice for a few
Wow.
things that they could get, like a bow and arrow,
I
some
could do it.
fire starter, and they're like, "We're just gonna dump you here."
Oh.
And then they have this competition about who can survive the longest.
Oh,
Um,
I
and
would vote
and
everyone out. I'd
um,
survive.
and then like you start to see these people like eating berries and you know and most of those people that only eat berries, like they end up falling out after like 30-40 days or some shit like that. But at the end of the day, we need protein and we also
Yeah,
really need fat. And the ones that
yeah,
are able to hunt
you're
and
right.
like fucking, conserve the fat from the
Yeah,
animal and conserve the meat from the animal, like actually
yes,
are able to survive.
yeah.
Most modern people, if they were dropped into that environment
Oh
and they have to get their
no.
food other than
Oh,
just the supermarket and actually hunt
oh,
for their food,
they
have
commit
no
suicide.
idea, have no fucking idea
Oh,
how to be able to do those things,
oh,
which makes our matrix that we live in an illusion that we have been, controlled into thinking that, where does your chicken come from? You ask a kid, where does your chicken come from? It comes from the supermarket. No, dude, like some
magic.
dude, some motherfucker just like swung that chicken by its neck, it died, cut it up, defeathered it,
Wow.
put it in a package, sent it to your local fucking, Target
Yeah.
or Walmart, and now
Which
you're able to get it. But like, could you do that yourself? Nope, I don't know what are you talking about.
can't
Oh
open
my
a
god, don't kill a chicken. You're gonna get
can.
canceled.
Oh, children can't even open a can these days. But yeah, they think it comes magically from the back of this grocery.
Children,
Yeah.
adults, there's adults out there that would fucking
Yeah.
die in 5 minutes being
Oh. Oh, dude. I laugh though. I'm different. I was in the army, so I'll be like, "Wow!" I would weird everybody out. What's he doing? He's still alive. He seems to be enjoying himself. Is he talking to himself? If I was on that show, they'd be laughing about it. But I'm sorry, I'm talking about me. But yeah, I think knowledge is power, and everything you said, it requires knowledge. When you drop a regular person there, they're in a state of ignorance. You know, they don't know anything. But if you know something, like you were just saying, key things like animal fat is good. I think chicken eggs are the best. We absorb the oils from the food. I think is how. So I think the best is chicken eggs, but it
Yeah,
is an
but
animal
good luck
product. It
finding
has
the
fat in it.
chicken in the Antarctic
Yeah,
circle.
you're
Like,
right.
yeah,
You can find
cool,
a
cool
penguin egg.
story. Yeah,
Penguin eggs.
good luck.
Seriously. Do
Yeah.
penguins lay eggs?
I'm
They're
not
birds.
sure, but
They are birds. Well, I would eat a
they're
penguin.
birds.
Yes.
I mean, I'd
No,
fucking eat a
you
penguin if
said
I
good
had
luck,
to.
but actually, you know how much fat you can get out of a penguin?
No, I get it, but like,
Uh-huh.
depends on where they dropped you off and like what
Yeah.
is available in that
Yeah.
environment. More than likely, fucking birds and squirrels.
Uh,
But when
Yeah.
those birds and squirrels realize if you go to this area here, you're gonna get killed, and they start
Huh.
realizing that and
Yeah,
migrate to another
they're
area,
gone. Yeah.
then they're gone. And what are you gonna do?
Oh.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
pray
it's a
to
good
the
point.
superior being, and I'm immortal. I'm
That
never gonna
actually
die.
might work. That might work actually. But another thing you could do is walk, but you might not be allowed to walk that far.
Yeah,
I could
but
walk
when
all
you're
day.
running low on caloric intake,
Yeah.
the amount of energy that you have available in your vehicle is
Uh,
going to be really limited. You're going to
oh,
feel really heavy, and then you're going to start to realize, you know what? I'm not going to go for that walk.
well,
I'm probably going to go take a nap in my little man-made fucking
yeah.
tent here, and I'm
Yeah.
going to try to survive.
You could always eat the cameraman if you had to.
Yeah, but then you're on a TV show, and then that's not reality. But it is
I was just
reality for the
joking.
people
It
that are
wasn't.
trying bullshit.
Oh, I think I contemplate much about how wow, people are just went right off a bridge the last few years, and these people we're talking about that are totally useless eaters. I don't think they're going to even be alive soon. They all got sterilized, which is, you know, these people we're talking about, we're laughing, joking about, like the people that can't survive outside. Well, they were the same people that have frustrated us. They wouldn't listen and vilified, made us out to be crazy when we advised them to not believe the television. We have been mocked and ridiculed by these people. Oh, I'm sorry. I think they all took care of themselves.
Yeah, but you just
They
said
made
the word
themselves
right there.
safe.
Television, right? Television,
Yeah,
TV.
yeah.
It's made to tell a vision, and
Yeah,
ultimately, it's up to the individual to accept that vision
oh yeah. Well, they
or
get
not, and
entranced.
then fabricate
Well, they
realities
are
in their mind and adhere to certain theories and philosophies and
well, they do get hypnotized. They're hypnotized subconsciously by the all those various flashy color symbols.
Aren't we all like we're
Yeah.
all hypnotized into our little
Oh yeah.
constructs. Our mental fabric is a creation of the environment that you've been exposed to, and
True.
your
Yeah.
results, you're a product of that.
Yeah. The soul went into the geometry. Yes, I agree. Our souls. Um, I was saying is like the salt SOLE is a baking ingredient. It's salt water. Now, I mean, it's within the body, which is the temple of the Holy Spirit is within which is I think awareness, right? So, which I think is, if you ask me, I'm just talking. I think that's what God is. What is God? I think it's the mental energies, and we're in His
But
dream
what
world.
about your juice?
The juice. What about the juice?
You were talking about earlier about your
Yeah, it's
sacred
you.
juice
Yeah, yeah, you have a
that
sacred oil, and that's you. That's your soul. I'd say that's the salt water inside of you. Be the salt of the earth. That when you put the salt on your food, that's good for you. Like that's rearranged in like a crystal array in the temple of the soul of man, Solomon. This is how I think it works. I don't have a degree or anything, but I think like the body is the temple, and salt is good for you. And the soul is the interface between the body and that Holy Spirit in your temple. I would say I think God is within you. Okay, so the soul is in a geometry, the body that is right. I think it you know you're saying that we're a product. The mind is a product of the environment, or the body is a product of the environment. I said, well, yeah. Well, they say did they mold Adam from the clay and put the breath of life into Adam? And the clay, I think, is soil. You know, everything's made out of soil. It's just rearranged. Well, really, everything's made out of water. But at a fundamental, you know what I'm trying to say? It's a geometric reshuffling of everything. Ice cubes, basically. Everything is water, and we colorize it in our vision. You know what I'm saying? In our minds. You know what I'm saying? I went all over the place there. I was talking about
no,
immortality.
but the
So,
main word that I heard there was think. So
yes,
that tells me that
yeah. I'm not making any
it's
claims.
yeah, it's well, I mean, it kind of is a claim in terms of
Yeah,
this is where I'm going to stick my flag and say
yeah.
this
You
is
got to be careful.
what I adhere to and what I
Yeah,
believe in. And this
yeah.
helps me navigate this existence. And it works
Yes.
for me. It works for me, and like
Yeah. Now
it
you're
might not work
describing
for
me well.
you, but for me, dude, that shit fucking works. It
Oh,
helps me cope with the mechanisms and
yeah.
um, yeah.
Well, yeah, you could say that. I really believe I'm on this. I got information to substantiate this, but I'm hesitant to say the word claim because I'm really having a conversation. I'm sharing with you my opinion or perspective. Is that I think we have this immortal soul. I think the soul is truly immortal. And what happened is we choose to spread it around with each other, exchange it, and share it with each other, and that's how we reincarnate into various new bodies and stuff. But if we just do nothing, because we are the sons of the Heavenly Father, I believe that we cannot die unless we are tricked into dying or choose to die or somehow, believe we're dying or get, poisoned to, etc. But really, if we just believe in ourselves, I think we can have the spirit of full body rejuvenation of all disease, or well, most all disease anyway. What do you think about that? That's my opinion. I'm not saying, hey, it's how it is, but I think it
No,
worked
no,
like
no.
that.
Like my
Oh,
personal belief on our
yeah.
existence. I
What's
really
yours?
believe in reincarnation.
Me too.
I,
Yeah.
I I
Eternal
believe
goodness.
I believe
I want
that
to break out of
everything
it.
that I'm really good at in this life and everything that I hate is a reflection of the past lives that I have lived through. And I
Oh,
also feel that I have a massive karmic debt that I'm trying to
wow.
pay or that I am either aware of or
Oh,
subconsciously
yes.
aware of.
Oh, I
And I'm trying
suspect
to cleanse
gener
my my
generational
existence
ancestral.
in
Yeah.
my soul or interstitial fluid that I have
Cool.
existing in me, um,
Cool.
and everything that I experience is a reflection of all those things, whether I'm aware of it or not.
Wow.
But ultimately, I'm going through this cosmic
Yeah.
cycle
Yeah,
of
I think you're right.
cleansing until eventually I am able to reach a level of purity that is acceptable by my predecessors that have
Yeah.
reached that, I guess. And
Uh,
eventually,
I think you're
maybe I
on
will get there. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll continue to float through this DNA
it.
existence and continue to make the same fucking mistakes like an idiot
Oh,
over and over
uh,
again, or
hey,
I don't, and I fucking
well,
blow past.
I think you
Yeah.
or me. I think you're me and I'm you. In the beginning, it was Brahmin, or they call him Bra. Listen, Bra. We have split into many of us now. So, to answer your question, like, yeah, I believe in reincarnation. Now, I want to. I don't want to be reincarnated. So I think there. You don't. I think it's optional, and they've tricked us into. We don't know that. Most people don't know. Um, what I've been trying to explain that the body is so miraculously, amazingly engineered that if you're weak in any one area, if you're strong in all your other energy fields, it compensates in amazing ways.
But
I truly believe you
the
are immortal.
definition of psychotic is to do the same thing over and over again and to expect a different result. Um,
Yeah,
and I think a lot of us can go through that where we continue to make the same mistakes over and over again and
yeah.
not get the results that we're looking for, but we're so convicted. It's like Dr. Seuss. I don't know if you ever heard of Dr. Seuss. He has a story about the Lorax, and it's
Uh,
these two like cartoons that are walking a straight line and they run into each other, and one of them is like, "Can you move out of the way so I can move forward?" He's like, "No, I'm not gonna move
uh,
forward. You need to move out of the way because I need to move forward." And then
uh,
they stay there for years and years, and they're
uh,
fucking committed.
that's funny.
No,
That's funny.
you need to move so that I can move forward. No, 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 you need to move so that I can move forward. And it's like
Yeah,
they stay in this fucking trance of
yeah,
conviction that they need to, you know.
yeah,
So
yeah.
there's that in
That's like
our.
us with the Glob head. We're like that with Team Globe. We feel like that. Like you've got to concede it's the sea is level. you know But
Yeah.
anyway, I think I think you have been living forever, and what's been going on is your soul has been bouncing around different vehicles and taking different geometric form and transform. You cannot destroy it. All you could do is transform it or fractalize it, vaporize, basically spread it out, recombine it, solve. You can what's that word where it dissolves and coagulate and all that. But you can't destroy it though, and I think it has split into all of us. There was one of us, and there's many of us,
And I get the whole
that's how I look.
the
Uh,
concept of there's one of us and there was many
yeah,
of us, but
yeah,
the only thing I have control over is this
is-
current vessel that I have.
right, right.
And
Yes,
what am I
I,
going to do with this
I.
vessel? Because I'm
Oh,
not going to be present for the day that they speak my eulogy, but I am going to write that every
well,
day.
I have something for you. In the Bible, it say not to worry about much. Really, the next it says take each day at a time because the heavenly Father, he take care of the birds. Are you not better than birds? What I mean is, if you have trust in a higher power, if you have a relationship with the divine, they call it, if you have a faith in a higher power, then what I was trying to say, sorry to lose my train of thought. Damn it, what was I just talking about? I had a point and
Uh,
I totally
your
lost it.
relationship with
Yeah, I remember I said that, but I forgot what. I'm sorry, I stayed up all night,
no,
and
it's
I
all
just
good.
forgot.
But
Oh, I think
my
you can live
response
forever, though. Yeah, go
my
ahead.
response to that is that
Yeah.
you know you could spend the rest of your life placing all of your respect to that higher authority and
Oh,
being loyal to that
I didn't know
thought
now.
being
I
go ahead
sorry. I
go
just
ahead.
remembered it was that the higher power, God, take care of the birds. Are you not better than birds? And what that means to me is, why should I be ambitious and have great delusions of authority and control and resources? What if I could just find a way to be happy with myself and to talk with my friends? And I'm just happy to be exist. I don't have control over other. They have their own minds. Yeah, I wish the best for everyone to become better. I wish for everyone to be wealthy and also invincible. And I think we can resonate with this spirit that if you are in the spirit of everlasting life, because you are the son of God. We all are the sons of the all. We're like a big washing machine or a fishbowl, but it's like a big terrarium dream thing. I call it terrarium physics is what I call it. And we're
Okay.
we're in this thing, a dream bubble. What do you say?
So
There's
so
no reason
so
you
so
can't live
like
forever.
let's say that you spend the rest of your life glorifying this existence of a
Uh,
superior being and you're like really loyal to them. You do your prayers and all that stuff, and then you're like 75, 80, and your kids hate you. You never invested a second of your
well, I may not even
time
have any kids.
in giving that same respect that you gave to this superior being to your
Yeah.
own offspring. Your wife hates you. She cheated on you. Da, 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 trickle effect. And then now you just died. Um,
It does say
and
in the
like
Bible about this. It talks about how people have to choose God over their own family. It happens. It says to choose the higher power over your own family in the Bible. I don't have the
yeah,
verbatim. It's
but
somewhere in there.
do you know about history?
No, I'm always learning his story.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. His
Tell me.
story is
Uh,
his story.
yeah. Yeah.
Whoever
Now there's.
ended up conquering and had
Yeah.
control over
That's the
the
truth.
population wrote
Yeah.
that story. So
Yeah.
even that famous Bible that you're talking about was written by his
Well,
story, and how do you know
a
that
rabbi told me that
that
you
story that
you're
was
wise. Yeah. A rabbi told me it was written by others. Go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt. You're right. I just say, why does it say that? It was written by others. Ultimately, I don't have firsthand witness of anything in the book.
yeah, it's his
Only,
story,
only
and this
yeah.
is his
There
story
you go.
that that you have accepted and adhered to, and made it your book of law.
Oh, increasingly, yes. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up atheist. But yes, increasingly I've been sure taking up the book, I guess or taking a closer look at it, you know, listening to other people talk about the book, you know. Nobody told me to do this. Well, maybe I don't know. Well, I nobody in
No,
my
no, 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 no. I'm not saying that anybody
nobody
told
off
you
of
to
the
do it.
internet.
I'm
Yeah,
not saying
offline.
anybody told you to do it, but at some point
Yeah.
you accept and adhere
Yeah.
to that, right?
Increasingly, I'm not a fanatic, but
No,
yeah,
no,
I
no,
look
no,
at
no.
it as
I'm not saying that you are, but I'm just
yeah.
making a
No,
comment
you're right.
to that
Check this out.
possibility.
I look at the book as it was written. Like, check this out. Let's imagine some priests look at hieroglyphs and they had to describe it into Phoenician phonetic. And here we are, it's biblical speak, right? Not to be taken literally. It's a bunch of descriptions of the world within your own body. And when you eat sugar, that's like the Book of Revelation, if you ask me. I think the it's a book about they use now there's a lot to say about this. They we've built our laws based off the biology. These biological they call them alchemical processes. That's the whole book. But people taking it literally is a problem because they used the real world symbols to describe the internal body. So everybody's looking at it like taking it literally. Like, I don't believe any of the stuff happened like in a biblical script, like a play. I don't believe that. I think Jesus is the cerebral chakra, whatever you call that, the soul I've been talking about. I associate that with Jesus, if you ask me. But that's my own personal. I don't believe it as an individual man. I think it's all symbol. That's like the whole thing is symbols. Extremely valuable. In ancient times, they discovered how the body works,
Let me ask you
that's
a
how they.
question.
And we've lost that from now. What?
Let me ask you a question. If some girl came up to you and told
Uh,
you, I'm pregnant, but I didn't have sex with anybody. I have been
yeah.
blessed in some way, and now I'm pregnant. Uh, would you believe her
No,
in
no. Also,
today's?
I don't think it happened like that. I think.
No, no, no.
I
I'm
don't
just
think. I
asking
don't
you
think. Yeah. No, no, no. I would not. No,
in today's
no. I would not.
society,
No,
you
no,
wouldn't believe that. Okay,
no,
okay, cool. Yeah,
no, no.
yeah.
However,
That would be like, bro,
cloning has been
you
happening.
lying. Stop lying, girl. You like, you just
Yeah.
you know you did some, and
However,
but she's telling you that the Holy
you can clone.
Spirit, the
You can
Holy
clone yourself.
Spirit, huh?
You can clone yourself. Allegedly, I was studying this. You can
But
apparently
you've
put
been
your fluid
told that
in
that's a
a
possibility.
terrarium. Yeah.
You have been told that that's a possibility. But how many clones do you know in your life that you've
What if,
actually met?
for all I don't know, they're all clones?
But how many
They don't
have
know
you officially met
it.
and like definitively said, "Oh, dude, you're a clone," or like, "Mary the
Uh,
Lamb over here"?
right.
I know
Yeah. Yeah.
she's a clone. How many have you met in your
Oh,
life? None, right?
you're
No.
right. I get your point, but it's a logic or
It's
a theory.
his story,
I'm not testing. Yeah.
his story.
Yeah.
That
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. The great thing about the internet, though, is we can combine all of his story together. What sucks though is that everybody got a lot of the same flavor of his story. Now there's a lot of private libraries everywhere that are always
there's
getting
tribes.
uploaded to the internet.
We're tribal people. We're
Yeah.
made to coagulate with other tribes. When we find one that adheres to something anything remotely near our perspective, it's like, oh, you speak my language. Let me
Uh,
put that flag in the ground. This is where I belong.
yeah. What's funny is you can't take any of that with you if you do believe that you're not immortal. If you do think your body will someday give away, I think that if what you believe is what will happen. If you believe in your heart that that's impossible, then it's impossible. But
Yeah,
anyway,
but
if you do think,
there was
I
people
would
that
just
said
say,
that you couldn't fly planes in the 1900s, and now we got planes flying around all over the place.
well, you could apply that to me though. I'm saying you can live forever. Yeah. And now we're gonna have people living forever all over the place. And now I think they
All
already
right,
have been, and they
Pastor.
wouldn't tell you.
Come up with the fountain
Yeah.
of youth, homie.
I'm
Go
working
ahead.
on it. No, I am
Yeah.
working on it. I think I think what it is that the fountain of youth is within. It's internal. I've been. I think.
Are you gonna dedicate the rest of your life to studying nuclear physicists, or I don't know what
Uh,
the realm is
uh,
that you need to study, but are you willing to commit
uh,
the rest of your life to doing
I'm doing it
something
here.
that could actually give you those answers
Oh yeah, I'm
from
doing it right here. I pieced all this together from other people. New Perspective gave me an awesome video about a lot of this, and then Invisible Man sent me some alchemical video. Oh, I got all this information here. I just pieced it together. I hang out here a lot. Yeah, all this information came to me from others. I love this place. This place
dope.
is awesome.
So this platform is gonna
Yeah,
allow you to be able to find the secret to
yeah.
immortality.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah,
dope, dope.
yes.
That's
From the
awesome, man.
people on the
Fuck yeah.
platform. Yeah. The
Hell yeah.
individuals. Oh, it's so cool. Yeah. Now, what has happened is I took the time to talk to everybody, like I'm talking
Dope.
with you. I took the time to talk with literally everybody I could, get a one-on-one with in the middle of the night because I'm always hanging out here. And
Yo,
everybody shared
I
with me the coolest
appreciate
stuff,
you
dude.
hanging out with me. I hope I'm not coming
I
across.
appreciate no, you're super cool. And I'm sharing with you what I've condensed from everybody else is that, before I was online here, I didn't look at the Bible at all, like at all. I come from suburbia, like anyway, I didn't grow up religious. I don't even like use that word. The people here are not religious, so maybe somewhat, but a lot of people here are knowledgeable, and I think the Vatican has had this knowledge, immortality, and they are not going to tell you about it. They don't want you to know about it. They don't want the printing press, and they don't want people. They want you to read everything but the Bible, is what I suspect. Now, I've developed this perspective. I didn't grow up thinking this, but I think that okay, the Bible is so valued, highly valued by elderly old people because they want to live forever. And they were let in on, hey, by the way, if you want to live forever, you look in that book right there. And so it has spread and become really popular. Now, again, I only have secondhand, or I do not have firsthand knowledge. I was not there when any of that stuff supposedly happened. And again, it's his story. But anyway, the reason it's so valued is it's not to be a superstitious play or a tale. Is loaded with alchemical processes that are described. We use English, but initially, way back, it was symbols. And the language of the Bible is symbolism, and the kingdom of heaven is within and also outside of you. And speak of
I think that
your own
religion
body
was
is what it's talking
created. I
about.
think religion was created to help civilize humanity. Otherwise, we would
Yeah, yeah,
still be in those like Middle Ages where
yeah,
we're running into each other with swords and
yeah,
all
yeah.
that
You're right.
craziness.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah.
religion was a great
Yes.
way to help give people hope
Yes. Religion is not the
to
same thing
relieve
though as the Bible.
their everyday struggle to some sort of
Yes.
like third party, and then
I agree
they
completely.
could try to
Yes.
communicate with that
Oh,
third party
yes.
and
It
help them
started with
cope with the stress that
astrology.
they had.
Yeah.
um
It began with
but
astrology
a lot
and
of
then it
those
evolved from
stories
that.
were
Yeah.
written in
Yeah.
times that are no longer relevant in these times. They may have some
Uh,
resonance and all that stuff, but we're in these times right now. um
yeah.
there's high schools right now where they've put bathrooms with kitty litter boxes,
What the oh, it's gotten worse.
for kids that
Oh,
identify
oh my
as
god.
cats.
Oh
and
no!
that's the
Oh,
reality
it's
that
hell
we
on
live in
earth.
right now.
We
You
are
know, so
officially in hell on earth.
no, I mean, but who are you to judge this kid that thinks he's a cat? Like, you know, he thinks he's a cat, and he's gonna go and pee and do a number two in the
Oh,
kid litter box, and you know, this school has made it
uh,
possible for him to feel accepted
well, that's
and like,
religion. What's the state religion?
well, that's his religion. That's
Yeah,
what he or she or they or juror
uh,
accepted
yeah.
to
Oh
be their
yeah,
reality. So, I mean,
yeah.
um,
Well, I think the
we
Bible.
live in really
Uh,
different times right now, and some
well,
of
let me
that
tell
stuff
you,
is like it's good
I
chicken soup
agree.
for the soul. Um,
Let
but
me tell you though,
there might need to be a new revision. Who's the King James of
I,
2023? Is it Kanye West? I don't know.
I think that the Bible is not the same thing as religion. I think that the religious institution known as the Vatican is rather upset that the Bible got leaked with the Gutenberg, whatever the press, in the
But what if
that's
Scientologists
the secret.
are more correct? Because you know you got to pay like $100,000
Uh,
or more
uh,
to rise through the ranks
hey,
of
yeah, good
Scientology. I
point.
mean, Tom
Hey man,
Cruise
yeah,
and all
I
that.
got this.
You know, so
No, oh, but I think it was a Freemason that dude just started that. L. Ron Hubbard,
yeah,
wasn't he a
yeah,
Mason?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean,
It's a consistent
so
pattern everywhere. Again, that's a spring of the Templar thing, something to do with the Vatican. I got confused there, but something to do with all roads go back to Rome. So what what I'm trying to say is religion is not the same thing as that book. That book, they seem upset that we can read that. They seem upset that people can read, and they've been flooding our lives
Read
with
what
junk,
book?
garbage. Oh, the Bible. I'm talking about the Bible. Yeah, they want us reading everything but that. Now in
hallelujah.
the no, yeah, I didn't grow up religious. I'm not trying to sound like I'm
Yeah,
just
but like,
sharing.
have you ever met
Yeah,
a Jehovah's Witness?
no,
Oh man.
never, no, I haven't. I've heard about them on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
No.
once you meet them,
Oh, I don't want to come off like hey, I gotta save your soul, or all these things will happen and burn. No, I think burning in hell sounds like reincarnation, if you ask me. But anyway,
maybe,
um,
maybe us being in this existence right now is actually our purgatory, and we're burning in hell
yeah,
right now, paying for
that's
our
what the
debts.
Quran.
I mean,
Yeah,
who knows? I mean,
as the Quran says. I mean, sorry to
but
oversee.
now
That's why I
we got the
yeah, you
Gaza
get
Strip, Palestine, and Israel going on
yeah.
right now. And there's that, and like,
I listened to a man who read the Quran, and he said basically what you just said. We're here like a purgatory to develop our intellect. That's what the Muslims believe. Yes, it's a
you
learning
gotta
experience.
suffer. You gotta suffer in order to
Yeah,
appreciate it.
that's what the poster. I got this Jewish poster here on the top of it says
Oh,
"Ein suffer." I don't know what it says on the top. I don't know how to read the whole thing,
oh.
but um, I was saying that there is. I agree completely with what you said about the religious thing being set up to like control the sheeple and everything. Oh God, but these
I
people
don't
who set it
necessarily
up,
mean that it's
they
meant
have secret beliefs.
to control the sheeple. It's just made to help them cope with their
Patience.
existence, and it
Oh
allowed
God!
people that had
Wow,
no hope
that's
to
wild.
get hope.
Yeah. You know, that's a way of looking at it. Uh, I was saying though that whoever developed these popular mainstream beliefs, like you can be a cat, stuff like that, or they have an internal set of beliefs they keep secret from everybody, and I think they're really like
Or
loony,
it's an agenda
Gnosticism.
that is made to confuse people. I mean, it,
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, they're at war. I have a friend of mine who calls it the war on people. Retired Navy SEAL. He always jokes about what we're talking about, but he's calls it the war on people. uh, I look at the Vatican. I keep saying that word a lot as an institution, like a big telephone company. And basically they took it upon themselves to herd everybody around, as many people as they can influence. whoever will fall for their tricks. And they set up the missionaries, and then they set up that evolved in the university system, which is now the scientismic uh, belief of the day, whatever. That you could be a cat. So again, all roads lead back to Rome. So they probably have consistently shared an internal secret belief. And the Bible's part of that, along with other books they've taken out of the Bible, like Apocrypha and Enoch and stuff. And there's books I probably don't even know about, secret alchemical books in the Vatican archives and They're, they have amassed a whole lot
I read a
private
book called.
library.
Have you ever heard of a book called Guns, Germs, and Steel?
No.
It was written by this guy named Jared Diamond. But the premise of this book is that the history and evolution of reality as we see it revolves around who had the most access to guns, germs, and steel. And
That's
those were the
funny.
people, and that is the result of the reality in terms of the powers that we see in all the continents that exist. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, not much has changed. I don't believe in germ theory, but yeah, basically, yeah, same thing.
I mean,
Chemical
what's
warfare.
you're talking about?
Yeah,
All these fucking idiots took a jab in their shoulder to
yeah.
get
Oh, yeah.
COVID, and it's like,
Try to put
well,
them out.
that's germs. This is germ biological
You're right.
warfare.
Technically, you're right. Yes,
Somebody ate
I
a
was getting
fucking
specific.
bat and then
Yeah,
blamed it on this person or China or whatever, and now we're all like um paying for that. Like and whoever has access to the most guns, germs, and steel
yeah,
are the ones that are in power today. And agriculture was a really big thing that helped us evolve in our civilization. It allowed us to be able to feed more people, create
yeah,
colonies and kibbutz or whatever societies you want to call it. Um,
yeah.
But
Isn't it wild how?
and then you have like Francisco Pizarro, who was like a missionary, and he went to the Aztec or the Atahualpas. I don't know what they're called, but he basically had one of his guys say, "Hey, go take the Bible and tell these people that they need to be Catholic now." And then they went and they told him,
Yeah.
"Hey, Indian guy in the middle of
Oh,
South America, you need to be
oh.
Catholic. This
I
is our Bible. This is our God.
think, yeah.
Thank you."
There was
And then
one. I
the
think.
guy was like, "Fuck you," and he grabbed the Bible and threw it. And then they came in and they had fucking, some sort of a flu like
I
COVID in
think they were
those
lost
days.
tribes.
And then they went and they had 150 soldiers and took out like 10,000. I don't know what the number is, but they literally took out an entire race of fucking people by sneezing in their face.
Uh,
Um,
uh,
and then, it was in the name of hallelujah.
uh, I think those are the lost tribes all across the world. Um, I noticed that the languages that Native Americans, the words are similar to ancient Hebrew from infographics I've seen. I didn't like. I've seen a lot of these different I think it's true. There's a lot of all across the world. They spoke a similar language that seems to have not what's that word schism, like it kind of drifted apart a bit. Like think of the Tower of Babel. The language is slightly the accent and the way we spell things are varied slightly across the world. And I think the natives were among the lost tribes, along with in Europe too. You got tribe of Dan settled in Denmark. That's one that
Yeah,
is easy to
but
remember.
those
Whether
people are like the three deaths.
Isaac's son.
Eventually, they were extinguished by people that were telling his story and
Well, yeah,
knew the existence of
I think
these
they're all
people
Israelites.
and allowed
Yes.
for their names to be said for a last time because they
Yeah,
had
that
control.
happened. Well,
And
I think
ultimately,
the
at the end of
Vatican
the day,
showed up.
only the strong survive, and the weak will stay behind. And when the strong survive, they will mute you with the um, strategies that they have in our existence to mute people. And if you don't have those strategies, then eventually it's very easy for your name to be mentioned for that last time a lot quicker than if
Oh
you
yeah.
have those resources.
But also it can take much strength to do nothing too, by the way. Is there's strength, I believe, in restraint. We exercised a lot of strength recently by not complying with the television orders to poison. We refused to do it, maybe most of us took it, but a lot of us refused to follow the guidance from the people who claim to be whatever, you know what I'm saying. Dr. Fauci's, you know, care about you so much, and so I say there's strength in restraint. I've done a lot of security work, and just being sober and not doing anything is a lot, It really is. I was saying that I think our bodies are so amazing that we have to do nothing. We can do nothing, and it fully rejuvenates every 7 years. Doing nothing's key. We're too busy doing a bunch of things like taking poisons, getting sterilized, eating, breathing, drinking poisons, and exchanging our, what's that word? Exchanging our soul fluids all over the place, spilling it too, cerebral fluid on the floor. But really, if you do nothing, I think God engineered your temple so amazingly that all it can do is always constantly repairing itself in a thousand different ways, in like a million different ways,
And
always repairing itself. It's
I
amazing.
understand. I
Yeah, I
understand the
believe in
whole
it. I believe
concept.
in it completely.
I understand the concept of like doing nothing. There's certain points where it's like it's better to just shut the fuck up and just let it pass by. But if you just let it pass by and do nothing to go beyond that fucking
Yeah,
obstacle that is being put before you, and
yeah,
trying to pull out the people that you care about, and then hopefully they also pull other people that they care about out, and you're able to take them out beyond that slavery that they're trying to put you into, then you could easily get stuck in just doing nothing for
yeah.
the rest of
Oh,
your
but again, we put expectations on ourselves. We all want to, all of us want to, well, I say all, I think people here on this channel care, are envious that we care about others, and we all want to help. Well, I don't know about most people out there, but we want to help others. And what I was trying to say is, I who put that on us that we have to help others? What God made us, and who gave us that responsibility? Like I tried to stop everyone from taking everyone I know, like my family and neighbors and friends, told everyone not to take the point. They didn't listen to me. But who put it on? Did anyone? Is it really my responsibility to save other people? Who put that
but
on? I'm just
ultimately
saying I can do nothing.
ultimately it is your responsibility, and what it really comes
Right?
down to is your response ability.
Ah, yeah. I wonder this. I'm not sure. I wonder about, but because I failed. I failed to stop the people I most care about from taking the poison. They I feel like I failed. I tried my hardest to
Okay,
persuade
guys,
them not.
can I just interject for a second?
Yeah.
It's a great conversation, but a couple of channels have been shut down because of this. So
Oh,
can we
you're cool.
respectfully
Yeah.
just change the
Yeah.
subject, please?
Yeah.
Like, I
I'm
get what you're
literally
saying,
just
you're right,
you're cool
but
with that.
we're not medical experts. We're not going to talk about medical things. So yeah, please, guys, do me a favor. I don't want to get shut down.
Oh, you're right. Hey, I'm literally just talking, so we
Oh
shouldn't have
no,
any
no.
just
I
hanging out.
will do it even further, and I
Yeah.
will exit.
Oh no, hey, well, it's been a
No,
pleasure
you
talking
don't
with
got
you.
to exit. We can just,
Well, I think it
talk
was
about
saying.
something else. Yeah.
He was saying earlier he's leaving, so he actually I
Oh,
kept
okay.
him here a while. Yeah. Oh, you're right, man. I was just talking. We're on the same wavelength here, or most for the most part. Yeah. I just
Yeah,
think
we
it's
all know
great that
what
I
happened.
could
We all know the story. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I think we all, or I'm thinking about me. I think we all have varying degrees of trauma from that event. If you ask me, I'm not going to talk about it, but yeah, I think we're all a bit shocked about that. But yeah, man, I'm just here talking. I stayed up all night. You know, I don't have a sleep cycle, so
No,
I
it's
just
fine.
moved
I
to
don't
West
think we
Virginia.
use any key words, but still, I
Yeah,
don't. The more we talk, the more we get.
yeah. I,
Yeah.
I just moved to West Virginia. It's so beautiful here. I love West Virginia. I just changed the subject, but I moved to West Virginia, and it's giving me hope in the future. Like, because the world has gone crazy, if you ask me. But here in West Virginia, it's so beautiful everywhere. Literally, you open the door, it's beautiful. So I can't say that about elsewhere I've been. I compare it to Hawaii. It- you know, hey, I changed the subject. I'm just talking. Y'all could change the subject at any time. You know, Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm like addicted to this channel. I'm usually just listening. Hey, yeah, Linda, it's great to be at Appalachia. I usually just listen all the time because this channel is awesome. But now you got me talking here. I started talking here or the snacks a few hours ago. But great to see you all here. I love Appalachia. Oh, y'all too. All you cool truthers. I love all your truthers too. Now here in Appalachia, I tried to buy a house. I'm just talking now. I tried to buy a house and I found out uh the owner found out that he can't sell his house because a few sales ago the children inherited part of it. So they've had like three illegal they didn't know that. And they just realized that with the bank found whatever. So anyway, I almost bought a house, and I was at the final issue with the title. So what I really did is I stopped. I told New Perspective. I say, hey, I'm just cruising around West Virginia. I stopped by here to buy a house, and it fell through. And I don't want to go back to Virginia because I love West Virginia. So I was trying to reach Invisible Man because he lives here. So anyway, so I ended up meeting up with Invisible Man. I've been having a blast, man. I love West Virginia. It's the best. I was just hanging out with Invisible Man last night. He's hilarious. Anyway, so I think y'all should come visit me someday. Not, it's not. I don't. Well, that's the other thing. I was just getting a house. I got the VA to pay for 70% of it because I joined some program for veterans, or whatever. It's embarrassing, but they got a program if you don't got your own house. So anyway, I signed up for it. So yeah, I move in my new house. Well, it's only half a house. Well, anyway, I move in there. Somebody rents the other half of it, but it's on a cool mountain, and I only got to pay like $200. And so, and it's on a cool mountain by this road that takes you right into Charleston. And it's like everyone here is so awesome. They're like a MacGyver. Like I'm just, you all can tell me to shut up anytime. You asked me to say the subject. So I'm just saying, I moved to West Virginia and I love this place. I was in Virginia where everything's flat and you can always see the tree line. And that's as far as you can see. But uh, here in West Virginia, it's so beautiful, man. It's like America's Switzerland, and I just feel. Also, the cell phone tower is intermittent in and out. They don't have very much infrastructure here, which is good. I don't like them rippling the airwaves billions of cycles a second, constantly, all the time. So there's a lot less of that out here, anyway. And I think we should all move to West Virginia. That's my point. It asked me to change the subject, and that's what I did. I'm talking about West Virginia. Oh, okay. So what happened was I've been hanging out with a flat earther, first time in my life. I got to speak with another flat earther in reality, in person. You know, somebody else that knows the moon landing is fake. Everybody made fun of me, except for I get on the internet to talk with other people that know a moon landing is fake. But besides here on the internet, my neighbors where I came from, Virginia, they were all like making fun of me as the yeah, yeah, I'm a mountain man. Well, I lived in the mountains in northwest Virginia, near Winchester Front Royal. It's near the capital. I lived there for about 5 years, so I already was a mountain man. But I went back down the mountain back to society for several years. But now I'm back again in the mountains, and I love the mountains. The first time I climbed a mountain was in Hawaii. I climbed a mountain. I could see two opposite coastlines. And I didn't take a close look to see how far, but that's what I just noticed. Anyway, I was overwhelmed with pride. I felt so proud of myself when I got to the peak of the mountain. And, you know, was it a few years later, I tried cocaine. It's same exact feeling. So, sorry if that was inappropriate. But anyway, I'm immune to, I don't, it just reminds me of being on a mountain. Anyway, so happy to being on a mountain is like that is amazing. Anyway, I was trying to say I was cruising out here and Invisible Man has been super cool. I've just been hanging out with him. So, uh, his friends are hilarious too. So now I've also, everybody I've met here is so cool. And, I feel like the East Coast is very polarized with politics and all that nonsense. But there's a different culture in the mountain ranges. Everybody wants to help each other. Everyone very helpful. If you're on the side of the road, they will stop. Like everybody will stop. That hasn't. I'm just know that's how, because years ago, that's happened to me years ago in the mountains. But mountain people are so cool. Like they turn their lights off, their brights off at night, but they don't do that on the flat land down by. It's so flat, and but you can't see that far on the flat land because all the tree line is right in front of you. But here on the mountains, I could see so far. It's like God's country. I feel like I'm closer to God. Imagine we're in a fishbowl. I just climbed up to a higher mound of dirt inside the fishbowl, and I feel like I'm closer to the one who stuck us in here. If we're just a bunch of fish in a fishbowl, sorry, you asked me to change the subject, buddy, and I did, right? Hey, so I'm just saying.
No, you're doing
Anybody?
good, but maybe you should take like
Thank you.
a pause for 20 seconds and let somebody else respond or something. I don't
Yes.
know.
Yeah, go ahead. Good morning. Yeah. I was at a rant. Go ahead. What does
Uh,
everybody want?
what was he
Hello.
saying?
Good morning. Good morning. I just talk. Good morning.
Sorry,
Europia.
I just missed what SE was saying.
He was just making a joke about me. He said, "Welcome. Say whatever." He said I smurfing too much. And how you doing, Europia? Are you in Europe?
No, it's a misspelling of the moon of Jupiter. It's a
No. Oh, how do you know about this moon of Jupiter?
oh, please no, please. But no, I just woke up here recently. I was just chilling out,
Right.
listening to you guys, and then typing in chat.
Good morning. Oh, I just started talking just because nobody else was. I ended up talking with a bunch of cool people this morning. Let's see.
Yeah, I was actually interested in some of the topics you were trying to get into.
Oh, what? Yeah. What are you interested about, man?
Yeah, whatever you want to talk about. I was just sitting here listening to you,
Oh yeah.
waking up in the morning.
Well, I'm obsessed with immortality, and that is a recent fixation from the. Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about what happened recently, but yeah, that led me to no. So I'm often fixated on this is a reaction. So I've just found myself um what's that word? Way into biology. So if you ask me, that's what I think about all the time. I think there's a biological explanation for everything. Um, you know, my I kind of lean towards we're in a body, but I can't prove that. I mean, imagine if we're just so tiny we can't tell. The body has many surfaces. There's a lot of dimensions inside the body, literally. So,
You're kind of
uh,
making me think of the old Nikola Tesla quote where he kind of talked about, there's the mainstream science, and so it's kind of taboo to kind of get into some of the other stuff in science. But he said, if we were actually ever allowed to, break that taboo and explore some of that stuff, it would be a great breakthrough in science.
yes.
That's what you were making me think of.
Yeah, I believe in I resonate with that wavelength. Yes. I think that they already figured everything out a long time ago. I don't know how long ago, like beyond centuries ago. And then they have been trying really hard to keep all of the knowledge hidden from the average sheeple, basically. This is my personal theory. um, I just believe that they already figured everything out. The science, all the various sciences, biology. I might say it's an overgeneralization, but a lot of the things I wonder about, that I speculate about, they figured it out centuries ago. There are people I suspect they live forever, and they're not going to tell you about it. On the contrary, they would rather lead people to believe, and they're going to die. I'm not. I have theories of why they operate like that, but I believe that we are invincible and we have been conditioned. I don't know why they're so I was talking to Invisible Man about this last night, and he said, about the orphan trains and them incubator babies. He's like, I mean, I'm wondering, man, if they just like gene splice a whole slave caste of people that just believe whatever they're told, and we're the people, we're just the regular people, that were already here, and they have flooded society with a bunch of people, and possibly for a science experiment, is what I was thinking. He didn't say that, but I was talking with another flat earther about this, and wait, I just said go on about biology. I think that the big secret of all these secrets is biological in nature. It is you know the big story we're all trying to unravel. The mystery is the beginning and why and how. And the Hindus speak of Brahman, and the
What is
uh,
Brahman?
the
Is that your
the Hindu
purpose?
no, Brahman is there's in Hinduism they have Vishnu, which is the sovereign of the universe, the supreme divine person. They call him the supreme divine personality. But below Vishnu is this world, and the god of this world would be Brahman. And Brahman, it became all things. So he in this, it's like Gnosticism. I think they're actually secretly Buddhist. I think that the Gnostics became Buddhist somehow or something like that, because they're trying to bring Lord Maitreya. There's some Masonic book I was reading, but anyway, and that's a Buddhist. I think they. Anyway, so I was talking about Brahman. Brahman is in the beginning. He was. They say he was all knowledge, all things. He's literally everything, and he was instantly bored and divided himself into all of reality. And he is literally everything. Now, in this pocket of reality, however, there is an all-pervading uh, higher power than that. They believe, called Vishnu, and Vishnu is the all-pervading. If I got that right, I think I got that right. I'm not a Hindu, but my point is, I think everybody had the similar belief system, and it has what's a word for how things kind of spread out and shifted. Like the Tower of Babel. So the Tower of Babel kind of drift happened everywhere. Is what I think. I think we all had a universal one world truth, and we knew what it was. And I keep saying Vatican a lot, and I don't want to provoke like them. They're extremely powerful institution. Anyway, I keep using them as a placeholder. You could just say they or whatever the hell, or we speculate all the time. But anyway, they uh basically are immortal and of natural causes. In fact, I suspect they've been cloning themselves, and yeah, this is the purpose of medieval alchemy, is to figure out immortality. I say they already figured it out, and they're hiding it from us. That's my theory. And now a lot of it happens to be in this book that got out. Uh, a lot of people, there's a lot of controversy about this Bible thing, and so I didn't grow up with it either. So I try to think I'm unbiased looking at it, and looking at the big picture. It's kind of like the globe. They have multi-layered exoteric, belief system, and the popular mainstream perspective of the Bible is one of those layers. But there's a I lean towards thinking that they actually don't want people to read it, is what I lean towards thinking. Now other people will say do want you to read it to control you, but if you take it literally, you failed, because it was written initially. It wasn't written in a phonetic. It was symbols copied from the wall, wall art copied into descriptive. So I think that uh what has happened. Okay, now, oh, I was saying they don't want you to read. They don't really want people to read it, because, okay, if you did read it, then they expect you to take it literally, because they popularized that in the mainstream. To take the Bible literally is the expectation of the average person who identifies as a Christian, or whatever their faith is. But I see it as a book of symbols. But the reason it's preserved so long is because it was written by alchemists. You know, the purpose is to figure out how to live forever, and so they made a bunch of these other people. I'm not sure why they made all these people, shipped them
Well,
in
I
there.
I, I, I know I know s- I know
Past the
someone who
1800s.
went through the symbolism of the Tanakh, but I'm not familiar with anyone like analyzing symbolism in the Bible. I don't know if you want to give an example.
Oh yeah, I go on all the time about it. Basically, it's all symbols. Example, put the serpent on the cross. That's the Kundalini. You know what I'm saying? I look at the whole thing as a biological book. Now I have not read all of it. I've listened to the whole thing half a dozen times in the background. Real loud. I've listened to it, but I've not read the whole Bible from front to back cover. I got too much ADD for that. But everything I've piecing together, I got from other people here. So I'm not. I take zero credit for. I'm just someone that's been hanging out here, and I look at it as though um there's a value in a Bible, and in the that Bible thing. There's value in it, and they have crafted exoteric layers of perspective, and the most outermost layer is the globe model with science, the total inversion of the Bible, the complete inversion of it. So the middle layer is taking it literally, and the outer layer is a total inversion. We call that science. The science is the complete inversion of reality, you know and so that's how I look at it. That's my opinion. uh, I was wondering, there's so many people in a lot less than they claim. They're lying about the numbers. I feel like they brought a bunch of people into the world in the 1800s, and I think it's a big. I believe it's a science experiment. You know, I'm not joking. I mean, I could be off on the dates. I said 1800. For example, I was reading Francis Bacon talking about the new world would be a place of science, and I saw a wood carving thing, and they had like a submarine and everything. Like, maybe somebody drew it recently. It looked so authentic. Like, I saw what looked like a rather authentic carving. What they plan to do with the new world is all these various science experiments, man. And yeah, that's what this place is. I think that these forces in Europe, I don't know what they are exactly. I keep saying Vatican, or could have been the royals, whatever exactly, working together, Templar bankers, Jewish mafia, all the above, everything, everybody. They probably all figured out this new Atlantis is what we're in Atlantis is what they called it or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm just at this point. I'm just talking. Y'all can interrupt me anytime. Oh, I think that they're now they're trying to clean it up. They dumped a bunch of people on us, and now they're trying to like clean it up. I think the world is a science experiment. It makes perfect sense to me, right? Or in my mind, in my possibly diluted my. I think that it makes sense if you're in a body. If we're in a more complex entity, he could create a compartment in his mind, to run through all these scenarios. It says in the Bible there are many mansions. There are many world. I forgot what it said. Something like that. I think of a shelf of petri dishes, man. I don't know what to think. You still there, Europia? I'm just talking about. I share my opinion about. Honestly, I think.
I mean,
Go ahead.
me personally, you know, I really do enjoy, coming up with speculations at times. Um, trying to come up with some different possible explanations. But I think here, with what I'm listening to, you really got to separate between, what we observe, and then you have to make that separation, that distinction between what we're seeing and what we're observing, and then you start to maybe speculate about the reasons, and then so with these speculations, then you can begin to investigate those speculations. You could, you know and that's not really what I'm hearing here. Is
Hey,
that,
you're
with these
yeah,
speculations, you have
yeah,
to you, you have to use them like in a certain way to further go down the rabbit hole and be like, you got to be ready
yeah.
to you got to be ready to like discount some of your speculations if it doesn't pair up with
Yes.
reality.
Witsit gave me some cool advice years ago when he showed up on the Flat Earth channel, and I was already hanging out there for a while. But I remember the day Witsit showed up, and I was talking with him, and he said to me, I said, Witsit, man, everybody made fun of me, but I'm like more than 99% sure the sea is level. Like I'm beyond that. But I mean, I'm like 99.9999% sure the moon landing's fake, sea's level, and all that shit. And Witsit said to me, "Hey, pray, ask the higher power for discernment. If you," and I did that, and I like to believe that I have been given discernment. To answer your question regarding speculations, I would say apply discernment, and you can trust in it if you ask for it. All you gotta do is ask the higher power to grant it to you, and you shall receive it. Maybe that's not true. I believe that. I believe
I
that.
don't think you're quite
Maybe it's
understanding
not
what I'm
true.
saying.
Yeah.
What I'm basically saying is that you basically need to use these
Yeah.
speculations to like start to gather evidence either for or against the speculation.
Oh yes. I'm still piecing together. Yes. There's more. Oh, I've only begun. Ha. Check back with me in the future. I'll have way more to say. Oh, you're right. I have a lot to, I'm still piecing together the fundamentals, how I think the basic puzzle pieces fit together. Oh, I want to get a microscope. I'm talking about biology. I don't even have a microscope, man. I really want to get one. But you're right. You're completely right. Oh, I didn't, I only recently developed this perspective. I didn't used to say any of this stuff. All this stuff I was talking about, immortality. Man, I didn't say anything like this a year and a half or a year ago, even maybe a year and a half, year ago. No, I recently cobbled all this together, listening to people and watching stuff they sent me, and yeah, not only this channel, other channels too. But this is currently my favorite channel. I was hanging out on Tartaria before the ship sank. That was a real cluster, weird place. It was a strange place, but I had a blast there. It was really funny. Yeah, I think I began developing this perspective when I was hanging out on Tartaria. you know, anyway, you're right. I need to do more experimentation and work and stuff on this. I'm just still see what I'm piecing it together. You see, I'm trying to. So what I say is that there's a bunch of symbols in the Bible, and people have taken it literally, and even worse, people have inverted it completely. But I actually think there's some. I mean, I learned it here. I think there's some value in their book. I learned that here on the internet.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I don't like talking about this because you're talking about generalities, and I like to,
Yes.
which is fine. But sometimes you really do have to get into concrete, specific examples. Otherwise, you're going to start
Oh.
to lose people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. I have a video that talk about the alchemical the great they say it's the greatest secret of secrets, right? But you're right. You get into more specificity. It's really graphic, but I could talk about um anyway, yeah, I am speaking over general, yes. I could get real specific, but
Well, sometimes you just gotta you gotta like weave in specific examples
oh,
into your
yeah.
generalities.
Oh yeah. Well, for example, they say if you take your creative fluid, and you put it in a hermetically sealed in a terrarium, you can clone yourself. What they say you do is you bury it. In medieval times, they did experiments. They bury it in the earth around horse manure, and those vibrations would influence it to. Okay, so another thing, they would create these different, you know, s- some people are doing inappropriate I don't want to say all the ways they do it. One of the things they've done is they say that they had a red spirit, they'd feed it cow's blood, and they had another clone, they would feed it, I think it was distilled water. Yeah, and when they had a failed experiment, yeah, okay, buddy, he said he'll be right back. But I was just talking to y'all that I guess. Well, they had a failed experiment. It's how they created all the snakes and toads and frogs and stuff. That's where they initially come from, you see. You see, what I'm trying to say with more specificity that you know um it says in the Bible a man's in a grave and his skin splits into worms, right? So what's going on is they're used to drinking the blood, and then they have to go find something else to eat, right? You can't kill anything. All you can do is vaporize or fractalize it. So what ends up happening, it gets transformed. It either gets eaten or it takes another geometric. You can't not destroy the soul. What I mean is what I mean by that is it just transforms into a new. It's called reincarnation. Um, that's how I think reincarnation is when your actual soul in your body, which is a material thing, it's salt water. When that's what you are, and your body is outside that. Like you resonate from your soul. This is my opinion. And so what I think's going on is when you these various life forms like to hang out in the stagnant humid like swamp, and they like to hang out there because it's warm, it's wet, it's closest to a body. The ancestors of the various vermins and pests and things broke off of a creature, and they've adapted to made adaptations in the reverse of evolution, in the complete reverse of it. I rather than evolution, I'd call it adaptation. And they're the only similarity. There's a common ancestor, but it's not a germ. Bacteria is the opposite. It's a very complex creature, because if you left a carcass out on a deserted island, it would rot, just as it would anywhere else that's above freezing. And so that's because it doesn't come from it somewhat does, but it doesn't only come from the environment. It comes from within. You cannot kill the animal. I was imagining a pig. If you killed a pig, you cannot really kill it. You shut its body down and it's still alive, and it's going to now split into, most of it will get eaten, but this is how the initial spawning of creatures occur, is they break off and they keep surviving. And then you have they're very, I can imagine with specificity exactly how this would anyway, but kind of graphic. But hey, I was trying to say that these we call that, they have people thinking that lizards become monkeys. No, no, that's ridiculous. What I'm trying to say is that the simpler creatures broke off of the more complex creature. We have something called irreducible complexity. It can only go one way. It can't go the other way. The evolution is demonstrably absurd. Or compare. I think that uh, these various life forms, some of them they don't want to like adapt to the world. They all, or many of them, want to remain in a body, and they're called parasites. The various parasites formerly were components of a body, I suspect, that adapted to being disconnected, detached from their body, and then they want to be reattached to another host, and that's called a parasite. And what those are from dead people. And they've been injected. I'm sorry, fucking started to talk about something I shouldn't talk about. But I was going to say that, yeah. So that's how I think that works. And so, um, you eat something like bacon, which is the best taste. It's my favorite, but I quit eating it. I stopped eating bacon for about a year now, I guess, over a year. I got more health. I got even more health conscious. But I was saying that a lot of the, stuff passes. Anyone else can interrupt me anytime. I was just talking. A lot of the stuff passes through with the. Good morning, everybody. I'm just talking. But, so my point is that I pieced all this together hanging out here. By the way, I don't. So okay, the way I look at it is that we create and invent all these problems, and there are no problems in the world until man creates them. That's how I look at it. Everything was peaceful and calm. You have the nature out there, which is always eating itself, but in the background. But between people, we have God gave us everything we need, and we create problems. And I think the key is nothing. We should strive to somehow be in equilibrium or harmony with each other. And that's why I strive for an aim to do nothing. Uh, I read a funny thing. A source of all the problems in the world is man's failure to sit in a room by himself or something like that. And people get polarized, right? And they get polarized, and like a magnet, they're drawn to the institutions for glory and lust. Lustful hearts are drawn to the military, to wear the uniform because they saw the propaganda or something. Well, I'm joking around, because once they actually get in the military, then they will all become patriotic and a team. And I'm talking about initially, though, what drew them to. Everybody gets brainwashed to be like a team player, but I mean, what draws people to these
College.
institutions. Yeah, that's what I say. People get drawn for like it's like the Krispy Kreme donut, and so people are drawn like magnets to things, and then problems. They are then they're polarized too, to fight each other, like in wars, or for example, they draw them to the respective armies, and they plan to have them kill each other. And on a high, they don't target each. In the Civil War, they did not target the officer. They hardly ever. Maybe they. I mean, it's a big war. It lasted for years, but they generally targeted the poor people. The officers managed to trick the poor people into killing each other, and they're still doing it. They're doing it right now. They're doing it everywhere. They never stopped. They keeps changing the area. My point is that we create problems, but actually God gave us this beautiful engineering, and we don't have to do. I keep saying nothing. We don't really have to do much. If you have some chickens, they produce you the most nutritious food that I could think of. Is milk, also chicken, eggs, and milk, because the baby he is made out of milk. He is. After he's born, that his sole food is then milk. It was blood, then it became milk, and now in eggs also. The baby came from an egg and then drank milk, and I think that's all a man needs is and salt, and that's it. Everything else is drama. We create. This is mine, like a gold mine. I stole that from Battle said one day somebody said, "This is mine." This is what I'm saying. all you need are some chickens, access to a cow in the neighborhood or a goat or something, and that's it. And some salt. Everything else, you get some salt by the water. And knowledge is power. Now, one day somebody came along and said, "This is mine." And they did that to this whole continent of joking around. I don't have a vendetta or whatever. I'd say they at some point a bunch of men got together and started trying to control the other men, and they started raising people to like get all passionate and polarized. And at the end of the day, can't we all just play music and live forever? There's people, they sacrifice their lives for careerism. Uh, hey, I've covered a wide array of topics, but surface level only. I've not fully gone down the rabbit hole. Oh yeah, you're hilarious. No, let me tell you, yeah, I'm all over the place, but I really think, you know what I just thought. I think all the problems in the world were created and perpetuated by ignorance. I think the knowledge is power, and with knowledge, you don't need anything. I just explained if you had some chickens, and some sort of cow or goat and some salt, which is access to the ocean. That's about it. If they left me alone, I wouldn't need anybody. But they won't leave me alone. If I were to go camp out on the beach and try to be a fisherman and just live and be left alone with some chickens or something, I would be harassed by the government or the owner or both. The same difference. What's the difference? The deputies would show up hey, you can't be there. It's like the dude earlier was saying, that's nice and all, your research, whatever, that you look into things, but what about life? And he was going on about, what about, life, the bills. Yeah, you could spend your whole life trying to find the meaning of life and the purpose of life and the ultimate best lifestyle, or you could get on with your life. He was the dude earlier saying you're missing your life. Could be passing. He was implying that hanging out here on the internet, you could be like. By the way, I moved to West Virginia. It's so I opened the door and it's like almost heaven. But anyway, he's implying, hey, you spend so much time on here, you could be wasting your time. And his examples of were keeping up with the bills. I tried to explain. In other elsewhere in the world, people don't have any bills at all. Any of them. They don't even have. They don't even have a bank. Anywhere. And so there are places in the world where they literally just smoke the hookah and drink tea. The food's free, and they don't do anything. And they live like that for generations. They actually do nothing. I think that's the key to immortality, by the way. Nothing. See, they got everyone scared. They put fear in their minds, and with fear is what like propels people to make these horrible, in the sake of expediency. In the sake of expediency, they sacrifice their own good health, which is priceless. I think that we absorb the oils in the food that we eat and discard the carbon or whatever, And so what I'm trying to say is that, or how did that work? But basically, people are eating all this variety of stuff because they have no idea what real food is. Hey, who's the land in the Himalayas? But check this out. I would say people don't know what real food is, and they eat. They for their entire lives they're trying to eat a variety. I've heard that a lot. They say, "Well, just eat a variety." No, I think real food is animal fat. Basically, eggs is like the superfood to make another creature. Eggs is packed with all the vitamins, vitality. All the vita life, all the vitamins are in the egg. I think I don't know that, or at least a lot of vitamins are in eggs. And I didn't even know that when I was a child. My mother made me breakfast a handful of times. I grew up eating cereal, and I didn't know any better. But the cereal had milk in it, which is real food. So I think the milk is real food, and so long story short, I was in the military, but again, that whole thing is I almost said fake. What I mean is reality is fake. Society creates all these fake dramas and events, and then we don't even stop and ask each other what is real food, and how do we even know what's real food? We're too busy chasing the career and the dollar and paying the bills and the taxes and the credit card. You don't ask basic questions. Well, they gave us an upside down food pyramid with grains. They encourage bread as to build your temple with, or whatever. Anyway, that's just grass. Bread is just dehydrated grass that they put mixed it with water. It's grass. They literally selectively bred grass. And I don't eat any grains at all. I got an almond tortilla. It's not very strong structurally. It's small, but I have an almond tortilla, and I make these little small steak and
Smurf,
egg burritos.
just listening to you, I mean, you really have like a rare talent,
Thank you.
that that I'm alluding to in chat, to where there's you're not really fulfilling your calling, and I kind of alluded to it, but
Well,
there's
I
there's like a job out there that I'm thinking of that you would be like perfect to fulfill.
what would that be? What
Oh,
is it?
you didn't see it in chat?
Oh, I was reading, and then nobody. Oh, an actor? I'm confused. Who's Brandon? Are you talking about me? I read that and I got confused. Yeah, who's Brandon? Uh, well, my name's Smurf, but yeah, man, I know I'm all over the place, and well, I could also just stop talking. That's fine too. If anyone said Smurf, you're annoying, let me know.
No, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. It's just
Oh, you're good.
some of the stuff you're talking about just makes me think of things, and that's just one of the
Yeah,
things that
cool.
made me think of.
Oh, I'm literally thinking out loud right now. Please do interrupt me. Uh, Hello, good morning, Hamburger.
Hey,
Good morning, y'all. How are
Morning.
real
y'all?
quick, I think he thinks that you're somebody else, Smurf.
Yeah, I got that vibe. Yeah.
Well, I mean that was one of my questions, but then I'm like, well, if he's not, then he's that's like the perfect role for him. It's like perfect.
Yeah, we don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Somebody
Sorry.
told me that before. Somebody told me I'd be a good comedian.
Yeah, you would be a good comedian, but I think Homeboy's trying to be sarcastic, so let's let him finish that one out.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to be sarcastic.
Okay,
I
so
genuinely believe that that he would be perfect for the brand.
for what? Perfect for what? Europea. Perfect for what? Yeah, pussy.
Yeah, I'll be your president. Yeah, vote for me. Vote for me. Yeah, he can't say it because he's on the clock.
Oh, he thinks that you'd be a good president.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think you'd be a way better president than 90% of them. Yep.
You know what I would think? You know what I would do is I
Shit,
would have
100%, because I don't think any of them were genuine. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'd have these fireside chats where you would know what I think.
Yeah, man.
There'd be no lying. Yeah, I could be wrong, but you would know what I think.
Yeah, man. Well, and you wouldn't have to you wouldn't have to get other people to, put masks on their face and act like you on stage and all that kind of stuff.
I saw a dude get interviewed. Yeah, I thought he was talking about Brad. I saw a dude get interviewed wearing that. He had a very dark skin in his wrist. He was wearing a.
Yeah, I saw that.
Saw that.
The guy was tan. The guy with the Biden mask on was tan, and
Totally
hairy
not
arms and stuff. It's ridiculous. You see
they
the
have
line
this
too. You see the line right on his neck. You see the line right on his neck.
Oh
It's
yeah,
so
the
funny.
ears. They have a
And the
yeah, I
ears
see
thing,
that.
dude. Listen,
Yeah,
I told my I gotta
that's
stay a
where
little,
it
I gotta
connects.
stay a little quiet because my wife and daughter are sleeping. But
Oh,
the
yeah.
Oh, come on,
I
pussy.
showed my mom the difference of the pictures between Joe Biden like 10
Yeah.
years ago and then Joe Biden now,
Yeah.
and how the differences in the ears are uncanny. Like,
Oh, wow.
and she said, she's like, well, honey, he probably got plastic surgery. Okay. I'm like, and that's
She doesn't
so
want to
you're gonna
believe
make
it.
some shit up so you believe it. That's okay.
Yeah, that's mental gymnastics. She doesn't want
Right.
to come to terms with that. We don't know how many Joe Bidens there really are.
Right.
The
Put in
reality is
perspective,
there's more
if you're
yeah.
president, the number one guy in your, in
Character.
your political world, right? You're president, right?
I'll do it.
That's what I was alluding to and talking about,
I'll
is
do it.
that Smurf would be
Yeah,
perfect for that role.
give me a mask.
Oh,
Give me
come
his
on.
mask. I'll do it. I'm just
Smurf
joking.
would be a good president. Smurf wouldn't be a good actor.
I would take the mask off and I'd say, "Y'all get smurfed." Thanks.
Exactly. Dude,
And earn a
they'd
spot.
shoot you on spot, but but at least you'd be like,
They
yo, it's
would.
all fake. It's all fake, motherfuckers.
They would.
Yep.
I'd be dead quick. Hey, he was that dude talking about immortality. Yeah, natural causes. All this stuff I'm saying doesn't stop 9 millimeters. No.
All right, settle down.
You're funny. Don't let me wake you up your family by accident. You're
No,
cool.
it's
Good
cool.
morning.
I just wanted to say
Great to hear
something.
from you.
Yeah,
You're
likewise,
funny.
Smurf. Always good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this play. I'm always listening. I very rarely talk on here because I'm just listening. Uh, I'm kind of hope I've not bothered too many of y'all with my opinions, but yeah, I think entertainment is. Hey, thanks, buddy. You're cool. I think entertainment is really important because I think the higher power wants us to be happy. you know. I never have been a father, but I would imagine that uh you know what I'm saying? I think we should just hang out and be happy. And we
I
have
feel you,
all this
dude.
drama in society. Go ahead.
I say I feel you, dude. Like, I feel like that's why the media tries to portray things like to scare you on purpose. It's to like take away from your joy, to add fear to your life.
That's exactly what
Yes.
Linda was saying earlier in chat.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so crystally clear. It's the same old song and dance for years, and it's just gonna go on, and you just have to be selective about what you take
Oh,
in. And also detox
yeah.
after you absorb certain things, like certain shows, like everyone's watching that, like American Horror or whatever. I don't watch that stuff anymore. After the Donald Trump season, I was just like, you guys could at least be more creative with your brainwashing, and I just got over it. Um, or
You're
just like
awesome.
pop music now with like the new Doja Cat album. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I had you to my friends. Yeah, they use the fear to herd people like sheep. Exactly the same thing. You know, that's how they get people to do what they want them to do. They get them real scared. They've got everyone really terrified that the other society will attack them, but really they're all working together at the highest level. And whenever they do attack each other, it's planned to make the poor people fight each other and get hurt, and only the poor people get hurt, you know, every time. They always send the poor people every time. If I was a politician, if I really was like beating a war drum, I'd grab a rifle and I'd be the first one getting off the plane. But that's just me, you know. I don't beat war drums, but if I was, I'm just talking about me. You never see a senator get off a plane. I mean, you know what I mean, onto the battlefield as with a rifle. I've never seen that before. and but yeah, because they're tricking people with fear. They create this drama on the television is the primary. But now they have other avenues, algorithms and everything. But before that it was a radio, newspaper. And there's nowadays all the above. But they trick people and make up reasons for them. They make it all. It's all fake. They make up reasons for them to be upset, and then they trick them into
Um,
getting upset. And go ahead.
It's true. A lot of these like manufactured social issues, they're just
Yeah.
created so that we can distract ourselves with legislature that gets us nowhere and just we spend our own money trying to solve
Yeah.
fake problems. Like years ago,
Yeah.
I remember no one cared if you were a tranny, and no one cared that you said tranny
You're right.
either.
Yeah.
You were
Nobody cared.
one, and it was okay, and the people who were into that, and nobody cared. And I never had battles with people. I used to work in like a fashion retailer, like a popular one, and I'd
Yeah.
help these people pick out clothes and bras and knew that they were men and didn't care. And they were some of my best customers, and they were very kind. And now it's
That's
like
funny.
I wonder how many things I did in
Oh.
kindness that would be considered hate crimes.
Oh. Wow.
Like
I
when I was
Yeah.
just trying to help people and be nice, and I'm sure none of those people ever considered anything I did to be rude, but
Oh.
it's like just the world is divided for no frickin' reason, and it really bothers
Yeah.
me. And
I,
I
I,
hate
I
being called these hateful things for no goddamn reason from people who don't know who I am.
Yeah.
Like,
I
they know
went
nothing
into one of those
about my
women's
life,
stores one
you
time, and
know.
I just tried to buy a Christmas gift for my sister, and like the women that were working there was like they were like giving me weird looks. It's like what the fuck? I'm just buying a Christmas gift.
Did they think
Yeah.
you were like creepy or something?
Did they think I was what?
Did they
Because the
think you were
news.
creepy or something? Like, was it like a
I,
threatening thing?
I don't know. They were giving me really weird looks, and it's like,
The
hello,
world's
Christmas time
becoming
is
trendy
approaching.
again.
Oh, but she's right though. Whenever I hear normies, they're talking about these manufactured social things, like she's saying. They create these things, and then they affect you. Like I had a lot of Karens attack me recently over the last few years. For not complying. Same thing. They they manufacture the drama, and they trick us into hating our neighbors and hating each other and hating. Why? I think we should all just drink tea and smoke the hookah and you listen to music. You know,
I
you know.
agree. Weed improves your life so much. No wonder they make it illegal so many places.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah. Oh, it's the
What
it
are you
of
was
talking
course,
the
about?
also
universal medicine,
pharmaceuticals,
marijuana.
and then make you argue
Yeah.
about stupid crap. Of course, like everyone, like people who
Yeah.
take opioids. I don't know if you've ever been on them for a while, but they make you so irritated at the slightest thing, and then you get like this weird numbness, and you just like lash out at people for no reason, and then fall asleep for 12 hours. It's like a weird experience, and then these people get, like, addicted to them, and they take them
Yeah.
away, and it's like, no one cares about you anymore, you're like a ghost in a shell of yourself, and, like,
Wow.
everyone's just arguing about, like, stupid crap, they don't care that you're homeless and displaced, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it 68% of adults are on prescription medicines? And I try to remember the number. I think it was 52% of those are opioids. I forgot the number. The majority of it is opioids. Well, anyway, they're driving around the road every day, you know, going through that, what you just described, that whole thing, becoming a numb zombie, you know, an irritable numb zombie. Yeah, they're on the road. Like somewhere around, I did the
Yeah.
math in the past, like a third of the people, more than a third of the people are on opioids driving around.
Yeah,
Kind of
when
scary, huh?
they became more popular with like OxyContin being
Yeah.
like really popular, people would fall asleep behind the wheel a lot and get into accidents on the highway. And it's
Yeah.
like people don't really remember that. They just think, oh, drunk driver, and they don't care. They chalk it up to anything. They don't even think, oh, that's like a manufactured issue that like the government
Yeah.
is literally pushing. They think, oh, that's some drunk
Yes.
idiot. I'm glad he died. They don't care if it's
Meanwhile,
they don't
they
care if the
find a
dude's taking
joint.
medication because he has to work.
Stop
Yeah.
interrupting her because I'm not fully understanding what she was talking about with the road accident there.
Oh, well, in the early 2000s, late 90s, when OxyContin became like distributed and was more popular, people would fall asleep behind the wheel because they weren't used to it. And they didn't used to tell people, like, don't operate heavy machinery while you're on this. They manufactured it as if it was like a cure-all. And once you're on it, like you're on it for a short term, it does help with the pain, and then you'll kind of be more perked up because you'll be able to function. The longer you're on it, the less it helps with the pain, and the more the pain just becomes like this dull ache. And then the medication also distracts you, so you become twice as distracted when initially you were only partially distracted, but you had more clarity because it helped with the pain. So you just become addicted to it in a physical way, and it doesn't help you, and then it just makes you pass out, essentially, because you'll keep yourself up on the medication. The medication just, it doesn't really help with what is hurting you. It turns off the part of your brain that tells you that you're in pain. So it's like just slapping duct tape over someone's mouth and ignoring the problem. It's not actually helping the problem. That's why they give it to people who are dying, not to people who have like long-term issues to help with pain management. When they do that, that's a misuse of the medication. So that caused a lot of accidents. And then it would just be chalked up to driving while intoxicated. So these accidents were underreported. And people blamed most of them on alcohol and misuse of like recreational drugs.
That reminds me of like I believe Geo calls it. I'm trying to use the code word. What is he? He calls it like the juice or the Kool-Aid.
Happy juice. You can do Kool-Aid.
The Kool-Aid, and how they manipulated the numbers. So kind of the same way with what you're talking about. There was a manipulation of the numbers.
There's always, listen, you're not going to find real numbers. You're just not going to find them out there. Especially if you're looking in mainstream, like pharmacia and mainstream medicine, you know, the numbers are very particular in pushing narratives and selling drugs and keeping repeat customers sick. Remember, they don't want to heal you, they want to keep seeing you.
That's true.
You know, because like, check it out. You get a headache, right? Well, there's always a cause for a headache. You don't always know what the headache is, right? But there's always a cause. Now, say it's a simple headache that you get all the time, you know, and the doctor recommends Advil, Tylenol, whatever, but all you do is chug a bunch of water, and that works better than any Advil Tylenol that you've ever taken in your life, right? But there's different things, like when you break your arm, you should probably go to a doctor to have them set that up, you know. You shouldn't just stay home with a bone poking out of your arm being like, yo, I hope this fixes itself. Let's see what I can do myself. No. That's when you do need a doctor. You don't need a doctor to tell you to take Tylenol for pain.
Yes, yeah. What's happened is people that I know, most people go to the doctor if they got the sniffles or any little thing. It's weird. I have not been to the doctor in over a decade. Oh, the last time I went to the doctor was when part of my finger was cut off.
Yeah, see, that's when you go. That's when you go.
Yeah.
I had that happen and they just packed it for me. I kind of wish I didn't go. But, you know, it's like, oh, I kind of...
Yeah, I guess it depends on how much the finger's off.
Keep you in the waiting room for so long. Yeah.
Just happened to a friend of ours here on the channel a few days ago. He just cut his finger off. They put it back on.
Little John Bobbitt action. Anybody remember the Bobbitts?
No.
Lorena Bobbitt cut John Bobbitt's little action figure off and threw it out the window, and apparently they sewed it back on, and then he started doing porn. Like, all this story is so stupid. But
changed her name too.
Yeah.
She tried to do something else. She wrote a book and really
that whole thing is so funny.
Yeah. I think I was saying marijuana. I was just saying earlier, they find a joint in a teenager's car, and they ruin his life, you know. But it's okay to have prescription opioids. I'm joking, but what I mean is, like, marijuana was a universal medicine, you know. Oh, I think the reason they did all this is because they can't patent it. They've been mixing plastic with things, and that's how, or petroleum, same different. So they make these plastic, which is toxic. Plastic is like basically it's like poop. You know, it's like toxic. It's just a whole bunch of, is it like a big mass of carbon? It's like something like that. They call it a hydrocarbon. Anyway, I think of it like it's poop. But anyway, so they make these poopy pills. People are eating these plastic pills, whatever you want to call it, and you know they they're destroying people's lives over marijuana. It's crazy. It used to be the universal medicine, well, the filler and everything, and now the filler is plastic. So they patented, you know what I mean? It's so evil. It's diabolical. Wow. One thing leads to another, and people are on dozens of pill prescriptions. There's no way that stuff's safe synergistically to have a dozen or 2 dozen prescriptions, which has been normalized. You know, you ever open an you ever visit an elderly person? It's horrifying. You know, anyway, I could go on all day about this. I was saying, yeah, we create problems, and I think at the foundation of it is a lustful heart. People want to go and make lots of money, and they become a doctor or whatever, and they're just poisoning a bunch of people, and all they care about is a dollar, or it's not just doctor, whatever the trade is. Various professions and trades, people want to be super wealthy for their ambitions, right? I was just saying, all the drama is created. There is no battle worth fighting. I say life is a battle, right? You know, I don't see any of this activism shit as worth my time. Any of it.
Well, there's a
You know,
spiritual war, and all of this is like slacktivism, and it's just like manufactured because now this is a way for people to generate incomes for themselves, like by joining the false outrage Olympics and getting on like TikTok and social media and screaming and saying like they're so angry about the injustice and the whatever, but then they go to their Starbucks and they buy like, a latte that was made with slave labor beans and,
yeah, wow,
dairy that was made with slave labor cows and
yeah. Yeah, you're right. You just kind of fight like that. Yeah, it's all for the sake of expediency because it got to be just in time. I'm in a hurry. I got to pay the endless bills that never end. They never end. They just, you thought you just paid all your bills off, and then they throw them back at you again. You know, elsewhere in the world, they don't do that to you. They don't do that everywhere. They do that depending on how westernized your country is. You know.
Oh, what the heck? I just got like a hair in my coffee.
I was saying, in elsewhere, there are no expectations. There are no ambitions in other parts of the world. People are happy to coexist with each other. But that doesn't sound exciting now, does it? The older I get, the less excited I get about everything. I just like to listen to music and talk with people. You know.
I'd rather have a boring life at this point. Like, your life's not supposed to be this, like, main character energy, like, musical shit, like, people keep trying to promote it as. Like, if you have a boring life, it's a privilege, and you should just be happy that you've got, like,
Yeah.
peace and a place to stay, and, like, all I want is,
Oh
like,
yeah.
my freaking pod and a place to
Yeah.
relax at night.
Oh,
I don't need
I
this, like, crap. No.
I
I'm
I
not trying
think
to hit
that
the grind, so I don't need a high value whatever, I just would like a place to live.
oh yeah, I'm the same way as you. I'm so happy I'm moving into my new house, half of a house. Well, somebody else rents the second floor,
Like a
but on the
duoplex,
first
that's
floor,
what we call them, is duoplexes. They're, like,
yeah.
cut down the middle.
Well, it's like that, yeah. Except it's not down the. What it is, I'm renting the first floor. But anyway, it's on a side of a mountain and it's super scenic. It's really cool, and it's in a really
That's
the area.
cool,
I
yeah.
don't care so much about the specific. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm moving into my. I guess you could call it an apartment. Yeah, and it. Now I could have got a house. I just don't really care. I let somebody else. I said, hey, just get me in anywhere. But anyway, so it's in a great area. I'm so happy to be in the beautiful Appalachians. It's like a
That's what I
vacation
was
that never
thinking, it's like he
ends.
sounded
You
like
know?
it was in Virginia. I was like, "Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, he's in West Virginia."
yeah. Yeah, I'm in God's country. It's a magical land, up here in the mountain. It's so beautiful. I would say the older I get, the less drawn I am to all. It's like a magnet. They put all these magnets out there to catch your. They want you to care and get passionate about various dramas that are all created. The various wars on. Wow, there's endless. You ever hear global war on anything or medical? It comes to mind a lot. But a lot of these politicized dramas on the television, it's all just a for-profit scam. You know, it seems like increasingly most everything is some scam. I'm talking about modern Western society. Now, the Amish, meanwhile, live amongst us, and they don't. They none of anything I say applies to them. They've found out how to live out. That's probably the way to live. However the Amish do. I don't know any Amish people, but I've seen them before riding around in a buggy one time, a couple of times. I've seen them a couple of times. Not around here, but yeah, the Amish got it down. Really, I think. I don't know any of them, but I like technology. So there's just people out there called Mennonites that use technology. But I was saying, yeah, the
Mennonites
older
are
I get,
different than the Amish. I don't think there are Mennonites anymore because there used to be some in
oh,
Massachusetts, and you could go visit, but they don't believe in like procreation, so I think that they're kind of just died out.
oh, that's
Like
funny.
the
I was just talking
Quakers.
about that. Yeah. What you said? What you say?
Like the Quakers were kind of like the same thing. They're not Amish, but sorta.
Wait, okay, so if
Oh,
they're against procreation, how do they continue as a people?
I was
They
wondering
don't. That's not what they
that.
believe in doing. I think they think that like humans are a plague on the planet, and they just live their lives trying to be as impact
Wow.
free as they
That's
can, and then they
dumb.
just
At
die.
that point, it would just be gun to the head if you're not going to even have kids. Dumb shit.
Some of them have kids. They join, and then they commit
Yeah.
their lives to it. It's like a religious thing.
My wife used to
But I
be
don't know.
STA.
I don't want to speak too far out my ass because I'm not even sure. I just looked this up a while ago because I remember I used to visit them when I used to go on vacation with my parents, and we'd like stop at these little places, and you could go walk through their communities and buy some stuff from them. Usually like scarves and pies and stuff, and they were always really good. So
Well,
because
yeah,
they got
I
like
mean, the
well,
way they do
they do
things
all
is
these
great.
scarves.
Yeah, the way they do things is really great.
And they make all their own furniture, and you can just buy like a rocking chair from like some 80-year-old guy. It's beautiful.
Right. And he probably spent a month or two on it, whereas the factory built it in a day. Not even a day. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so we got an
You,
Amish furniture store right down the street that we're not staying here where we live, but if we were, I'd furnish our whole house with that stuff. It's amazing.
Apparently, some
oh,
Amish people aren't Amish,
oh,
and it's like a scam.
oh,
I found
cool.
out.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Hey,
sure.
I didn't know. I didn't never thought of that. I gotta get furniture from my house. I can go
Dude,
to the
get Amish
Amish.
furniture. It'll last
Wow.
forever. It's beautiful.
Just one
Wow.
little piece at a
Cool.
time.
Yeah.
Hey, that's an idea. Is it expensive? I bet it is. It
A
probably
Yes,
little
it
bit.
is.
is.
Or
It's not too much.
tri-state
It's
sales,
worth it.
dude. Tri-state sales. Like, look for
Yeah.
You
places that
you
like got
you have
no one lives
Amish
there.
furniture? You have Amish furniture?
Me, no, but I live in an apartment.
Oh,
I
oh.
don't think, maybe I'd have a table here or one chair or something, but I'm not going to fill an apartment with
My
Amish
dad made
furniture.
the furniture himself, so it's basically Amish furniture. We just made it, so.
Yeah, it's beautiful to set up a home
Cool.
with that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. I used to manage a VIP company, a security company. Anyway, lots of money used to flow through my hands paying people. But I am so happy now that the VA pays me a tiny trickle compared to what I used to get. But the difference is it's consistent. Moving into this house, I know that I'll always be able to pay my rent. I may go broke shortly after, but when in the past I was always stressed out running that wheel in the industry, in the business, trying to keep up with everything. And it's expensive too. Keeping up and living in Northern Virginia, DC area, in the traffic and running a licensed insured business, all that. I realize I'm just thankful for what I have. I can get a small bit of money and live in the mountains, and yeah, the older I get, the less I care about ambition and desiring, like, increasingly less. I'm just more happy with being alive. As the day go by, I'm just happy I exist. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I don't know if
dude.
that makes.
Like that's kind of the point. Is like people who aren't satisfied at like anything. Like that's like a deep hole and like usually from some sort of traumatic incident. Like that's where narcissism is born. Like that's a sign that something's not wrong. You know, the fact that people
Yeah.
can't feel that way anymore kind of shows
Oh,
like a societal problem, like a
we're
huge
we're
place.
we're brought up with all the what do you call that? Like crusades, we're brought up and told there's all these problems, and people also are broken in the education system to their abuse. I think it's psychological abuse to the population. Anyway, so they're demoralized. That's the word I'm looking for. People are like demoralized, degraded, degraded, treated like animals. I think with the bell and everything, and being stuck in a big metal. It's a treated like cattle. And so then their whole lives are told that basically they're implied that they're worthless, right? And they're conditioned to be an employee,
Mm,
and they're told that there's all these problems in the world, and they could get some if they commit their life, their little small life, to some institution like there's all these endless crusades out there, whether it's the military or anyway. I was saying they create all these problems. It's a big money racket, and they trick people and to want to be a hero and be to have a really prestigious background they can brag to the Joneses about when they have their nice picket fence and their lawns cut really super short. They can like brag to their neighbors, oh yeah, I'm a very important man at the Institute of science, and I you know what I mean. And I think I think the Amish have it right, man. I got to go meet up with them some, or I don't know, but I think life is about knowing your neighbors and hanging out with your friends and neighbor, and what they don't want to do that. They want to go run on the corporate wheel. I was saying society is they've made worship my friend calls them monkey pictures, or my other friend calls them FedEx Reserve notes, or whatever symbols. They got people worshiping symbols, and they call them human resources people that and they value each other based on how many monkey pictures they have in their pocket. But monkey face pictures, I think that's what my friend calls them. That's funny. And well,
What are
anyway,
monkey face pictures?
US dollars. Yeah, FedEx Reserve notes, monkey face pictures. Yeah, that's just something I heard. A friend of mine keeps calling him that. Yeah, you got some monkey face. I got some monkey face pictures. Anyway, so they.
I don't think human resources actually makes that much money.
I agree with you. What they've done is they tell everybody they're a human resource, and they don't pay them very much. Somebody was saying that the woman that made the man here earlier, a woman made picture frames and made $40,000 a week. Wow, look at that! Look at the Amish. That's cool. Wow. Hey, that's neat. That's cool. Hey, I was saying the wow. Look at all many Amish people moving that barn. That's amazing. They could build stuff so fast. I think it's basically free, you know, and they all work together like a team. You know what? They remind me of the Muslims. The Muslims do the same, similar. They all get together, work together, pool resources, and we don't. The Amish are doing it. We don't do that anymore. Maybe a
Yeah,
long time
someone
ago,
said yesterday, like we have no sense of community here, and it's like
Yeah. None.
Which is a
Yeah. Gone.
shame, which is weird because like no one sticks up for us. Like we should stick with each other, and it's like so easy to get attacked here and just like tossed out.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. I think 100 years ago it was different, but something happened with the radio. The newspaper was maybe the beginning, but the radio and the TV, it replaced community. You know, everybody just wanted to watch TV. They still played
Yeah,
outside until the electronics showed up, and now they don't even go outside anymore. No
because
more
people stopped caring
community.
about what happened inside their homes. They started like looking and leering at other people. It's like that's all TV really
Yeah.
was like this like, window to the other world. No one ever knew what
Oh.
was going on. If you watch early television shows, it's so weird. Like they don't know what to do.
Uh,
Like the ads are weird, like they're all very like strangely like acted out, and it's like
that's
it's
funny.
obviously programming. It's meant to like distract you,
Uh,
hypnotize you, sell you something.
that's funny. I mean, I don't have no idea. My mother she's a year younger than well, she's almost 80. Is when she went, she grew up in Brooklyn, and so that was a very long time ago. And she said the TV was live. The only comment she told me about what was funny is how unpredictable people would make mistakes on TV trying to do a commercial
Yes.
and just bust out laughing, you know, because back then it was all live in the early television day. And then TV. Now my mother's a TV addict, but anyway, TV. She said was so much entertaining when it was live,
Yeah.
and now it's pre-recorded.
Not entertainment too. It was about the joy that you provided people. It wasn't about getting them on the hook and like getting them to do something. And
Oh,
most
that's
of the people
everything
who were
now.
in these little ads were drunk, which is kind of funny, but at the same time it's like it
I didn't
shows you
know
the
that.
culture
That's funny.
of the time. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, like do you remember I Love Lucy?
Oh, yeah. Now that you mentioned it, I remember that. Yeah. You ever
You remember that
saw
with the yeah, with the
what was
spoonful. Yeah.
what's that?
What's your
I
point?
don't know.
What's your point with the I Love Lucy?
She did an ad for a product and they kept giving her spoonfuls of it and it was like 80% alcohol, so by the time she did the ad live, she was too drunk to remember her lines.
That's awesome. Oh, well, I trying to remember the name of that show with the famous. Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta do some research. Mary Tyler Moore. What is the man's name before that? There's Rick, whatever his name. Dick Van Dyke.
Um,
That's it. Dick Van Dyke.
yeah, you
Yeah,
got
that
it.
show was
That's I
hilarious.
couldn't remember.
What? What'd you say?
I couldn't remember
What?
it.
I, I just remembered the Dick Van Dyke show. Did you ever see that? That show's
That
hilarious.
that's a pretty
I
gender
saw
bending
that
name.
and then I watched Little Rascals.
The gender bender. I didn't know that.
I watched The Jeffersons. I watched a lot of the black shows. So
So what were you saying though about you were watching these old shows and they didn't know what to do?
Uh,
because it wasn't scripted, like the really old like TV in like the 40s and the 50s, it's not scripted mostly. So they'll just like put on a program and they're just like, "Hey guys, let's like I don't know, dance or something." And they just start and kind of improvise as they're going along and then, they'll cut. It's like this moving thing. It's like you're watching like a play that's broadcasted. You're not like watching this like pre-recorded thing that's
yeah.
intentionally made to grab your attention in certain ways because now everything on television is like
Yeah.
subliminal, so like they couldn't do that, and if they were doing that it had to be like a lot different than it is now, and then like, oh, this is kind of not like good, but like they couldn't prove it, so like if they flash something on the screen, it's like what were they going to do about it? Was someone going to be there with like a film camera snapping the screen? Like, that stuff kind of traveled by word of mouth. But in a way, that was a lot more widely accepted. Because then people all saw it and they couldn't lie to one another. Like, they were like, yeah, you saw it, I saw it. There wasn't this whole like, oh, you thought you saw it, someone photoshopped it in, I can't prove that, that's, you know, you did that by yourself type of shit. Like, what you saw was what you saw. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Don't you miss
that's what I
that?
love about this place. This place is live all the time. And I'm an example of people saying silly stuff. You know, I like this place. You never know what the hell anybody's going to say here. For the similar you're saying, you know, we brought it back after all these years. We brought back live reality, you know, on the air. I was saying this channel is so cool like that, you know. This is like a talk show that never ends.
No, I know, but it's also, we have, like, responsibilities to protect it,
Yeah. Yeah, I
we
often am
all
on
got
the
that weird email, I guess, like, I
yeah
did, I don't know if anyone else did.
about the gem server.
Yeah,
Email?
yeah.
What are you talking about?
They shut down a
Oh,
server.
yeah.
Yeah.
They said, like, if we don't, like, report certain things, we could potentially lose our accounts, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
you're gonna tell me what I can and can't do or
Yeah, I'd like to
think?
reply. I didn't get that, but I would reply with, okay, well, here's my permission for you to go fuck yourself.
No, yeah, for real. You wanna say eat my ass, but a computer's gonna read it, and honestly, I wouldn't be
I
able
mean
to.
that doesn't make sense because there's just millions upon millions of messages on Discord every day, and you know people are on like you know so many servers that you know you can't like
Like I said,
something could go across your screen, but you might not even see
there's
it or
so
read
much
it.
worse
Right.
things, like,
How do you say
people,
go
women,
fuck yourself? How do you say go
people,
fuck
like,
yourself in
scam
gamer?
people.
Sorry, go ahead, hon. I go ahead.
Go fuck yourself in gamer, it's like, your
Yeah,
mom gay.
your mom gay.
That's it.
Your mom's gay, so I don't know how you even exist. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what I like about this channel. You turn on some propaganda, they don't joke around like y'all, you know.
Yeah. Well, you should have fun with these topics because, like, obviously we're taking it seriously because we're talking about it, but you should take it so seriously that you're chill about it, not getting worked up about it.
Oh yeah,
If
I
you
read
don't
somewhere
remain
on
chill,
here.
it makes you target.
What'd you say, hon?
Wait,
Sorry, I said if you don't remain chill, it just makes you a target.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, dude.
I read on this channel it said stay cheerful in all circumstances. I don't know, was it
Yeah.
Buddha or somebody? Yeah. I
Well,
try to
yeah.
laugh at
If you don't,
everything.
if you don't let it get to you, it doesn't get the loosh, right? Because it's feeding off of your negative energy. It doesn't get that loosh that it's looking for.
Bro, I wonder about that. What if the world is an energy farm? Earth is an
Yeah.
anagram for heart.
Right. So, like, an energy extraction matrix.
Like,
Oh
we're all
yeah.
somebody's energy farm. Like,
Yeah.
have you ever gotten out of a really crappy relationship and realized you were someone's energy farm for, like, years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and I've been
Right.
energy farms for people too,
Or
right? I've
unfortunately,
been a piece of
sometimes
shit in relationships too.
You
Yeah,
learn
me
better,
too,
so
actually.
do better, you know?
Yep. Oh, I know. Matthew Perry's gone. He was so great too.
Poor dude, yeah, I saw that. I was like, that's so sad. And he died like Aaron Carter died. When Aaron Carter died, I was so sad.
Hot tub, dude. What?
In a hot tub? What is it about the hot tub?
Yeah.
'Cause
All you gotta do is
He's
walk by
drowning.
when he's trashed in a hot tub and just push his head underwater a little bit, and it's done.
Oh, he just drowned in it. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he passed out.
Passed out, drowned. I mean, passed out and then drowned.
Scary.
Man, we're a floaty. We're floaties.
He does, that top right picture especially, he does look like he knows how to party and get down once or twice, but anyway.
No, he looked awful in the
He
photo.
could have just fell asleep too.
He could have fell asleep and it's just done. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's like nefarious.
Again, we talked about this earlier. He was on opioids, and those make you pass out.
Well, yeah. You don't take too many opioids and then go sit in the hot. Was he by himself?
Yeah, probably. I think
Oh,
someone
see,
probably
that's how you
found
do
him,
it.
like a housekeeper. Someone came home.
He's like, I'm
He
cool.
said
I'm
he was
gonna get
he
high.
said he was
It's no
down for
problem.
himself.
Yeah, I'll get high. I'll sit in my own hot
Never
tub.
do
Whatever.
that.
No, I mean, the big problem here might just be like surface friction, and like if you had something like like a natural stone seat in the hot tub, probably couldn't have slipped like that. You know what I mean? If you think about it,
Sure.
those hot tubs are slippery.
Yeah, they do get slippery.
So I'm sorry.
I'm surprised it didn't happen
Just
earlier.
trying
If
to
he's
figure out how
getting
we can keep people from
if he's
dying in
getting
hot
trashed
tubs.
and sitting in the hot tub, I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier. To be honest. Either way, heck of a comedian,
I
heck
worry
of an
about
actor.
my
He was a very
grandma
genuine
going into
person.
hot tubs.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, oh, sorry. I said I worry about my grandma going into hot tubs and stuff, like when she goes out on vacations and shit. Cause I'm like, I heard about this lady. She scraped her foot and then died of an infection because of the hot tub. I was like,
Wow.
Jesus, I didn't even realize that could happen.
Yeah, and the only way not the only way, but it's easy to prevent. Just bromine or chlorine. Just use enough, and you're good to go.
Yeah, and it's like you just cannot ever be sure in public places, and that's the only places
Yeah.
she uses hot tubs, is like
Oh,
hotels
man.
and stuff. So like,
Gross. Oh, or she's got the healthiest immune system in the state. One of the two.
she probably does just because she grew up in like the 70s, so it's like, duh. But
Yeah.
I'm probably I should be worried for myself when I'm worried about her. She kind of lived through everything, but I thought that was really crappy. I had somebody lost their grandma that way, and I was like, that sucks.
I was talking to an old timer about 5G, and he said, "Man, I grew up in Pennsylvania with the smokestacks and the coal in the air. I'm not afraid of no 5G." That was funny. Sorry.
No, with all the lead that's potentially in my blood, I'm just like 5 watt.
I just am happy to be alive, and I feel privileged to be able to communicate with other real people like yourselves that can think. Yeah, I'm just happy to be alive every day. I moved to West Virginia where it's beautiful when I open the door. So I'm in a beautiful area, talking with people with beautiful minds. I'm just happy to be here. But a lot of people are caught in all these dramas that they saw on television, and that's their whole world. They go and do things like they go to join the army, or they become a doctor or a lawyer to fight some crusade they saw.
Yeah, don't join the army, man.
I already did that, but I was saying people in general. I was talking about society in general. They trick us. I didn't know any better, but see, I would not. Now that I'm older, I would not advise anyone to do that. Yeah, I agree with you. You're right. Yeah, but
Everyone I
I'm
know who
saying,
joined any branch of the military has come back with like a severe personality disorder and is just like immensely traumatized. Even when they just like do paperwork and shit, because they couldn't stand the mental breaking, and I'm just like,
yeah,
the fuck, like
yeah,
it's really
they,
weird to watch people come back
yeah.
and have like nothing behind their eyes anymore.
Oh, I changed a lot. I used to be extremely self-centered. I was really mean. I was a real like a spoiled brat that wasn't. I think I was kind of neglected by my family. But anyway, I was real mean. Well, I joined the army, and they brainwashed me so extensively that it made me feel like worse and completely worthless. But then they give you this purpose, the drill sergeant says he said that this is the only job in the world, the only real job. So I was just saying they lied, though. They made all that up because they staged these wars for profit. War is a racket, and they're tricking the poor people into killing each other, and they're poisoning people.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not supposed to talk about that, but I was saying and I went into it because my family did. And they make you patriotic, but it's all brainwashing, and it's all. At the end of the day, nobody needs to do any of that. Nobody needs to pick up a rifle and shoot at anybody. It's all propaganda, and it's all tied back to some defense contractor, some bank or something, and I was just saying, I think it's just great to live in the nature and have friends that you could, like a lot of my friends are here on the internet, you know, Well, I guess I'm just talking here, but
No, I agree. I'd much
uh,
rather have friends online, honestly. Like, where do you just go outside? Like, I actually live in an area where I kind of could go outside and probably meet people who are really into, like, some version of flat earth theory. We have a lot of people who are into, like, UFOs and shit, but, like, I can't fully, like, get down with
yeah.
just normies. And how do you even
Oh,
break the ice anyway? Like, you know.
yeah.
I'd rather,
Oh,
like, engage with people from the safety of my home, especially considering the world's, like,
yeah.
whacked out, super
Oh,
unkind, and
yeah.
people kind of boundaries. You know? Like, would you rather
We're
find
in,
out someone has no boundaries online when they're not anywhere near you, or once they've already
yeah.
been your friend for 2 weeks and they know where you live? Like,
Wow, that's a good point. I've realized that what was I just about to say is that I stayed up all night and I just forgot. You ever do that?
I've had that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just saying that what you just said. Sorry, you stayed up all night. Oh, this is it. I was saying that with normies, I have tried. Oh, for years. This is why I'm here. The reason I'm on here talking with you all, I've tried for years to share some of the information I've discovered. Like the moon landing is fake. I have been so vilified as a fool. They've made me out to be
People will straight
some
up tell you
gullible, naive.
that
You
it's
know.
fake. It's like a joke.
Oh well, I was saying that I have to be online here to talk with you all because well, I just now finally, recently, when I moved here, I got to finally meet another flat earther in person for the first time ever. But anyway, that's why I'm online. I would say we're in two different worlds, right? They're in a scripted, fake reality. On the TV, they think it's real, but it's not, and they go live these lives of busy work. It's really busy work, is what it is. They've stacked people in office buildings of busy. It's all just, you know, some highly sophisticated, convoluted way of accounting. You know, I was just saying that the older I get, I think I have some discernment. I just realized so much stuff I thought was important. It was just propaganda. You know, what? I don't even know where to begin with. Like, when I was younger, I thought there was endless, 1,000 different crusades I've got to fight, be an activist or whatever. Now that I'm older, I realize how fake everything is. You know, and people get really upset when you tell them, "Hey, look, I think that's kind of fake." I wouldn't trust that. I don't believe that.
No,
I'm kind of
for real,
skeptical.
dude.
They'd make me out to be a villain, like I'm against society, or I'm not patriotic because I don't believe everything on TV. I'm some kind of villain, right? I just trail on a lot saying why I'm here. I feel so privileged to just be able to communicate with other thinking people that have a mind. I'm just happy to be alive. Younger I thought all this stuff got to me. Like now that I'm older, it's wore off. Like I used to be susceptible. I was impressionable to all the, you know, you know what I mean. You got to go be a hero. Like they teach people that they're worthless. They make them like in Prussia. They invented the public education system for the to support the war effort. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, wars are all manufactured for money. Like,
Yeah.
otherwise we wouldn't do it. Because we can fight every war, like, in a simulated reality. Like, we have the technology for
Yeah.
that. There's no need for
The
people to
Native
die.
Americans
We
did
could
that.
accomplish the same exact war, like,
Yeah, the
with
natives,
VR.
they used to play a sports game, and solve their disputes. Is what I read. I went around back then,
Some of
but
them. Some tribes are very, very intense.
yeah, yeah. It probably depends on the try. But yeah, I agree with you. We are so barbaric or savage these days. Oh my God, there is no excuse for anyone in the world to be shooting at anybody right now, unless there's a criminal trying to. You know what I mean? I'm talking about politics. There's no reason
No,
for
I
that.
agree.
You know, Oh, it's just
War
and they
conditions
turn
like a
everything.
culture of violence which perpetuates it. Like a lot of domestic violence, it's like how many of these people had PTSD and like how much of that was perpetuated like within their own homes. Either it trickled down or they had to go through it themselves. Like my
Oh
home was
yeah.
very violent and abusive growing up. My dad was a
Oh,
staff
sorry
sergeant
to
in
hear.
the Marine. So that's
Wow.
probably
Oh.
why.
Ooh.
And like,
Ooh.
yeah, it's just like,
Wow.
you know, damn.
My father was a Marine, but he was an officer. Now, the staff sergeant would be he would treat you like a staff sergeant treats people. He would treat you like he treats Marines, they're very
Yeah. I love him a lot. Like
serious,
he was like
very serious
great.
people.
Like,
Well, your
yeah.
life's always on the line. If it's really important for a Marine staff sergeant, I'm joking around. You know what I mean? They're very serious people, right? You know, wow,
That's the thing.
that
Is,
would
like,
be
there's
difficult.
a certain amount of like bonding he couldn't do with his children because like part of
Yeah,
that was just like coming from his brain because like
yeah, because you're not a
PTSD
Marine.
will damage your
Uh-huh.
brain. So it's like yeah, like you perpetuate this like family mindset to these people when they're in the military and then they take away like everything that makes them good fathers. And I'm just like, oh
Yeah.
shit, like that's really
Oh, it's
not
true.
helpful. And
They
also
did
not
that in
fair
the
to them.
Vietnam
So
in
I
the
don't
Second
blame them
World
for any of
War.
it.
Yeah, they did that in the first and second. They did that on the big wars. They killed all the good men. Not just they didn't just brainwash them and turn them into machines or something. They actually killed off a lot of our good people, you know, and poisoned the rest of them, all of them. But anyway, yeah, this is a war on men. They're trying to turn men into sissies. Okay, but they
Well, it's
want
a war on
everyone.
the family unit in general.
This is the war on what people?
The family
Wha-
unit.
Oh yes, yes. I went on earlier about my personal opinion, belief, theories and stuff. But yeah, I'm from a family. I think at the core of everything is. But I meant trying to say they're trying to turn everything into a different crusade of some sort. You know, there's so much propaganda. I say that like everything on the TV is paid for, of course. We live in a capitalist society. People accepted that. You got to have money to be on TV, and all of it is a trick. For generations. They've raised children in front of the TV set, and they believe that stuff. And that's what we're doing here today. People actually think they're on that ball at Universal Studios. On the people grow up for a TV and they believe it's real, and then they go and kill each other. They go on the war to Ukraine or whatever the hell, you know, Vietnam. Yeah, they ruined the family with all these big wars, and I think we'll have another one soon. Not news to anybody, I'm sure you've heard about that. We've all heard about the latest political cluster. It's all by design, It always is. It always has been, What do you think about that? I'm speaking in general, like way over the. I'm super generalized about. You know what I mean? I just think. Imagine if we never had the First and Second World War and the Vietnam and Korea. Imagine if those things never happened. Imagine if the men never had to go and become whatever they became. They came back, and society's really gone to shit. Oh, I'm not blaming it all on the wars, but I'm just talking about that. Like, what if we never had any wars? What if it just
Well, in
never
the same
happened?
way, religious
You know?
wars have like slowed down scientific discoveries and like certain like art periods. Like we've done that to ourselves. Like we've destroyed our environment. We've like racked up
Oh,
so much debt.
society.
Like
We
yeah,
destroyed our
like we've
communities.
taken away like one of our like Renaissance periods. Yeah, essentially.
Most neighbors don't know each other these days, and that's
Yeah, I
scary.
don't know mine anymore, so it's actually kind of
Yeah,
weird.
yeah. Well, it's normal
And they
now.
act
This is what's
very
scary.
bizarrely. Like I'm actually thinking the people who I live next to are probably not actually living there. Like I think that like people just kind of sell their homes or rent them out and turn them into Airbnbs. So you have these weird people at all hours of the night coming in and out of like what used to be residential homes, and you're just like, what the fuck's going
Yeah.
on?
Oh wow. Yeah, I hear a lot
Oh,
about
so
that.
your whole block can be like taken away because they're like renting out their homes.
Oh yeah, Airbnb is. Yeah, I hear this. They take Bitcoin now. Airbnb. We were talking about. Somebody was talking. I was listening. Somebody was saying, "Hey, if you set up an Airbnb, they know somebody that's all they do, and they make a lot of money." I don't know who said that here, but well, anyway, I believe in solutions, but I guess what I'm trying to say is we lost track of what is important over the generations of being raised in front of TV. We lost what our community, you know, communities don't exist anymore. It's so bad right now. People believe they're on a wobbly space ball, but that was really just a intro to some movie in the 30s or something. That was just some flashy effects. You know. Anyway, I was just talking about the power of television. Like I well, I'm just talking. You interrupt me anytime. In 2011, I was never mind. It's a long story.
You drinking, Smurf?
No, go ahead, dude. We got
Stayed up
time.
all night. I was just saying, I kept trying to tell everybody I know about Bitcoin. I told literally everybody I know, and they just wanted to watch television and ignore me. I put my own money. Is a long story with my father, but anyway, my my mother and my brothers would just watch TV, and they made fun of me like I'm some gullible, naive
Yeah.
fool with the Bitcoins. Yeah, and I feel like, yeah, as an example, I'm just using my that itself as example. Like, you could try to give somebody what you believe is the most valuable, literally the most valuable information, and you can even give them money and invest it, whatever. They'll still make fun of you because they didn't see it on TV. They won't even think about it. They won't even attempt to comprehend it for a moment. You say Bitcoin, they in their mind, imagination, they think you found some website. This is a decade ago. Oh, you found some website, you know. Yeah, and my family made fun of me for a decade that I put all my money in Bitcoin. But I now have a restraining order, and I'm not allowed to communicate with. They embezzled all of my money, and they bought new houses and cars and everything, and I'm not allowed to talk to them anymore. But
Yeah, I mean,
it's because they watch TV.
if the power goes out, how are you going to spend your Bitcoin?
Yeah, sure. But how are you going to use your credit card? How are you going to check your bank account? Same problem. By the way, when the bank fails, the Bitcoin resynchronizes. It's like a virus. It's decentralized. So long as you do get the internet back on, it'll resynchronize. I don't trust the bank though. Do you trust that the merchant can process your sale without electricity? You're talking to a man earlier. I was just saying all a man needs is chicken and access to the ocean for salt. Right. So I don't feel dependent on Bitcoin. I look at it as just
You gotta
yet
eat
another
fish
currency.
too.
Yeah, you're right. I got the
Eat chicken and fish, you'd
cod
be
liver
alright.
oil.
Yeah, I'd
I
take
got
that too.
So what happened with your family? They just stole all your money?
Yes. Yeah, they made fun of me for, and now it's a pride thing. My mother, she very much like ridiculed me extensively about, and my brothers too. So yeah, it's a pride thing. They won't let me access my own money. They act like I'm just some fool that won the lottery. But I put my own 87,000 my own money on it. By the way, my father put 76,000. I put 87,000. But anyway, so we had to combine. Me and my father put money in. And anyway, it's just like the flat Earth, because what happened was, basically it evolved in the flat Earth. I was then telling them the Earth is flat and the moon landing is fake. And then the thing we're not going to talk about. I'm not going to change the subject, but we shouldn't be talking. That thing happened, and I told them about that. And they made fun of me about the last few years. They made fun of me about the flat Earth and the moon landing, and before that it was Bitcoin. And they've and then they totally bought in. They believed the television, and they think I just got lucky or something. And so anyway, I got drunk and so I complained. I wanted access to the physical computer with my currency, and so I have a restraining order. I'm not allowed. Now they have been traveling the world and have a vacation house in Europe and have brand new cars and they have at least 3 new houses. Or well, anyway, I've been homeless for a few years, but I've been hanging out here on Discord, and yeah, y'all are so cool. This, if I had all the money in the world, I'd still be hanging out here on Discord, because well, some people here like Napalm, he's wealthy. You know, he hangs out with us. You know, I was saying if I was really wealthy, I'd just be here anyway. So
So how much was
you know,
your how much did your $87,000 grow into?
I had a
Yo,
few thousand
Jeremy's a
Bitcoin,
baller. Just saying.
a few thousand Bitcoins. I don't have the exact figure. You know, I don't know what the exact figure is. But anyway, yeah, I don't have it anymore. I never had. I stored it at my parents' house while I became homeless. I was working various jobs as the work slowed down. I became homeless, and while I was homeless, the Bitcoin shot up into the 1,200, 24. It got up to 79,000, but I got in it at $15 or 12, 15, around there, something like that. I got in it around $15. I put now I would have made 10 times the money, but what I really did is I upgraded the electricity. I ran a security company, so I had some revenue, and I upgraded the air conditioning in the garage and the basement, and I bought a bunch of ASIC miners that were these are brand new, and I bought from multiple different. One of them didn't supply it, and they scam not hardly, but I from a handful of different manufacturers, I bought ASIC miners and plugged them in. I would have made 10 times the if I just bought it. The Bitcoin, it costed me 10 times the efficiency to produce the Bitcoin, to manufacture it. And I made these Bitcoins, and then I also had to pay the I'm factoring in the electric bill. So it would have been wiser to just buy the Bitcoin. But anyway, I didn't know that. I didn't know the future, but I thought it was smarter to get the ASIC miners. It seemed like, oh, get the money machine, make more sense of the money, right? No, it was not as efficient as just buying the money outright. But anyway, so I have 10 times less what that would give you, is around, was it 87 plus 76,000, 160,000, around there, $1,000 of Bitcoin, divided by 10. That's how much Bitcoin they stole from me, that I never got to okay, I never got to spend any of it. When it started to go up in value, my father saw a used car. When he bought himself a brand new Mercedes and my mother a brand new Mercedes, he saw an old used one that looked like mine that had 100,000 less miles, and he said, I saw that. I knew you would like that one. And that was my big spend of my. I made a few percent of all Bitcoins that exist, and my big purchase was a car with 140,000 miles. Was my big purchase, with all these thousands, and everyone hates me. People that I told everyone I know to buy Bitcoin, and they say every time they see or think of Bitcoin, they hate me, that they didn't listen to me. And they told me this before it was even it was like $1,000 something dollars. Like I lost all my
I
friends
knew
over
I knew
this,
about
you
Bitcoin when
know.
it was 12 cents, bro. I did the same thing. I had
Wow,
people doing the same shit to me. My
you know what
fucking
I'm
my
talking
mom.
about?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know exactly what you're talking about. My mom's
Dude,
she's a she's like basically a licensed stockbroker, bro. And she's just like, "What are you
what
doing?"
on TV? Yeah.
She's like, "Just put your money in the stock market." And I'm like,
Ah,
"Dude."
that's
I'm
what my
like, "Nah,
brother
this is
said.
this is." I'm like, "This is the next big thing. Trust me." And like,
Yeah,
I had a
yeah,
few $1,000s to put on it at 12
good man.
cents, and
Yeah,
everybody looked at me like I was
yeah.
fucking crazy as shit, and
Oh, that happened to
nobody would
me.
help
Yeah.
me. Nobody
Oh,
would help me,
dude.
bro. So I
Hey,
missed out
hey,
on that.
Being a flat
Dice
earther.
Flow. Hey, am I allowed to make fun of that sentiment to where people invest in the stock market and people consider that investment?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm about to get
I
Sorry, was
into
that
don't.
a question?
I'm about to get into
Jeremy,
this public. I'm
go
about to
ahead,
get into
Jeremy.
this public. Okay, thanks. Did you play the WWF music? I'm about to get into this public app. I heard you can I think their last update was you can invest in things and you get royalties from it. So that's neat. And
Yeah.
does
So
anyone use it?
Dyslo,
Does anyone use
you
that public app?
no, I haven't
All
heard
right,
of it.
Jeremy, go back to bed, bro. Okay.
No, no one heard of it.
Good morning. Yeah, I heard you. I don't know about it. Hey,
Public.
Dyslo, you know what it's like, dude, when before everybody knew what Bitcoin was, when you and I knew what it was, well, you knew before me apparently, but I didn't know that early. But you know what I dealt with. It's like being a flat earther, dude. You're trying to share what you think is the most important thing in the world, and they just ridicule you and make fun of you.
So you
You
guys
know?
just did the same thing to Jeremy that they did to you.
No, I don't know what the app is, but
Yeah, he's talking about the public app or something. Is that what you said, Jeremy? I was listening, bro. I didn't. Don't include me in that. I'm all ears, bro.
Yeah, why you guys ridiculing me? I may have a good investment thing here.
oh, you might, yeah. I don't know about
See,
it.
Jeremy lacks the vision of foresight, dude. That's part of the problem.
No, I don't know. I think it's just like I don't know what it is. I got a whole bunch of those like stock apps and shit, but this was I was just looking around and they said their last update was you can now invest in royalties. So that's me. I'm wondering what kind of royalties. 'Cause that was a big thing. Like Michael Jackson, he was talking to like Ringo or something. He's like he ended up buying all the whole Beatles catalog or some shit and got mad royalties off it. Like that's a good way to get like passive income.
He bought
Investing in
Eminem's
new
like
businesses is
royalties
always
and took
risky
his song down.
because 1 out of 10
Sorry.
new startups fail.
How do they fail? What do they do wrong?
Yo, XRP is the only thing you need to invest in. All right, just remember
Yeah, you're
that.
probably
Remember
right.
your old buddy Dyslo over here told you.
You know, I believe it's probably a great investment. I already did the Bitcoin thing, and I would do it again. You know, if you ask me, I would have both Bitcoin and I don't know much about extra. I keep hearing about it all the time. They're going to switch the Swiss system over to it. I hear. I didn't look. I know that Bitcoin is a max limit of 21.5 million. I didn't research. You're probably right. I think you're from. I keep hearing about it all the time. The XRP Ripple, yeah. I don't have, and if I had revenue, that would be my portfolio. I would get Bitcoin and I would read up on XRP. Probably buy that too. Yeah, yeah. I'd probably also buy that. That's if I had any money, I'd buy cryptocurrency. Yes, I don't see anything else financially worth investing in other than cryptocurrency. You know, there's I'm. Is there anything else worth investing in besides cryptocurrency? Is there anything? You know, financially?
Land.
Land, yeah, land is good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that shit's so overpriced right now, dude.
And
Oh, it
I
is.
would say
Yeah, I
like
know.
pots
Yeah.
and pans that last really long and like,
I'll
appliances
give you
that
another
last
good investment tip. Buy a gold mine. Don't buy gold, buy a gold mine.
Yeah, I've heard of the stock thing, you know. I've been wondering about actually going to a gold mine in person, like at a shutdown one. Just look around. There's got to be a nugget somewhere. Are those
Well,
things like
no,
to clean or what?
you can reclaim a gold mine, dude, for like less than $1,000, bro.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I figure there's just not enough gold easily
Just to let you know,
available
Smurf,
to
just
sustain
to
all
let you
that
know.
for one man.
Yeah, just to let you know, dude, you can literally reclaim a 20-acre gold mine, dude, for less than $1,000, probably closer to
Wow.
500, and you
I
can
have to
live
live
on
there.
that property. You can live on
Yeah.
that property for 9 months out of the year, and if you get two gold mines that are conjoined, like
Uh-huh.
even a couple miles apart, you can stay nearly indefinitely. Like, so you stay at one for 9 months, and you just move to the other one for a few months, and then just kind of go back and forth, dude. And you got
Oh, you
40
talking
Wow,
about
that's
the
acres to
cave? You
yourself.
talking about the
brilliant.
cave of? You talking about the cave of death?
Well, that's my mind, dude. But yeah,
I couldn't even hear what he was saying because you guys kept interrupting him.
He just said you could buy a gold mine and live on it.
Well,
That's brilliant.
you can only live on a single gold mine for 9 months out of the year. But if, like I said, if you get 2 gold mines back to back, essentially 20 acres here, 20 acres there, you just go back and forth between them, throughout the year, and you've got 40 acres that you can legally live on, and nobody can tell you otherwise.
Brilliant.
Why is that?
So go claim a gold mine, Smurf, and then you're not going to be homeless anymore. You're going to be
Oh,
an heir to
that's
20 acres of
that
lush
is actually
fertile.
a really good idea. I was thinking when the
Are you
gold
using like
mining
a legal
activity.
loophole or something? I don't understand.
No, it's not a legal loophole. This is the Miners Act, dude. Like as long as you're doing a little bit of
Miners
work every year,
Cool.
yeah, you can stay there.
That's
You can
brilliant.
even
I was
So
you can
you
even
are
put up
using a legal loophole.
okay, however you want to, status
I
that,
guess you could look
but the point
if that
is
was your
you can
perspective.
build your own little shack on that property
Yeah,
aside from, city code and everything else.
that's brilliant. I was thinking that when the activity is over and they wrap up the mining equipment and leave, that's just enough to sustain a large activity. If one man shows up, there may be enough gold laying around to be worth one man's while. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
They
mean
were doing all the
there's plenty of gold to be had in a lot of these mines, because you got to figure when a lot of these mines were abandoned, they were abandoned prior to technology such as like metal detectors. So like if you were to take a metal
wow.
detector and a lot of these things and just kind of scour the surface, the face surface of a lot of these mines and shit, like you're gonna get hits that they wouldn't have even known was there, dude. So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of
I've never
possibilities within that.
never had a metal detector. Some sonar thing, any metal, even gold, all metals, including gold, of course, right? I'm just clarifying. If I got a metal detector, it sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a fun idea.
So
I could
how
explore
do
it.
you invoke this Miners Act? You have to like mine so much gold or what?
No, I mean, technically, you've got to do a certain amount of work each year. So, like
Cool.
when you reactivate a mine claim, like they want a letter of intent, meaning they want to know exactly what your plan is, like how much ore do you plan on processing per year, and if it's just one person, you could put however many tons of ore you plan on processing a year, which could be, maybe an hour's worth of work a day. It could be a few hours worth of work a week. I mean, it's entirely up to you.
Cool.
They just want to see some slow progression. That's all.
You have a really cool idea. You don't happen to be in the Appalachians, are you?
No, I'm over here in the
Are
West
there,
Coast.
I don't. I just wonder about the terrain. There's a lot of gold on the West Coast, right? Yeah, that's where the gold really is. I think the gold accumulates more so in some areas, right? But there are some
Yeah, I
gold
mean
mines
it's
abandoned in the East Coast.
yeah.
Yeah, I would just guess they're in the mountains. I know that I have to look at. That's a cool
It
idea.
doesn't have to be gold though, dude. Like I mean, without miners, like you wouldn't have all the shit you have today, your cell phone,
Yeah,
your fucking cars, all your stuff. Like mining is heavily important. It's not just gold, like all metals, all, you know,
I
material
was
that could be used.
seriously.
Like
I
it
was
could be a fucking
seriously.
lead mine.
I was
So
thinking
so
about
how do you use
exploring.
this Miners Act to like set up like a new mining facility in like a new location? How do you do that?
You just
I mean, all the information's there. It's like, it's just a matter of sourcing the info.
Well,
I don't have all
the
the
reason
I
why
think
I
you
was
just need
asking
to.
is because you were talking about invoking it to like resurrect like an old mine.
reclaim an abandoned mine.
That sounds like fun.
Well,
I
because a
was
mine's
thinking
already
of
a
just
mine,
exploring.
like the land classification, what the county actually would classify it as.
Hold on, I'm not understanding. Say again.
Counties classify land in different ways, as like agricultural land, all types.
Yeah,
This
they
would
have
be
zoning,
So
different
so
zoning.
so if you want to mine in a location, you think there's minerals in that land you would be unable to do that if it's the wrong classification by the county?
I don't think I said that,
You
but
would have to get it rezoned. No, I'm asking. You would have to get it rezoned first.
maybe. I mean, you wouldn't like go into a suburb and like start a mining operation. Probably people would talk about it.
You'd be surprised. Like sometimes they'll really intrude. They'll force people out of their homes. Like they'll use intimidation if you don't want to sell your place.
I got a mine right
If
up
they
the
figure
street
out
from
you're
my
living
house,
with crap.
and I live in a city of several 100,000 people. But mind you, they're not mining gold. They're mining silicicite or some shit, which is like a key ingredient for concrete. So this is a surface mine. But yeah, I mean, there's mining projects all over the place. Like it's kind of one of those lost and forgotten things that most younger generations aren't really privy to or getting into. So yeah, it's just a little gold nugget. Figured I'd throw at Smurf, maybe give him
Oh
an
yeah,
option.
I like that.
Do
That's
you
a cool
know
idea.
how you would be able to use that to like because I know there's companies they get like government contracts to be able to go into like use be able to use like federal land like with like cattle and lumber.
I think you just need
So do you
somewhere.
know how you would be able to um use federal land to be able to do any mining? Is my
Like
question.
I think if there's somewhere that's unclaimed land and you go there, and if you're able to go there, and I think if you just anywhere you find like an ounce of gold, like a gold nugget, like I think you can basically claim it off of that.
Anywhere
That's
you
my
find-
What
understanding.
if it's on federal land?
Cool. Oh, yeah, that would be easier. It's a Miners Act, federal act, right? Oh. There'd be less parties involved if it's anyway.
I stepped out for a second. What's on the table now?
We're
No,
just
I
trying to
thought
figure out how to get a gold mine.
Yeah,
That wasn't the question.
usgs.org. It'll give you a full map of all the abandoned gold mines. I believe there's like over 2,000 alone in California.
Wow.
Smurf, that wasn't even the question. My
Oh,
question to
my
him
bad.
was the observation because I know that I've seen like these companies they'll contract with like the federal government to be able to use federal land, like with like cattle, for example, and lumber. So that was like my question in like with respect to mining is how would you do that with respect to mining on federal land?
So yeah, that's like so essentially there's like preserves, there's like monuments, there's areas that you can actually go into. For example, Death Valley, that's like a national monument, but you can actually go in there and claim mine claims and mine them. There's actually a company from Canada that's recently gone in and bought up a shit ton of abandoned claims back there, and they're producing. So I don't know how all that
That's
works,
gotta
but
be.
I know it is doable.
It's got to be sick value, right? Like nobody wants to work that claim in Death Valley.
You'd be surprised, man. I've been back there and I've seen like a couple trucks of young dudes with some loaded down truck beds with tarps over them of all the shit they pulled out, all the material they pulled out. So they just go in, they chip away, they pull buckets of material out, and then they haul it out to a offsite plant location for processing.
They use like gold.
But yeah, there's a
Roombas.
lot of people doing it.
They use the gold Roomba, basically.
Yeah.
It's like
So, yeah,
pulling money
that's-
off the walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like 10 Roombas, it can't cost you that much. We're gonna clean up.
Yeah, I mean, you got to buy some equipment and stuff, but you start small and grow yourself big. It's really about trying to find a group of like-minded individuals that's willing to get into a hole and not afraid to sweat a little bit. And
That's
you'd
what
be
she
surprised.
said.
You'd be surprised what you walk away with.
Oh shoot, she said that.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking with you all. I stayed up all night. I'm gonna fall asleep, but I'm gonna keep
Thanks.
listening. I'm always listening. I love this channel, so I don't know why I decided to talk to you all this morning. I lost some IQ points for staying up all night, but it's been a pleasure talking with
Then
you
you
all.
forget this back.
Yeah, when I wake up. Well, I don't really have a sleep cycle, you know, but yeah, I just say it's been great talking with y'all. Yeah, have a great morning. I like the
You
Yeah,
gold
too.
mine idea. I'm
right
thinking
on,
about
Smurf.
this idea. Yeah, have a
Yep,
good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
you too, man.
Yeah.
Put some thought into it,
Well,
man. You never know. You know,
yeah.
could
Oh,
change your life.
I was thinking about exploring these endless mountains out here, but I'm about to fall asleep. So I'm still listening though. Y'all have a great morning.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Later, brother.
All right. All right. Here goes one of God's true prototypes.
Even the
Good
thought of
morning.
mining gold's a lot of work.
Too weird to live, too rare to die.
Fuck, dude. Everybody jumped out. Guess they didn't like the gold
I'm
mining
here.
idea.
I'm just like chilling, dude. I don't know. I
No,
don't have the money
I
for
did. I
the
did like your gold
investment.
mining idea. That's why I was asking you questions about it. I just googled it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I don't know, man. It's like it's all you really need, dude, is like a source of some kind of natural resource that's going to produce something, and it's like that in itself is enough to build literally a community off of. Like, that's how they did it back in the day. I mean, look at Carson City, Nevada. I mean, there's all these cities that are now cities, all started from stuff like this. So it's like if you really want to build your own community, it's kind of a way to do it.
Oh man, can we take over like a ghost town mining operation town?
Yeah, I'm actually following a guy. He bought a Cerro Gordo about, I don't know, maybe fucking 5 years ago. I forgot how much he paid for it, but it's an abandoned ghost town, and he's been there
Oh
for like
yeah,
the
it's all
last.
silver, right? Sierra Gordo.
Yeah, I think it's mainly silver, but
80% silver,
something.
20%
Yeah, but he's been there for like the last
yeah,
4 or 5 years,
gallon.
and
Gallon.
huh?
So the cost is it like you're paying like a fee for the permits for the abandoned area, or what is it?
I'm not sure. You could probably, I could probably find his YouTube channel and you can look into it, but I don't know how much he paid for it, but I don't think it was all that much in comparison to what's there. I think it was fairly cheap.
So apparently, from listening to what you're saying, it's probably just an administrative fee to resurrect the claim.
Well, he purchased the entire town. It wasn't just the claim. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure he owns, the patent rights to the minerals plus the property itself. So that's what you call a patented mine claim, where you're not only purchasing the mineral rights to the property, but the property itself. And that would be ideal, especially if you can get the water rights with it. Now you're like, now you're like really in business.
Okay, and you called it a patent rights.
It's called I believe it's called a patented mine claim.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I mean, it's been years since I looked into all this shit, so forgive me.
Yeah, not a problem. It's good info. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Talked to my buddy about it years ago. He ended up purchasing a what's called a red barrel mine out in Utah, and I believe the red barrel, I think it's a quartzite, is more valuable than gold by weight.
No, red barrel is it's not quartzite.
Oh, it's not. It's what is it? Like a crystal or something?
It would be ruby. So corundum, or red ruby, red barrel.
Okay. But yeah. Yeah.
That's what they
Just
make
things
like
that
sanding discs and disc brakes and shit out of that stuff.
at a red barrel? No.
Corundum, yeah, corundum is red barrel. If it's gem stuff, then you wouldn't use that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like gem quality is different. Gotcha.
Yeah, we still get like these barrel shaped octahedral octo barrels. I don't know. For both. Emerald and ruby is the same thing. Sapphire, they're all the same, just different colors. Pretty much.
Interesting.
Yes, it is. I used to love collecting rocks and minerals and stuff.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
I like to read the land, become one with it, understand its spirit.
Yeah. That's something I need to get better at is by being able to read the geology of the terrain and understand like what minerals run side by side with what minerals type thing, because it's really what makes a good prospector is having that information. All the information I'm lacking, essentially.
Yeah, I like the puzzles of it because it's like everywhere is really different. No matter what, it's just kind of
Oh
a
yeah.
little different than somewhere else, and
Oh yeah.
I'd like to see what's because I'm sure there's other different things about it, or there's things that are the same. Because where I lived, there was a quartz vein that you could just follow on the ground, like you could just follow, like like miles. Like I don't know where the end of it was, but it's just like out in the middle of the desert, just like a white vein with like blue in the middle of it, and you could just like go forever.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's not all just about gold, man. There's valuable stuff out there, in merely every state. It all just kind of depends on what's there. Like it could be fossilized shit. It could be a certain rare stone, like ocean picture stone. It could be,
Yeah.
there's just a multitude of different things that every state has, so it doesn't always have to be gold.
So, and also with some of these projects I've heard about, you had the Biden administration like interfering. So that's one of the concerns I would have with you is that
Yeah.
like if you like hit the jackpot, I would be concerned about like the Biden administration trying to stop and hamper your efforts.
Right. Well, a lot of that's going to be um, dependent upon like the environmental protection agencies and different things of that nature. So, like, depending on how big your project is, like, yeah, you could run into a lot of red tape. But if it's something small and you're not really a detriment to the land, um, like a lot of that stuff's like easily navigatable.
Yeah. I mean that's what if you had like what if you were working the claim, some part of, like, say you worked the claim for 6 months and you got somebody else that just jumps on after you're done, and then they just work it, you know, like, would that count as? Could you just continue your year through like that?
I guess if they're like a partner or an employee, maybe. Yeah.
Well, like I said, you get 9 months out of the year to work that specific claim. That's why I said it. Like, if you planned on living at the site indefinitely, like,
Yeah.
you would want to have two claims side by side. Like, even if your second claim like doesn't really have anything producible,
Yeah.
like, it's just a matter of being able to be close to the project,
Oh,
with
okay.
all your equipment
I was not
indefinitely.
fully understanding that point earlier when you were talking about it. I was completely misunderstanding you there because
Yeah, because
initially I was under the impression that you had to like put in like 9 months of work in order to keep your claim. But so
No,
apparently, what you're saying is you're saying that you can only work the land maximum of 9 months, and then you're not allowed to live there
right.
or work there. Well, what's the
Yeah.
idea behind that?
yeah, well, it's residency. I think it has to do with that because it's not like it's not zoned for, like, you could say, oh, this is where I live, this is my house, but no, this isn't how. This is a mining thing. Like, you have to go through, trying to change it up, and then you need an address, and that might cost you like $30,000-$40,000 to like switch that paperwork just so you can
Yeah,
pay
because
tax properly.
when you claim a mine, like, you're not purchasing the property per se. You have rights to the property exclusive from the public or anyone else, but at the same rate, like, the only thing you're purchasing is the mineral rights. Like, you have rights to the minerals within that property zone. So that's why I said that there's a difference between a patented mine claim where you not only own the mineral rights, but you actually own the property as well. So without that, then you can only be there for 9 months out of the year. Regardless of how much processing you plan on doing throughout those 9 months, you only get 9 months to be there. That's why I said, like, having that second mine claim right next door is crucial in protecting your investment, not only from like claim jumpers, but just from people that might want to either steal your equipment or
So,
destroy it.
and Dassler, that
So
would could I just go real quick? Unless I was echoing to myself and I'm interrupting myself. That yeah. So if you had somebody else like come work there, that was just like that they can work there for a maximum of 9 months and then get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
no. I was trying to echo his same question, get clarification on that, because like if you have like a big mining company, then your company can only mine there for 9 months. Or so can you use a loophole to where like you want to have a mining claim for yourself, and then maybe you have like one other partner or employee, so like you do mining for 9 months, and then can your partner or employee then
Well,
do mining for 9 months or no?
he was saying initially that you'd want to get an adjoining property so that you could just kind of bounce back and forth between two different things. So you can move a trailer or something like that, presumably. But yeah, so you'd be able to still work the land. It's just you wouldn't be able to like crash there and have like a housing or anything like that. Does that make sense?
yeah, basically you gotta be a snowbird for 3 months out of the year, basically.
Yeah, go see your family. Go have a life for a minute. Yeah. Otherwise, you get gold fever, isn't that right?
Yes, that is true.
So what is the idea behind you can only work it for 9 months maximum?
Mhm.
I don't know. Let me Google it.
Yeah, I think it's just so as not to be confused with residency. Like even like a hostel. Do you not say the T? A hostel? A Hasselhoff? They won't let you stay the whole month through, or they won't even let you stay more than like 2 weeks, because then you could claim like this is where I live.
All right. So Google says how long can you camp on a mining claim? It says here, these lands have no signage, no kiosk, and no improvements of any kind. These are the lands that most prospectors and miners think of when camping on BLM areas. Okay, this isn't very informative. Hold on. Says here, can I live on the mining claim? You have the right for extended occupancy on the public lands if it's approved by the federal and land managers. Check with the BLM or Forestry Service office for specific regulations. If your mining operation will require you to camp for an extended period of time or occupy an area to closed camping. To occupy public lands under the mining laws for more than 14 calendar days in any 90-day period within 25-mile radius of initially occupied site, you must consult with the appropriate surface management agency, and you must be engaged in certain activities.
Because, like, for example, like, even for like a corporation or large business scale, it really wouldn't make sense for them to like have to keep on traveling, because like a lot of these places, it seems like they're like pretty far away from civilization. So that's going to increase the cost of your mining operation, having to continually transport like back and forth.
Oh yeah, for sure. Logistics becomes a doozy. That's why that's kind of why you want to do like all your processing on site, which would require you to be on site. So,
Yep.
but yeah, but like I said initially, you got to remember a lot of like our major cities today were founded upon these very activities that talking about here. So, you'd be surprised of how many old mines might be within each and every city.
Yeah, it's a cool way to go. Yeah.
Shit, I got an old mine over here by my house that's got a tractor from the 1950s that's still on the property. It's a steam-powered tractor.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, it's still up there, and they weren't mining gold, so.
Who were they mining?
They were mining seashells for whatever reason. I think, so I just talked to a guy about it. He said that it had to do with something with, I think they were using it in some kind of like fertilizer or feed or something. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah, I think all you need to like actually claim like land is like an ounce of gold or something. So if you had a gold nugget, basically if you just had a 1 ounce gold nugget and you're like, and you found some unclaimed land, you're like, I found this here. And I think that's enough.
No, you would have to give them a sample of host rock, and then they would do an assay report, and then that would determine the potential value within that property, which then they would decide if they're going to allow it to be a mine claim or not. But again, it doesn't always have to be gold. It just has to be some.
You're right too. I think what I'm really it might be just so you can squat there if you just find like an ounce of gold somewhere. That might be actually the law, the old law. Something like
I see. Maybe
there's a civilized way to do it, like what you're saying, obviously. But I think there's like some barbarian like prospector fucking shit in there too. Yeah, if you wanted to, that other guy wanted to research it, you probably could find some stuff.
I think he took off.
I mean, there's always the alternative method where, I mean, you just go in and do what you want. And then, so the Bureau of Land Management, they're going to come by with their claims. Well, now they have to, prove their claims. But of course, I've I've heard about a lot of people trying to duke it out with them in court, and it pretty much is a kangaroo situation where they get railroaded a lot of times.
I was in New Mexico, and it was like right off the road, and stumbled into like a whole bunch of garnets. Just shitloads of them, just all over in the soil and stuff. They're pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that guy Dan Hurd. He's got that YouTube channel, Dan Hurd Prospecting. A lot of the areas that he goes to, they're like placer mines, meaning like on the surface, not below it. And he's finding millions of garnets, dude. Like within a lot of these fucking areas and stuff. I mean, they're not really gem quality; they're super small, but all that, if you follow it, would lead you right to the source of where it's decaying from. And
there's a type of rock I was able to get there, and I know it exists somewhere, but I wasn't able to find a place. People told me about the place. There's like some place where this just exists, but I've never seen it as unclassified rock. I'm not really sure what it is. It might be some type of like particular like local green, like aquamarine fluorite or something. I'm not really sure what it is. It is really cool.
Ptolemine or something.
Oh man. Like it almost
you said it's aquamarine.
It almost seems like aquamarine or emerald or something like that, but it can't be. I don't believe it.
My son says it's called what? Lapis lazuli.
No.
Lapis lazuli.
I'll take a picture.
Lapis. Okay. Yeah, it's a weird name, but yeah,
it's like a native stone. Like I think most of the places the place where it exists, I don't even know. It's like a park. It's like it's near like some native land and some very they're just old like settler graveyards, which are just really rock. You know what I mean? There's like family burials and stuff like that. But they bury the dead with these. They're like a spirit stone or something. They place like everybody that goes to the funeral places like a little one of these like really. I mean, they're very gemmy, kind of all fractured and stuff. But yeah, cool. I don't even know what that is.
I don't know. I like fucking all the blue rock myself, dude. Turquoise and all the different types of blue stone.
This almost like looks like a dioptase color, but it's quartzy, I guess. It's all shattery. I'd like to polish it up, but it's so nice, like just raw stuff. But anyway, man, yeah, lots of interesting geology up there because
I like opal, dude. That's my favorite.
Opal, yeah. Go to there's a place in Nevada. I think it's like it's a black opal. It's like
it's called the Peacock Mine, I believe. It's open to the public.
Okay, yeah, that one. Yeah. They get some big, crazy specimens out of that. If you get lucky, you can get pretty lucky.
Yep. Yeah, I just came across a YouTube video a couple weeks ago where they were mining these giant fossilized ancient fucking sea creatures that were it's kind of like a giant snail shell looking deal, but the way they're fossilized, like I forget the actual term, but it's got like all this like shiny different colors, like rainbow colors, like within it. And like if
iridescent layers.
Yeah, and if you get a fully intact one, like they can go from anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000. And this guy's literally, huh?
Ammonite.
That sounds about right.
Could be.
It sounds familiar. But yeah, I mean, they're like all over the place, bro.
Yeah.
Like this guy's just going around finding them. He says you want the ones that got like more of the blue and purple and yellow together, because I guess that's like got the highest demand. But Yeah, that's all this guy does is just go and digs these things up, you know, a couple months out of the year, bro. Sells a few of them and lives pretty happy.
So out of the crap that I picked up yesterday, like I did like list a new in-box pencil sharpener from like 1960s, like for $75, and we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, good luck. Another good one is meteorite. Like there's certain areas where meteorites tend to fall. And there's these two guys, they go out for, I don't know, 4 months out of the year searching for meteorite. And they make enough money within those 4 months to live pretty good. And all they do is just kind of scour the desert floor in these certain areas, dude.
Yeah, it's just basically iron meteorites. That's why like a Roomba remote controlled shit would be good.
Yeah, something like with maybe like a magnet on the back of it. You could kind of drag it or something.
Yeah, and then it just like updates like a map, and you just kind of like basically like a fax scan of your property.
And then you go and harvest it all after the map digitizes.
Yeah. So yeah, and well, I guess the theory is that like most anything that's magnetic is possibly meteorite. Anything ferromagnetic, like if a magnet sticks to it. So if it's iron metal, there's like different classifications of that. So there's like the hematites, and then really hematite 3 is what a lot of people equate to this. It's basically the same as meteorite.
Huh.
I don't know. And then, you know, if you think about it, like what's inside of those is like when they do the cross sections, it's iron metal around something that's basically peridot. It's basically got the same chemical signature as peridot. And maybe somebody wants to say like, it's got micro inclusion fractures and then rainbow nano crystal part. I don't know, whatever. That's all woo. I think that this whole, it's just a natural geological formation. You know, I don't think anything's falling out of the sky, but yeah. But they're worth what they're worth because they back the stories.
Dude, they're fucking worth a lot of money, dude.
I'll make that money. But it's only a couple people that find them somehow. It's really...
I don't think it's how you're spinning it off. I think there's only a few people that are willing to find it.
Yeah. And I guess there's like the very, very outside chance that you could just engineer stone like that. And I'm not sure anybody's going to really be able to tell. That's just a maybe. Maybe there is a way.
What, like lab-made meteorite? Is that what you're implying?
If it's essentially just like iron, then you could just like gather heaps of iron filings out of the sand, and it would molecularly like test to be accurate for what that is, and maybe that would be good. Then melt it down, and I don't know, like I guess you need some kind of slurry in the middle that's like peridot. So it's like a silicate with, I don't know what the impurity is that gives it that color, but it's like a chloride or something. That shit, and put that in there. And so basically you form like a ring or a ball, you know, like a bowl of metal, and then
Kind of reminds me of Joe Dirt when he thought he found that giant meteorite that fell out of the sky, and he's like carrying it around in a wheelbarrow for months before he realizes that it's just one of the commercial airplanes kind of like dumped their shit can essentially.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a pretty funny part of the
you
movie.
could just like mix these two things together basically, and then pour them out, and then they should do basically the same thing. Like the peridot will crystallize, the metal will form metal. They won't really mix. You know, there'll be like these interregions. It would look the same essentially. We could probably sell imitation meteorite like this, and it would still be worth money. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's a sample. Yeah, it's an accurate sample.
Snacks goes to prison for fucking selling fake meteorite.
What they do with moon rocks? Like they sell moon soil samples of moon soil, but they're not actually from the moon. They're just like aggregates that are made from terrestrial soil. So we could do that too. We just have to get it to assay correctly for the right stuff. So we just have to buy it. We just need it like a gas chromatograph, right? And then we can get all the chemical signatures and we just like replicate it. And then we can make our own bootleg moon dust samples, like all the different types. They're expensive.
It's called liquid chromatography, I believe.
Well, the gas chromatograph, I didn't know you could use that for solids. I thought that was for liquid samples to convert that into gas.
I thought
the
just
chromatography
like
thing that he's talking about is for separation of chiral molecules, for example.
I thought you could use it on just like an incinerated sample. That you just have to have an incinerator part, like some kind of use like a silica tube or something like that, and apply blowtorch to the sample until it.
Yeah, you might be right. I was just not familiar with that with gas chromatography. I was just more familiar with using it to inject liquid samples, and then they would convert that to the gas and analyze the gas.
I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Yeah, I think there's. I don't know how many ways there are to skin this cat. I don't know. I thought what I was describing was it's the normal way that assays are done, or a way that assays are done.
Sorry, I got lost in chat. What was your suggestion with the gas chromatography?
Oh, so we could replicate regolith samples that we can procure out of science catalogs, and we could resell. We just come up with the same formulation and then sell fake moon samples to other people.
Oh yeah, you'd never be able to do that. All that shit's so heavily cataloged. They put more infrastructure and manpower into maintaining moon rocks, categorizing them and cataloging them than like the actual fucking data from the mission itself, dude. So
I want to say there's like
good luck.
There's at least like 7, maybe as many as like 14. Maybe there's more. Like samples that were done. So they've basically taken from those supposed samples of moon stuff and then recreated that and then made that available for people to purchase.
Well, I'm not really familiar with this topic much, but what I think he was saying is, I think he was saying it doesn't really matter what the composition is, and if it's like an exact composition, I think he was saying that it's NASA is like the church, and they're the ones that like bless the samples for
they're the signature of
authenticity.
authenticity. Correct.
I know, but we can just buy it from them and copy it. I mean, it's just. Yeah, what are we gonna get a bad Yelp?
What you would have to do is you would have to somehow hack into their fucking database and literally fucking take the 3D scan versions of each and every one of those rocks you want to reproduce. And
So,
then
no. Here's the deal, though, is because you have you have some of these other NASA agencies in other countries. So obviously, they're going to be allowed to, have samples. And then what about Elon Musk? He has his space agency too. So he's probably going to be allowed to claim, "Oh, I got moon rocks." So I don't know if you could go that route or not.
I mean,
like,
just
why
like
would you
look
want
it
to
up.
buy your wife a fucking diamond when you could just get her like a moon rock, bro? You know,
there are no moon.
It's the future.
You can't buy any moon rocks. I mean, they're just like they're theoretical like soil combinations. They're like supposed to be derived from their actual samples.
So you could start your own small company incorporated, and you could start to say your company is a space agency, and you went to the moon and you collected moon samples and moon rocks.
Here,
And I'm not really sure if if they would be able to attack you. That's like what type of move is that?
no, I'm selling reproduction lunar soil samples.
No, that move that it's called, it's like you're doing the same thing as them, so they can't. It would be hard for them to attack you legally, because if they try to expose you, well, I guess the sheep would just go along with whatever they're told. So I guess they would be able to attack you and then just believe whatever the mainstream media says about you. So yeah, yeah.
Right. Well, they're gonna want to, like, draw eyes to this thing. I'd be like, oh yeah, well, we have rhombohedral cleavage on our silica samples as well as they do. So and we'll just check. You know what I mean? We'll be like, our product fucking stacks up just like
Yeah,
this Edison
because
acid
I
product.
remember some of these court proceedings. The judge will like disallow evidence, and he'll make certain rulings, and it'll be like a complete kangaroo court show, and you'll get railroaded, and it's not because from your point of view, you'll want to.
Mhm.
They're saying that, oh, you didn't go to the moon to collect these samples, and
Okay.
so you're going to want to make certain
Yeah.
challenges.
Yeah,
Well,
if you're just trying to make this not happen, okay, fine. But I mean, I could do it something like make a potting soil. And I'll be like, we throw like 10% of a lunar regolith soil sample concoction meant to simulate the moon, so you can have like a little gardening pot soil. You know what I mean? Whatever. But just possibilities to do all that kind of crap if you wanted. Just for marketing, bro. Trying to open minds and wallets. It's a space agency here, okay, Jack? Yeah. No, but if people like want to think we're going to the moon, then there should be like moon startups and shit that are happening. Moon-based startups, companies, for the future. Why, you could have yourself a moonopoly if you were an early adopter.
Yeah, if you go that route, just make sure to lose all the tapes accidentally.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Trump Taj Moon Hall. Yeah. Building a big crater. Moon sports. I mean, come on. Every country gets a crater. Could be big. Let's raise some money, guys. Let's get serious. I mean, people still watch soccer. So there's got to be some kind of lunar sports out there. The franchising opportunities here are just out of this world. Ooh, somebody stop me. Mixlix, you know I was thinking of you, right? Just now. Yes, but he's away from keyboard right now. Yeah, been nice cyclically communicating with you. Cyclically? Did I say it? Watch out. Oh, Andy knew I was just about to call him out, too. Fucking guy. Snuck away. Hey, Daislow's back. Did you recharge your phone now? Did your Nokia push to talk back? I was checking out old like ringtones yesterday.
Nah, my son had to use the phone to call his buddy and shit so they can get on the game together or some shit. I don't know.
That's
Well, it's Wicked Mint. You have a Nokia? Okay, guys.
I think like old big Bluetooth headsets should come back.
I love that shit.
They were like
It's hard because like they took away the ability to like use a SIM card with that type of stuff, so they made it like harder to use like your old tech.
Yeah, I just want to revert to like 2005 technology.
The fact you can't just use your old shit really sucks and bothers me.
There's always a way, except for cell phones.
You have to take the cell phone apart and get like a different type of SIM card, but like it's just the fact that you can't like out of the box. It's annoying to me.
I don't know. Yeah. I like old stuff that's like built well. It's always good. Yeah, I wonder if you could still use like an old Nokia push to talk. That'd be crazy.
No, you can't because of the SIM card. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, some computer nerd has figured this out.
You figured it out. It's just like a major pain in the ass, and then you have to pay for like a smartphone. Like you have to get a smartphone essentially, take it apart, and then take your other cell phone apart and make them compatible.
What are you guys talking about?
Taking cell phones apart.
Trying to use like mid 90s to 2000s era cell phones. But most of those, I would think like eventually, because you can put like Raspberry Pi on that, or Linux. You can put like Linux on that.
Yeah, that's better. Like, are you in like the Android Linux Discord?
No, I don't. I
Join
don't even like
that
Linux really, but you could.
Yeah, it makes a lot of shit easier, honestly.
Guess I really don't like anything operating system wise. But it I don't know. The last legs for anything is really like Linux. It's just like the most efficient situation there.
Let's roll out the WWE music for Jeremy. I think he wants to cock block your snacks with Bible scripture.
Is it ready? Yeah, no biblical interruptions today. Well, maybe. Yeah.
What'd you say, dude? Sorry.
No, it's like sometimes nothing like is like some scripture, and then sometimes like every damn thing you might want to talk about, somebody wants to be like, oh yeah, that's like some scripture that says. Today's not one of those
Probably
days.
because they're recovering like addicts and stuff. That's usually what happens.
No, I don't think it's a brutal generalization. Don't say that. That's terrible.
It's Sunday. They're all at church.
We got the Church of Jeremy in here.
Yeah, 1 o'clock, the hour of power coming up on it. 35 minutes and counting. Jeremy's getting ready, putting the cape on, getting his hair gel up in there.
It's the Quadrinity Church. He took it a step above the Trinitarians.
Yeah, start some Hobbit Church of the Hobbit, Ring of the Nibelheims, come on, something like that.
We'll get the Church of Smeagol going. We'll all just like become gold miners.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool though. The whole mining situation thing. There's a lot of logistics. Yeah. We should set it up in Minecraft. What do you think?
I would do that.
Or are you a Minecrafter?
I don't play. I would start for that though.
I think
I think I have to buy it. Like you have to pay for that, don't you?
there's actually like nearly like 3D shit of a site. So it'd be easy to just import that or maybe
I know
something like
about
that.
Muck. It's kind of the same game, but like
Yeah, Minecraft is crazy. Um, it's also pretty stupid the way they have it set up. If they made like a Minecraft for adults that was like a programming language, I bet you a lot of people could code in it. Like people that are already Minecraft people.
you probably have mods for that.
Yo, what up?
What's up, guys? Anybody here?
What happened?
I'm just wondering if anyone's watching the videos I posted. Anyone's thinking about what's going on down there? It's really getting freaking bad.
Are you talking about Gaza?
Yeah.
I didn't see any of the videos. I just got out of the shower. I heard that somebody over there streamed some video during the bombings, and yeah, like you could hear a bunch of people screaming in terror, and sounds fucking horrible, dude. From what I did hear, Hamas or whatever was had a bunch of hostages he was trying to return or release to Israel, like women and children. And instead of, I don't know, whoever the prime minister or calling the shots over there, Netanyahu or what have you, but I guess they refused as to not delay the bombing of the Gaza Strip. So he denied the return of the hostages over any delay in bombing that whole area. So I don't know, dude. Like, Israel's out of control. You know,
Yeah.
Iran's out of control. Like, the whole Middle East is going to shit. And you know, we've got a significant role in keeping the peace over there. And I just think the current administration's done a horrible job at mitigating all this turmoil. And you know, I think Trump would have done a much finer job at solidifying this issue.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Well said. Have you seen the protests going on? Just in London alone, 300,000 people gathered. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a big thing.
I can watch that. It's hard for me to watch like the current shit going on over there. It's too heart wrenching to see all that shit, bro. All the innocent people being affected on both sides, and it's just not right, dude. So I can't really watch it. I mean, I try to follow what's being said, but yeah, man, it's disgusting in today's day of age that this kind of stuff is taking place. You know, these governments are just they're out of control. They're out of control. They want to tell us what we can and can't do on a daily basis while simultaneously doing the opposite of the narratives they're trying to portray upon the people. You know, it's ridiculousness, dude. It's hypocrisy.
Yeah, this is anti-American. This is anti-freedom. This is everything that the great country of America was made to do. Religious freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to protest, freedom for water, freedom for food. I mean, this is anti-American, man.
Yeah, America's lost its way completely, dude. And
Yeah.
And the people have just stood by, you know, indulging in whatever type of activity they can to distract themselves from the reality at hand here. And, you know, whether it be sports or activity or what have you, real estate, money, I mean, work, it's just what's more important, you know, your superficial life that you're living or the future of humanity at hand. Like, people are just completely narcissistic at this point.
Yeah, remember when Russia attacked Ukraine and babies were dying? There was a shortage of food and water. The West was calling it a war crime, and Putin should be punished. I'm sure everybody remembers. Now, the same thing is happening here tenfold. But Netanyahu, well, he's a war hero. I mean, this has got to stop, man. We got to stop being on the wrong side of history every freaking time. Ukraine, Israel, everywhere you look, we're on the wrong side of history. This is not good, man. This is not good. And there's only one country in the world that could stop this tomorrow if they wanted to. But they have Congress by the cojones. We all know who that is. And this is very, very bad. Crimes are being committed in America's name every day now. It's really sad.
Well, it's like we're not even separate, like, from the situation in regards to America being America. Like, America is literally Israel's little sheepdog. That's all we are, dude.
Yes.
And all, you know, through and through. You know, like, you look at any government official, man, and they're full on Zionist, dude. And they've sworn allegiance to Zionism above the American way. And it's really up to the people to fix it, you know, because the government's not doing it, and they have no plan to do it. So
Yeah. It's pathetic. It's pathetic to watch people that hate us at the same time control us by like a nose ring, like a cow, you know? Literally,
Yeah.
they're controlling America by the short hairs.
Yeah. Yep.
That's freaking unacceptable, man.
They've crippled us, they've diminished us, and now they're literally just controlling our every facet of our lives, dude. And people can't see it.
Yep.
But I digress.
The second biggest population of Jews are in the States, 6.5 million. Imagine 300. How many million are in the States now? 300 million, something like that.
I don't know how much I trust any of the census reports nowadays.
Yeah, but anyways, it's somewhere up there now. Being controlled, 300 million people being controlled by a few million. It's freaking sad, man. It's freaking sad. And the thing is that the people know this. They're selling out for money. They're selling their country for money, man. That's like treason. That's high treason.
Well, it's not even money. It's like funny money. It's heavily manipulated money. The real money and storage of value is going to be within digital tokenized assets, and they're trading it away for fucking monopoly money. That's the funnier part.
I know. I feel like I'm putting water in the ocean, but I can't help but I gotta say something, you know?
Nah, you got every right to. I mean, we should all be saying something. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, for me, the real awakening was Assange, dude, and Snowden. You know, seeing how they were treated and the fact that nobody came to their defense is, you know, it was just telling how America is just completely gone, dude.
Yeah, it's too bad, man. It's too bad.
You got heroes being treated as war crime or, you know, treasonous and shit. And the majority bought it, dude. That's when you know it's bad.
Yeah, bro. I just hope with because I've never seen this before, bro. This is like Vietnam protest situation here. This is worse than Vietnam. Do you know how many countries are protesting? Dozens.
No, I don't.
Dozens.
It's all censored. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's all censored. You don't see it here. Yeah. Did you know that 300,000 people protested in London yesterday?
Nope.
Of course not.
All I heard about was some crazy shooter in Maine. I don't know. That was all the shit I was hearing about for the last few days.
But you heard the guy that drowned in the tub, though, right?
Are you talking about the Jason Perry or whatever his name was from
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is
I
that?
just watched something.
How is it that we know that, but we don't know the other thing?
Yeah, no shit, right?
Anyways, I'm done with my spiel. I just had to get it out.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Nobody cares. Nobody cares
That's the
anymore, bro.
thing, bro. Nobody cares, bro. That's what really bothers me, man. Have we lost our humanity? How can we allow babies to be bombed in our name every day, man? I think if there's a hell, I think maybe we're in it, man. I don't know. Seriously.
We've just been completely desensitized, dude. People don't even know what the fuck's important anymore. I think they're just trying to get through their fucking life as quickly as possible.
It's like we lost our humanity, and I saw a thing today that blew my mind. You know the Prime Minister Modi of India?
No, never heard the name.
That's the problem with Americans. No disrespect, bro. You guys know nothing about the external world. Like, ask anybody about Modi. They'll know. Anyways, I'm not jiving at you. It's just the way it is. Anyways, speaking about losing humanity, right? This guy is in charge of a country of 1.4 billion. He was doing a speech the other day. And I'm talking about, there must have been 50,000 people there, right? Waving flags and everything. And during his speech, he spots one person collapse. And you know what he did? He
Ran
stopped
over?
mid-speech. He literally stopped his speech, and he directed his personnel, his medical staff, to go and help the guy. And he didn't start talking until it was done.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
For sure, dude. It's a fine example.
And here we have our leaders saying, Israel has the right to self-defense. Self-defense? Killing babies? That's freaking self-defense. I mean, we've lost our way, man. We've lost our way.
Saying
We
what?
have...
I don't know if you cut out.
Oh, sorry.
Me, dude. Can you repeat it?
Am I better?
It was probably me, dude. My bad. I don't know if anyone else caught it, but what did?
Yeah.
So you gave the example of India, and then you turned to over here, and I missed it.
Yeah, and over here, our representatives, our leaders are saying Israel has the right to self-defense. Yeah, they do have the right to self-defense, but does that mean subjugating 2.5 million people, cutting off
Wait
food?
a minute. Wait a minute. What's the difference between self-defense and retaliation? Isn't there a time duration in between those two?
Well, yeah, there is a difference, right? But I don't know. I guess it's a very subtle difference. But put it this way, right? Even in a street fight, let's take a street fight. Huh?
That's something that should be like defined, dude. Because if they're gonna claim their act as self-defense, when in all honesty it's really retaliation, I mean that's no difference. That's no different than a terrorist organization, dude.
Absolutely, and the way that they're doing it, first of all, everything they've done is against the war convention, right? All these things that they're done are considered war crimes. When you collective punishment, cutting off water, cutting off food, bombing hospitals. Did you know that they ordered 12 hospitals evacuated? Just imagine how somebody comes in New York and tells you to evacuate 12 of your hospitals. It would be chaos, they would be like complete. You see, people don't know these things. That's the problem. How do you order an evacuation of a hospital? That's inhumane. When was the last time you've been in a hospital? People got tubes in their stomach. People are on ventilators. Others
They're not set up. They're not set up for evacuations. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
The hospital is the evacuated fucking area.
that's right. That's where you bring the evacuated. You don't evacuate hospitals. So these are animals. These people, these Israelis, are subhuman. To me, they're nothing but animals. I'm sorry, man, but that's just the way it is. If you're gonna cry to what happened to you and you're gonna behave like this, you're worse than a dog to me. It's like you're worse than a bad cop, right? A bad cop
Yeah.
is worse than a criminal. They're fucking worse than dogs. I'm sorry. That's how I look at them. They're subhuman.
Saying
It's
all
torture.
Israelis. So you're saying every individual in Israel that is Israeli or claims to be Israeli is subhuman. This is
No, just the
prophetic,
ones
man.
that support the war.
Oh, okay, okay. Now, I found a couple of things, interesting. I don't know if anyone's heard Netanyahu trying to quote prophetic scripture, but he was doing that. And I'm not saying I'm for Netanyahu or anything like that. But if I'm going to look at it from just, from my own position, right? Let's say I'm at home, right? And I've been living in my home for many years, and my family's been living in the home. And there are people living, next door, a couple houses down. And there are some of those people who intend to annihilate my family. And let's say they just, shoot rifles my way every day. And everyone that lives
Bro,
right
the
around
story's
them
getting long.
knows, and everyone that lives around them knows what's going on. What do you think I should do? What would you do?
Okay, first of all, I want to comment on your Netanyahu thing about religion. Yeah, he did. You know what he said? He said this book is a deed to Israel. Do you catch the significance of that?
Yeah, I'm catching the significance of
What
many
book?
things going on, right? Because I'm not for Netanyahu.
What book
See,
was it?
that's
The Bible,
The Holy Bible, or was there Torah, or which
the
Bible?
Holy Bible, bro.
well, he was quoting not too long ago from Isaiah. Well, he was trying to quote from Isaiah, but the point is, the point I'm trying to make is, what would you do? Let's take the people and who they are out of the equation, because we do have prophecy that talks about Gaza and what's going to happen in Gaza. I could literally read to you exactly what's going to happen in Gaza, and
Yeah, we heard it.
what's
It's
going to
going
be
to be
the outcome.
melted, the glass.
No, that's not what it says.
Oh,
So
my bad.
yeah, that's not what it says at all. So I could go into that, and give you the exact
I'd like
details.
to answer you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I want you to go into that.
So you done, North? Can I answer you?
Oh, he's pulling it up. He's getting into it, bro.
I wasn't even done, man, and I just,
Oh,
I
sorry.
keep getting interrupted.
My bad.
Crazy. I'm just saying, bro. I found a couple of things interesting, and I'd like to share them. But if people are going to keep, just, hey, you want to do that? Hey, yeah, I'm not
No,
with that,
we
man.
just interrupted you once. Chill out. Continue your thing, bro. I'm interested in what you have to say. You don't have to get upset or anything, bro. Let's keep this on the cool.
So the first thing I found was interesting, and I don't back Netanyahu. That's not my purpose here. Let's get that straight. But what I found interesting was that everyone in the world is doing exactly what the book says or the prophets say. Every one of the prophets, speaking of how the world would turn against Israel. Now, there's differences I see in the people and the land and what's going to happen. And there's, prophetic things that need to happen. And if they don't happen exactly the way it's written, that's how we know it's not come true. And that's why I always hold people to the standard they say they go by. So they say, this book says this and this is supposed to happen. Well, if it doesn't happen, your book's wrong or you're wrong, right? So let's just get that straight. I could go into detail about Gaza and what's going to happen there. But what I find interesting is that the prophecies are being fulfilled. I mean, it's like a domino, man. Everything's falling into place. The whole world is going and gathering against Israel. People are hating people, a certain people group, calling them subhuman. These things are prophesied to happen. Now, if you want to back Gaza and all of those things, I would suggest read what's going to happen in that land, because it's not going to be a good thing. And just like Whitsitt asked me not long ago in here, he said, where do you see us in the timeline? And I said, I see war coming, and I see a lot of war coming, bro. And it's inevitable. You're not going to stop it. All of this talk about humanitarian aid and things, I'm asking you, if you're living at home and you've been there for years, and people's whole purpose is to annihilate you, and they live next door a couple houses down, and they have people living around them with children in their houses, what are you willing to do? What are
Hey, let
you
me
going to
answer.
do? Right?
Let me answer. The thing is, that would be great if you were correct, but unfortunately you're not. The house that you speak was theirs. They stole the house. In other words, someone came into your house, tied you down, tied your wife and your kids down, smacked you around, then threw you out, put you in the yard in a little square, and eventually you're fed up and you stroke back. That is the correct way to explain this. Don't make it look like Israel is their house and they're getting attacked. No, sir. They stole that house which you were living in for 700 years. That's what happened, bro. Say the things correctly.
Okay, so now we have children, and this is my whole point. I'm not going to agree with Native Americans if Native Americans come to my house and try to shoot at my house with my child in the house. I'm going to go outside and I'm going to annihilate anyone shooting arrows near me, and every one of them that, supports those people, I'm going to annihilate them too. So I'm not going to let the past interfere with the present. This is why I stated it in this way. What would you do right now if you're living at home and someone is across the street of another, people group, and they say, hey, these guys 700 years ago stole our land. We're going to annihilate every one of them, and we're going to make this place the capital, which was never our capital. What sense does that make? What sense does that make?
You're skewing your history again.
Now you have children.
Again,
I'm not excusing history, but I'm telling you, if you lived in America right now, SE, if you lived in America and you lived in a home, and a group of Native Americans come to your home, and they start shooting into your home with your children in the home, every day your children are in the home running around outside playing, what would you do today? What would you do, SE? You say, hey, we took the land, so just lay down and die. What would you do?
No, that's not. I wouldn't do that. Well, you're putting it. You see what you're doing is now you're sanitizing all the horror, all the destruction, all the murder, and you're putting it now in a time frame where, well, they're attacking us now. Do you understand? First of all, I'll answer that. The Indians that you guys subjugated, right? The Indians right now in America are free. You don't have them in camps surveilled. You don't control their water, food, electricity. As a matter of fact, some of your native Indians have casinos. They're millionaires. Their life is being led. That's why they're not attacking you, right?
They're not free. My Native American brothers and sisters are not free, my friend. A reservation is not like a reservation at a restaurant you get. That's entirely wrong, man. To make these people go along with the other men's ways, that is not freedom. And that's disgusting that you call it such, but I'm just telling you, I'm not excusing anything that happened in the past. If you want to go 700 years back, I'll go 3,000 years back. So, we can play that game. But
sure,
what I'm telling you is today, if you want to be
2,000 years
humanitarian, let me just finish. If you want to be a humanitarian right now today, then you wouldn't want to annihilate a whole group of people and make their place your capital, which was never your capital. That would be what you don't do. Okay? That's just humanitarian. That's just
Well,
loving, right? But
real
if you
quick, I
want
just
to
want to say,
annihilate people and you want to take a place and make it your capital, which was never your place, and then you have others around you who support that idea or are comfortable standing around you in the midst of the war, then I'm sorry, but what do you expect to happen? It's just like I tell you, what are you going to do today if you're in your home and you're in the United States and a whole tribe of Native Americans comes? We ain't going to name the tribe. It's not all of them because there's different people in Gaza. So it's not all the people, but some of the natives come and they start shooting into your home with your children in the home. What are you going to do? You're not going to do anything. Please answer this question.
Sure, let me answer. Sure.
I'm next.
I will
I'm next.
well, real
definitely
quick, I
defend
just want
him.
to say something. I'll let you answer. I just want to say something real quick. Obviously, you would want to defend your family and your neighbors, but to bring a bigger point to it, um, don't forget that one of the 613 or 14 mitzvahs is to destroy Amalek, man, woman, and child, which hasn't taken place yet. Now, tell me any other religion that has that within their religion to wipe out an entire race of people. If we're going to talk about wiping out an entire race of people, this is part of their religious journey. Okay. So I don't think that's coming from Palestine, mind you that.
Yeah,
That
and
sounds
what you
violent. There's
just
too many questions on the table now. Hold on. Let Essie answer North's question because I'm actually with North on this. So let Essie answer that.
Okay, so this is what I would do, right? I would defend against, but what I wouldn't do is go hunt down every single Indian, bomb all their houses, stop all their water, all their food, all their electricity. That's one thing I wouldn't do. And especially if I were the people that got slaughtered in World War II that keep crying, they're the victim, they're victims, but they treat people like animals. I have no respect for them. I despise them, as a matter of fact. And anybody that supports this, to me, you're sick. Your intentions are warped. Your mind is warped. There's only one justice. There's only one kind of baby. You're either against killing babies or you're for killing babies. That's it. Why would you give Israel a license to kill? Americans are giving Israel a license to kill. Any other country doing this would not be accepted.
I think it's backfiring on them, but of course it wouldn't be acceptable. But it's been their plan for all this time, since before Israel was even founded by the Rothschilds, by the way. So yeah, I'm just I'm just gonna limit it to what I said in the chat because I get so angry about this. So obvious.
I mean,
I'd like to hear Jeremy's thoughts.
Well, now that you phrased it like that, I mean, I don't know, but we do accept that though. Look what Idi Amin did in back in the 90s or the 80s whenever that was. Like,
yeah, bro.
We accept the mass killing of people, like whatever. We don't really care. But I don't know what's exactly happened. But if somebody was shooting at my house, I would absolutely be not letting my kid. You know, I'm gonna protect my family, obviously. So.
Well, yeah.
So
that's a right. That's a duty.
So if we're talking about the children, right? There are children in those homes in Israel when those rockets are lobbed, right? There are children in those homes. So don't forget about those children, right? Because we're not executing the children for the crimes of their fathers or forefathers, are we? So, everyone in this room would protect their own, and they would annihilate if they could, if it were possible for them to do so. They would annihilate.
There's rockets on both sides, buddy.
They would annihilate everyone. Yeah, there's rockets on both sides. But the water isn't just, turned off for no reason, and there isn't rockets fired back for no reason. They're fired back because they're fired fun.
Who fired more rockets?
Look, if I have more bullets than you have arrows, so be it, bro. I'm going to give you every single one of them. And I'm going to annihilate every single one of you and every one of you who think like you, who think you can come and annihilate an entire group of people. You can annihilate an entire group of people, and that's your goal, and you want to take the place I live right now and turn it into your capital, which it's never been? No, bro. I'm comfortable with annihilating every single one of you, and some of you who are righteous will be left. but not all of you. Everyone who
That's what
chooses
they're
to bend
counting
that bow
on,
this
bro.
way, if you choose to bend that bow this way, you'll be bent over in the grave somewhere.
That what you just said right now, that's sorry to say this, bro, but you're the classical person, religious person that they manipulate. This is how they control you with people like you, North. I'm sorry, man, but
Yeah,
you're just
I
you,
gotta
you,
agree.
you drank the Kool-Aid, bro. You're into the Zionism thing. You're never gonna get out, bro. I'm sorry, but yeah, you are the problem, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any annihilation from either side. I mean, as a Christian, you know, as a Christian, it's like when at what point did you stop turning the other cheek, man? Like
Yeah,
I
Scripture
understand.
tells you that. It tells you that, right? It tells you when they're going to be annihilated. It tells you who's going to do it, who's going to take part in it. See, it says all of these things. So to say to be a Christian, you can't say such things because I know certain phrases in the Bible don't go along with what you're saying right now. That doesn't always work, man, because there's a time for everything. There's a
Well, let's
time
go
to
back to the
kill.
elementary
There's a
doctrine.
time. There's a time to kill. There's a time to heal. There's a time to plant, and there's a time to reap of the harvest. There's a time for everything under the sun, my friend. And so
Is
when
that
it
part of
comes
the
to a
elementary
head,
scriptures?
yes, it's part of it because it encompasses all of Scripture. So when it comes down to it and it comes to a head and is enough, it's not going to be is what it is. It's going to be is what it is till it ain't no more. That's what it's going to be. And I promise you, the prophecy about that land is going to take place. And you're not going to like it, but it's going to take place.
I don't think there's ever a time to kill. Like, I don't know. I hear defending your shit. If somebody's shooting at you, then I don't know.
Oh, there's a time to kill. Yes, sir.
I don't think
It's
that was
an
a part of the
ingenious
song, dude.
thing, man. Jeremy, it's an ingenious thing. They write a book, they make people believe that it came from God, they ascribe to them a piece of land, and then they convince the most powerful country in the world to do their bidding. It's unbelievable, man. Even a movie, you can't make a movie like this and justify it.
Who's shooting?
Americans are bloody asleep, man. I'm
Who's
sorry. You
shooting
guys are
first?
fucking asleep, man.
Who's shooting first, man? I just want to know who's proclaiming that they want to annihilate the whole other group of people first. Who is shooting first, and then who's complaining after they get shot at? Can you please answer those questions? Because I think
Sure.
you have been drinking the Kool-Aid. I think you have fell for this, what the whole world has fallen for, man. And it's because of your inaccurate knowledge about right and wrong and things that are going to happen. And it's going to happen. It always does. It's been reliable this far for thousands of years, and it's going to happen, man. You're not going to like what's coming. I promise you.
Yep. It's not a cult at all. He claims that a book written 3,000 years ago knows what's going to happen next. It's a classical cult following. It's like a Nostradamus kind of a thing, right? He thinks that there's a book that tells you what's going to happen. Imagine being convinced of this, man. Like,
Nostradamus was wrong.
this is
So
unbelievable.
Nostradamus wasn't always accurate. But when we're speaking of prophecy, I just said earlier, if it doesn't happen to the letter, then it's wrong. So I'm not saying, oh, a couple of verses can be wrong and it can still be the prophecy. See, I'm very accurate with it. If it doesn't happen exactly the way it's stated, and it's very detailed and specific, you know, down to the landmass, down to the people, down to what's going, everything. So if those things happen and it's reliable and it's been reliable, just like, when I talk about the mark of the beast in here, I say if it comes, which is going to come, it's been written about over 2,000 years ago, and it's going to come. We see it coming. Everybody's talking about it, and we see it. And you say, oh, no, man, no, it's not right. Well, if they're fulfilling their own prophecy that they wrote down, or if it's inspired word and it's happening, regardless, it's happening. And you have a choice to make. And that's what I'm telling you. So if you feel such a way about it, maybe you should go over there and try to help the people in Gaza. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be a good outcome.
Yeah, let me ask you something. Think of this logically now, militarily, right? If you can. We have Israel, Palestine, the Gaza border, right? It's the most secure border in the world, arguably. Somebody went there and said, you can't walk 100 feet without seeing a 19-year-old armed Israeli guard. They have sophisticated rockets, sophisticated radar, listening things, everything. Apparently, a dog, this is the man's quote, a dog cannot pass by that border without being detected. Now, having said that, on the day of the massacre, which was a horrible thing, absolutely, there's no way to justify that. If you do, you should go straight to hell, right? Now, having said that, on that day, on that particular border, 3,000 armed Palestinian terrorists crossed that border without detection. They did their dirty deeds, and the IDF, one of the most advanced, sophisticated armies in the world, took 6 hours to react. Maybe you should take a second and process that, North.
I've processed it already, and I'm going to
And
tell you it. Yeah, I'm going to tell you it is possible. And all of these things that they tell you that they can do, there's always a way around it, which is why we have recon. So I'm going to tell you, if you have any friends that have served in the military, just ask about some of those guys. Ask them what they did. Ask them some of the long range recon patrol. Ask what the Lerps did, man. So they got across enemy lines, and they gave all the information. They knew everything that was going on. And these men exist. Back in the scripture, they called them the 12 spies. There is no place that's impenetrable. No, I'm sorry, it's not. We have tunnels that you're not going to find those tunnels. You're not going to see those men in those tunnels. There's all kind of ways to get around things, man. If you build something, I can take it apart. If you
North,
think
they
your
had
place is
power
secure,
sailors. They had
if you
little.
think if you
Did you
think your
see
place
what
is
how
secure,
they flew in? Did you see their Air Force?
if you
Paragliders,
think
bro.
yeah, and if you think your place is secure, there are all kind of ways, even simple ways, that men can penetrate what you think is secure. Okay? So I'm just going to tell you that, and that's possible. And it's been possible for many and many a wars, man. So what's the
So you
problem?
think 3,000 men on one of their holiest days, which they've been attacked before, they weren't on standby, and somehow 3,000 Palestinians came in, did their dirty work for 6 hours before they were. Bro, if you believe that, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, there's no reasoning with you.
You can take 6 to 12 equipped men and do much, much, much damage.
Yeah, but not
So
3,000.
I'm just gonna tell you that it is possible, and I don't know where you're coming from. I mean, if you got any friends in military service or you know any, I mean, just ask them, man, because what you're saying is not accurate. They may
Well,
think
I heard
it's
colonels talk about it.
accurate, but
I
it's
heard
not.
colonels talk about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And you don't have to be like a military genius to figure this one out. If you have a border that a dog can't cross, my friend, how the heck could 3,000 men pass by that? Now,
Men can
if you
pass
can
by
somehow
dogs.
justify that in your
Dogs
brain,
can
good
pass
for
by
you, bro.
men. Men can pass by dogs. Dogs can pass by men. This happened many a times. Under them, above them, past them, right beside them, sit with them. So don't tell me it's not possible, because I know for a fact it's possible. Okay.
So what went wrong? What failed? The radar, the sound tracking, the fence, the 19-year-olds that are always there on the border. What failed? What went? How did this happen, dude? How? How can you invade a border where every 100 feet you got a freaking 19-year-old Israeli with a gun? You got fences, you got radar, you got sonar. How? How is it possible? For 6 hours for this to happen? One of the most advanced armies in the world and not know about it. I say no freaking way.
So it didn't happen at all, in your opinion?
No, maybe it was allowed to happen. Did that ever cross your mind?
It was allowed to happen. Okay.
Yeah, I said maybe. Did you hear the word? We're exploring all possibilities now.
Yeah, I would just ask you to explore the possibility that there is no place this impenetrable. This is
It's
this is the case.
it wasn't
This is
designed
the
to be
case never.
impenetrable. It was designed to have information being dispatched so that people could respond accurately. And obviously it failed, but how is something like going to fail that's overly redundant in such a way? Like, you're acting like they just walked up and just, reverse engineered everything that was set up to alarm them of, the detection of their, presence. So it makes no sense what you're saying, North, as a response.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, have you heard of the 10th man, North?
So it's entirely impossible for anyone to invade Israel. It's just
I'll explain
totally
to you why. Yes.
entirely
Have you
impossible.
heard of the 10th
That's
man?
not what I said. That's a straw man. That's a straw man, dude. Because I said that it's not that it was designed to be impenetrable, right?
Uh-huh.
It was designed to give detection, to give warning that, hey, there's an intruder alert. That's
And they
what I'm
got
saying.
around it, right? And they got around it, right? There was a way they got.
Somehow they evaded it for 6 hours.
Well, there you go.
That's what's being said.
Well, there's your answer. Now you can rely on the technology and say, man, this is the best of the best, and there's no reason we shouldn't have been able to see them. But you're not really. Yeah, I think it's a big reach to say, oh man, it's all made up, man. And maybe Israel shot their own people, man. Maybe they're in there shooting. Maybe they go across. They're in Gaza
Nobody
shooting.
said that.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
we're trying to be realistic here.
Well, be realistic.
What he's implying, I think, since you're not able to catch up with what he's implying, is the fact that, if they allowed it to happen, could have been, the necessity to break, to be the piece of straw that broke the camel's back, to give them the insurance, essentially, to, go about with wiping out Gaza completely and fulfilling by biblical prophecy, not by some, divine unguided force, but by man's, power of pursuing the biblical prophecy, meaning that it's not something that's naturally occurring rather than being guided and manipulated.
I get the point, and it could be a strong one, but when you tell me 3,000 men, and you tell me 3,000 armed men were allowed to go in and do what they done, I would say if you're any kind of strategic military person, have any experience in it, which all Israelis do, most of them anyway. There's only one group that doesn't. But if you have any of that, you're not going to allow 3,000. I just told you 6 to 12 men could come in.
You ever heard of 9/11?
Can't finish, man. Sorry.
You ever heard of 9/11, bro? Like, you're acting like this is like undeniable plausibility, bro. Like this couldn't be a thing. Like, we've already seen this sort of an event take place before, bro. Like, why would you, based on the fact that it's 3,000 versus, a small number of people, gonna have any significant difference? Doesn't matter if it's 3,000 or what, dude. If they're gonna allow it to happen, they're gonna allow it to happen.
Have you ever heard of a military operation using hand gliders? Like, think about it, man. Hand gliders pass the most secure border in the world, arguably. I mean, it's almost comedy to believe in that, man. They had tractors breaking down the wall. Tractors. How the hell did tractors make it to the border? I mean, this is not real. There's no way that could have happened. No freaking way, man.
So
like, think about it logically.
So no one gets attacked. Like, our young men don't go out and fight. This is what I want to say, man. if we're going to have people who say this entire group of people is subhuman because they supposedly got fired on, but I think they could have been the ones who allowed it to happen. So if they allowed it to happen, who was the one doing it? Was it Israel doing it, or did they allow the ones who said they want to annihilate Israel to do it? Which one? I'm confused. Because I want to get this story straight before I play all this out in my mind.
What? Can you make that more clear? I didn't really catch that.
So they allowed men to come in, right? Armed men. Paragliders, all of these different things. They allowed them to come in. Tractors, whatever. Okay. Were the men Israelis or were the men Hamas?
Oh, they were Hamas.
Okay, so they allowed Hamas to come in, and Hamas wanted to do what their whole purpose is, right?
Yeah,
Which
let's
is
make
what?
no
Which
mistake.
is
Hamas is a bloodthirsty terrorist organization that wants
okay.
to eliminate Israel. Let's not
Okay.
mince bones here.
Okay,
Okay?
so Hamas wants to annihilate everyone in Israel. Does that include children?
If they could, probably, yeah, they'd probably annihilate everybody. Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I got this straight.
You see, I speak the truth, though,
So
North, and I don't sugarcoat things.
Supposedly they're worse than ISIS, like by multitudes.
Yeah. They should be eliminated. Let's be clear now. Hamas should be eliminated from the face of the earth because no matter the cause, you cannot be savage like this, right? But at the same time, we have to understand the plight of the Palestinians. Why is there a Hamas? Hamas was made in 1987. It's a new organization. If the Palestinians were not subjugate to open air prison, there would be no Hamas. Let's get that clear. Somebody didn't wake up one day in New York City after breakfast and said, you know what? I'm going to destroy the nation of Israel. I'm going to create Hamas. No. The people that were 70 years in prison watched their cousins, daughters die murdered. Those are the people that created Hamas. You get it, North?
I'm still trying to, kind of rationalize this. So you're going to allow 3,000 of your enemy that close to your capital, where all the most important of people are, supposedly, right? You're going to allow 3,000 armed men, and you tell me that's a military strategy that Israel could have possibly done themselves? That would
No.
be
No.
terribly. Well, you said they allowed it. So if
Yeah,
they
but that
allowed
doesn't mean
it
they
and it
did
was
it.
a strategic thing, if you allow something, it's for a purpose. Now, if you allow it for some kind of military strategic strike against Gaza or against Palestine, which is not with Palestine, it's with those people who are firing the rockets. They just happen to be there in the same place, not doing anything about it. So my thing is this. That does not make sense because I know what 6 to 12 men can do in an area that's big as all of Israel. So when you're talking about 3,000 men that are armed, that doesn't make any sense strategically, man.
It does. Have you heard of false flags? You're a military man. You know what a false flag is? Well, for those who don't, is you do a military operation in your enemy's territory and you blame it on them, thus giving you an excuse to attack. Now, if the false flag is one way, if you know your enemy is coming and you have an objective, right? Well, that's a false flag without being a false flag. It's kind of like your enemy is doing the bidding for you, kind of a situation. You get what I'm saying? I know it sounds terrible, bro. I know it sounds terrible, but look at
I
history.
fully
A lot of
understand.
these things have happened worse than this.
I
So,
fully
yeah.
understand what you're saying, and I agree things like that have happened. I fully understand. But if you're going to go so far as to say it was 3,000 men, then you would probably have to go so far as to say it was Israelis in charge of those 3,000 men and what they were going to do. because 3,000 men, if you gave them enough time and you equip them, the possibilities are limitless on what they could do, man. Especially
Absolutely,
in that
bro.
small
Agree.
place. Especially in that small place, bro. And that's what I'm telling you. And it's just, don't you even find it kind of interesting at all that if people who supposedly wrote this text, right? These are Jews, these are Israel, whatever. If these people said that all nations are going to come against them, and they said they're almost going to be annihilated, their own people, why would you write that if you're trying to make other nations follow you and be subservient to you? That doesn't make sense. So it's, I've argued that many times in here, like the text that goes against those who do wrong, even in that place, which is why I'm not for everyone who's in that place and claims to be Israeli, right? So those things you have to consider, man. And I just want you to consider that. Um, I know it seems kind of corny, but consider that text that says certain things are going to happen and what those things are, because you're going to see those things happen, man, and they're happening now.
I will consider it, bro. And I gotta go. I gotta make a phone call. I'll be back. I want you to consider that maybe you are a good person. You're a very good person in heart, family orientated. You're a good man, I can tell. But maybe it's a possibility that you've been manipulated, bro. I want you to consider that. Please consider that. Because I think that is what's happened, man. And with all due respect, all the good people in the Bible Belt, right? You've all been manipulated, bro, by a group of freaking people. You've been sold a story because of a book. And I know you feel it in your heart that it's true, bro, but you got to consider the fact that you've been manipulated, man. Seriously. And I got to go. I'll be back and I got to take a call.
Greetings, friends. PJ here, Jussi Dodo. It seems to me that there is lots of investment in differing narratives. I think this is a very slippery slope. We don't know where we're at this stage. I guess we have to sort of evaluate personally. But if we're going to sort of communicate as a collective, I don't know where to begin, really. Where I would always encourage the beginning is beware of media fakery. Beware of media fakery, because once you get immersed, as we learned from 9/11, once you get immersed in it, it can take you to trails that will keep you occupied for years, but you'll be dealing with things that aren't true. They're fabricated and presented to you as true, and you believe it. So it's only when you come away from it that you realize, okay, I would have been more efficient, or I'm an auto hoaxer now, if you want. I'll be more efficient in automatically calling a fake, and then maybe trying to read between the lines and what a greater message is being delivered. But I'm not speaking for anyone else, of course. Most emotive topic, especially, is these days. Buyer beware. That's what I would say. Buyer beware. That's a good summation of it. Um, hope you can hear me. I think just a quote or was there a paraphrase, Platypus, or just reference what he said. In a sense, it's right. Sort of stay aloof, step aside from it. Realize, in a sense, it's whether it's theater or it's not affecting your life. It's affecting your mind and your thought process, affecting the minds because it's on the news everywhere, of everyone around you. But there's no real immediacy about it. I'm not quite sure I agree with that because everything is sort of in preparation for whatever is laid down to come. So yeah, this is the question, isn't it? This is the question. Well, how do you prepare for something that well, what? You know not what? How do you prepare? That's the thing. And yeah, I would just advise flat earthers and beyond. Listen, it's all a fucking stage in a sense. Even if it isn't, let's assume it is. And if you're proven wrong, then well, fair enough. You can sort of revert. But assume it is. Already know the level of sort of cooperation that's in play with the globe Earth. Every country involved, every country on Earth is involved. Pandemic, same thing. 9/11, same thing.
All
Every
right, man. I
country
guess
is
that's my cue to bounce.
involved. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bud. You agree with me? Well, if you okay, if it's quiet, let me just continue then, and when someone wants to come in and discuss it, good. But yeah, so we know in a sense what we're up against. This is a sort of international cooperative force which are laying down a greater script for us. So how do you deal with it in your own personal brain? I guess that's up to you. Be tender with yourself, though. Didn't the four? I'm not even paying any attention, but didn't the 40 beheaded children started it all off? It wasn't that a story that was exposed pretty immediately as fakery? You know what I mean? We're going to go from there. Treat every news story as real until proven fake otherwise. I'm not sure if that's viable or valuable. Spending of your mind time. I mentioned to Linda and Chad, I think the Bible is happening now. I don't think 2,000 years ago existed as we are aware of it. I don't think so. No, I was there, no, so, but I feel it. I feel it to the very core of my being. It was absolutely time is something different, but the absolutely different reality in play. The origin story to the Bible, in a sense, is connected with the spinning ball Earth history. Everything's sort of interwoven. I'm sort of left that behind, and I'm happy enough to think that yeah, um, the Bible is a story for us now. It's a book of instructions, if you want, a book of advice, a book of consideration, which applies right now, because you actually live in a metaphysical sort of expression. We're coming out or coming away from that physical. We're coming out of hell, if you want. That immersion within the physical only experience. It's sort of it defined us. Your
Bye
whole
bye.
mind was
All right.
encompassed that truth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm gonna go now too.
Yeah, go
Because
ahead.
you suck so bad. I'm gonna leave now.
Very low snack, if that's you. I think it is. But you're very low, bud. And if you're telling me to keep calm, well, it's only because there's no one else here. As I was just getting out a little bit of a commentary. But go ahead, bud. Earth calling snacks. Earth calling snacks. Come on, bud. Can you hear me? I think actually, let me say this while Slacks is coming back. Maybe some of the frustration is due to I don't have earphones or headphones, just have a cheap Asus laptop. I'm speaking into it, and when someone else speaks, I can't hear them or I can't react immediately anyway. I can sort of hear that there's an interruption, but I can't make out the words in general. Maybe that adds to the frustration with PJ here. I was listening this morning, just in case, just to move topics away from war and rumors of war. Well, that's very real. Let me just say before we move away from it. Listen, friends, with this, okay, how do you feel about it? Listen, there is a massive influx of foreign nationals. I don't want to get specific about it, but I can do. There's loads of Ukrainian men of youth of fighting age here in Limerick. This is Limerick in Ireland. Limerick is about the third biggest town city in Ireland, but it's only like about 150,000 people, 130,000 people. But anyway, massive influx of Ukrainians, but Ukrainian men as well. I actually met a lovely girl, and the Ukrainians are as pissed off as this. She was telling me anyway, Yana. At least she was telling me, and I briefly told her my own point of view on it. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that while there's a massive influx of also Indian people now recently, and just other nationalities as well, just a massive influx in it. I mean, think about it. Yeah. Well, what do you think about? What do you think about it? I have my own thoughts on it. Since here, let me just say this: a pandemic. Whereas I have my own process of thinking. But a pandemic, we all have our thoughts on that, all orchestrated or whatever. We won't delve too deeply into that. But all the property was bought up here in Ireland, and the vacant property rent prices were dirt cheap, low. But with the pandemic and the shutdown and all the property was bought up. The minute then that we came out of the emergency, and a new emergency arrived, which was Ukrainian war. So suddenly a massive influx of people, and suddenly all the places now that were bought up during the shutdown were renovated, and they were there for rent. They were there for rent and occupation. In the meantime, then the government changed the laws in terms of investment, housing investment here in Ireland. So now foreign multinationals or whatever have the ability to invest for profit purposes in housing um, developments, etc. But then now, yeah, okay. So now we followed the path again. So now, yeah, at emergency, we don't hear much about the Ukraine war. Everything is done. You know, all the need to now. The next thing is now on our shoulders, which is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I pay too much attention myself, but now that's on everyone's shoulders. So who knows what the next step will be, and everyone will just be under the cover under the cover of the mainstream news. You know what I'm saying? So whatever's going to happen, as Platypus said, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You just decide yourself how you're going to handle it. Handle it carefully. Handle it with care, I would say. Care for your own mind. Don't let anyone tell you or torture your mind anymore. If there's fakery going on, do your best to fucking uncover the fakery before you start worrying about, well, real horrors. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to anyone, of course. Let me just reconnect in case I'm not connected. Thank you for the unmute. Okay, it seems I'm coming through. Okay. Well, if you want to change topic, the moon, the new moon. Shit, here it comes back again. New moon. Not the new moon, sorry. The full glorious moon, the opposite of the new moon, which you can't see, is I just saw it on the way home. Well, magnificent. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. And right there as well. And I mean, how far are we going to go in following the clues? You see, the thing is about the flat earther, we're now in an enclosed system. We know that we're not in motion, the surface that we're on. At least if it is, then, well, yeah. Yeah, I'll come back to that later on. If the Earth is in motion, because that's what a main flat Earth or Adele beyond the imaginary curve is sort of suggesting now. I have my own thoughts on that, but if it is moving, then it's going against all of our experience. I just extrapolate and say all of our experience. So whatever then comes beyond now, we won't be able to get too much of a grasp. We already have to go against our experience and then sort of leave new ground. We're talking about flat Earth and beyond. So, but generally, let's bring it back to just general thinking, which is that we're on a stationary surface. So now the implication is all of these skylights, which look near, which look to move in unison or in conjunction on a daily, nightly basis, you won't notice much deviation. Uh, yeah, now within our new mindset, we're an enclosed system. How do we establish a true relationship between the sun and the moon? A good night for it tonight, a good time for it these days, just to consider anyway. Ball Earth, of course, tells us that the sun lights up the moon. When we get the different phases because of the distances, the sizes, the angle of viewing, etc. But they do make that clear determination that when we see the lit side of the moon is because it's being lit by the sun. So now as we're looking at the full moon head on, and we maybe take something from that deliberation. What do we make of it? So the sun is lighting up the moon. We're in an enclosed system. What does that have to say? Oh, if anyone wants to talk about that, please join in. It's probably about 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. here in Ireland. Oh, just having a few cans, a bit of a little bit of smoke, and also it's I think it's a bank holiday weekend, Halloween weekend. So
What happened? Jeremy killed the chat again?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Absolutely not. It's never me that dude. I get it popping in here. I never kill the chat, bro. I do the exact opposite. Were you here yesterday? It was all we were all off kilter on just some nonsense bullshit. What I do? I brought up the plane thing with the drop. Then we got, then it was on. Took 2 minutes. Takes me 2 minutes.
Get it popping, huh?
Like microwave popcorn.
So what happened with the talk we were having? How I had to leave abruptly. Did we get to
I
any
don't know, man.
closure?
Dude, is there not enough land for everyone? I feel like there's like so much land, like everyone can have like all the land they want, pretty much, right? I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
I
look
had
at
a
Canada.
solution.
Look how much land you
Yeah,
got in Canada. You guys could all probably get 100 acres or some shit.
easily. I already had a solution, right? Since America loves Israel so much, right? Well, there can be two solutions, right? Either give all the land to Israel and take in the Palestinians, give them a state somewhere, anywhere. You got so much land, right? Or give the
No, it's done.
Palestinians the land, and since there's 6.5 million Jews there, well, give them a piece of land somewhere and make a state. There you go. If you love them so much, adopt them.
I mean, I don't know if they want to move all the way over here, but like,
Yeah.
isn't there like a lot of land over there? I don't know. I'm just saying, if we could fit them somewhere, people need land. I think the thing is they want that land specifically, like it's like Holy Land or some shit.
Now you made the problem, right? It's just a piece of land, but when a piece of land is holy, right? And prophets, Muhammad ascended to heaven, and Jesus, like the Greek church, this is where they crucified Jesus. When you have landmarks like that, well, that's when people will die to the end to defend them. See the problem? The problem is not the land. The problem is the religion tied to the land.
When you were speaking about the Palestinians coming to America, you do know there are Palestinians in America, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do they benefit from the United States when they come? Yeah,
Just like any
of
other
course they do.
person.
Sometimes more so than the actual citizens of the country itself, right?
Absolutely. Lately, yeah. Good point, North. Yeah.
Okay, so they already take in people. Now, it's still kind of amazing to me. It's kind of like I still go back to the same point. We are where we are, right? And so, what would you do? That's the whole point. But
I'll tell you what I do, and I have a solution for this. Have you heard of Cyprus?
yeah,
One side you got Muslim Turks, on the other side you have Christian Greeks, and they hate each other. The hate is unimaginable. Okay? They will never live side by side. They're sworn enemies. They're taught from young to hate each other. You know what the solution is? They divided the island in half, and there's a peacekeeping force there. That's the only solution for Israel and Palestine. A two-state solution with a UN force in the middle. And yes, there you can put your men gladly with your head held high and say, yes, the American contingent here is keeping peace. You will gain the respect of the whole world if you do that, man. You will be praised as one of the greatest powers, and you finally did the right thing. That's the solution. That's the only solution, bro.
I see. Let me answer you here. What about if the world found out that the Earth was stationary and flat, extended, and closed surface? Wouldn't that make all the difference in the world? Wouldn't that make all the difference?
That has
What do you mean
nothing to do
found
with
it?
what we're saying now, Pete.
Well, it has actually, if you
Oh,
think about it, because you were the one to deny all of the historic, not deny, but question the historical sort of qualifications for people being on the land or desiring certain parts of the land. We know that everything is a lie. So I think that what you're saying, fair enough, it's within the current paradigm, but all of these nations believe they live in a ball. Or make the earth peoples know that they live on a stationary and a flat, extended surface, and then everything changes. Everything.
most of what you said, SE, is prophetic in the sense that they are gonna, have a man and he's gonna speak peaceably, right? And he's gonna speak about peace, but it's not always gonna be peace with that man. With that specific man, there's gonna be a lot of war and a lot of death, and it's not really peace. So the whole world is gonna love the idea, and they're gonna praise the one who's doing it. Those things are prophetic, and I believe those things are gonna happen. And you think a little differently than I do because you think that's going to be the only answer. But it's not really going to answer it. It's not really going to suffice because there is going to be no peace. When you have two different groups of people with different ideologies, you can't coexist when one group wants to annihilate, and that's their whole purpose. That's their whole belief system is built upon annihilating you, and that is it's just impossible, man. War is inevitable, and like I said, we're about to wait till winter time, man. War is about to get really, really bad, and the things that we talk about in here.
Well, well, North, what has been the point of all of this then? Honestly, for the flat earther, for the truther, what has been the point of all are going to be consumed within a greater swell, 10 times the swell of the pressure of the pandemic? What's the point in all of this? What's the hope in all of this, my friend? Honestly, I'm asking genuinely.
If you want to ask me what the point of telling you this is,
You telling
just to
me,
share
I'm talking about our venture along flat Earth and beyond. Is it just bound in destruction? We can't do anything about it.
if you're asking me what the point of me telling you this is, I would say it's my point is my opinion because I care about others around me and I want them to see what I see. And we all have that ability to do so. And I think we're all grateful
Well,
for it, right?
well, all I would say, yeah, all I would say about that, just on the back of what you just said and what's coming. Desolation is coming, especially if we adhere to the word of the Bible. I would rather the people that I love not know about it. You know what I mean? I would rather not say anything then and just sort of dwell in my own mind with my thoughts on it, rather than having this threat always over them. And it's always an inevitable sort of conclusion in a sense. So I'd rather say nothing to the ones I care about. Yeah, and let it be. Look, come
Well,
by surprise.
I would rather keep people alive as long as I can. If you don't want to interfere with, what's going to happen, if you can't warn others, I mean, that's up to you, but I feel obliged to do so.
Yeah, but let me just respond to you by saying that this is a biblical war. This is all prophesized, right? So I don't think that life is the point. We're alive, we're promised life, we're promised eternal life, if you want. Which what fraction of eternity is 70 short years, or I'm 51, 52 years. You know what I'm saying? I don't cling to life so much in that sense. I mean, that God's will be so, or the Creator's will be so. Oh, yeah. But in the remaining time that one has, it's such, the conspiratorial world is such a deep, deep rabbit hole. It could drive you mad. So if everything is imminent, I would say nothing to friends and family, especially if they're not aware of it. You know what I'm saying? And just let it be, let it happen, rather than burdening the mind with something that can't be avoided. Uh, that's what I would say. And needless to say, I don't have many loved ones around. Probably lots because I just like you. I want people to know the truth, but
Yeah,
I
but
was
to
just
say
simply
if
asking.
everything
Yeah, go ahead.
is yeah,
Go
but to
ahead.
say if everything is inevitable, I'd rather just let things be. Um, yeah, I don't get where you're coming from, and I don't get what you mean by everything because
Well,
I don't think everything is being considered, which is what my point is, and warning others and caring about others. So, because there's always this narrative, and we always have these false narratives of the things that are going on. And if you're not man enough to stand up and point out what's false and point out, what's actually happening, then, you know, who are you? What right do you have to say anything? If you're not going to
I
say
agree.
anything, then just close your mouth and not say anything. You know what I mean?
I agree, North, and that's what I was trying to point out is that should you say something, uh, well, you lose the ones you love. That's the only way I can see it happening because it's so drastic from it's just a deviation from the acceptance of normality. I'm not talking. Maybe you think I'm being specific. I'm not being specific. I'm sort of being more general. If now within the depths of our sort of conspiracy delving, we've come to these sort of conclusions, not conclusions, but you know what I'm saying. Uh, yeah, to try and bring someone in who is not already part of it would be just more destructive, I should think. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially if there is this great turmoil to come for all of us. So yeah, I'm not getting my point across, and I wasn't even putting that on you. I was asking more a general question for us flat earthers, but you know what I'm saying? What has this been all about then? If all is still bound for I was going to say misery and despair, but I don't. I don't think that. I think the opposite. I think the world and the falsity has been dissolved away. So needs must end is this transition period. So I'm actually more positive, but I would still be careful if you have loved ones around you and they're not au fait with any of these topics. Throwing them in the deep end. That's just in general at this late stage. I would say. Sorry about that. It's very emotive, isn't it? I think it's very emotive now for a reason. Everyone now is asked to consider which side do you take. It's always we're forced into taking sides, even within our own mind, within our own family, within our own sort of community, taking sides on some issue or other that's presented. And yeah, now more than ever, there's this friction. You know what I mean? If you're looking at the mainstream news or if you're looking at mainstream conspiracy information or you're listening to a forum like this, your mind will be full of different considerations than, the former consideration. And yeah, that's a big bridge. That's a big bridge. Ever widening. It really is ever widening. What do you mean what do you mean the beheading of the 40 babies was stagecraft? Do you mean you're automatically hated? It's like when you talk about Sandy Hoax or something. I remember it. When you talk about, oh Jesus, you're the worst in the world. You mean I'm the worst in the world? Just take a look at it. Just listen to me. Hear me out. I don't want you to be fooled. Love, friend. You know what I'm saying? Then the wedge just becomes deeper because in the meantime you're looking beyond what you've already come to terms with and you're trying to piece different pieces together. Probably you end up in flat earth then, which throws a whole great what do you call it, frying pan into the fire.
So, what's your take on the situation, Peter? I don't believe you started talking about flat Earth while we were talking about this. What's your take on the issue at hand here, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, if you don't mind?
Well, the reason I talked about flat Earth was just as a solution to it. If all of the world's populace were aware that the Earth was, as we are, was whatever it is, that the spinning ball Earth was not so, that would change everything. You know what I mean? We wouldn't need to be planning 50 years ahead and finding an island for these people, and over the course of decades or something, hopefully a fragile peace will be established. And even though it's nothing to do with me, you know what I'm saying? I don't know any Jews or Palestinians. I know probably a few in passing, but other than that, nothing to do with my reality, my life. But the reason I mentioned flat Earth is because it would make all the difference. It would be the ultimate solution, and then everyone would look at everything differently, and we could all sort of make progress as we move forward. But my take on it is, I'm an auto hoaxer, SE. I'm an auto hoaxer. Go listen to Tim Osman. I post Tim Osman IPS's talks here regularly. Go listen to that. If you're being hoaxed, if you're being faked, you need to know it from the start, because otherwise, if you don't and you take the initial stories to be real and true, then you're going to be immersed within the quagmire. That's what I would say. So I'm an auto hoaxer. I think it's all scripted out, and whatever is happening is playing into the greater script that we call life, and extends from the Second World War, Pearl Harbor, if you want, up to JFK, up to 9/11, up to the war in Iraq, up to
Pete, I get it. I get it. Let me just
pandemic. Yeah,
interrupt for a second. I understand.
it's just
That's not what I'm telling you. I might agree with all what you said. I'm asking you, Pete, Pete the man, Pete Shea, what's his opinion on the war, the killing on both sides? What's your opinion on that? Don't tell me if the earth was flat, blah, blah, blah. Don't give me a story. What's your opinion? Who's right? Who's wrong? What's going on there?
Okay, when I said I'm an auto hoax, what I meant by that, it's all theater. There's no one really dying. That's my opinion. Everything we see on television is all palaver. It's all theater, but there's a greater sort of script in play. So yes, I'm an auto hoaxer. No one's
So
really
this is
dying.
all a show. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. You talked about the inconsistencies with the Iron Dome of Israel. They also talked about a false flag. You know, see, I don't even pay too much attention, but yes, what do you think is real? Can you point me to some news story that is actually real? You know for certain it's real, and there's no doubt about it, and then you can deal with that. I
No,
mean, actually,
definitely
can I ask?
there is.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I hear you and I agree with you. Definitely, we're lied to all the time, right? By the news, but you don't just listen to one news story, right? Me, I comb all the news. I go to India, I go to Russia, I go to China, I go to Saudi Arabia, I go all around now. Unless all those news outlets, the Arabic, Al Jazeera, unless all those are wrong, unless all that is fabricated, then what you're saying is true. But I don't believe that. I don't believe with
Okay.
today's hold on, let me finish. I don't believe with today's everybody has a phone in that. I don't believe they can pull that off. To be honest with you,
Okay.
to fake
Okay.
such a
Thank you,
big
Essie.
operation.
Thank you, Essie. And I will just say to you now, okay, fair enough. I do appreciate. I don't comb any of these things, so that's why I say I'm an auto hoaxer. I'm sort of thinking in terms of the greater script. This has all been planned out, right? So, but I would ask you this: all those outlets you mentioned, did they all go along with the Indian moon landing? We would call it a hoax, right? Did they all go along with the spinning ball Earth hoax, or is there any of those institutions that talk about the flat Earth reality, have an open discussion? I think so. I shouldn't think so. Would you?
Good point. Yeah, yeah. Good point. Of course, they all bought the Indian moon thing for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And the pandemic. I bet you the pandemic as well.
Yes.
So you know what I'm saying? They're all engrossed within it. So they're all. This is from my point of view. So just because they all see, they will take different sides. This is what they'll do. They'll present the same core story though, and then you'll be encouraged to pick your side and to be discuss it or whatever, however you feel. But ultimately, the news deliverers, the news benders, they're the ones who are all inculcated within all of this. So yeah, I don't. It's not proof
Agreed.
to me.
Let me
Yeah.
make a distinction, Pete. Right? There's a distinction between the planned process of what's going on, which I will agree. There's also the real wars that these people start. Right? Now, the
Yeah.
pretense may be all made up, but the wars, the people that die, that's real. I mean, you think they can fake all that? You think the people in
Nobody
Gaza
died,
that
bro. Nobody's ever died. Has anyone ever died?
One second, Jeremy. Jeremy, has
Name
anyone
one
died at
person
Sandy
that's ever
Hook?
died. You can't do it.
Alex Jones was bankrupt for $1 billion. So it must be true, right? Did anyone die on Sandy Hook?
Do it. Name one person that's ever died on Earth ever.
Yeah, but you see, you're dismissing me. I'm
do it.
saying
You
that
can't do it.
what we're presented with now, is just an exaggerated 9/11. They already told us at the start, this is Israel's 9/11. But where do you come down to 9/11? How many people died in 9/11, Jeremy?
Just name one person on Earth ever on the history of Earth that's died.
My father died. He died of cancer.
How do you know that though? What if he's like all these other people and they just faked it?
Well, I saw him. I saw him.
You saw him what?
Yeah, I saw him deteriorate. I saw him
That could have been a body
expire.
double. Could have been a
It could
body
have
double.
been, but why are you dismissing me? How many people died in 9/11? Why won't you talk about that, or Sandy Hook? That's a more general thing. I don't doubt that people died. We're talking like a baller, Jeremy. You're talking like a baller, man.
Let me ask him this, Jeremy. Okay, go on. I don't want to interrupt. Go on. I'll go next.
No, that's fine. I mean, he doesn't think anyone ever dies, so.
Yeah, watch this. Watch how he changes his mind now. Watch this. Hey, Pete. Was the Irish UK war, was that real? Oh, his ball was just dropped to the floor. Listen to this answer now.
You didn't let me answer. Well, why the
I know.
bomb
I
dropped
just
to the
made a
floor?
statement before that because I know what you're going to say. Go on.
I heard. Excuse me. Well, you asked me a question. You were talking to Jeremy. Watch this, kid. Watch how I'm going to get him here. Yes.
My bad.
For the most part, it was fake. For the most part, it was fake and orchestrated. I have no problem with that. The Brighton bombings were fake. I met Morris Quinlivan here, the brother of. He's in TD. Okay, but I can answer you that. It's all fucking fake. It's all fake in a sense, but there are real shit that does go on. Real shit that did
So
go
your
on.
people were not subjugated by the British, Pete.
Not saying that wasn't the case.
So you're special. The Irish are special, Pete.
What point are you trying to make here?
I'm trying to show your hypocrisy. That's what I'm trying to do.
Why hypocrisy?
Yeah. When it comes to your people, all of a sudden everything is different, isn't it, Pete?
But I just called a lot of fakery. I just called out a lot of fakery when it came to Ireland, bud. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you this, Pete.
You thought I would give you everything was real. You thought I would give you everything is real, and you catch me out.
I didn't say everything is real. I just said, and maybe I was a little bit too aggressive, my apologies, but I wanted to show you that somehow when it's your people, it's kind of different. You kind of think of it differently, right? Now imagine if the British surrounded Ireland, put a fence around, controlled your water, your food, your electricity, and slowly started taking pieces of land away from you. What do you think the Irish would do, Pete?
Fuck all, for the most part. Fuck all.
What?
Nothing. They'll do nothing for the most part, which is what happened during the IRA conflict. But the vast majority of people had no idea about what was going on here in Southern Ireland.
So you think the Irish, one of the toughest people in the world, would stand by while the British put them in a prison camp? Then you don't know your own people, my friend. I'm sorry to tell you.
Hey, go look up a guy called Pierce McCauley. Met him up in a nightclub in Donegal. Mentioned Morris Quinlivan as a local. They call him a TD, a representative here in Ireland. I met him during the pandemic, and well, that's a different matter. But he is the brother of Pierce McCauley. Nesson Quinlivan is his name. These are freedom fighters. These are not honourable men. These are not honourable men. The real fight is already controlled. Ireland is still owned by England. Hey, SE, we have a fake history. We have a fake history in play, and the same powers that are controlling our lives here have always been doing that, and it's the same powers that are in cooperation with the powers that are controlling your country, Palestine, Israel, etc. It's the same powers throughout. That's what I'm saying.
So that's what I'm saying. You're
Well, I
not
said it
you're not
before
picking
you.
it up though. You're not picking that up at all.
How about you thought you'd catch me out? You thought I would say that no, everything in our all to do with the IRA, the struggle is real, and they're all genuine heroes. Bollocks to that. The 1916 Rising was orchestrated. It's all fucking fake. It's all fucking fake. But there are real troubles. We don't. When Jeremy says no one dies, hey Jeremy, I met a murderer a few weeks ago. He told me he was just out of prison after 16 years, and he was in. I didn't know him, man. He just came up to me on the street, and he was in bits crying, but in dangerous bits because his mother was after dying as well. Man, there's real shit that goes on. I don't doubt any of that. But notice when I asked you about the international news
Pete, hold on.
and the sort of
Hold on, Pete.
potential
Let me interrupt
cooperation
that
that's
part.
involved,
Pete.
well, where is the news talking about Sandy Hook being a hoax? And I'm not sure of the. Not even sure about the words I can use.
Yeah. So it's not that, I mean, every time we bring up these things, you always say like nobody died, everyone famous, Michael Jackson never died, just all these people and all these events never died. It's just like, I don't know, weird.
Where are the voices when
No,
it
you're
comes
cutting
to
out.
all of these different things?
Yeah, you broke up there.
Well, I think we had.
What's the actual topic here? What were you guys talking about before? Yeah, got in this.
For me, I actually let me bring up an actual topic, taking us away from doom and gloom. It's actually brilliant.
This better be
So
good.
okay, here we go. Let me bring it up, man.
It better
Here we
be
go.
good.
It's the full moon. It's out tonight. You can see it. Now we're asked to consider a sort of stationary flat Earth and close relationship between the sun and the moon. But here's my testimony, right? But just in the last few days, when the moon was, let's say, three-quarter full, it followed the same path as the sun did that day, right? Now this is the end of October sun. Now as it was a full moon, last night I watched it, and this morning, no, I didn't watch it last night, but this morning. But now it follows the path of the sun at solstice. So in other words, the height of summer in the north here. It follows that path when it's full, and only 2 days beforehand, it followed the path of the sun now as it's after going beyond the equator. That's an interesting
Yo, let me
consideration.
just stop you right there after all that. I like where you're at with this full moon thing. All right, I could have stopped you there. I let you waffle on a little bit, but that's good stuff because here's what I'm thinking with the full. We do Eratosthenes with it and see if the shadows match the sun shadows lengthwise.
Excellent. I heard you saying that, Jeremy. Excellent opportunity tonight. And
Well,
you
I
know all you
didn't
have to
make this
do?
up. I didn't make that up. Just to be clear, that's not like I didn't
No,
invent
no,
that.
but
Other people.
yeah, it's going to prove something. And listen, I'll tell you all you need to do is just go out into your front, or actually, you just a tree in an open area with the full moon tonight. It will cast a shadow, so very easily done as well. And of course, yes, you will. Well, you
We're
will,
not
and you
using a
won't.
tree.
You won't see an equation between the sun and the moon shadows. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We're not using a tree. That is a nutcase idea. I know you got this tree thing going on, but you got to use we got to do this you know, scientifically or whatever. Whatever the Globers think this is, we got to do it like their way with a stick and make sure it's all set up good. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, well, of course I know what you're saying. It's a great idea. Of course it's been done. Are you telling me that it hasn't been done by official dumb? Come on, everything you could think of has been done.
Eratosthenes with the moon. Moon? I don't know.
Of course it would have been done, but if you want to progress along, well, absolutely. Well, you are. That's why I mentioned a tree. Anyway, yeah, you're limited to. Oh fuck it, man! Now you're bringing me back into
You're
fucking
limited
old
to what
thinking
you
of
can
mine.
think of.
Go ahead.
I don't think
You're
it's never
limited.
as far as I know, it's never been done. No, I don't have any need for within myself to have any you know, uh like I don't have. I'm just saying, like, I'm going to preface this what I'm about to say by saying that I personally don't have any need to announce that, you know, that I was the first one or whatever. However, I am kind of doing that because I'm saying that as far as I know, I was the first one to ever actually say that. It was on 24/7 on that server like years ago. I had brought up the idea of doing Eratosthenes with the moonlight. And if you get the same shadows, then that would show that, you know, they're essentially the same distance away and that it's not a 230,000 mile moon with a 93 million mile sun. I had never heard anyone else say it before that. I'm not trying to like say it, you know, say that I'm the first or anything like that. But as far as I know, I was the first one to ever bring
Nice
that.
one, Gio. Nice one, Gio. Full respect for that. Let me ask you then. So you, because you have been considering this for so long, have you developed your thought on how and when it would be done? Because if you listen to what I just said, Jeremy said it was waffling, but it wasn't. There's a full moon tonight, but it travels in the path of the sun as we have a summer solstice, right? So you're the very height of summer. The closest it is to the north, the 23.4 degrees off the equator, right? But here's the thing: 2 days ago, 2 nights ago, when the moon was out, it was probably 3/4 full. It traveled the path of the sun almost exactly as I observed it that day. So that's the post-equinoxial sun at the end of October. Very good, excellent.
Geo, apparently, do we have the Sun, Mercury, and what's the other one in conjunction at the moment? Mars. That's right. Mars, Mercury, and the Sun conjunction in Scorpio, and we have the opposition, which is the full moon in Taurus. Do you have any thoughts on that? It seems like a perfect storm.
Yeah, I was mentioning that last night. Yeah, that is the current full moon. It's Mars and Mercury conjoining the sun, and then opposite Jupiter and Uranus, which is the larger Jupiter-Uranus cycle that we're in right now. And then with the moon's there as well. It's a little bit past the full moon now. I mean, we're kind of, how many degrees here? 12 degrees past the exact. I mean, in terms of Mercury, Mars being involved, I mean, the Jupiter-Uranus is a very significant alignment that's going on for the whole next year. So that's, and the fact that a full moon is happening on it does seem like that's a potential activation point for that larger cycle. But the fact that Mercury and the Mars in there is, those are faster moving luminaries. So there is significance with Mercury, Mars being there, but it's, the significance of it is not, you know, as high because those move faster.
Yeah. How do we get the
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on, Pete. How do we get this measurement down to do that, Gio?
Well, I mean, you need a full moon and then plop some sticks in the ground. See what shadows you get from the full moon. It would take a little more effort though, because you got to have a clear night with a full moon, and then be able to see if you can actually see the shadows. As far as I know, it's never been done though. As far as I know, I've never seen anyone who's actually done it. And if you get the exact same shadows, then that would be significant. Yeah.
But you got to match it to where the moon is at the same, would be the same sub zenith to someone on the ground for the same time that you do the moon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So because the moon moves from tropic to tropic on a monthly basis, whereas the sun does so on an annual basis, right? So that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Like the same time you take the moon shadow would have to be the same time the sun would have to be in the same vertical spot above the earth.
Yeah.
When you measure the distance for that sun shadow.
Yeah. Exactly what.
Yeah, if you want to compare the sun and the moon, yeah, it's a good point. Like for example, let's say you're going to do it when the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer, then you would do your measurements, and then you would also want to pick a full moon where the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a consideration, and remember, just like Gio and Jeremy, you've been thinking about this a long time. I myself have as well, and I've asked a question. Did you know that it doesn't matter what phase of the moon, outside of the new moon, what phase of the moon, if a wispy cloud comes, the moon expresses a full moonbow. In other words, you have this sort of rainbow around the moon, and it only expresses when you have this sort of medium or to see through. But yes, that's the same, whether it is a crescent moon, half moon, full moon, and reversing as well. It's the same on all times. So I actually think it's possible myself once you get the timing right, where the sun and the moon would coincide in terms of particular position, relative positions, yeah, I think you can get a shadow from the moon at all stages, and yeah, it is measurable. So you don't have to wait for once a month, in other words, I don't think. Yeah.
Well, you'd have to go to a location. Obviously, this can't be done anywhere even near a city or something. You know what I mean? You'd have to go out in a field somewhere where there's no other light at all, and
Yeah.
it's just the moon.
Exactly. That's why I mentioned a tree. Go out to a forest somewhere
Pete, we're not
where there's
using
no
a tree.
interfering light.
We're not using a tree, Pete. Can you
Well,
imagine trying to
here's a
bring
better
this force
question.
into
Well,
the
okay,
world and you
Jeremy.
used a tree?
Listen, the tree is always the tree divided. Here's a question though, and I hope now you'll be able to answer. Maybe Gio will jump in. Now we're considering. That's why I said it. Let's consider the full moon tonight. The boiler tells us that the sun lights up the moon, but now we're in a different setting. Firecracker went off. Now we're in a different setting, an enclosed setting. So if we take the some truth to the lie, and the sun is actually associated with the moon and almost lighting it up like a torch, what do we make of then the relative motions of both? Yeah, because we know the Earth is stationary, so all these things have to be in motion and not us or the Earth's surface. You don't have to answer that, just something to consider.
I don't even know what the question was. So,
Shit.
but yeah, we should do this. We should definitely do this Eratosthenes on the full thing. You'd have to just do it when the full moons happen, and then just do it whenever the sun's at that spot. Because if you try to do it on the tropic, is there always a full moon when it's above the tropic? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it matches up like that.
It is, yeah. It's always on the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, is
Right.
that going to be the time when it's a
Right. Yeah, but then you'd have to wait for it. So the same location. Then you'd have to wait for the summer solstice when the moon was at its 23.4 degree deviation, its maximal deviation from what they call the equatorial area. Yeah.
Well, this is something we could do. I mean, if I could do it, I got a lot of lights and shit all over the place. Maybe I could. I don't know.
I feel it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, the
That'd be
only thing is, like, I mean, I don't know how high it is on the list of importance because of what it would really show. Because, like, would they just basically say that the light rays from the moon are parallel as well? Because it's still
No,
230.
you can't. Oh, sorry to interrupt, but you can't. They can't say that because the Earth in their model, the Earth is bigger than, and you can see the moon from anywhere on half the Earth. So that's like definitively not parallel. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, Joe? Like, they got, what's the Earth's radius? Like 3,000 miles?
Yeah, let's do.
Or sorry, the moon's radius. The whole diameter is like 3,000. I forget, but it's significantly smaller than Earth's.
I think it's like 22,000 miles or whatever radius. I think it's the diameter.
It's roughly 2,000, I think.
Yeah, it's like 20. Yeah, 2159. I just looked it up. That's what I thought. It was like 21, but it's not. It's
Yeah, there you go.
diameter. It's diameter 21. So the radius is like they say is like, a little over 1,000.
Yeah, so if they were parallel, you would only be able to see the moon in that circle of Earth. The fact you can see it outside that circle means they have to be diverging.
Yeah.
That would definitely be something, though. I wonder how they would even answer that. Suppose
Yeah, well, maybe that does knock it up higher on the list. Now that I think about that, but I guess the other thing, let's Like, how much on a globe model would the moon's rays be diverging to where it would give a different shadow? Like, we might have to crunch some numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
what
don't know.
would the difference be if it was
Lengthwise.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, like, let's say it was a globe and it was what they're saying, then like what would those shadows give that would correlate with the way the moon distance and all that and the curved Earth? I mean, this actually could be a pretty big thing to show this, because in their model, of course, like the sun and the moon are a similar distance, or they give some kind of a similar effect, as it were, in terms of over like a stationary planar Earth, then one would expect that the shadows would be about the same. But on a globe,
mean-
it would be different if it's that big of a difference of the distance and the parallel. But how much difference, and is it enough to show a difference to where it doesn't work? Because yeah, they're extrapolating a curved Earth based on an assumption of quote unquote parallel light rays coming from a 93 millimile sun, which is why they say, hey,
Right.
these shadows, so the Earth must be curved because we're making this assumption. And then somehow apparently that's something people believe and defend, which is bizarre. But nonetheless, it's just such a faulty thing all the way through and through. But for some reason, sticks in the ground is enough to fool people, the masses, or whatever this kind of trauma they've done on people. But that's how they're extrapolating the curvature of the Earth from that assumption. But like you said, if the moon can't be parallel because it's much smaller, and if you get the same shadows, then that would potentially be able to delineate that what they're saying is not the case.
Yeah, it's not like the sun either, where they can say, "Oh, they're just a little bit not parallel." Like that's like a way bigger angle of unparallelity than the sun has.
Yeah,
Is
like
that a word?
yeah, exactly. what SE just posted kind of shows a little bit the idea of it, where I mean, that's the ratios and all that are funky, but yeah, if you have that moon that's much closer, then those light rays, quote unquote, would have to be splaying outwards, which means it would give a different shadow if you do Eratosthenes with moonlight, and that would falsify their model. At least that part of it.
This isn't even some
Proportionality,
difficult
Joe, in
harebrained.
my response.
Hold on, Pete. This isn't even some
Proportionality, they
difficult
don't
harebrained.
justify the result
Hold
being
on a second, Pete.
mathematics. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Pete. What'd you say?
No, go ahead, Jeremy. I was just giving a
No,
comment
you
to
go,
Gio
you
about
go.
proportionality and how whatever result you get, the mathematics will always work out because the proportionality of the Earth, the moon, the sun, and the distances are already incorporated within the model. That's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Their whole model laid out. That's why. What was I gonna say? Shit, I don't even remember.
This is
Well,
why
it's
they
not
listen.
that,
That's the problem.
difficult to
Go
do.
ahead.
It's not that difficult to do. Yeah, I mean, just taking shadows of moonlight, ideally maybe during a full moon. I don't think you even necessarily have to compare it to the sun at the same position, but you could, but I mean, that wouldn't be that difficult to do.
Well, no, you got to make sure the sun's over the same spot when you do the sun. Like, yeah, if you're gonna compare it to a sun shadow, you need to make sure like they were both over the equator or whatever place on Earth when you're doing the shadow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think ideally, but at the same time, you could still do the calculations for it, meaning because it's on a globe, it's only supposed to be tilted. Like the globe is tilted, so it still has a 236,000 mile moon and a 93 millimile sun. So it's only the tilt. Whereas, yeah, over a planar surface, it does make a big difference because the actual sun is moving further and
Well,
closer.
this is reality, Gio. Gio, this is a great question now for you. Jeremy, jump in. Gio,
I'm
if the
gonna jump
conditions
in.
allow a full moon, a full moon, I'm saying a full moon versus a crescent moon, and you got a shadow from both, right? The same gnomon, the same stick in the ground, doesn't matter, same tree. Would you expect to get a fractional shadow from the crescent moon as it compared to the full moon? That's a great question, my Pete Shane, actually. What would you expect? What's your answer?
Talking about yourself in the third person. Boy, Pete Shea just came up with a great idea. That's
It
funny.
is though, Gio. It's a great question. I'm looking forward to your answer.
Hold on, SC is about to make a statement. I'm just kidding.
Who's Pete Shea?
Commando, that's a great question. If you have the crescent moon and you can get a shadow from a gnomon, right? We know the sun is always round, right? It's always full, so you're always going to get the same sort of representation. Okay, so if you have a crescent moon and you get a shadow, and then you have a full moon and you get a shadow, what is there going to be deviation? And if there is, what sort of ratio or percentage deviation should you get?
I
It's a
don't
great
think so.
question.
I don't think that should make a difference. I mean, if you have like a light source, whether it's a sliver or full, I just think you would need it to be full to actually get a shadow that's noticeable, or at least close to full. I mean, if you have a little quarter moon, I'm not sure you have enough light. I think what Jeremy said too, though, being in a place where you don't have a lot of city lights and all of that, to where you have enough
Yeah.
darkness. But I wouldn't imagine that the other than the strength of it, because even if you have like a half moon or a full moon, it's still emitting that light from whatever we call the moon, that
Right.
source. So I wouldn't think that that would make too much difference, other than just the ability to detect it
I love
based
it,
on.
Gio. That concords with my answer, and it gives it sort of context for my question about whatever phase the moon is in. You get the same full moon bow. You get the same full moon bow expression. So I like that answer.
So yeah, I mean, this is something we
Halo
could
they
do.
call
Like,
it. Yeah.
right, thanks, Pete. So this is something we could
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Thanks. This is something we could do right now. Like, this is like sticks in the ground, dude. I could do this.
There's a full moon coming around
I
your
could
way
actually
tonight,
help
bud. Yeah.
actually do something. What's up?
There's a full moon coming around your way tonight. Stick
I don't know.
what do you call it? A stick on your roof, something like that, because there's a full moon coming around tonight. And just for the sake of it, measure the length of the gnomon. I'm sure it's going to change somewhat as the moon sort of comes more, but actually the moon is going to be vertical now, pretty much vertical as it comes to its top position of over you. But yes, yeah, excellent. You can do it right
I could
tonight.
try to do
Put
this.
your
I don't know,
garden,
man.
front garden.
There's a lot of like lights and shit around. I could try though. I'll definitely try. I mean, this is easy.
Well, this is
Or you could take a
like
drive.
you know.
Yeah, take a drive 5 minutes away.
I mean, I
That's
feel like
right.
it's already shown in the fact that moon dials and sundials show the same general shadow on the dial. I mean, they're different in terms of their timing and everything, but sundials and moon dials already show this, that the shadows coming from the sun and the moon are I mean, the only way that they're different, like a moon dial works in the similar way that a sundial does, except the position of the moon obviously changes differently than the sun. But other than that, like I mean, the ancients have used moon dials, as well. So I'm just saying, I think it's already established through moon dials in terms of the shadow.
That's what I said. I
Same, because
totally
it's the same
understand.
geometry. Like if you have like a flat disc of a sundial or a moon dial, and then you get the shadow upon that based upon the angular position of the sun or the moon, there's already an overlap in terms of how the sun and moon, map on the dial in terms of, like I said, the position can be different. If the sun's at the equator and the moon's at the Tropic of Cancer, well, then yeah, there's going to be that difference. But I'm just saying moon dials and sundials, if there was a difference, it would have been known about since the beginning of time, and people would never have thought the earth was planar if that was, or it would have already been known about way before this kind of globe cult thing has been pushed in, meaning that the first time that people made a moon dial, they would have been like, oh wow, the shadow is completely different, it must be at a totally different distance than the sun, or like that, whereas
Right.
that's not the case. So I think moon dials already show it, but it would be cool to validate this with the actual angles. I mean, it's definitely ripe for someone to do it, video it really well, make a really good video. It'd probably be a hit video if someone did it.
Am I right in saying this, that when the moon is full, then it follows the path of the Tropic of Cancer. So it pretty much follows solstice, summer solstice in northern hemisphere, where the sun is at its most extreme variation from the equatorial region. Would that be correct in saying that they follow the same path, except one does it once a year and the other does it once a month? Was that correct?
Yeah, if I caught what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
The
So therefore, that's all we have to do is reference then those shadow lengths on those. One particular day for the sun, and you have 12 particular dates to reference the moon and a dial, sundial, and just compare it. So, in other words, let me just summate it. The shadow lengths, according to the passage of the moon on its full moon stage, should equate almost exactly to the shadow lengths as the sun comes and goes from the same position at summer solstice. Very good. Very good. If those figures are available, that'd be a great thing to sort of check up. I think that's probably correct. It's so interesting, Gio, when we think about that, they put all of the skylights on the same plane of reference, the same celestial sphere. And I brought this up many times over in Panda's, Gem Panda's place, but well, hang on. How can you do that? Well, you know the story. How can you do that when the moon, you tell me, and the sun and the stars and blah, 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 are all in ultimately different planes of reference? And of course, they have their answer, but they actually do that, and for all intents and purposes they're putting all the skylights on a curved surface, and they're just translating the curvature from the sky to the earth. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what you said before is the case. Like, it takes 7 days for the moon to get from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator. Another 7 days to get to the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn. Another 7 days back from the Capricorn to the equator, and the last 7 days back to the Tropic of Cancer. So that's 1 month. 7 times 4, 28. So that's giving you your moon cycle. And then for the sun, it takes a whole year for it to do that cycle. It's basically like 3 months between each of those instead of 7 days.
Which is 13/28, if I'm not incorrect, and plus one. So you have the 1 day at the end, and so 364 plus one. That's correct, isn't
Right.
that?
And the
So there's a
ancient
direct relationship established.
and there's a way of doing with the 1 day where the first day of the year is day 0. So you don't really count that. It's like just, you start at 0. Once that day's over, then you're at day 1, day 2, day 3. So yeah, you can that like you said, the 13/28 makes that, and then that one extra day would be that's why it's like New Year's Day in a sense. It's like the first day, which really, I mean, should that even be on January 1st or should it be at the solstice? That's a whole other question, but yeah.
Well, of course, but that's about okay. Yeah, that's about a different thing. That's about ISIS. That's about the dog star. But okay, very good, Gio. So now this is what I'm always thinking about in terms of how it actually works in reality. So now we have a direct establishment between the sun and the moon's passages over. Well, what? Well, we're stationary Earthers, right? So that means necessarily we're following a sort of logical path that all of those skylights are moving in unison, and there is a sort of an order to how everything is sort of related. Very good. Yeah, I like that. Very good.
Hello, Pete.
Hi. I see it like a flower opening up and closing down, Geo. I see it like because I follow the okay, everything move. I'm not moving. Everything's moving in unison, but now it has a central source. So the central source is the thing that's doing the motion. It's going up and down, round and round, in and out. So there are these geometrical relationships then between these bodies, which are well established, and there's nothing new under the sun, of course. So I think the onus is on us to just decode, reapply, uncover the lie, and see that the lie is built on the truth, and then take it from there. That's what I see it as. Now we got to explain just one more thing. Now we got to explain as we're looking at the sun and the moon, and we're told that the sun is lighting up the moon. Now we got to explain the relationship between the two. I see it like a torchlight. That's the way I see it. It has to come from somewhere, which is the Father. Now we got to focus on the Father, the source. And then, of course, that has to be back to the North Center. It has to be. Why else wouldn't it be? Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's a lot about this the center that could be said, but I don't necessarily think the whole sky has to emanate from there. The whole sky would just be the outer edges of the toroidal field, the magnetic field that we're within, or whether it's the outer edge or some sort of membrane within the field that would then be above us, like the ceiling of a big room, basically. I mean, it could be said that like everything emanates from the center in some sense, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, are you trying to say some idea that like the center is like shooting out the stars or something, like a big disco ball or something?
Of course, that's what the bowler is always looking for, Geo, consistently, is some model to bounce reality off of. Their model, of course, obnoxious as it is all they have to go on. So in a sense, I sort of sympathize with them, but at the same time, yeah, there's a reality in play, and if we think that we are breaking any new ground, then you got to be insane. You got to be insane. How else do we think that the lie in all of its entirety is delivered to us? It's only by observing the truth or the reality. So yeah, that's why I look at it as a game of clues for all of us, for most of us anyway. Firecrackers.
Yeah, it seems like the creation finds interest in forgetting things and then remembering them. It's like a big process of like having amnesia and not knowing what's going on, and then creating all these different entities to not know what's going on, and then to rediscover it, to like to figure things out, to figure out what's going on, to kind of come. So like if you're like omnipotent, omnipresent, you have all knowledge, all capacity. If you're in that state, in a sense, one would think that could even be boring at some point, or that you'd want to create something different. So if you then have all that, you could use all that, all the knowledge and everything you want, and then create all these other beings or entities that are limited in their knowledge, and then have an interesting process of discovery and unfolding and drama and everything else involved in terms of then having those individual entities going through their own journey and lack of knowing and process and everything to then ultimately perhaps resolve back at the totality eventually.
Very good. Very good. I often talked about. Go ahead.
I think you're good.
There's people setting off firecrackers. Yeah.
I don't know if someone
No,
else
I
jumped
was,
in.
I
Or...
was just agreeing with Gia's point. I think about it daily, and more now than ever before. 'Cause things are picking up in this whole figuring things out on a collective scale. But yeah, I mean, there's been some things said it was like every 9,000 years, but we have no way of knowing. I don't, at least. But yeah, I really liked the way that was said, Gia. That was all I was saying.
Hello, Sydney. I was just going to say, well, I have my own sort of YouTube channel, so I've long times to sort of consider it and relay my thoughts on things. But I sort of compared it to, yeah, imagine we had this power, we were the ultimate creator, and now you have a child, and well, we know we're eternal. What's the best game you could devise for your child, knowing that whether they succeed or fail, they'll still come out to the greater sort of truth at the end? Wouldn't you be the most devious that you could possibly be? That's what I think is going on. I would be. I challenge you to every level, at every level. That was possible, knowing that you had the capabilities within you to overcome. And should you not even, well, then all will be revealed at the end, and you'll go, let me at it again. I want to go at it again. I should have done better.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel that. I feel that, Pete. I also I pray for Stephen and you like all the time. Just so you know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sydney, my dear. Thank you so much. I was actually thinking about praying earlier on, Sydney, which was when and mass. So I was in chat and mass, but mass is the basis of physical and sort of religious uh, um, doctrine, I guess. You know what I mean? It's the epicenter. But I was thinking about when we do pray, we bring our two opposing hands together, and we have the five and the five making 10. I actually wrote this in chat about the five and the S are divided from the whole. But when we do pray as Christians or Catholics, you say in the name of the Father, and you get your index finger on your right hand and point to the epicenter, your pineal, if you want, to whatever the heck is going on inside there, but just something epicentral there, and the sun down just above your belly button, the solar plexus, which I think represents the mother. The sun comes from the mother, and then you have the whole E, each side, each shoulder, each divided, a spirit, and you bring your two hands together, and you point upwards towards that initial point, the father point. So I was thinking about that and how well. Yeah, we all yearn for reunification. But thank you again, Sydney. I really appreciate that. Remember that.
Absolutely. I can tell it's been a hard day. It's a lot going on, and I guess maybe the mood's part of it that you mentioned. But yeah, I'm with you in spirit today, buddy.
Thank you, dear. I sang, do you know what I sang today? I sang My Way. The Streets of Limerick never heard Peachy or My Way sang that way. I did, if you know the Gypsy Kings version, it's a very sort of upbeat and quickened version of My Way, and the same sentiment. I actually saw IS in the clouds. I know that there's different forces in play, and I was thinking, so IS is ISIS, is, I am. So I am, and you are, or we is, if you want. So it's the connection of the two divided aspects. When you take the S and the mirrored inverted S and overlay them, you get the eight. So I'm thinking this is all a story which is interconnected with ourselves, but yeah, pay attention oneself to the clues that are before us. That's what I would say. There's no way of hoping to communicate to the
Yeah,
fullest extent your one's own experience and thoughts on all of this, but we share something in general. I think that's what we have to
yeah,
know.
definitely. And yeah, and it can be very easy to get lost in the weeds because there are so many, including the ISIS. That's been on my mind recent weeks as well. Check out the link that I posted a little bit ago, like 30 minutes ago in the chat. You should watch it. It put me at peace too.
Nice one. I was just no, I didn't sing this, but it was okay. Actually, my guitar's out of tune. It's I married Isis on the 5th day of May, but I did not hang on to her very long. Well, Isis is the 5th day of May. May is the 5th month, so we have 5 5 associated with the S, and the S is the divided state of us. All we need to do is think in terms of our right brain controlling our left eye, and vice versa. So if we Smurf was talking about this morning, but if we sort of understand that there is an external story, but it is subservient in a sense to the internal story, or at least both are connected, but we are greater than the material. So putting these divided understandings sort of together in our own brain, yeah, I think we can go places, Sydney. But we have to remember that we've only half a brain above. The other brain is below our heart, which is unfolded out in terms of our guttural, or generative, or geographical system, if you want.
Yeah, that's a really messed up system as well. But yes, I agree. Yeah. I'm off to the car wash, and if I do not speak for a bit, that is why. Have a good afternoon. I'll be back in at some point. But it's a beautiful day.
Yeah, and the crowd goes wild.
maybe. Okay. Or maybe not. It was great to hear from Sydney, and thanks again, Sydney.
Of course.
Home run, the diamond. That brings me to think about the diamond. I've been to the Louvre. When has been to the Louvre? You have a big pyramid on the surface, but you also have a hidden, occulted pyramid inverted underneath. When you bring a pyramid and a pyramid together, what do you get? We get something like a diamond, especially once we realize that, well, the pyramids are eight-sided in Egypt. So there is a slight deviation into the center on all four sides. Oh yeah, if we're only looking at half the the picture, the story, well, what does the other half entail? And funny enough, from that song, I Married Isis, or Isis by Bob Dylan, we came to the pyramid embedded in ice. He said there's a body he's trying to find. Anyway, that's it. Yeah. But we came to the pyramid embedded in ice. And what does that mean? That's what I think about all of these. So it's all scripted out, scripted reality, video game if you want, and all of these singers are prophets in a sense, and all their songs are psalms. Oh, don't separate yourself from the greater message. That's what I think about the Bible as well. It's happening now. Don't worry about back then. Don't worry about back then. It's to do with you. Everything is to do with you right now. So what you read, what you interpret, if you separate yourself from it, well, from God or the Word of God, if you want, well, that's on you. More fool you. Because then you left one okay, well you left one impossibility and you entered another. That's what I would say. Earth, you said you separate yourself from the pole Earth. Now you enter. Go ahead. Go ahead. Someone was trying to get in there. Can you imagine myself? Hey, if Sydney is still listening, can you imagine yourself and Geo, sitting around the campfire, smoking a few smokes, drinking a few beers, and popping a few mushrooms? Can you imagine that night?
I think about that often. I feel like I scare Geo away whenever I speak, but I don't mean to.
Forget Snacks. Can you imagine Snacks with his saxophone? That'd be great. I can imagine all these things. Maybe all these things have already happened on some level, as we're sort of getting back to.
Probably, yeah.
Funny enough, I think everything is interconnected. But just as I was talking about the ball dropping on 31st of December, 1st of January, New Year's, this is about the sun's relationship to the dog star, which is reference to Isis. But this brings us back to dog and God. Why is this association made? I say, just as a preliminary sort of suggestion, well, both are man's best friend, dog and God. What are woman's best friend, I wonder? Of course, we have the feline and the female sort of association there. But yeah, that's a good question, actually. But thinking that everything is interconnected, there has to be a reason then that God and dog are inversions of one another. There has to be, if everything has a rhyme and a reason behind. Serious. Serious. Are you kidding me? Do you know that? And I'll just say this now, right? Do you know that? As I'm just on the ISIS sort of thing. Sirius, SIRI and US. It's just telling us that we are SS, so we are divided. So we got to bring the two divided aspects together. But did you know that on 9/11, when the first tower fell, from the point of view of the Washington Arch, um, if you look to it and you turn down all the skylights, the sunlight, and Sirius would have been directly above the antenna on the building 2, which was the second building to be hit. A plane but fell first, and 35 minutes later, as the sky moves around us, Sirius was directly above the building number 1, which fell second. And that's from the point of view of the Washington Arch. In there's a park in local. I'm relying on memory now. I'll remember it. Washington Park, and Washington Archway. It's an Arc de Triomphe in a sense. But the point Sirius, Dog Star. Also, the first K9 victim, K9, K is 11, 9, 11, 9 is September, 11th of September in Irish speak anyway. But the first K9 victim was named Sirius. Would you believe it? Bill Clinton met Sirius from the K9 unit a year before 9/11.
Hey Pete,
Cheers.
have you seen the cover of the 2012 edition of
Why,
The
Carlos? You
Economist?
have me on tender hooks.
I think you broke up there, Carlos. Can you try it again? Was it Carlos?
I think it was. I see.
I
I'm
think you
glad I'm
dropped.
coming through. Yeah, but I guess when he comes back, I'll hush immediately because I'm 2012 edition of what maybe the Economist magazine. I have seen the 2015 cover of the Economist magazine, and it's a flat Earth cover. It's a flat Earth cover, and there's no one else that I have ever met in this arena who plenty of people I expressed it to and appreciate what was going on, but there's no one else who's picked up on it as far as I'm concerned, as far as I can see. But all of these magazine covers, remember, yeah, they're all yeah. Okay, go ahead.
What was I saying? Sorry, I dropped out. Are
You
you
were
there,
talking
Pete?
about the 2012 cover. Have I seen? And you didn't mention of what though? Of
Yeah,
Playboy.
the 2012 edition cover of the Economist.
Please post it, bud. That's what I told you might have been mentioning because I now mentioned the 2015 cover,
Are
which
you
is all
able to
about
see
flat Earth.
yourself?
Please post it.
And
Yeah.
is someone else? I'm driving at the moment, so I can't really do. But it's really intriguing because there's a lot of stuff in there. There's sort of like a, um, that's really relevant to today. Yeah, like with Hamas, etc. And
Oh,
X marks the spot, and how Elon Musk changed Twitter to X, and it's a whole bunch of stuff that you can read into it. Yeah, it's a really interesting cover.
yeah, but have you looked into it? That's what I was actually. Thank you, Carlos, because I was thinking, yeah, that's what he was referencing. All of these clues were given throughout the years. I made my own investigation into 2015 Economist cover, the yearly. So just look into the yearly sort of representation. That's all you need to do, fundamentally, I think. But very good. I'll be looking at that. I think, although I probably won't be because I'm not so much into, don't know anything about what's going on in Egypt, or not in Egypt, in Israel or Palestine. I really don't. Listen to Tim Osman, and I'm happy enough to be an auto hoaxer. It's all
Well,
scripted out.
there's a channel called Franchot Pearson, and he actually goes over that cover and he talks about it. So if you got a spare 15 minutes, you can check out Franchot Pearson. He talks about the cover of that, yeah, and how gematria
Oh,
plays into
Linda's
it.
after posting it. A rough guide to hell. Fucking hell. I'm going to save that.
Exactly,
And
right? And you zoom in on it and you look at the details of who's in it and all the symbolism and stuff, and yeah, it's crazy.
oh, but here's the thing, and I think this might benefit people who are listening, right? Oh, I don't see. I know I've been talking a lot as well, but oh man, we've got to see through the the drama. We've got to see through the horror in a sense. And let me post in chat. Thanks, Linda, for that. Shit. I will post my 2015 cover Economist. It's the yearly cover. It's the year in review, and these are the offerings presented. But yeah, it's not hell. It's not hell. Hell is in your mind. Horror is in your mind. Once you see that it's all a sort of a scripted presentation, a pre-programmed, predicted, well, then you think differently about it, and you sort of look beyond the literal. You don't burden your soul with the horrors of. Yeah, I was going to say people
What are
jumping
you talking
from the
about,
twin
Pete, man?
towers.
You're just what do you mean you don't burden your soul of the horrors? What do? You just look away? What are you saying?
Oh, no, no. What I'm saying is, Essie, perfectly to you as well. I burdened my soul with the horrors of being put in the shoes of the position of the person on 9/11 who was forced to either jump to their imminent death, of course, or else fight the fires or burn to death. Oh, yes. I came
That was
beyond that
real?
now.
That was real, Pete?
No, it wasn't real. It wasn't real, but at the time it was real.
I don't even know why you talk, Pete. Like you just talk nonsense, bro. Seriously. What do you mean it's real? It's not real? Like, are you just talking just for talking's sake? Or I mean, I don't get you, man. It's like incoherent
Okay,
gibberish.
okay, okay. What don't you get? What don't you get then?
You just said the plight of somebody died in 9/11, and I asked you, did they actually die? And you said no, they didn't die. So
Yeah.
what the hell are you talking about, man?
Okay.
Did somebody
I
die
told you
or not
died.
in 9/11, Pete? Be crystal clear. Yes or no?
Okay, no. No.
So then why the freak are you opening your mouth, bro? 2 buildings fell, 3 buildings, and nobody died? You're either delusional or I don't know what's up with you, man. It's like you're wasting our time, bro. Seriously.
Okay, 1 second now. You wouldn't dare talk to me like this face to face, bud.
You
I'm
bet your
telling
fucking
you
ass I
don't
would.
understand.
You bet your
I
ass I
don't
would.
under.
You don't
Okay,
know
let me.
me.
Okay, okay. Let's see if you would then. After I explain what I was talking. I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to Carlos about the Economist cover magazine, 2012. I just posted 2015. So what I'm saying to you, Essie, is I was immersed within the 9/11 official story, and I put myself in the position at the time of people who had to jump to escape the fire to immediate death. Now I see beyond that, and I see that it's a horror story within the mind. No one had to jump on 9/11. No one had to die on Sandy Hook. But I'm saying to you now, but once we see beyond the literal, now we can sort of relax and not burden our soul with the horrors that are presented. And that's what I do with Israel and Palestine at the minute.
Gibberish. Absolute nonsense, gibberish, incoherent babble. Sorry, Pete. That's you today.
Well,
You can't have it both ways. Either somebody died or somebody didn't die. Either those 2 buildings, 3 buildings fell or they didn't. You can't have it both
okay,
ways,
okay,
Pete.
okay. No, 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 no. The buildings definitely fell. That was the greatest blockbuster of our time. The point was whether there were people in the buildings that were crushed and burned and squashed and decimated. That's the point. I accepted it wholeheartedly that that was the case. Now I reject it. They don't need to kill people. So the horror we can reject within our mind as opposed to it having to be real. And that's the point of 9/11. The point of
So
the
you reject
2000.
reality. You know that when the buildings fell, you know people must have died. It's unbelievable that a person is not going to die with such calamity. Even one person, even one person. You
But
claim
there
no.
was
I
no one
mean,
in the
no
buildings.
sane
There was
person
no one
can
there
think like
though.
that.
There was no one there though in the buildings. There was no floors. The buildings were made to be brought down. What are you talking about?
There was nobody in there. There was nobody in the buildings. You believe that? Two
It
of
was a
the biggest
controlled
things
demolition,
in the
bud.
there was nobody in the buildings when that happened.
No one was killed. Yeah, in the buildings. There was no floors for the most part. And yes, it was all a pre-established, orchestrated event. Everything was. There was 88 drills and exercises going on the day of 9/11, which encompassed pretty much the same outcome as was presented to us as the real story. So yes, there was no. The buildings came down, but no one had to die, and no one indeed did die. It's my position.
Yeah, how can you have a conversation with you, Pete? After that, I mean, yeah, it's just meaningless. It's yeah.
Oh, you've never heard of September Clues or Clues Forum or fakeologist.com or Let's Roll Forum or Tim Osman. You've never heard of any of these characters or John LeBon. You've never heard of any of these characters. You never did your own research, but you're busy looking up reports on Palestine, Israel from all international news media, Japanese, Mongolese, people in Antarctica.
Yeah, I do my research, unlike people that turn on CNN and believe whatever they see. Now, if you believe three of the largest buildings in New York City fell without killing anybody, you are delusional, Pete. Go look for a leprechaun. That's your next mission. Go look for a
You're
leprechaun.
embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself here. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm the one who's done the research. You seemingly haven't. It was a fabricated affair, 9/11. The buildings came down, but it was done in a safe and controlled manner. Now, we received a whole fucking adventure movie story, terrorist movie story via the mainstream media. But how many people died in 9/11 then? Go ahead, Essie.
How should I know how many people died, Pete? But I will not be
Well,
as
the mainstream
crazy.
tells you.
Don't interrupt. I will not be as crazy as to say nobody died. Obviously, it was a
Why not?
planned thing. We all know it was planned, right? We all know it's impossible for those buildings to have fallen free fall. We all know this. But you, Pete, are the only one that thinks nobody died on that day. I think you're the only
Not
one in the
true.
world that thinks that, Pete.
That is not true. That is
Does
simply not
anybody
true.
believe that? Anybody in here, please speak up if you believe nobody died in 9/11. Please speak up now.
Because that encompasses everyone in the world.
Well, we'll start off within here with all
Go
the
ahead then.
conspiracy
But
theorists.
yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Jeremy, how many people died in 9/11?
I think you may be. I'm sure there may be other people on Earth that think no one died, but you're going to be very few and
Right.
far between. But I mean, we're talking like
Yes.
maybe like three other people on Earth, maybe.
You're laughing here.
You're wasting our
How
time,
do
Pete. You're just
you're
wasting our
laughing
time.
here.
That's all.
Linda's in chat. Linda C33 is in chat. Linda is of the same mind that no one died because no one had to die. That's someone
It's
here.
incredible that anybody could believe that. That's all I'm saying.
You're crazy, man. So tell me what the extent of your research over the last 21 years. I know you're a mature man. What's your bottom line on 9/11? How many died? How many floors were there? How many planes crashed? How many planes crashed in 9/11? See? Surely these planes crashed and all the people were squashed because we saw it on television. Yeah.
Did the buildings fall, Pete?
I think people
See?
died, and I think it was a sacrifice, and I think that it was all planned, it was all orchestrated. There's definitely an agenda. It wasn't what they tell us. That's not the story, but they definitely love to sacrifice people. That's what they do.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Carlos, they
absolutely.
don't sacrifice their own. Carlos, the Twin Towers, the richest real estate on earth, the Big Apple, they don't sacrifice their own. There was thousands of people in cooperation with 9/11. They don't kill their own. Because then there's no security
Yeah,
for you.
yeah, but
For goodness sake.
there's also innocent standbys, and people get killed in collateral damage. And it's just a sacrifice
They
that they have
cleared
to.
the area. They cleared the whole area. The people, the local businesses were under NDAs This is all research done over the years, but they cleared the whole fucking area. The buildings were made to designed. The whole
Yeah,
block
but
was
Pete,
designed
yeah,
to
but
be
Pete,
built
but Pete,
33
hang
years
on, but Pete,
beforehand.
there are wars all over the world which are all orchestrated and planned by them. They love to sacrifice people. Why wouldn't they do it in this instance? Why is this instance so special where they don't kill anybody? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I think yeah, I agree with
Well,
that. Also, it was their kickoff to their new goal first and foremost, and to this day, especially now over there with what they're doing in the Middle East, making their Jerusalem, you know, one world government capital. So that's pretty straightforward. But yeah, they needed
well,
9/11 for that. I don't really
well,
want to.
Exactly.
Sydney.
So there we
Well,
go.
Sydney, this is where I bring in. Yeah, thank you, Sydney. This is where I bring in SE again. SE, I'm not saying that people haven't died or hasn't been greater conquests on the back of 9/11. I'm pointing out that 9/11 is the fake event that has allowed further sort of development of the schemes and plans of whoever orchestrates it. But yeah, I don't say that
So
no
now
one
they
died
died.
on the back
You're
of
saying
it.
they died, Pete? Now you agree that people died?
People died in wars. People died in the invasion of
Not wars. In
Afghanistan,
the day of
Iraq. But
9/11.
excuse me, the faked event was 9/11. That was the orchestrated affair, which was the facilitator for the greater invasions, if you want.
Yeah, you're gonna keep firm to that, Pete? No worries. It's your opinion. Duly noted.
It was 88 drills and exercises going on that day. There was thousands of what's going on here. You're talking as if there's been no research done in this. Have you ever been to Clues Forum? Hoi Polloi and Simon Shack solved 9/11. But have you ever been there and looked at all of their years of research at this stage? Or let's roll forums. Come on,
I
man.
don't need any Pete. I don't need anybody to tell me what I saw. I don't need anybody to tell me what free falling buildings are. Right? I don't need
This is
anybody
why
to tell
now.
me that. Let me finish. That a bunch of terrorists with jackknives did this. I don't need anybody. I use my own brain. I don't need anybody to tell me that this was a staged event. You understand? I think for myself. I don't need
Okay,
anybody to tell
staged
me.
event. Okay, fair enough. We're on a level pegging here. Staged event. What do you mean by staged event?
Staged event. It was planned in advance. But people died as a result of that, Pete. The people in power don't give a damn if a few thousand people die. As a matter of fact, it was probably good for them that people died so Americans could get pissed off. Do you remember the next day when President Reagan was standing on the rubble and he said, "You're going to hear from us soon"? Do you remember that? I remember that
President
freaking
Reagan.
day well. And I knew that day, stop interrupting me. And I remember that day, Pete, that day changed the world. Do you remember that moment?
Do, and it wasn't President Reagan, it was George W. Bush.
Bush, I'm sorry,
Fucking
correct.
dodo.
Yeah, you're right. Thank
You
you
and
for the
me.
correction. It doesn't matter if I got it wrong. Do you remember that day when that
Yes, I
president
do.
said, "You're going to hear from us soon"? Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that was the day that changed the world. What's happening now is because of that day.
I agree.
So don't be telling everybody that nobody died on that day, bro. People died. It was a planned event. It was horrible. These are the monsters that are controlling us. And these are the same monsters that are in Ukraine and are in Israel right now, convincing the good people of America to back them up. That's my point. America is
So you're
being
always,
pulled.
yeah.
But why do you always have to interrupt, Pete? Do you have a Twitch problem? So that's why America is being led by the short hairs, by these people. That's the point I want to get across. I want to wake Americans up to reality. Because, Pete, they're the only country that could stop this. The Americans are the only ones that can stop this because they're the ones that are supplying the money and the ammunition for both wars going on right now.
Well, you were talking earlier about a false flag or whatever, and about a country doing something to itself, but pretending it's the other people so they could go to, do some kind of military thing. Like you didn't even mention this earlier.
Yeah, we did talk about false flags. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, this didn't get mentioned at all.
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up a bit there, Jeremy.
9/11 didn't get mentioned.
Right, right. That is exactly that is a very good point, Jeremy. That is by definition a false flag operation. Right in your own hometown, brother. Absolutely good point. Very good point, Jeremy. That was a can't even speak. I'm so pissed off. That was a false flag operation. In the beautiful city of New York. Imagine what they did in New York, man. Just put that in your mind, bro. Just put that in your mind. Your government took down 3 buildings in your city. It's criminal, man. It's criminal.
I mean, dude, there's so many ways. There's so many ways to get paid off of that. I mean, the amount of money you make off is insurmountable. You get all kinds of money going in a black budget, alphabet letter gang things now. You also can, the insurance money for the building. I'm sure it was tens of billions or something for the insurance for that, all those buildings. Not to mention the war. Now we're at war. Bush sat on the they have so many stocks in Lockheed Martin. They have like a seat on the
Yeah.
board or some shit. I don't know how it works, but they got a lot of stocks in Lockheed Martin, or they used to at least, which is the biggest fucking conflict of interest that I've ever even heard of. Like that's the biggest conflict of interest that has ever existed on Earth.
Yeah, bro.
That scenario right there.
Well said. Absolutely. It's criminal, man. It's criminal. And I'm sure
Anyways,
sorry, go finish off, Jeremy.
No, just the amount of money that gets made off of that. Not to mention, you just hit the financial center of the world too. Maybe I don't know if they count London or New York. Either way, like now stocks are going to crash. What these people do is they wait for the stocks to crash and then they buy up billions of dollars. They're like, "Yo, these companies are good. Like this shit ain't going nowhere. We're going to get our control." This is a huge power move right here for control too. Not even forget the money. This is a huge control. If your goal is control, that is the time to seize a lot of control. Right after that.
Bro. Absolutely. Even the private, you know what they say? The rich people say, when there's blood on the streets, it's time to buy. That's a freaking saying they have, bro. Now, I'm sure 100%.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure 100% most of the people in the States are good people. I've met people, I've been all over the States, right? Americans don't think that way, right? Americans are not bloodthirsty fucking mental cases, right? Americans are good, most of them Christian, God-believing people. But this is crazy. They've been conned, bro. The American people have been conned. There's no other way to say it.
Well, they give you an enemy. They give you an enemy. Put some propaganda out. And what do the people see? What do I see? Do I see what's going on over there? And I see what they show on the news or whatever. Like
exactly,
they control all the media outlets. I mean, it's not like they don't control YouTube. Yeah, you go to BitShooter, whatever, Rockfin or something. But
yeah, bro. I remember one of my friends, and we were talking about the thing that happened in the past 2 years. And he goes to me, "Look, bro, I know what you're telling me, but my wife, if she doesn't see it on CNN, she will not believe it." This is a Canadian now. If she doesn't see it on CNN, she doesn't believe it.
yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, dude. I know. So this is another huge power move the past couple of years. anytime the stock market takes a massive hit, I'd have to imagine that these billions of dollars in caves full of gold and shit, they're just eating up these companies for pennies on the dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they did the one in the 20s or the 30s or whenever that crash happened, the 40s. When was it? The Great Depression. Whenever that happened, they probably ate it up right there. They probably ate it up in 2008, 2011, 2001. Just recently when a lot of markets took a hit.
Yeah, that's how millionaires become billionaires. They take the opportunity when people are having hard times and everything is, like they say, blood. When there's blood in the street, you buy. It's crazy.
And the thing that happened right now financially was ridiculous. We gave every American like $1,600. I don't know how much money throughout the whole. We got a lot because we had kids. We got like 10 G's or something. We got more than like 10 grand or something. But it just goes to show you like where the money went. Like, look at the stocks that blew up. Walmart did great. Amazon did fantastic.
Yeah.
You couldn't buy a bicycle or a television anywhere. Like, guy Dallas Dave was on about it for like years, and he was actually right. Like, you couldn't get a bicycle. We wanted to get our kid a bike for his birthday one year. I had to get one off of like Let Go or Facebook Marketplace or some shit because you just couldn't buy one in the. But yeah, everyone took their money, couple thousand bucks they got, and they went and bought shit. And those places got big. Now you're telling me if you're the elite, you don't know that's going to happen. You know what happens when you give people money? They freaking spend it.
Yeah, bro. You know how many businesses went bust over here because people were getting $2,000 a month for a couple of years. Nobody went to work. You know how many businesses failed here? Oh my God.
That was another power move. You wanna be selling all your shit at Walmart and Amazon? Shut these local businesses down. They already banged them out the box with Walmart, but there was still stragglers. But yeah, you want to make people take a hit. Also, the inflation thing that just happened was another huge. Like, I don't know.
You know how hard it was for me to find employees? Like it was
it was
almost
hard even
impossible.
before. It was hard even before that to find a good employee. You can't find good people these days. Tough.
Yeah. Sure, if you're gonna get the same pay staying home as it is working, why are you gonna go work?
Yeah, my friend was doing delivering pizzas under the table, and I was like, dude, you should just go do Lyft. I'm like, you don't have to fake calling sick to your pizza place or doing, So he was doing that. He was making like a couple $100 a week. He didn't have a lot of bills or whatever with his parents, but when the thing hit, he got unemployment. He was getting $600 a month, or sorry, $600 a week. He's like, I'm not fucking driving Uber. That's stupid. He got $600 a week for like a year and some change or something. Like, he stacked chips up during that. And the people that did go to work I didn't get no extra shit. I mean, I got the thing everyone else got, but I didn't get nothing no one else got. Like, that was some bullshit they did just now with that whole unemployment thing.
Yeah, bro. Imagine getting $2,000 a month. Are you gonna go work?
I would not work as much. I might still work. I make 2 G's a month right now, give or take. That's like 2,200 or something. Is like my take home, but I would still go to work a little bit. Yeah, I would have to.
Yeah,
Talking about Canadian dollars or something?
Yeah.
Are you talking about 2,000 Canadian dollars or?
Yeah. Well, just make it the same because you guys were getting around the same as well.
No, bro, that was only for people that were on unemployment. I know those people have no incentive to go find a job now. I wouldn't even be. Yeah, I'm absolutely not. I'm not going to work after that. I don't know. It depends. If that happened to my wife, she would absolutely have to go.
I guess it depends on the person and how much income you need, But most people, like $2,000 a month, $500 a week, that was good enough for them to stay home. And you know what they would do? They would get part-time jobs under the table. That
Under
was
the table, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have to do something like that or something. Yeah, I don't even think you could drive Uber or Lyft because they'd see you were making money, and you'd get hit for some kind of fraud or something. But yeah, bro, tell me, look, you know their whole goal is control, right? These elite, whoever's like whatever kind of evil groups are out, like they're just the control is like the name of their game, right? It ain't even about the money at this point for them. They got caves full, probably. When shit like that happens, like the past few years, like you can make a huge control, like 9/11, you get massive amounts of control, more than you had before. They just chisel away at our free. Yo, we're gonna end up like 1984. What? Yo, in 1984, didn't they have television screens everywhere, like pushing propaganda? Was that? Remember? You guys remember 1984?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Did they have the TV screens in that though? And they were like everywhere, propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that it? Because I can't remember. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure they had the TV screens. Like it's been a while, right? But yeah, I'm pretty sure they was all over the news and stuff.
I
That was
read
part
it like
of the, yeah.
Yeah, it was like 30 years ago. I can't.
Yeah.
Anyways, they got that shit now. You go to a gas station. I don't know if they have it in Canada yet. You guys just got TVs, but when you go to the gas station, they have these little screens and they're just like pumping out this propaganda shit at you. We are heading to 1984. It's going there because they're trying to control. You know what I'm saying? They want control. That's like their whole thing. That's the whole
I
thing.
think we're there, bro. I think they have people convinced here. They have Pete convinced nobody died. They have other people convinced it's part of the Bible. I mean, we're there, bro. I think we're there. I think it's too late.
It's very close. We're getting there. It's not far
Like,
off.
what did the CIA director say? We know our plan succeeded. If all of America believe everything that's false, something like that. So pretty much everything America believes right now is false. Men could be women, women could be men. Buildings could fall without people dying. It's okay for one side to mourn their babies, but the other side, it's not okay for them to mourn their babies.
Yeah, I've read that. I've actually.
No, I'm done.
I've actually read that. Oh, I didn't read it. I saw it on TikTok. That during the end of when civilizations to an end, right before they come to an end, they get like hyper focused on gender. Like I don't know what there is to back that up at all. If there's like ancient Roman texts or some shit or whatever, but that'd be interesting to see. That is what happened in the mouse utopia experiment. So that's not far fetched to believe that that was a thing.
Yeah.
Like they got all fucked up with gender in the mouse utopia experiments. So it's not far fetched to think that maybe the ancient Romans or Greeks or whatever like got hyper specific. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's any like tablets or whatever.
Yeah. Me, what fascinates me the most is this one-sided view, right? Like, yeah, this is what puzzles me the most. Like, okay, sure, there was a big thing. It was like I condemn Hamas to the strongest way that I can condemn anybody, right? I think they should be wiped out for what they did. There's no excuse for an organization like that to exist, right? But having said that, at the same time, look at the brutality on the other side. Look at what they're doing to a collective punishment to 2.5 million people. All these are war crimes.
But to be honest, man, Hamas is equal for me as to ISIS or any other government funded terrorist group. Like they're legit, dude. Like objectively, you know, I'm not on any side. You know, I think it's a tragedy in general that man is still slaughtering each other. But in any case, I think the main finance of this is the deep state and the very people who want to push a certain agenda. Anyways, what is obvious is that there's something very, very wrong with what we have been taught, because when you look into the military equipment of Israel being one of the strongest military in the world, or most well-equipped military in the world, having borders where you literally have sensor technology that would have a rat or any small creature running too close to a specific area be captured in an instance and reported into a system that is 24/7 covered. How is it that even when they have blown up the fences, broke through with some people on tractors and pickup trucks, how is it that the greatest army in the world, like with 9/11, was like drinking a pot of coffee while sleeping or what? Like, tell me another
Exactly.
stupid story that make, you know, it's ridiculous. I mean,
Exactly, brother. One
just
of the
think
most.
about it. Is it now we can just, you know, have some pickup trucks and invade the most secured borderline because, you know, people were sleeping? I mean, they tell us, the official story is this, that the soldiers on specific points were literally sleeping. On some specific points is what they claim. On others, it's just, you know, coincidence. Someone didn't really notice it. Isn't that weird? Like, if someone would even come too close to the border and then plant like C4 to blow it up, wouldn't there be, you know, like thousands of soldiers ultimately be put out to go to the specific region that's being invaded? Literally, they what they did is they had a free pass, man. They were driving all the trucks in until to civil areas and to shoot people. No one was there to defend their own Jewish communities. Like, that wasn't even an attack on like the attack, whoever founded it. You know, I can't say who founded it, but whoever founded it, both sides are the losers. The Israelis are the losers and the people living in Gaza. You know, they sacrifice their own people for this make-up belief of an invasion. I mean, this is 9/11 once again. You know, oh,
Well
we didn't
said,
know
brother.
anything.
Yep.
We
Absolutely.
just we have the greatest technology to defend the most secured border in the world, but, you know, for some reason at that current day, you know, we just somehow overlooked these pickup trucks with men fully equipped and armed, and somehow we just didn't, you know, responded fast enough. You know, like, if you call in your town where you live right now, if you call the fire department because you have a burning in your house, they will be there in about, you know, 10-15 minutes maximum, maybe 20. It depends on where you live. You're gonna tell me the greatest military in the world was not able to be there once they have blown up the fence? Come on, man, it's ridiculous.
6 hours, bro. 6 hours. It took one of the most professional armies in the world ready for such an event. Ready because it was a holiday. And yeah, well said, my friend. I'm glad to think somebody. I'm glad to see somebody is thinking clearly. Well said.
Yeah, it's just, you know, doesn't make any sense. Like, I talked with my dad about this, and he was like, you know, he was in the military, my dad, back in the days, and he said that there's no way, especially nowadays with all the technology we have, that you just can overlook this. That it's just, you know, coincidence that somehow they have found a way to enter without anyone noticing. You know, I mean, isn't the whole training, everything the soldiers do there, mostly about protecting the border? And how is it that there's somehow the greatest military in the world somehow fails to really do that one unique job they have been trained for? That's ridiculous.
That's
The
right.
story is ridiculous, and then makes me angry. Sorry.
Yeah, it's insulting. It literally is an insult to an intelligent person, right?
Yes. Once again.
Especially this army. Let me drive this point home, Clay, okay? I
Yes.
said this before, but I don't know if anybody heard me. The expression the 10th man, have you heard it, Clay?
The expression of what?
The 10th man.
No, I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Okay. During, I think it was 1967, during the Yom Kippur holiday of Israel, there was a surprise attack on Israel. Okay? Now, they were caught off guard. They were caught off guard because it was a holiday. And so they decided this never to happen again. Now, this is the most important part of all. They decided that's never going to happen again, them being attacked by surprise, right?
Right.
So they created, so check this out, Clay. They created what's called the 10th man. In other words, in the Israeli war cabinet, right? There's 10 people, right? One of them is the 10th man. Now his job is to go against every single plan that they come up with, to find fault in every single idea that is said. That's what the 10th man's job is, right? So not only are they prepared, they made a system. They made a 10th man just for that. So you're going to tell me on a holiday such as Yom Kippur, this happened? I say there is no possible way this happened.
Right. And the other thing is that I noticed that I picked up from a video is he was he did made a speech at the United Nations, and he was holding up a sign with the new Middle East and Israel marked on it in blue, and you can see that the Gaza Strip is completely blue. It's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So you see what the plan is, right? Completely get rid of the Gaza Strip and make it Israel.
Of course, everybody knows that.
And then you're gonna type in, I'm not gonna say it here because I don't know how much I can say as a German, unfortunately. But type in Google who funded Israel, and you will see there's a certain family that is located in Great Britain, coming from Frankfurt originally, who funded the creation of Israel.
Yeah, we all know the Zionism story, the man with the beard. We all know that. Yeah, it's just terrible, man. It's just terrible. And all the great powers have their hands in it, like starting with Great Britain and now the States. This has to stop. This has to stop.
And let me tell you this, okay, because we had this conversation about Jews and so forth, right? I think the real Jews, for me personally, are the people who in spirit are going against Zionism and are for peace without any weapons. That's for me, that's a real Jew. Someone who wants to get along with each other,
You want to hear something funny, Clay?
Yeah.
I've heard Jews, and not the first time I hear that, the Hasidic Jews, right? And they say that according to their religion, God forbade them to have a country. So they're against all this Zionism. They say we are meant to roam the earth and this. And I'm not saying that's true, but like I don't want to put all Israelis and all Jews in the same footing because they don't all agree with this. Let's be fair, right? Not all Jews agree, and there's a lot of American Jews that are protesting against the war. So I'm not downing all Jews, right? It's the Zionist movement that's the problem.
And the thing is, we know that the Messiah talked about a specific type of Jew, which are the ones of the synagogue of Satan, right? There's a reason why he talked about it. And truly, I think it's a spiritual kingdom that you're part of when that's my belief, right? When you're saved through the Messiah and born again, you're going to be part of a kingdom that is not of this earth. So Christians who defend the current Israel don't really understand that the current Israel has not anything to do with the very chosen people of the Most High, because these people, most of them, especially the Zionists, are not the chosen people of the Creator. In no way. It's a masquerade. They are the synagogue of Satan. Just because you use the star and the flag doesn't say that you are what you are. That's what I personally believe. I can just use the Star of David, make a flag, create a country founded by Zionists, and call it a day. That doesn't make you anything. And again, it's not about, he's not a respecter of persons. He doesn't look at the outward. He doesn't look at the outward of a being. That's not my Creator. There is no neither Jew, Greek, or whatever in Christ. It's a spiritual thing. Even when the Messiah was between the people, they didn't understand it, right? They thought they're fighting for a kingdom of this earth, right? That's why the Messiah was betrayed by Jude, right? Because I think Jude thought that he is going to establish a kingdom on this earth, right? Which didn't happen, So he was betrayed. They to that time they didn't even understand what that spiritual kingdom is, and to be a part of the body of the Most High. I think even today people fall into the Pharisee category because they think more about the earthly things than the spiritual realm. Just because it's called
I hope
Israel.
people come to their senses, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have come to my senses. I had I had lacking knowledge about what I thought Israel is. And I have corrected myself, and now I have a completely new position because I have read the Bible once again, and I figured that just because someone calls themselves Israel, use the Star of David, doesn't make them the ones that are indeed the chosen ones or his people to it. Just because you call yourself an Israelite doesn't say that you are one, or you make a
And most
country
of
part
them
of it.
there are atheists, in fact. Yeah, sorry to
Yes.
interject, but I
Exactly.
inserted a link from a Rumble video that was put on about 3 or 4 days ago, explaining it in the most concise way, everything about it, and how Christians need to stop being fooled by this garbage, because Israel is child of God. That's like the actual original meaning of the word, and that is just anybody who has God, Christ in their heart. That is it. It is not a political military state like they have been trying since Jesus was alive, all of this time without fail, and it's just a bit ridiculous at this point. So I'm glad we're on the same page. And yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I didn't wake up to any of it till a couple of years ago, but now it's just everywhere in your face. How can you not?
It's also not it's also not a
So
specific bloodline or skin color or
yeah, exactly.
outward look, because the scriptures clearly tell us that
I'll
the Most
repost
High doesn't care about your nose, your lips, your skin,
correct.
how well mannered you are, or how you speak. He's not a respect of persons. He cares about your heart, and he cares
heart.
about the spiritual relationship
Yep.
with him. He wants you to be his dwelling place, so he can use you as a tool, as a
And
speaker
that is
for the
why
word.
I think it's backfiring on them at this point. A lot of people are waking up to that exact fact, and the entire founding of Israel and who did it and what the whole goal of it was. I mean, thank God it's not just us alone in the dark, like getting called anti-Semite left and right for no reason at all. Honestly, that and their religion, their narrative of the Holocaust, I mean, all of it, it's gonna I think it's definitely backfiring, and more people are opening their eyes to it. But I'll repost that link to that video because it's the most concise hour explaining everything that's going on there, and how we need to stop as Christians, all of the madness, because that's exactly what they've wanted this whole time since they started it. So
Yeah. Why
yeah,
do
I'll
we even
repost that
care
when I'm
about
out of the car.
borders?
Sorry to
Right?
interrupt. you again. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, I just had to say that while I heard it.
No, all good. You didn't interrupt. You contributed a wonderful message. And again, and you know, I just want to further put it out there. Yeah, why even care about things or titles? You know, like, do you know how the creator is choosing someone to be used as his dwelling place, to use them as a speaker to people? You know, there's many members within the body of Christ, and many have
Yes.
different functions. You know,
Yes.
someone might be a good preacher, someone else might be good in helping homeless people to just feed them, you know, just simple
And you
things.
know the difference is there is nothing but, and everything to do with false flags, funding of Hamas that work for Israel, all of that being found out, thank God. All of what's really going on is the exact opposite of Christ in your heart. I'm sorry. So it should just be that simple based on
Exactly.
actions. And
Exactly.
it's that simple. Yeah, exactly. So
And the ones who are not against us are also for us, you know, even if I think even many truthers in here who might be, you know, still blind to the, I mean, I'm just using a certain word to describe it, but don't really understand the message of the Messiah or the good news yet, because I have hope that still there's grace and grace abounds.
Prince of
And
Peace, always.
but
Yeah.
exactly, and they already doing the work, even though maybe they are not yet walking with the Messiah, but they're already exposing evil, darkness, and so forth, and that's a wonderful thing, you know. Wait, what was the verse called again? The ones who are not against us. Yeah, Mark 9:38-41. Whoever's not against us is for us. Teacher, said John, we saw someone driving out demons in your name, and we told him to stop because he was not one of us. Do not stop him, Jesus said, for no one who does a miracle in my name can in the next moment say anything bad about me. For whoever is not against us is for us. For whoever is not against us is for us. Truly I tell you, anyone who gives you a cup of water in my name, because you belong to the Messiah, will certainly not lose their reward.
Absolutely. That's very, yeah, do not lose the reward. Exactly. And that should be as simple. That should be where the fighting ends, because everything that's being done is so anti-Christ. That's the only fitting definition of what's going on. And if people can't see that, and I just don't get it. You know, I pray for all of them. I really do. So
Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, I think what can happen is you can fall into this temptation of pride, right?
Yes.
Because you know, you now walk with the Messiah, right? So now you don't really, if there's someone who has no knowledge about him, or maybe he's criticizing you for your work, it doesn't mean that you now can, you know, there's specific types of things, right? If you're being mocked, if there's a constant rebuke, that's something different, right? But if there's someone who's also exposing darkness, but not, you know, he doesn't know the Messiah yet, doesn't mean that you should look at him a different way, right? We're all brothers and
that's the
sisters.
thing. It's humble strength, and that's exactly what Christ embodied. And for me, I get especially offended by people that think I'm supposed to be prideful and just like treat me as such. I've never been that guy. I can't force that either, but it's in this way now that is just everything that is not our purpose here to do is being done. And I'm happy because it is bringing a revelation about of sorts, and honestly that's my favorite book in the whole Bible. I find the most peace and comfort there, going back just at any time. But you know, I know big things are out there. Things have turned, and I feel it in my bones, and so does my husband, my family, and my dad, who's a chemist and also a minister, agrees fully. You know, he's woken up a little bit to the real history, what's going on, because he didn't even learn in his divinity school anything about, you know, but they also didn't teach nothing but the Schofield Bible either. So that's a big problem, you know, but we got to know where it started and how it started and how to, you know, correct it. But all of those little details are gonna be playing out here soon. But yeah, man, I mean, countless Palestinians. I mean, it doesn't even matter. I never focus on that kind of garbage because it's also a distraction. It's really not the fundamental principle, which is look in your heart. That's where you find God. That's also, it might be Ephesians or Galatians 3:28, maybe, I forget, but that's exactly what it is. Yeah, exactly.
And this here is the truth, right? Love suffers long and is kind. Love does not envy. Love does not parade itself. It's not puffed up, does not behave rudely, does not seek its own, is not provoked, thinks no evil, does not rejoice in iniquity, but rejoices in the truth. Bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. This is very important. Endures all things. Love never fails. But whether there are prophecies, they will fail. Whether there are tongues, they will cease. Whether there is a knowledge, it will vanish away. See, there's a distinctive difference between these two things.
Yes. Yep. And the greatest gift of all of these is always love. And so that's my favorite verse in the whole Bible too. And they've actually sort of changed it. It's weird. Sometimes they've replaced the word love with charity, but I don't buy that. That's not correct.
And I think the most beautiful thing is when it goes even further in verse 11. When I was a child, I spoke as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see in the mirror dimly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I shall know just as I also am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
Absolutely. Yep. I see that every day on my my computer screensaver, just because it's just the most, it's just so timeless, and
yes,
it can calm an angry heart. I've looked at that 10 years ago as a train wreck, not knowing if I could even look at myself, but that was before, God worked in me a few times so transformationally. Like, homie, I was doing nothing but about to kill myself, a little bit easier by the day, until I truly got on my knees and asked for help. It's really just that easy. But if people would rather be miserable, pray for them like I have to, in order to not get angry with like almost a divine anger, because it's not how he wants his children to be inside. So
look at all these great works that he does, right? We cannot do any great work except if it's through him working in us, because we are the temple of his presence.
And
right?
it's a gift every time from our Creator, effortlessly, because we don't have to put in effort when it's him working. You know what I'm saying,
exactly.
That also that kills by default any chance of pride being in the thing at all, which is also a blessing and a miracle. So I mean, yeah, dude, that uplifted me. I needed to hear that. And yeah, I just, I'm gonna, when I get home in about 20 minutes, I'll repost that Rumble video that goes into it in the most simple, concise 45 minutes ever, to anybody that's not aware of Israel, like what that is and what's going on. It's pretty much, I think the guy might be Israeli too. That's he's a Christian, but anyway, it's just put together extremely well, and I think I'm gonna email it to my dad too and a few other people.
It's also interesting to see is how love by the enemy, or not by the, but when I talk about the enemy, I'm not talking about persons or humans either. I'm talking about the principalities and powers, right, of darkness. By the adversary, how he's now using men or deceives them, that then go out and parade love as a perversion of it, which is inwardly completely evil and the opposite of so-called love.
That's why it's every time, and these people have no idea what they're representing in a sign on their front yard, or bumper stickers, or
Yep.
push down the throats of their small children, which is that's what infuriates me at times, because if there's children being pulled into any of this creeping things, deceptions, I just
Yes.
have no patience for it. But I think that with this most recent thing that they did over there in the Middle East, that was the final straw, I think, to maybe change the hearts and minds of people worldwide. So and then Christ can enter that's how that is the open door, the receptor for all of the divine at the ready, gifts he has waiting for us here. And I think that that's going to do a lot of things.
But it says in Ecclesiastes 11:5, God's ways are as mysterious as the pathway of the wind, and as the manner in which a human spirit is infused into the little body of a baby while it is yet in the mother's womb. Isn't that amazing? His pathway is that of the wind, right? It's mysterious. You don't know where it comes from and where it goes. His ways are not our ways.
A lot of times it is the dark, it is the creeping things. A lot of times it's based on its own attempted deception, big middle finger to God, because he wants to be God. So
yes,
it is so much more satisfying. It's like the most satisfaction in like a material sense that I can even I can't even describe it in words. Like that type of bliss satisfaction when it backfires, and then it only brings more hearts and souls to God. So yeah, man. I mean, I know it sounds terrible, but I'm actually a little bit excited more by the day, because we're actually having this conversation right now.
Yes.
So yeah.
The great thing, what I can see now, what I hope other people will clearly see in the world is, if you read certain passages, like I just read from the Bible about what love is defined as in the Bible, you will see how literally the adversary is not even hiding it; he is just blatantly out there, perverting the opposite. Like literally the things I just read about boastful, prideful.
Well,
We
and
literally have people marching. Yeah.
It's the power of truth.
Yeah,
right?
it's insane. It's like he wrote. I mean, he obviously wrote the Bible many times. He probably has studied through and out, right? He's part of it, right? Part of this history that is written within it. And what you see in these last days, just as in the days of Noah, you just see it, all these perversions, all these false inversions, right? Everything flipped upside down, like the standards and fundamental teachings of scriptures being perverted and infused into children, infused into grown men, and they being deceived by it day by day. And how can I dismiss a book that is always 100% on spot?
Yes.
Always.
Yep.
How can I dismiss it?
Well, and that's the thing. I pray that every day that at least one person going through that and comes to the understanding that through reading one simple scripture or one simple thing, or hearing it, or somewhere, even on this in YouTube land, that somewhere it will actually present the falseness and the inversion of their reality, just without even having to do anything besides hearing or seeing that one truthful sentence. Because that's exactly how it's supposed to work. That gives me hope, truly.
And I think a little bit of I mean, not scary, I don't know what word I should use, but a little bit of another let's say preview would be the verse that says pride goeth before destruction.
Yes.
So what we have now is a lot of people all over the plane going forward without shame of their sinful nature, and boasting themselves in front of children pridefully. And the Bible tells us it goes before destruction. So I tell you, the time is short.
Oh, I've known that more than the last 8 months. I've gotten. I mean, I quit a demon that was really, really clouding my ability to connect with my Creator and live up to my potential that he created me to be. cold turkey because of the gift of love and meeting my now husband through the devil of a deception in a Discord server, not this one. But it's so amazing that to any day, any person just like me, that can happen. And I know, yes, time is not on our side, but I'm actually like, because the timelines have been so altered anyway, it's actually like more that I go to the Bible every day for that, just getting more in hints as to, well, maybe we'll figure out what timeline we're on right now. But really, it's just trusting in God. I think that's the ultimate
Yes.
respect.
And
That's it.
the
Still,
beautiful sorry.
no, go ahead.
And the beautiful thing is the truth is that love is indeed patience, and yes, indeed the creator is love. God is love, and he is very patient. He was even very patient just in the days of Noah. He was very patient for the people to turn away and come to him, right? But we know how that ended. So again, this is the wonderful hope. As long as grace abounds, I would get on the ship of grace and get right with the Creator. I mean, what is there to lose?
Untouchable. It makes me feel stronger than ever. Whereas people that are online, especially trying to claim themselves as truthers, love to talk smack and make us seem like we are weak people. It's actually the most emboldening, like armor, invisible armor around one person that lives in Christ every single day. That it's like I almost laugh when they try to say that and spread that out there. But I think that all of that's coming to a head as well. I think that we need to be more empowered because it's like it literally is an unbreakable force around us, So it's crazy on the micro level, and then on the macro, that will heal in time. That will. It has no choice but.
Rejoice if you're being persecuted. I mean, literally rejoice.
That means you're doing something on the right light path, and you're exactly where you need to be for sure.
Blessed are you, this is a promise. Blessed are you when they revile and persecute you, and say all kinds of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so they persecuted the prophets who were before you.
Yes. Oh, what is your name? So I know who I'm speaking with.
I'm Clay.
I'm driving.
Clay Underseal.
Oh, got it. Well, thank you very much. I needed that, and that was definitely a meant to happen conversation. So thank you for the floor.
Don't thank me, thank the Most High. It's all him. I mean, I didn't search for him. He knocked at the door. So all glory to him. Praise him. Also praise him for this beautiful sister that you are. You are his creation, and it's wonderful of the knowledge that he's given to you. And praise this conversation was wonderful so far, and very much appreciated.
Absolutely, yeah. And I feel that was definitely a divine ordinance that nothing interrupted that few minutes there. So that was wonderful.
Amen. Praise the Most High.
Yes.
Well, I'm so glad that the two of you, I know you're very religious and I respect that. And I'm so glad that you were able to see through the con. Like, it really brings joy to my heart that there might be hope in the Bible Belt for the future. It really brings joy to my heart to hear you guys talk.
It's nice to hear, man.
Yeah. Because you can be religious, you can believe in anything you want, right? And at the same time, you can see that you've been fooled. So that's a great distinction to make. So big respect.
But yeah, I mean,
that's the whole point. me speaking at all now is to get that message across. If not, I mean, I'm going with it because that's what I feel like. Yeah, it's not like a decision to make, but I feel like that's the only point for me thinking now anymore about any of it, because it's just like, no, there's nothing else to say about it.
Well,
Yeah,
it says
good
in
stuff.
Revelation, it says in Revelation 12:9, and the great dragon was cast out, the old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. So including me and you and everyone else, right? We're in constant battle. It's not against flesh and blood. It's not against people. We're in a constant battle for truth. We need to constantly be aware and sober, because he is, he is roaming around like a roaring lion, seeking who you can may devour, right? So the thing is, he's constantly trying to deceive, to make us weak, to make us go away from getting into a relationship with the truth. There's a reason why the Messiah called himself the truth, right? He is the truth. He is like 100% the cleanest, purest light that can resemble the truth. He is the truth. And that's the very notion why he's keep going to send out deception into our lives in order to get us away from the truth. He wants us, the very, if you truly seek the truth, you will end up at the Messiah. It's just how it is. It's with many people I've talked to about their testimonies. It was always this case. They have tried to find the truth in this world and have came to the conclusion that the truth has came into the world to be received by them. It's from above. The truth is from above, not of this world.
And it brought, I mean, I'm talking many times over, my life has been saved in miraculous forms, like when I was at the lowest points, and things that I'll share at another time, but
Same.
or put into a book. But at least I was aware, and because I tried to run away. It got me, like I mean, I tried to numb myself with everything under the planet, under the sun. I did it a million different ways, and I did it to her, and I harmed other people, and I thankfully have rekindled my parents as my best friend, my sister now coming to know God, and me getting to know her finally. I mean, it would have been much easier for me to just kill myself, because that's really what the devil ultimately wants, because that way the soul is just whatever. It's definitely not,
Well, yeah, there is no fruit to bear anymore, right? How can you bear
Correct.
fruit if you're asleep,
I don't want to
in a deep
about
sleep?
like a monologue about my life, but yeah, thank you, Essie, for acknowledging that. And yeah, we have to keep on
Yes.
talking like
Exactly. Exactly. Man, you can't imagine if I would have been going on the road I was going. I wouldn't be talking here anymore. I would have been dead at least 2 or 3 years ago. Probably overdosed on something. So yeah, praise the Lord that I'm still here, including everyone else that He has grace upon. And the crazy thing is, I can 100% tell you, everyone in here, no matter how much they maybe even have hatred against the Creator or whatnot, He is constantly pouring out His grace upon your life. It's not just if there has been anyone who listened to my voice or not, if there has been this coincidence where you should have actually died, whatever it might have been, and somehow you've survived it, trust me, most of the times, no, actually all of the times, if it's about life and death, it's the Lord and His grace. Even with the ones who don't have any knowledge about Him. Because He loves His children. Why wouldn't He create you in the first place if He wouldn't take care of you? That makes no sense.
And for the record, I just want to say this. I'm not a non-believer. I believe in a God. And I'll tell you something personal that happened to me. Well, not all of it. I'll just tell you part of it. Something terrible happened to me last week. And I prayed to God for a certain thing. And you know what? I think my prayer got answered. I'm not going to go more into detail than that because it's personal, but I just don't want people thinking I'm some sort of unbeliever and God hater. I'm not.
You know, I see what you know. What I truly think about you. You want to know?
Of course, bro. Let me have it.
Okay, I love you
Don't hold back.
equally. I love you equally to everyone else. You know, I don't love you more or less than I love my mother or my dad, for example. That's the truth. I don't what I have come to a conclusion is I'm not gonna put my love into segments because I think that makes no sense. I cannot separate, have more love for my mom and have less love for someone on the internet, maybe, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all from the lineage of Adam and Eve. You're my brother, no matter what there is. Even if you would hate me, throw stones at me, cuss me out or whatnot, man. At the end of the day, I will love you because you know you beautiful creation as created in the image of the Most High, the very Father that is also your Father. So there is no. It would be logical for me to look at you in any different way than I look at my mom, for example, or my dad, or my brother, or my sister, right? I love you, bro. And I can say that same thing with anyone else in here, you know. Sometimes maybe it doesn't show as it should be, right? Because we're in the flesh, because we sometimes fight and have discussion, but that's also beautiful. It's also part of life, you know. Everything has its time, like it says in the equal in the I can't say the one book where it talks about vanities of vanities. You know, I can't say it. Equilestes or whatever. You know. Anyways, Ecclesiastes. Yeah. So yeah, man, I really much love you, Monsieur. And then you know, at the end of the day, I'm not thinking, oh, SE, he just because he doesn't agree with my belief or my faith, I now need to look at them differently, you know, separate something or whatnot. Nah, that would be a waste of time, you know. No, it's way easier to just love someone and accept them for where they are right now, you know. But I'm not gonna lie to you, right? If you're gonna say something that I don't agree with, I'm gonna just tell it to you, you know. And that's not hatred, you know. I think that's just a part of loving someone, right?
Absolutely, bro. And love right back at you, bro. And all the Christians, all the believers, I know we've had fights, but I don't have anything personal against you guys, right? Just the same way what you just said, right? To me, that if you think I said something, whatever, that you don't agree, you'll speak out. That's what I'm doing. Because if I didn't care about you guys, right, I would just say nothing. I would let you think whatever you want, right? Why would I put my my horse in the fight, let's say, right, in the race, right? Why would I even talk? The reason I talk is because I care about you guys here. I look at you like friends. So, I mean,
same.
That's just the way it is.
Yes, and I think there's nothing wrong in it. The only thing where I'm gonna stand up and be very you know, where I'm gonna say where the line is if someone is insulting someone else, you know, hurting someone. That's very very bad and it shouldn't happen, you know. But so far I must say everyone is well mannered most of the time, you know, and if stuff happens, you know, it cools down also very quickly, you know. So you know, but I hadn't had these problems yet, and I think it would never happen. You know, that's just not my cup of tea. You know.
Well, that's the beauty of this. If we can't talk honestly to each other and express each other what we feel, right? What are we doing then? Just making fun of each other, or just agreeing with it? I mean, yeah, these things need to be discussed, and of course, there's going to be disagreements. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, and disagreements are not bad, right? Imagine a world. That's what I always think. Imagine just a world where everyone is always saying, "Yeah, yeah, True. Yeah, I already knew that. We're on the same line. You know, everyone is just obviously aware of everything, and like that's also boring. So because then at the end of the day there would be no conversations anymore. It would be just always the same, right? So it's good that there's. I think it's also a good thing that there is a fight for truth and the better. You know, it it's just part of life. Not saying that what we're battling against is something good, but the reason that we need to battle and expose darkness and lift up the truth is something beautiful and good indeed.
Yeah, it's a fascinating place. It's a fascinating time in history. I mean, we're almost on the verge of World War III, if we're to believe what's going on. So, I'm honestly, Clay, I'm very scared for humanity at this point because I don't see anybody with scruples. There's no scruples in Washington, not in Paris, not in London. There's no scruples. It's just a one-sided affair, and I think they're gonna lead us to hell, bro. This is where we're
Well,
heading if we don't wake up.
yeah, well, see, that's the thing. That's why I just don't put my trust in this world or anything of it. Not even one being in there. I just put my trust in what's above. You know, the one who dwells above, who created all things. That he knows what is right or wrong, right? That's why I have the faith that I have, right? Because I come to the conclusion that there is no. It's just vain to put my trust in man, you know, solving the issue, right? It's just our nature. The fallen state of our nature is what creates so much suffering. But if there's this
there,
promise, this wonderful promise of the good news and the relationship you can have, then you know it really heals up the wounds.
Look at your country, bro. Look what your country did, right? But then they woke up, they made amends, and now Germany is one of the greatest countries on earth, right? Technological, like I so much respect German people. You have no idea, bro. You know,
Yeah,
for what happened
it's
and how they
interesting. Yeah,
reversed. Yeah,
it's interesting how the world has really like the look people have at Germany is still, even though politically there's a lot of mess going on, but everywhere. I mean, it's not only Germany where stupid stuff happens. But it's interesting that Germany has the look that it has in the world, right? Everywhere you go, it's very
because you
interesting.
took responsibility, bro. You took responsibility. That's what Israel has to do, but it won't do it because they have like 007. They have a license to kill, and who gave him that license? America, Britain, France. That's who gave them the license to kill.
Well,
It must be revoked.
well, Germany is also part of it, unfortunately, right? We are paying
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of money to Israel. Even right now, I think we've already sent like a couple of billions of euros. And let me
Yeah,
see how much
unfortunately.
wie viel Geld haben wir Israel geschickt?
You're sending tanks and you send armaments, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, but we also putting money to Palestine right now. It
Yeah.
says here Germany and you are giving money to Palestinians.
Think about it. If just 3 countries stop this, just 3 countries, right? Britain, France. I would have to put Germany in there too because you guys run the EU, right? These 4 countries, right, can stop all this in
I,
one day.
I was
All they
watching
gotta do is
something.
call Netanyahu. Listen, all they gotta do is call Netanyahu and tell him, listen, dude, this ends now. It's not a request, it's an order.
I'm
We
surprised
owe
that.
you. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done. I'm
No, no.
surprised you're buying into these narratives as being real.
Yeah, a lot of people are. A lot of people are. It
You
surprises
are.
me.
You're buying into all that drama, everything, all that like soap opera level of politics that you're just describing. You believe all that that's all happening, that those conflicts are actually happening.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Well, but what I'm referring to, I'm not referring to actual bombs being launched or whatever. Yeah, there's certainly things happening like that. No, I'm talking about the actual soap opera part of it, of the personalities of who they call the leaders. That's the part I'm asking if you believe in that narrative, that they're actually truly doing these things. Because, I mean, all the space agencies are coercively, jointly grouped. So I think they feed us false propaganda to build these narratives and the fears and the things based on those individuals. And that part of the drama is fabricated, even though there are actual militaries being told to launch bombs as well. But it's not actually connected to, the actual like stuff in the news, basically. Essentially, everything in the news. It's not that in terms of the drama part of it. And this needs to be signed in this country. That all of that part of it is the drama that they're creating, in my viewpoint. So I didn't mean to totally interrupt you, but I guess I was just like thinking, because you were expressing all of that as if those are like actual real conflicts that these people have to do or whatever, as if like their story that they're telling is actually something that we should be emotionally invested in considering.
I hear you, Gio, and you have a good point. The thing is, I've been following this for many, many years, right? Now, we know, I mean, do you believe for a fact that Britain gave this land to Israel after the colonization, after they defeated the Ottoman Empire? Do you believe that part? That the Palestinians were living there for 700 years before the land was taken away from them, rightly or wrongly? And
well, I was going to chime in prior to Gio, but I just recently found out that Israel encroached on a already sanctioned part of Palestine that they agreed upon a while ago. They just recently allowed Israeli settlers to come in and occupy that territory that's already been designated to Palestine. So that's like part of the problem. Like, it's not the entirety of it, but that's
years, bro. Yeah.
But I understand, but like my problem is like enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much are you gonna allow that before somebody's gonna like push back? And then when they push back, it's considered as terrorist attacks. Like, so
have you
it's
seen
terrorist.
the?
Well, real quick, I'm almost done. Terrorist attacks, basically, what I'm saying, only exist from one side of the wall, even though it's the same atrocities going back and forth. Anyways, go ahead.
Exactly, brother.
Have you seen this Greater Israel Project or something? They plan to essentially have all the land from the Nile to the Jordan. So that means they want to take a chunk out of Egypt next, after they're done with Palestine, and chunks out of Jordan and the surrounding countries. It's called like the Greater Israel Project. I'll get you guys a map, but essentially, like, I'll put the maps next to each other, man. It's not only that they're expanding to fill out Palestine, like they want like that whole area over there, that whole southeastern corner of the Mediterranean. They just want to expand and take up all that space. So once Palestine's out of the way, dude, I mean, Jordan is probably next. Iran or Jordan is next.
Egypt was part of that widening of the radius of Israel.
Yeah, like they're planning, bro. Like, they're not gonna stop after Palestine. I hope you guys know that, right? Like, they will take Palestine and then they will go on to fucking keep going. You know, it's not like, oh, this is our land. No, they think their land goes from the Nile to the Jordan, bro, and it goes all the way up and all the way down. Like, I mean,
You have created a monster, guys. You got to face facts. You've created a monster. It's time to rein it in. That's just my opinion. And there's only a few countries that can do it.
I would say they already have control over all of the countries.
SC.
Agreed.
Exactly.
SC, so I'm gonna post this Greater Israel map for you. I think you should look into this. I'm gonna post it in the live stream chat right now. But yeah, look at that. If you look at that, they're saying that Israel is going to be on both sides of the Red Sea, up into the Nile, take out half of Saudi Arabia, take out half of Iraq, take out all of Syria, take all of Lebanon up. I mean, you could see how ambitious this goal is that they have right here, and this is stated by them. Like, this is what they want, and it doesn't matter if it takes them 100 years, right? Because I just look at this map, dude. It speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's scary, bro. These people have been causing problems throughout history, man. There is definitely something wrong with these people. Definitely.
There's no other group. There's no other group throughout the history of known humanity that's ever been removed from over 110 countries.
You literally said the next sentence I was going to say. Yes, sir. Now, why is that? Is that just a coincidence? No. Every country they go in, they try to take over industries. They try to take over government. They plant themselves in. That's just the way they are. It's a virus. You are supporting a virus. I'm sorry. You can't change history. That's just my opinion.
Related to what? What's that related to? What's the virus?
The
virus is these people, when they go into a country, it's been known throughout history, and they'll tell you themselves. Let's say they go into Lithuania, right? And they decide to get into steel manufacturing, right? Within the next 10, 15, 20 years, they're going to control all the steel manufacturing in Lithuania. Then they're going to set their target somewhere else, right? Then, because they're very smart people, then they're going to go into government, and they're going to start influencing government. And before you know,
they're already
country's
there. That's like 50 years ago that already happened.
Yeah. But the only problem is the States hasn't thrown them out, but every other smart country in the world has.
Well, I mean, I don't know who you're referring to. I guess my understanding of it is at this point, especially after World War II, I don't think they had control over every country after World War II, which is why there have been these wars, because they are obviously still going after certain areas. But I mean, they have at this point, I mean, they have controlling factions within all of the governments, the banking systems, all through the United Nations, and they're running all the space agencies through the government organizations. All of the GPS is all run through that, through the military, through the government of all these countries. Obviously, they lock the whole world down, or at least the whole known world to us, lock the whole thing down. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of coercion going on in terms of, but it's already the case. They're just terrorizing us and just trying to harvest us. There's no actual real conflicts going on in that sense. They're getting people to react to the conflicts that they're creating.
Yes, exactly, Gio. Exactly, bro. And they're using the most powerful country in the world, your country, unfortunately, and the UK and France and Germany, to do their bidding.
Well, it's funny because once this country is not the most powerful country in the world, they're gonna discard this country like a used piece of trash. Godrock, and you're hot miking. They're gonna discard this country like a used piece of fucking trash. They're gonna pull all their money out of here. They're gonna rob the shit out of it. Take as much as they can before they leave. Guaranteed. Guaranteed that's what's gonna happen. And it's gonna be around the same time America goes super fucking right wing or whatever you would call it. There's gonna be a lot of anti-Semitism because all the Jews are gonna rob us blind and they're gonna leave with all our wealth. That's what's gonna happen. That's what they've done. They go to a country, corrupt it, fucking bring it down to shit, and then when everyone notices, wait, these guys are stealing everything, they leave with all the resources and they go to the next country. And the next country is sat there and they say, look at all, we'll pay you this money, let us in. But the next country doesn't fucking realize, or maybe they do realize, that the money they're getting paid to let these guys in is the previously stolen money from the other country. And that's what they've done, bro. Is they just go in one place, steal the money, and when they get kicked out, they take that stolen money and they pay the next country to corrupt. Like, it's funny because it's such a good system, and you could see it, like, it's written down in like books that people write. Yeah, obviously not the books they push on you at university, but there are people who historically write about it. There's there's a bunch of Russian books on this, man. A bunch of Russian books on this before the Communist Revolution.
Did you guys know that? Is it the Congress or the Senate? I'm not sure. Probably both, but I'm sure one of them because I heard it. In order for you to become a congressman or a senator, as soon as the next day, as soon as you get sworn in and you go to your office, somebody from the Israeli lobby comes and asks you to sign, I forget what they call it, a friendship with Israel. If you don't sign that, you're never going to get reelected again. Look
Sounds
into
about
it.
right.
If you think I'm lying, look into it. They have America by the short hairs. It's finally time to cut it. End it, man. The whole world is watching. By the way, there was, if you're going to believe the news, I know Gio is probably cringing now, but the news reported today there was 300,000 people just in London protesting.
It's
Well,
funny to hear.
I gotta say, that Germany, what Germany is, the Holy Roman Empire, what it was called before it was called Germany, whatever you want to call that land, the people of the Rhine, the heart of Europe, the industrious people that built Europe's economy, those guys, I guess, hosted the Jewish people after the rebellion. Rome went in and just essentially conquered Judea and transported a bunch of these Jews to the Rhine land. So there's a bunch of Jews living in the center of Europe with the German people for a long time, for 1,500 years, actually. Not even more. It's like 1,900 years or something. So imagine you've been hosting this group of people, right, for 1,900 years. Everyone else, every other country that these people go to have a problem with you, right? They have a problem with them. They're not fucking welcome anywhere, but they were always welcomed in Germany. And yet they even fucked over Germany too. The people who hosted them for nearly 2,000 years. These people hosted, like, imagine you're poor, you're down on your luck, and a family takes you in, and he fucking hosts your family for generations. And then you know what happened? You just screw them over and steal their shit and leave anyway. And then, I mean, it's fucking hilarious. It's like, wow. So these guys hosted you for 1,900 years, and you decide to put the fucking poison dagger in their back. That shows their character right there.
What I think is funny is when I'm hearing everyone agree, right, and disagree at the same time. Some people are calling these leaders Jews, and some people are saying these are not really Jews. But those same people are agreeing on if they're Jews or not. And so, are the Palestinians Jews because they're different people called Yehudi? You know, there's all kind of different people in Judah that you call Jews, right? So, are the Palestinians the Jews? Are the ones doing all the atrocities out of Israel the Jews?
It's the Zionists,
Who
bro.
really is? Who
You're
really
correct.
is the
That's
Jew?
the word.
You see what I'm
That's the
saying?
word.
Zionists.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's who we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I think it is very important to be very specific about who you're speaking of, because
We're
when
talking about
people,
Zionists, dude. I just said, like,
We were just clear.
it doesn't have to.
Zionists.
Yeah, like we've got
I
Zionist Christians, we've
understand.
got Zionist Jews. There's all types of Zionists, bro.
I understand that you kind of clarified that there, but you know, it's kind of often that I bring this up. We have to be very specific about who we're speaking of. Are we speaking about imposters, or are we speaking about the actual group of people? And so I think it's very important just to bring it up, guys, right? And so it's just kind of weird the way this, I believe the propaganda and this drinking the Kool-Aid, I believe that's what's actually happening right now with a lot of folks when they're using those words and not really knowing what they're saying.
Well, we know what we're saying. Maybe we
I don't know
shouldn't have
what you
used
just
the
said.
word Jew. You're absolutely correct. The Zionists. Zionists are the problem.
No, there is a
Was it?
connection to that. Well, there's all those connections to those.
I
Yeah, there's
respectfully disagree.
I was just gonna say a connection. Matrix and Zion. Wasn't there some kind of connection there?
I respectfully disagree with SC Montreal. Zionism is a political movement that was like established in like the 1800s or something like that. But the problem stretches back before the establishment of Zionism. So Zionism cannot be the root cause or problem, given before it was established, these Jewish people were going around and causing problems for every country in Europe.
Oh yeah. I'm talking about just this here now. You're absolutely correct, bro. Yeah. They've been at this, like we said, for thousands of years, and they got kicked out of 140 countries. Yeah.
Yeah, like
You're
I would,
absolutely correct.
in general, my thoughts would be that, like, let's say Jesus originally, whoever he was, as it were, I do think he was a real person. He was a very old soul, and I think he did have a lot of wisdom, and he was very loving and had a lot of knowledge and wisdom. And then because he had such a positive energy and incredible wisdom that he was sharing, a lot of people took to his thoughts as well. So there was a bit of that, but that really is sort of on the like the beginning of it is just of all of a positive nature. And then there seems to be this huge like side swiping that's gone on somewhere between that, where this other force has come in, hijacked all of his actual writings and his actual ideas, and then reinterpreted them into all of these other concepts that they then are promulgating as part of the complete and total takeover of the original knowledge and wisdom that actually comes from the original scriptures.
Well, essentially, when he was on Earth walking around with the disciples and stuff, he essentially pointed out that the people at the time who were in Judea and were supposed to be keeping the scriptures and running the religion and running the thing, he essentially pointed out that they're all crooks and none of them are supposed to be where they are. They're all children of vipers or whatever he called them.
Yeah, they're like
so when it comes to co-opting,
they're like falsely trying to take the throne that they don't actually have any right to.
Yeah, so when it comes to co-opting the scriptures, misinterpreting them on purpose, and sending out, using it for your own gain, that was already going on in the time of Christ, and that's kind of like one of the reasons he came, was essentially to rebuke these people that were supposed to be like the moral and religious leaders at the time. So like that has been the case for a while. And I guess another major component in, I guess, corrupting the scriptures would be the Church of Rome. So essentially the Pharisees and the Church of Rome are the two sources of corruption in the scriptures, really. That's at least from when I study history and when I look into it, that seems to be the two sources, the Pharisees and the Roman Church.
And then how do you think the Jesuits play into it as well?
Well, they're just part of the Roman Church. Like the Templars were, the Jesuits are essentially a branch of the church, like the Templars were. Like that's the same thing, right? So it's like asking like, oh, what part does the Marines play? Well, the Marines like are part of the U.S. You know, they're not their own. They're one of the units, one of the arms, one of the legs, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I mean, they were established during the Council of Trent with one, how would I say, with one purpose, and it was to either forcibly convert all the Protestants back to Catholicism or murder the ones that wouldn't actually convert. That was, like, in the Council of Trent, like, that was their purpose, to destroy the Protestants by any means necessary, conversion or death.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like originally, like Jesus, like Yeshua, all these different names and so on. Of like, I don't think he was. See, my understanding of who he was is that he was not into any death or violence at all, or like a lot of the stuff that is in some of that realm now, in terms of like violence and war and control and domination and like, you know, all these hierarchies of God's people and not God's people and all of these different types of things. Like, I don't think that Jesus had any of that, like hatred and fighting and condemning and I don't think he had any of that. I also don't think he had any of the thing of like wanting people to worship him or bow to him or do anything for him at all either. I think he was just like giving like love and wisdom and knowledge that was at a very high vibration. I don't think so a lot of the stuff that now is connected to him in whatever ways, I don't think originally, like that's where the hijacking is. And then it gets into all the war and all these like claims of holy lands and these different, that's all been brought in. It's like the war related to the divisionary tactics, like involved with that. And then using some of his wisdom that does still have that frequency, but it's like they've co-opted it and then attached all of this other deception and darkness to it.
See, they were able. The beauty of this is they were able to convince, because look, Netanyahu himself said, the proof that this is our land, and he showed a Bible. He goes, "This is the deed." He held up the Bible as the deed to Israel.
He must have forgot to read the prophets.
If we think about a creator creating land, we know that the land is for a purpose. It's for men to inhabit.